In the year 20XX, in the bustling night city of Seoul, under the brilliant stars, the city still did not sleep but was immersed in sparkling lights. Vehicles are still moving bustlingly on the road in Gangnam District, Yeoksamdong, bright, extremely busy skyscrapers, buildings of. Among them, Bao Tangchuyen Group, on the top floor. On the white wall, an honorary award is stamped on the glass frame, D1 ranked number 1 in the world, in the online game Roar. On the top floor is the professional gamer practice room. The whole room is dark, only light from the computer screen and the players practicing constantly, winning the first division. Truly a professional gamer, the control speed and mouse clicks are constantly dizzying. The screen glowed brightly in contrast to the dark space. Their fingers kept tapping on the keyboard, making clicking sounds. One of the gamers grinned, muttering to himself, "We finally meet, Dex." Immediately after that, the screen became brighter and brighter. The computer displays 2 lines of text, "Game starts." And then, a series of characters with different functions appear one after another, "Welcome to the battle's rift." In front of him was another gamer's character, looking extremely strong. The opponent is a black knight with mighty iron armor. That person's game name is Dex. He carefully observed his opponent and then sneered, "This bastard, he's so arrogant." His character screamed, his face grimacing, "I will tell you which team is the strongest, you have been defeated." Immediately after that, he controlled his red demon character to rush towards Dex, smiling smugly. Faced with that ferocious attack, Dex did not make any movement, he still stood still, looking towards the enemy. As if he felt this was the right moment, he began to raise the black sword in his hand. Then, a blue light of the sea spread out around. As fast as lightning, Dex rushed forward and slashed decisively at the red demon. The blue light also penetrated the entire opponent's body. The red devil didn't have time to react and slashed Dex first. The arm that was holding the sword had left his body. The notification text appeared with his unwilling scream, "You have been defeated." Seeing that, his teammates also quickly came to reinforce. A girl with the function of a mage shouted, "How crazy, single combo." Another teammate reassured him, "It's okay, I'm here to support him." Having said that, he prepared to swing the sharp sword. Immediately after, a blue-white smoke covered his entire body, and he prepared his fighting stance. That smoke almost invaded his face, his eyes were extremely serious, confirming the enemy target before him. In his field of vision, Dex was standing with his back to him, his hand firmly holding the sword. It seemed he realized the killing intent behind him. He calmly turned his head to look, his bloodshot eyes looking at the other person. In just a few short seconds, he flashed towards Dex. 2 swords launched an attack to slash Dex, but he easily blocked it with his sword. Dex looked at the reckless guy in front of him. In less than a few minutes, Dex easily defeated the enemy. He tightly grasped the sword that turned into fire and pierced his body. A huge explosion occurred behind him, sending the enemy flying back. At the same time, the notification sounds, "Double kill." Witnessing 2 of his teammates being so easily defeated one after another, one of them looked apprehensive and afraid, saying incredulously, "It's impossible, our main tank and DPS are all dead." Tan, the white-haired young man next to me, reminded me, "Hey, don't panic. He still firmly believes that as long as we maintain the formation, we will win." At this time, Dex proactively rushed to attack. His heroic and fierce figure with sword in hand gradually approached. The survivors quickly regained their composure and stabilized their fighting posture, some holding shields to block the attack. The others quickly drew their weapons to declare war on Dex. His next target is the bald man, the white-haired young man and the magician in the back. With just a few quick slashes, the 3 of them were completely defeated, engulfed in flames, with one blow taking down all 3. After the battle ended, behind the glowing computer screen, a scream rang out, "Done." The guy wearing glasses was absent-minded, his pupils shrank violently, his face was as white as a wandering ghost, his face could not hide the panic and cried out, he was dead. Having the reputation of professional players winning world-class prizes but now losing miserably at the hands of an unknown person is truly humiliating, he muttered, 5 people by his side. Got defeated by that guy, the image of the D1 symbolic flag being torn in half and bursting into flames. After that, that flag was finally burned to ashes, just like the glorious era of D1 had ended. Revealing the character Dex standing tall and proud in the middle of a chaotic battlefield filled with bodies and weapons. An expression of concern appeared on the face of the guy wearing glasses. He wondered who it was. The figure of the knight Dex and his eyes filled with murderous intent appeared clearly in his mind. He stared at that game character and said bitterly, "That bastard Dex, your true identity is still a mystery. Who is it?" "Don't know anymore." Meanwhile, in another room, a teenager was reclining in a recliner, biting into a half-eaten snack. It seemed he was also a gamer. The light from outside shone on the keyboard and mouse on the table. Name, Yoon Jae-young. Nickname, Dan. After a series of names Solo played on, Playered, QWERTY123 and many more, Yoon Jae-young's most recent nickname is Dex. For you, your nickname doesn't matter much because your goal is to be first class. Right now he was sitting in front of the computer screen downing the last jar of snacks. It was gone. Young licked his lips and reluctantly said, "I guess I have to go buy it. I haven't been out in a long time. I deserve it, first place." On the game's rankings, the name Dex is holding the #1 position. Today he achieved his goal, he muttered while typing. Let's see. On the other side, a guy wearing glasses looked up at the game interface in surprise. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Then punched the table hard and cursed. "Fate, he even said bad things about me, that damn troll." It turns out that Dex's character sent a text message saying I'm quitting the game that made him so mad. And in the end, Young was able to quit this game. A day has passed since he gave up his identity as Dex. The surprised voice came from a truck named Arcadia. "What? Dex quit the game?" The person speaking was the driver of the car. He was chatting with the co-driver next to him, that troll, but he was still joking. "Why did he leave it like that? You probably watched yesterday's stream too, right? You're a fan, D1 that." The young man sitting in the deputy chair screamed, "I don't know, how do I know what that guy is thinking?" Next was a burst of laughter from the driver. Sorry, I was just kidding, ha ha." The guy sitting in the co-pilot seat didn't seem to be angry anymore. He spoke his mind, but it's understandable, recently many gamers have quit. The driver seemed to agree. Yes, that's right, the era of games is over. The world's leading corporations, Ajin, Argos, and Silikov, have secretly combined a project that does not go through a computer but is accessed by a machine called Dreamer. Is the first virtual world with an offer that couldn't be more attractive. Are you bored with your daily life? Do you want another chance in a world of infinite possibilities? We are waiting for you, forever, in Arcadia. The truck just now stopped in front of a residential area. The people in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Here it is, the address of the last Dreamer buyer. But in a situation like this, you still buy a game console. Inside the house, Young smirked in satisfaction, finally arriving, his Dreamer. It turned out that the last buyer was Yoon Jae-young. He logged into his Dex account on the computer. The screen displayed a message box asking if he wanted to delete this character and he clicked confirm. Because today you quit this game so you can move on to something that is not a game, but another world. He started the Dreamer, which was shaped like a glass cage like an astronaut, and lay down in it. At that time, his subconscious was transported to a new world. Young excitedly floated in the sky and then happily looked down. He exclaimed, "So this is Arcadia. There are countless games that exist in this world. And there are many elements hidden by game programmers in those games. They can be simple jokes. But there can also be hoaxes that have a significant impact on the player, and we call them Easter eggs." More information. Easter egg is a phrase used to talk about an interesting thing that the author subtly hides in the game to increase the fun for players. Continuing with the introduction. Or mysterious puzzle pieces. In a mysterious place, a pair of hands with large bracelets on their wrists are spread out. The mysterious person with the mysterious smile said, "Well, I'll leave it to you, Alice." Alice was the owner of those hands. She took something from the other person. It was emitting bright green light. She replied softly, "Yes. Everything is for future generations." The scene ends with the image of the book sinking deeper into the water. Virtual reality technology is built by directly connecting the human brain with a machine and stimulating the senses digitally. It creates a virtual world but can let us experience it, practical experience. It's no lie that this virtual reality technology can be built successfully. The storyline leads to a place in the virtual world where the main character Yoon Jae-young appeared, standing in a quite crowded place. In the crowd, someone said loudly, "Does anyone want to go hunting? We need to find more people with a team to carry out the daily challenge of collecting 100 cores of slime. Another person is to deliver. I have a healing elixir to sell physical strength here." Then came the voice of the customer. "Do you sell metal ore? I will buy it all. 50 VND per ore." Jae-young wondered, "What is that?" In an alley, Jae-young opened his system. Level 1 with rudimentary items. I think the interface is not as complicated as I thought. His rookie mission is to kill a slime monster. I should complete the rookie mission first. He saw a green slime. In Arcadia, it's difficult to move precisely. Therefore, skills are created to support the performance of movements, for example, flash, walk backwards or swing a sword. But, for someone with outstanding talent like Jae Young, without taking too much effort or time, you can kill slimes easily and quickly. System alerts, rookie mission completed. Jae Young smiled with satisfaction. I'm used to it. Let's move on to the next mission. A new task has been created. Jae Young is extremely confident in himself. No matter what, he will handle it in the blink of an eye. His next task is to read 100 books. This made him surprised and sweating, thinking, this game is trash. Scene changed to another location, where there are a lot of books. It's a public library. There are 2 girls sitting there. The pink-haired girl happily said, "Hey, look over there, he's so special." The purple-haired girl asked, "What's going on?" The other girl said, "That guy, he's been reading books for a whole day. That's our Jae Young. He's on a mission to read 100 books. The number of books he's read has become a pile very high." The purple-haired girl smiled. "There's nothing special about reading books at the library." The younger sister said, "Hey, you know, these days, even if you're on a mission, people just read briefly through 10 books and then leave immediately. Have you ever seen anyone reading as attentively as that person?" While Jae Young was reading and cursing under his breath, "This damn game, I will definitely delete it." The older sister said, "Well, maybe he'll leave soon like everyone else." Jae Young spoke up, apologizing. "Do you have volume 2 of this book?" he asked, pointing to a book. The older sister was stunned. "Wait, what? Volume 2? Why did he suddenly ask about the second volume of it?" She thought, "Did he also read that book? He didn't ask for fun, right?" Jae Young said, "Well, because in episode 1 there were some interesting things, so I think there will be more information in episode 2. The older sister wondered, "Some interesting things?" Jae Young said, "This book, The History of Arcadia Volume 1, The Oldest Traces, Edelin," he said in the girl's bewilderment. She then brought another book. "Here, Volume 2, please read as much as you like, just bring it back," he replied. "Ah, okay, thank you." Noticing the book, he immediately voiced the question in his mind, "Well, I'm a little curious, why did you put Volume 2 in a separate place like that?" The girl replied, because this is a special book that can only be read by asking me directly." Jae Young raised his hand to touch the book. A very strange feeling appeared. In a mysterious dimension, Alice is there. Edelin Rookie Village, discovering unexpected events. The condition for the hidden quest to appear has been completed. Designate players as special objects to be analyzed. Jae Young took the book and smiled. A long time ago, there was a legendary adventurer who hid a treasure under the lake of the Rookie Village of Edelin. Its existence was only conveyed through rumors. No one has yet been able to find the location of that treasure. One thing is for sure. It is the oldest trace of darkness that, it is rumored, the legendary explorer of the past, Ezreal, hid near the lake next to Edelin. Of course, no one has been able to find any trace of darkness in that place, so this legend was gradually forgotten. And if the lake near Edelin, so there's only Lake Irun in front of the village, right? The male lead thought. He examined the map, looking at Lake Irun. Jae Young arrived at the lakeside, surrounded by natural scenery under the setting sun. North of Edelin, Lake Irun, he thought to himself. I just came here because it was interesting. There's no way there would be traces of that treasure in a peaceful lake like this. You turn on the system. The final condition for creating a new mission has been met. A mission has been created based on related suggestions. Mission difficulty, B. Influence, A. Mission level, B+, main scenario launched, player decks, level analyzed, level 1. A new task has been created. B+ level quest, hunt for traces of darkness. You have found a record stating that the oldest trace of darkness is in Lake Irun. Investigate whether the record is accurate or not and track down find that trace, 0 out of 1. Do you think opening a new game like this will also have B+ level missions? I thought the highest level was just level C. Finally, this game has become interesting. The sunlight still shines on the beautiful natural scenery of the lake. The water surface is quiet. Under the water is a terrifying creature. The creature opened its eyes, with a bright red light source. At this time, it was late afternoon, almost dark. The sunset dyed the entire sky yellow. Jae Young is now slowly walking under the trees in the forest. He rolled his eyes and looked everywhere and exclaimed, there was nothing special around him, which made all of this even more suspicious. Suddenly Yoon Jae-young opened his eyes wide, seemingly discovering something special under the lake. He stared at the still, peaceful lake surface, which was covered with a layer of sparkling golden color due to the afternoon sunlight. Then he lowered his resolve and rolled up his sleeves. Okay. After saying that, he immediately took the momentum and rushed straight into the lake, creating a huge wave causing water to splash everywhere. Even when the whole body has sunk deep into the water. Yoon Jae-young quickly realized, a small lake that is this deep is a bit too much. Elsewhere at Arcadia Korea branch, a group of people are extremely tense in front of a large screen with a bright red warning sign. Warning, the main scenario opens. The head is the authorized executive director, who is also the general manager of Arcadia's Korean branch, and is currently scratching his head. I'm about to go crazy. He frowned and said in annoyance, what the hell were you doing in a continent that opened in less than a week and the main mission was still there? An employee standing nearby commented, well, according to the mission analysis team, it seemed like a player had caused a dispute with a certain element related to the main scenario of the game. Hearing that, Kwon Myung-in immediately turned to ask again, was it some element? What chaos had he caused that the whole game was shaken just because of the actions of one player? The employee immediately awkwardly replied, we are not too sure about that. Kwon Myung-in sighed in frustration, phew, wow, and then ordered, first, report this matter to the chairman, and ensure that each department is thoroughly prepared to immediately react to the situation, emergency situation, understand? The group quickly replied, yes, then sadly left. The whole room was left alone by Kwon Myung-in, who was still deep in thought with the difficult problem at hand. The main script was created just 4 days after opening. In America it was also very peaceful even though it had been open for more than a year, 3 months. This is the result of a star Korean server. On Yoon Jae-young's side, he had just emerged from the water, having difficulty breathing air after the recent exploration. One by one, the squares of the system board appeared before his eyes. Diving skill has increased to level B. You can now dive deeper for longer periods of time. Your charge increased by 1. Yoon Jae-young was all wet and exhausted, sitting by the lakeside. Thinking back to the memory from earlier, I couldn't help but frown. Damn, it felt like I had dived 200 meters deep but couldn't even see the bottom of the lake anymore. His eyes looked towards the faraway place on the other side of the lake where there were dark, ambiguous forests. My willpower is starting to feel vague. Should I just give up? He began to wonder again, like now, when the game had just started, the other players were trying their best to get the top spot. Wasting time leveling up my diving skills at such an urgent time. Suddenly he clenched his fist, and more importantly, game console installment, $920 a month. Yoon Jae-young's mind began to have a tense internal struggle. I was thinking about paying with items dropped in the game, but, at this rate, I wouldn't be able to earn nearly $1,000 a month. However, that hidden thing that has never been discovered is also a special thing that makes him feel very nostalgic. Hidden quest, something entirely for yourself, a quest completely separate from other players. After pondering for a moment, he stood up straight, looked at his image reflected in the water, and continued, if the reward was nothing, it would be heartbreaking, but... Determined, he smiled confidently and victoriously, as a player, I can't just let this opportunity slip away. Okay, I'll do everything I can. At Silicoff's headquarters in Silicon Valley in the US right now. In the president's office. A small girl with cute yellow hair styled in 2 ponytails was sleeping on the bed. That child's appearance was in complete contrast to her identity, which was Jenica Paul, the head of Silicoff Corporation. Suddenly something excited caused her to open her eyes wide and wake up from her dream. In the room filled with lovely items, a scream suddenly rang out, Jack, what do you mean the main script was created in Korea? The person named Jack appeared through a large light blue screen, his hair covering half of his face creating a mysterious look. He answered softly, a Korean player had discovered a clue leading to the hidden job is hidden in the new village. According to Alice's analysis, there is a high possibility that this will lead to the main scenario. This is an unfavorable announcement for the corporation. Sitting in front of the screen, Jenica Paul frowned and lightly rubbed her hair when she heard that. Did we really let something that would have such a big impact on the newbie village? Jack smiled faintly and replied, it wasn't us, that bastard left it there. As soon as he spoke, a faint figure that could not be seen clearly appeared in his mind. Jenica Paul laughed angrily, she growled, that damn bastard. Having said that, he ran over and threw away the objects on the table in a hurry to find his tablet. She hurriedly looked it up, scrolled back and forth searching for a while, then exclaimed. Found it. However, the information before her eyes made her feel surprised and confused while reading it. Hidden profession, anarchic poet, no level calculation method, no attack skills. What the hell? How can you play games with this? She said dissatisfiedly. Faced with her hot-tempered attitude, Jack still calmly spoke up, but in return they received a special ability. Genical Paul seems to have been enlightened, has a special ability. Wait a second. Having finished speaking, he continued to lower his head to look for something. However, she didn't know what she saw the next second, nor did she know what it was that made her open her eyes wide, tremble and sweat. Shouted loudly, echoing throughout the building, it was crazy. Returning to the game side of the virtual world, 10 days later, the familiar scene of the lakeshore and distant forests appeared. Yoon Jae-young was holding a strange object rising out of the water. After a period of hard work with this place, he finally achieved the results he wanted. He stood half above the water, holding up the strange item to examine it and smiled with satisfaction. Great, I found it. It is an object shaped like wings tied by a long string, surrounding it radiating a faint, fanciful purple-pink light that is very eye-catching. Next to him, the system board is reporting one after another. Your rolling skill has increased to level A, your accumulated points have increased by 1. Your water level has increased to 10, you can dive to very deep places. While he was still engrossed in looking at the item he had just found with great difficulty, a sudden noise made him turn around, only to see a few steps away a large green board suddenly appearing from under the lake's surface. Written on it are long lines of announcements, quests. You have completed the quest to find traces of darkness. You have found notes about evidence of the oldest clues of darkness in the Lake Aran. Verify that these records are true and search for evidence to support it, completing the target one-on-one. You have received your reward, Black Lotus. Black Lotus is the name of the beautiful item he found earlier. It contains traces of nothingness in ancient times. If you use this item, you will need to consider it. So many. He picked up the item and looked at it again, then pondered and wondered, so you guys are saying that this necklace is a clue. Tell me whether I should use it or not. This explanation is almost threatening. Although that is said, when the question appears on the system board, do you want to use Black Lotus? Yoon Jae-young still did not hesitate and reached out to check the yes box. It seemed like the decision had been made and the boat was built, but suddenly the system asked the opposite, are you sure? Even though Yoon Jae-young felt a bit confused, he still raised his hand to choose yes again. The system still doesn't seem to accept this result. It asks again, are you really sure? Yoon Jae-young didn't even think about it and was still very confident in his original choice. The system still hasn't given up. It keeps repeating reminders. You really, truly, I ask one last time. Even if you are truly sure, you won't be able to take it back. Every time like that, Yoon Jae-young quickly pressed the yes button without even looking at him. Tormenting each other for a while, he angrily clenched his fists and shouted, I told you, I will use it. Why? Kept asking me if I was sure or not. The system seems to have compromised. It helplessly says, are you clicking like crazy? I know it all. Then, the system panel suddenly changed, making Yoon Jae-young startled. In an unknown corner, a guy with thick hair covering his face is smiling mysteriously behind the system panel and talking to Yoon Jae-young. If you have come to this point, then it seems like you really want to use this item. I won't ask any more, don't regret it. After all, I've warned you enough. The mysterious boy looked seriously at the screen and continued, from now on, try and use all your abilities to cause chaos, just like I'm doing right now. The strange voice that came out made Yoon Jae-young feel confused. Who was it? The system did not answer his question but began to update new notification bars one after another. Hidden quest, your job has been changed to anarchist poet. Ranking system will be removed, reasonable stats will be received. A quest system has been added, the character always belongs to the player. A new mission has been updated. Yoon Jae-young was startled and opened his eyes wide, looking straight at the main screen in front of him. A strange mission was given to him, which was to kill new players who had not changed their profession. The number of new players killed was 0, the remaining time was being counted down, 6 days 23 hours 55 minutes 24 seconds, at Edeline's West Lawn. This is the first slime territory beginner hunting ground. The beginners are fighting the slime monsters. Among them was Dex, who was waving his fist, shouting, help! Throws a slime monster into the sky. In another corner, there were 2 new players. In the man's hand was a blue gem. His voice was cheerful, if you drop this item, you'll get a slime bell. The female gamer next to him had wide eyes, an expression full of admiration, her voice mixed with jealousy. "Oh, she sold 50 bronze? So jealous." In response, the male gamer happily smiled from ear to ear because he picked up a bargain. "I'm so lucky, this is what a game is." Then the man posed, holding the pearl high in the air, triumphantly saying, "Okay, I'll hunt slime all weekend to make money." Looking at him smugly, the woman helplessly reminded him, "Hey, what about the test next week?" The two people stood and chatted without knowing that they were being watched by other players. Not far behind the two, Dex hid behind a tree, thinking to himself, "I have to kill those kids," with an uncertain look on their faces. Dex thought back to an hour ago. He's sitting in front of the computer. The computer screen displays the text, "The character cannot be deleted." Dex's face fell, not knowing what to do, like stepping on a landmine. Before that, Dex had changed to a hidden job, and when faced with a series of notification windows, he immediately tried to delete the character. When facing the control panel, the player information section appeared, nickname Dex, no level, anarchic poet profession. For a very simple reason. Dex stroked his chin and concentrated, as he thought, he wasn't here. The leveling system is gone. This is the most basic system in the game, but Dex no longer has this system. Meaning the growth potential is gone, which would make too much of a difference. If other players continue to level up, the gap will increase. Dex doesn't want this to happen at all. But he thought about what the other person said, "Just keep trying your best, like I'm doing." Dex was depressed and thought, "I should have stopped when I heard that, I was blinded by my aggressiveness." Laying down on the beach, looking up at the blue sky, Dex thought to himself, "Well, if this keeps up it won't solve anything." The rays of sunlight passed through Dex's fingers, a light suddenly flashed in his head, an anarchic poet. No matter how bad it is, it's still a hidden job, so there must be some benefit. After that, Dex searched around the data window for a long time, looking for useful information, and finally found something. The anarchist poet's ability to exist has something special, which is an admission of 0. Dex saw this and thought thoughtfully, admitting, "What is it?" The system screen displays an explanation, acknowledgement, increasing the ability to intervene in this world. By using this data, you can change the rules of the world yourself. After using it, the data will be cancelled. Dex's face was full of surprise. What is this? His mind was full of question marks. Suddenly, the screen changed. Before Dex's eyes appeared the words, "A new quest has been updated." Reading the mission, his expression couldn't have been more special. Kill new players who haven't changed jobs yet. People killed 0, remaining time, 6 days 23 hours 55 minutes 24 seconds. Returning to reality, Dex stood behind the tree and still couldn't believe it. So I have to kill those new players. This mission doesn't affect game management. Dex bowed his head in thought, what should he do? Thinking about it, Dex decided, well, let's try it out first. The right hand holds the sword. He still used his strength to create blue fire that covered the sword in hand. His legs gained momentum, creating force to rush towards the other two gamers, silently saying, I'm just playing a game. But something unexpected happened. A guy with yellow hair attacked the two of them first. That guy smirked, almost. I was able to kick it away. The blue-haired female gamer quickly helped her friend up and shouted angrily, who are you guys? The guy laughed loudly, including the blonde guy, while the other guy bowed his head, covered his face with his hands, thinking embarrassedly, there we go again. The blonde guy smiled and introduced himself, us. We are the owners of this hunting ground. Who are you to dare to come here to hunt monsters? On the other side, Dex was also suspicious, full of wonder, thinking, who are you guys? It hasn't been long since the beta opened and you're already fighting for territory. The blue-haired female gamer had tears in her eyes and angrily argued, this is a beginner hunting ground, a public place for everyone, who do we have to ask permission from? The blonde guy heard that, slightly squinted his eyes, approached the female gamer, faced her, said in annoyance, you girl, you're too noisy. I can tell by the accent, you guys are from Seoul, right? And talking about the test, so he was probably a high school student. As he spoke to the two of them, the blood-red words, Lever 12, Crazy Monkey, gradually appeared above that guy's head. That made the other male gamer startled and panicked. The red ID was a sign that they had killed other players. This is a park player. And the blue-haired female gamer seemed to be scared by the words of the blonde Crazy Monkey. If I searched for your nickname a little, I would probably find out where you live, too. She trembled with fear, tears welling in her eyes. No, speak up. That guy continued, his tone was disdainful, you know what I mean. Then those three guys looked at the female gamer with murderous intent. Go away if you don't want to be killed. Seeing this, the scared female gamer turned to ask for help from everyone around her, her eyes full of helplessness. Help, save us. Why are people just standing there watching? The male gamer accompanying him sat up, covered in injuries, trying to negotiate. You guys, why are you doing that? It's just a game, can't we just play for fun? The response was the indescribable expressions of the other three men. Then those three guys laughed loudly as if it was something very funny. Crazy Monkey arrogantly and contemptuously said, as you said, this is a virtual reality game, that's why we are like this. Crazy Monkey thoughtfully explained, games don't have any rules, strength is the only measure, right? This is the game. Then, a voice rang out, I agreed. Following that, a blade was slashed out. One guy's leg flew into the sky, a scream full of pain rang out. The two men turned around in surprise. Dex smiled brightly, his voice full of regret, I almost killed you. Having said that, without giving the three men time to act, Dex slashed with a knife, quickly ending the lives of the other three men. At the same time, the nickname also changed from green to red. The system sounded 3 consecutive times, the acknowledgement increased by 1. Dex looked at the notification, thinking. It's true that killing someone increases it by 1, I don't know what it's used for, but it's quite difficult to increase it. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, thanking him. It turned out that the other two gamers ran over and knelt down to thank them because they thought Dex had saved them. They said in unison, thank you for saving us, how should we repay you? Dex coldly replied, no need to thank me, because I also intend to kill both of you, to do the mission. In front of the shocked faces of the other two people, Dex put the knife on his shoulder and smiled gently, but his words made the other person's skin crawl, don't hold grudges. It's just a game, isn't it? The male gamer could only think, I feel it, that look is real, he is crazy. Then was cut into 2 halves. At the same time, the system rang the notification twice in a row, the acknowledgement increased by 1, meaning that 2 gamers had disappeared from the game. Before the eyes of everyone around. Dex said silently, next. Then he turned his head and laughed with the sword on his shoulder, in front of everyone's panic. Dex said, it was everyone's turn to watch. Do you have any last thoughts? After that, the forest echoed with screams, running footsteps and people's prayers. After that day, a rumor spread on the Arcadia homepage. Everyone said the same thing, the real madman had appeared. The night sky in a forest, the full moon radiates sparkling light, illuminating the entire forest. On a dry branch was an owl with glowing eyes. Eyes emitting golden light, the owl was staring at something. In the owl's eye was a figure running into the forest. A blue-haired boy ran and shouted, ah, ack. The guy ran as fast as he could, his face was full of sweat as he ran. He screamed, someone help me. Suddenly he picked up a rock. In the middle of the night sky, there was a very loud thud and ah sound. Suddenly the system appears, status, injury, your movement speed is slowing down. He was lying on the ground trying to crawl to the system, ugh, damn. He quickly turned his head and frowned, his pupils narrowed in question, his face panicked. In the dark forest, a pair of red eyes seemed to be watching him, making him nervous. From the darkness a young man wearing a blue cloak stepped out. Causing the blue-haired guy to panic, he shrunk back, surrounding his eyes surrounded by tangles. Yoon Jae-young smiled, his eyes raised with excitement. The blue-haired guy tried to back away and shouted in panic, you bastard, instead of killing regular players, why don't you go hunt monsters, why do you want to kill me? Yoon Jae-young held the knife and used force to slash it down on him, his eyes glowing. The blue-haired guy nervously closed his eyes and shouted, do you think the company will let you play dirty right from the game's launch? I will definitely report you, you son of a bitch. Hearing him say that, Yoon Jae-young paused. He looked puzzled, what are you talking about? He frowned, think again, who made me do this? The blue-haired guy asked again curiously, Before he could calm down, Yoon Jae-young slashed his sword and the blue-haired guy split in 2. Suddenly the system rings, you have killed a new player, you receive an acknowledgement. Yoon Jae-young tensed and looked straight, in his hand was a red knife. Then he yawned, wow, so sleepy. In the Arcadia online system, there is something called the death penalty, banned from logging in for 24 hours. At a company where everyone is busy working, this is a mechanism set by the manufacturer to prevent game addiction, while increasing the feeling of commitment. Suddenly there was a scream. "Ah, quickly remove the ban, sign me in, I'm the victim, why am I banned?" Arcadia Online Customer Care Department. The company director frowned. "What's going on?" The employee behind him sweatily explained. Questions related to park issues suddenly skyrocketed. The director frowned. "Park, we're already very busy. Which crazy guy has free time?" The customer service department has determined to work overtime. The system displays Yoon Jae-young's information panel, rank list X, anarchist poet, equipment, stats, skills, recognition 1025, strength 10, vitality 4, mana 10, intelligence 4, agility 5, evasion 3, accuracy 4, luck 2, resistance 0. Yoon Jae-young looked at the base system board and said, 1025th life already, after staying up for 2 days finally got some results. He yawned and thought, wow, everything seems to be more difficult than I thought, or should I say, every time I was criticized for killing someone, I was mentally exhausted. Furthermore, is it okay to keep this up, killing a bunch of new players while the game is just starting to come out? He wondered, clearly intentionally disrupting the game's operations. Why did he receive the mission? Kill new players who have not changed their level. Number of new players killed is 1025. Time remaining, 6 days 23 hours 55 minutes 24 seconds. He sighed, it's none of my business. Suddenly there was a sound behind him, Hugh, causing him to turn his attention. From the forest a group of slimes came out, surprising him. The system sounds, you saved a slime from danger, increasing your friendship with the slime, Hugh. He jumped back in panic, sweating and screaming, The slimes pressed on him and engulfed him, only to see his hand waving, arg. He hugged the cute slime and happily said, I thought I couldn't get along with humans anymore, but it turns out I still have you guys. Suddenly there was a noise that made him and the slimes wonder. From the forest, 4 fires slowly approached them. He looked up at them with dark eyes. He gently patted the slime's head and said, sorry, I really want to play with you guys, but if I don't run right now, I'll be in trouble. The blue-haired guy and a few others ran towards him holding a fire with an annoyed look on their face. The red-haired guy looked around and didn't see Yoon Jae-young. He frowned and sweated. Suddenly he pointed at Yoon Jae-young who was running away. He shouted, there, catch him, quickly. He ran like the wind through the forest. After running for a while, he discovered that ahead was a cliff. Getting closer and closer to that cliff. Yoon Jae-young stopped behind the cliff. Other people are standing in front of him. The blue-haired guy said with a haggard look, Fufu, you ran until you reached the cliff, how pathetic, do you look like a rat caught in a trap? Damn it, hearing him say that, Yoon Jae-young's face turned gloomy. Suddenly he smiled slightly. He let himself down into the mountains. Above, the others looked at him in surprise. The blue-haired guy looked at him in surprise and stuttered, man, crazy, he really jumped down. Is he stupid? Yoon Jae-young smiled sinisterly. Sign out. On YouTube, there are some of his images showing content, urgent news, dirty park, and terrible behavior of a newbie serial killer. Right below that video are controversial comments about that incident. Lamau, going the killer route, that's interesting, just try killing the machine to see if it's still interesting. Looking at the items, it looks like he just changed to a warrior job, the controls are the best, lol, but what's wrong with him, is there any mental problem? Now is not the time to laugh. The blue-haired guy, after not being able to catch Yoon Jae-young, looked at the screen in disgust. I was a newbie who died at his hands 2 days ago, since then I've always paid attention to the notice board. Sure enough, there were more than 700 reported cases. On the screen were some controversial comments about Yoon Jae-young, 700 lives, it was a joke, so if you gathered about 10 people, you could kill him as easily as eating candy. The blue-haired guy gritted his teeth and said, yes, I'm also planning to form a team to kill him, anyone who wants to join please contact me, time and place. At the fountain area in the game. The blue-haired guy gathered a group of people who were killed by Yoon Jae-young. Everyone, thank you for joining me today. He said seriously, now, we will start the meeting to exterminate the evil. If I have to choose one of the attractive features of Arcadia, it is the event initiated by the players themselves, not only in the game, but the reactions of players on the internet can also create a story column. It really materialized into the game. Thanks to an AI that conditions everything, that AI took the form of a girl. She had white hair, a white dress adorned her blue eyes, her name was Alice. Detected the formation of a large-scale party, analyzed the related causes, related tasks, main events, Act 1 of the Birth of Darkness. She pointed at the control panel. Suddenly a system notification rang out, not asking for a new mission. The quest board that appeared in front of the blue-haired guy caught his attention. The quest board was displayed for everyone there. The mission is to capture the serial killer of new players, and capture the unknown murderer who is killing a series of new players in the slime area. At the Korean camp for the scenario, mission planning, and design management teams, the game master screen malfunctioned, causing panic among those there. The chairman shouted, the mission was issued without any announcement. On top of that, it was sent to all players. The employee next to him panicked, we're still analyzing the cause, core. The boss turned around and shouted, are you really going to take this so lightly? It's been a long time since we opened the servers, but it's already a mess in here. Script team leader, director, Kang Tae-hoon. The people there looked at him indignantly and remained silent. They were extremely worried and could not stop sweating. It was clear that this was an emergency situation. Even if the quest was suddenly sent to all players, if it had been a normal quest the whole room wouldn't have fallen into chaos. I'm sure. This is a mission related to the main mission in Scene 1. Hearing what the scriptwriter said, the director nervously stepped back. Our scenario team's predictions were all incorrect. Within 2 days of the main mission being issued, the mission had begun. Promulgation and initiation. There is an undeniable difference between these two concepts. Just as a seed does not grow and bear fruit immediately after it is planted. By the time the quest was issued to all players as a notable quest through a ripple effect, many months had passed normally, the scenario team had predicted. They all looked at the red screen in panic. Director Kang Tae-hoon nervously looked at the screen and thought, 2 days, the gap is too big to consider it simply an inaccurate prediction, there must be some reason. On the screen is information about the game. What he found was information about the novice killer. He looked at the screen angrily. What the hell? The employee next to him nervously replied, well, one of the players is going around killing players in the hunting area for beginners in the castle, Slimeland. We predict that this player is directly related to this main scenario. So what about the murderer's information? Where does he live and what does he do? I tried to verify that, but currently we can't check because there is a restriction on viewing the main headquarters. Establish. The director looked at the screen with his chin in his hands and thought, headquarters, after just an ordinary player they did that much, who is that person? Suddenly an information surprised him. On the screen displayed, the number of players killed, 1,025 people. Scene changes to Yoon Jae-young's front door. Yoon Jae-young was sleeping soundly, the rays of sunlight shining through the crack in the door wafting into his face. Suddenly he slowly opened his eyes, saliva still flowing from his face. On the screen displaying new events, special events, catch the murderer, righteous missions to catch the murderer with Arcadia online with the blooming justice, rewards will rain down, defeating the park, evil has taken over the hunting grounds for TN players. He looked at the screen and thought, what is this? He frowned and tried to force a forced smile. This is definitely me, right? In that article, the interaction was so high that he shouted in surprise, more than 2,000 comments. He frowned and gritted his teeth as he looked at the comments and said, well, this is getting complicated, it's a bit humiliating, but can we noob slowly stop everything? But considering that, there's still so much to get. He looked at the place to log into the virtual world, his mind confused, He looked at the game world where the slimes were playing and thought, what should I do now? I didn't expect they would create a mission to capture me. Slime colony, where smiling slimes happily play with each other. He slowly stood up and said, this is the best place to hunt newbies, should we look elsewhere? Suddenly, a sound, Huong, came from behind him, causing him to turn around and look. Slime looked sad. Huong, he looked at the slime in surprise, what a slime. Oof, it's so hard to hunt. Hearing the noise, he looked up. There were 2 people walking and smiling. The orange-haired guy said, Kek, I told you to choose a profession other than a magician. The brown-haired guy next to him angrily replied holding a wooden stick, damn it, I don't know, hunting just one slime is this difficult. The orange-haired guy gritted his teeth, He saw the slime standing at Yoon Jae-young's feet. He shouted, I found the slime we were hunting. 2 of them, one holding a sword and the other holding a stick, ran over there. Brother, we're hunting it, don't touch it, don't play stealing cards, it's not good. Don't touch that slime, its HP is very low, it might die. Hearing what they said, Yoon Jae-young looked down at the slime who was sadly looking at him. He looked down. Then he opened his eyes and looked straight at the two of them. He put the hood of his cloak over his head and slowly walked towards the two of them. The gray-haired guy frowned and asked, "What's wrong with that bastard?" The brown-haired guy next to him suddenly realized, "Wait, that look, I think I've seen him from somewhere before." He tensed and looked straight at the two of them. The orange-haired guy frowned, "Hey." He slowly ran a few steps. The orange-haired guy reached out to Yoon Jae-young. The red-haired guy frowned and shouted, "Are you deaf?" He looked up and remained silent. Suddenly he smiled softly. Yoon Jae-young used all his strength to secretly shout, "It was PKKKKK." The orange-haired guy frowned and his eyes widened in surprise and said, "What?" Yoon Jae-young rolled down on the ground and lied down. "Ah, I'm going to die, the park guy is here." The orange-haired guy standing next to him stammered, "Hey, what are you talking about? I'll push you too." Yoon Jae-young still tried to shout, the park guy is here." The people looking for Park nearby heard it, their eyes lit up. Park, they looked towards the two of them. Reward, causing the orange and brown-haired guy to shout in surprise and explain, "No, that bastard was in my way so I just pushed him away." The orange-haired guy turned around and shouted, "Isn't that right? Look, that guy looks suspicious, that's him." When the orange-haired guy turned around, Yoon Jae-young and the slime had already run away. He shouted, "Ah," he ran away. The people there frantically ran towards the orange-haired guy. "Shut up, hand over the event reward, murderer, how dare you target young beginners, psychopath, reward, reward." The crowd looked up at the two men. The brown-haired boy tensed up and sweated, thinking, "Now that I remember, I'm still wondering where I've seen that gloomy appearance before. That person is the park person that people rumored about." The sky and ground began to emit red light. The two of them screamed loudly, "Wait, we've been wronged, shut up, murderer." Scene changed to another forest. Yoon Jae-young and the slime were sitting on a log. Yoon Jae-young was sweating and panting. "Phew, I escaped at the last minute." He picked up the slime and smiled. "Huh, you followed me here." The slime smiled happily. "Kyung, Kyung." He picked up the slime and asked, "Haha, this adorable little thing, are your injuries okay?" The system starts ringing a notification. "You have saved a slime in danger. The slime affinity has reached its maximum value. You have received the title of Friend of the Slime." He held the slime baby in his arms and looked up at the system notification, saying, "Oof." He looked up and said, "Well, it can be considered that the number of slimes I saved was equal to the number of beginners I killed, so it was reasonable to receive that title." He hugged the slime and thought, however, nothing changed the fact that he had received points close to a level 1 slime. To continue playing the game, he needed something to help him overcome this situation. The system rings. "You have met the minimum requirement for credit points. You have formed a mutual relationship with the slime clan. You are allowed to use credit points to help them." He looked at the system board and wondered, "Could you help?" LV1, Slime, HP 50, Minimum 0, Attack Power 10, Physical Defense 1, Admit Point 1025. Admitted Score 1025. He looked up at the slime in surprise. Suddenly he smiled. He smiled, "Ha ha ha ha, this game will be very fun and extremely crazy. Are the recognition points created for this?" He sent a wave of orange and red energy into the slime's body, causing the slime to gradually turn orange. Admit Score 1025. Recognition points will be used forever. Do you really apply these changes? He smiled and paid attention to that announcement. Have. Then, on him and the slime, it seemed like a huge god appeared, giving them strength. That ray of light illuminated the whole forest. The basic stats of the slime race have been changed. Monsters are targets for players to destroy, from female demons to stone demons. Their existence is very important in RPG games. It means a role-playing game to fight monsters and level up. Among them are those for beginners and beginner hunts. They provide basic essay exercises, monsters known as beginner monsters. In the online world of Arcadia, these monsters are called slimes and are shaped like walking jelly. However, what will happen if this monster becomes too strong for beginners? The results can be found on Arcadia's official MooTube site, Arcadia. Videos with content like me trying to become as strong as possible with a level 1 wooden stick, or videos climbing towers, or videos called slimes that are too strong. Even this video has a huge number of views. The video content is as follows: the actual game scene appears before the player's eyes, the experience is extremely realistic. While I can even see the fingerprint clearly. The graphics here are amazing. Through the player's perspective the scene appears extremely realistic, all perspectives are like a real-life experience. Suddenly, the player sees a blue slime monster in front of their eyes. Oh, is that slime? It's so cute, it looks dreamy. Anyway, I will try to defeat it. After the player finished speaking, he immediately picked up his weapon to fight. The seemingly harmless monster let out a small cry, "Q." The player paused for a moment, and immediately the normally gentle slime rushed forward, actively attacking the player, causing her to not react in time and fall back. What the heck? Wait a minute. No, someone save me. The player attacked by it cannot resist for long and quickly dies. A notification suddenly appears in front of you. You are dead. You have just received a penalty not to log in within the next 24 hours. Be more careful next time. Below the video also received a lot of interaction. Everyone was commenting loudly, "Oh my god, he was just killed by a slime. What is that? Is he pretending? How can he die in just one hit? The slimes these days are unusually strong. I'm going to die too. What are you guys saying? The slimes are stronger." The result of going through 1025 confirmations, level 15 slime, a tragic end caused by a weak-looking creature. Arcadia averages 10,000 new players per day, an absolute destruction. Every new player gradually becomes afraid of this little monster. A very cute-looking slime came up and called Q. It was quickly cut in half, but the surrounding players were also struggling. What the hell? What's wrong with these slimes? Why have I just been hit twice and my HP bar is almost depleted? Some people were so helpless that they were chased to the point of crying, "Save me, this guy is pushing me so hard, someone, help me." At this moment, on the cliff, Yoon Jae-young looked down, thinking, what a mess. Come to think of it, these slimes are passive types, you fight back when attacked first. Why did they become active monsters that attack first? Slime stood in front of the newbie, very confidently approaching. Yoon Jae-young thought, did their nature change after leveling up? If so, acknowledgement. Is that the ability to change the monster nature of recognition when added? This is probably a complicated ability of this anarchist poet job that I need to learn more about. Suddenly he discovered that the figure below was very familiar. Are they the same people who followed me before? Meanwhile, the group of people below were surrounded by slimes. At this time, there was a young man with blue hair screaming, "Get out! How dare these slimes attack us!" As he finished speaking, he saw a slime jumping towards him. He could only stand rooted to the ground and enjoy the entire attack. "Q," the monster happily exclaimed. A notification line appeared again. The enhanced slime had defeated a new player. The other group saw this scene and immediately panicked. He was defeated in just one blow. Then a series of screams rang out, "Please help. Enhanced slime has defeated a new player. Acknowledgement increased by 1. Enhanced slime has defeated a new player. Acknowledgement increased by 1. Yoon Jae-young witnessed the whole situation and finally understood. He licked his lips cunningly. This is much more interesting than I thought. Just 2 hours later his recognition had increased to 3,924 points. He put his hands on his hips and smiled happily. I earned this amount in 2 hours, 4 times more than the recognition I had before. This makes the previous 2 days of assassinating me seem like it was in vain. Your beginner's kill count is already 4,949. I shouldn't just focus on doing missions anymore. Wouldn't it be better if I enhance the slimes as strong as possible and reap the rewards from them? Slime has reached level 15 and cannot continue to upgrade anymore. Yoon Jae-young. As soon as I saw the notification I was depressed. I know it's not that easy. But he's not the stubborn type, that's it. Anyway, this level is enough, so it's okay. Yoon Jae-young looked at the slimes in front of him and waved. "Okay, I trust you guys." The slimes also jumped and responded, "Okay master." Meanwhile at Arcadia Online Korean branch, Kwon Myangan rolled his eyes angrily and shouted, "Report immediately." Yes, it's so scary. A brave employee stepped forward and said, "Today at the 1320 hour, we have confirmed the stats of many slimes strangely posted. Because of this a huge number of new recruits have suddenly. This situation is still ongoing." Kwon Myangan asked if there was any news from headquarters. The other person also honestly reported, "About that we have done many checks but have not received any answer." Kwon Myangan was angry. "Damn, I'll check myself later anyway. How much stronger are they slimes? If they weren't at least 2 times stronger then we wouldn't be in this situation." The employee stammered in fear, "Yes, about that, 10 times. This time, the opponent was surprised. They were 10 times stronger. Kwon Myangan turned back and think, 10 times is not just 2 or 3 times, but 10 times stronger. The staff behind them bowed their heads to the floor in fear. Suddenly Kwon Myangan shouted, "Wait! How much vitality the new recruit initially had," the other employee also responded. They have exactly 100 horsepower. Kwon Myangan was scared, which meant that with the slime's current power. The other employee probably also guessed what his boss meant. Well, for level 1 rookies, just one blow is enough for them to go back to the castle to recuperate. Having said that, he quickly acted on his own. Everything that happened in Arcadia couldn't be due to a simple mistake, because it was a world that was extremely carefully calculated with the most advanced technology. He opened the door and entered. But we cannot just ignore this matter. Kwon Myangan decided to experience it directly. If I can't understand the current status of the report, then I will directly observe it in the game. A green light appeared right before his eyes and the game began. The immediate vision appears with a notification confirming authority. Level 3 Manager CEO Kwon Myangan has confirmed, allowing connection. He slowly entered the virtual reality space, his face full of determination. "I am here to find the truth." He called, "Alice." The little silver-haired girl heard the call and immediately appeared. At the slime number 1 territory beginner hunting ground. Right now Yoon Jae-young is walking in a forest. He silently observed the road in front of him. Yoon Jae-young touched his chin. He said, there's no one here, something must have happened. The system displays a notification: kill new players, kill players who have not yet promoted their profession. The number of new players you have defeated, 9,640, remaining time, 1 day, 22 hours, 46 minutes, 17 seconds. Yoon Jae-young speculated that the number of kills is slowing down. There are almost no new players coming anymore. I bet the rumor that this place is dangerous is spreading. He observed the other players fighting to kill slimes. Not only that, 15th level adventurers had also started coming here to hunt slimes. With his current strength in the slimes, it was difficult to deal with them. He looked at the other players, they had so many experience points. Yoon Jae-young realized that this meant this place no longer had much use. But yeah, it's not too bad. He looked up at the number on the system, 9,987, because the number on the mission hadn't stopped increasing completely. That number slowly increased and finally reached 10,000. Immediately, a notification from the system appears: you have defeated 10,000 new players. This is an achievement that is difficult for anyone to achieve. You have become a cruel murderer recognized by everyone. Title achieved, Novice Assassin. Quest rewards have been improved. You will now receive a mid-level reward. Another notice appeared, this time a reward chest, a mid-level reward, accepted. Yoon Jae-young was extremely happy when he received the notification about the intermediate reward. The intermediate reward, he won the trick, let's see what it has. He quickly clicked accept on the notification panel. After opening the chest, a purple light appeared. That light was extremely dazzling and grew larger and larger. Yoon Jae-young frowned, he gritted his teeth and was filled with anger. What is this? The intermediate level reward is actually a trap. Why is the effect so dazzling? After the light dissipated, only a black ball remained floating in the air. Yoon Jae-young wondered, that black blood must be a reward. It was an egg. The black egg began to have a large crack. Then it completely broke in half. Another blinding light poured out from inside the egg. Another system notification immediately appears: you have opened a mid-level reward, you have received a companion. A man with white wings appeared from the light created by the egg. That man smiled, turned his red eyes towards Yoon Jae-young. He coldly asked, who are you, and how dare you summon me? Yoon Jae-young was frightened by the man's pressure and kept backing away, but he was extremely excited and thought, the pressure is terrible, what kind of monster did I just summon? Yoon Jae-young opened his eyes wide in surprise. He seemed to have realized something. Wait, that was King of Chaos, Demon King, Satan. He looked at the red eyes hidden in that purple light. Yoon Jae-young was extremely surprised. The Demon King, Satan, gave an extremely arrogant smile. Humph, I guess it would be a bit difficult to completely summon myself. It seems I was summoned in a younger form than myself. Demon King Satan now appears as a child with white hair, red eyes and wings on his back. Even though he appears with a small body, Demon King Satan is still extremely arrogant about his own strength. Well, it's okay. With this amount of power, it should be enough to kill those damn angels. Yoon Jae-young coldly looked at the Demon King, who was only as tall as his knees, gesticulating with his arms and legs. The Demon King was puzzled. The Demon King finally realized that his body had become extremely small at this time. He looked at himself in extreme panic. Where am I? Wow, what is this appearance? What's wrong with us? Naturally so tiny. The Demon King gritted his teeth and looked at Yoon Jae-young with hatred. Oi, that human over there. Yoon Jae-young immediately replied. The Demon King angrily asked him, you are the one who summoned me. Yoon Jae-young scratched his head. He was a bit confused by the Demon King's question. Summoning? I haven't been able to do that yet. I simply opened the mid-level reward and then you appeared, saying you were my companion. The Demon King was so shocked that he lost his color. He silently screamed in his heart. The Demon King found everything extremely unbelievable. He kept asking questions. No, I am not a low-class demon. Why am I someone else's companion? What the hell is this? Why? I could be bound by a contract that hasn't even been discussed yet. I already rule over many demons in the demon world. Why now? Yoon Jae-young looked at the Demon King with his small body kneeling on the ground holding his head. What was this brat saying? There was still some disbelief in Yoon Jae-young's eyes. He muttered, so this is it, the Demon King. The Demon King remembered his majestic and strong appearance from before. Now he's extremely angry, sitting on the ground, covering his face. Sigh, what the hell, he's such an old man, what's wrong with him, seriously? After thinking about it, he angrily called out to Yoon Jae-young, hey, human. Yoon Jae-young was suspicious. The garden demon hovered in the air so that he could be on par with him. He crossed his arms over his chest and coldly said to Yoon Jae-young, no matter what, because I was bound to the contract, your companion, so maybe we will travel together in the near future. Yoon Jae-young replied briefly, is that so? The Demon King used his small body to sit cross-legged on Yoon Jae-young's head. So? The Demon King bent down to look at him. He proactively made a suggestion, since things have come to this, let's get along. Yoon Jae-young, looking up at the garden devil above his head, remained silent without answering. He lowered his eyes and wondered. The Devil King was sitting on his head. Should I be happy? After not seeing his answer, the Demon King angrily cleared his throat. He was floating in the air observing Yoon Jae-young. Oi, human, it seems like you possess quite a good source of strength. Yoon Jae-young looked at him in confusion. Strength? What strength? At this moment, the system displays a notification. You can use the acknowledgement to release the power of your companion, but your companion is the devil. Please be careful not to be tricked or tempted. The Demon King gave an extremely evil smile. Oh, I see, this is why I am bound to this contract. If I obey, I will be able to crush that damn angel. Yoon Jae-young asked him confused. What are you talking about? Please explain. The Demon King flew in front of Yoon Jae-young. He evilly asked, hey, that power of yours, can you give it to me? Yoon Jae-young heard the Demon King say it all this time but didn't understand anything at all. By the way, what kind of power are you talking about? The Demon King smiled and pointed at him. Is there anything else? The power that allows you to overturn the rules of the world, that thing you possess. Yoon Jae-young, after hearing what he said, could only open his eyes in surprise. What? It couldn't be. He asked the Demon King again, what do you mean by admission? The Demon King pointed at himself. He tried to seduce Yoon Jae-young to give him that power, correct? Anyway, for humans, we can only use that power to a limited extent, so give it to me, and if you do, I will reward you well. Yoon Jae-young thought of a mountain of gold, silver and jewels. The system's notification panel appeared. The recognition was 8.975, 10 dodged, 4 accurate, 10 lucky, 4 resistant. Yoon Jae-young frowned. He guessed, the stat that the Satanic Demon King desires, means recognition is a special factor in this game, so he asked the Demon King, what will you give me for exchange for recognition? The Demon King laughed loudly. He summoned a formation. Let's see, if you give me the whole thing. A bright light appeared from the Demon King's formation. He waved his hand to ask Yoon Jae-young's opinion. Was this okay? The system displays a notice board. Nargle's complaint. Nargle's cloak, the leader of the number 2 force of the demon world, required level 150, physical resistance, 2500, resistance 1500 spells, special skills, energy absorption, spirit shield, level 2 demon skills, protecting the player from a fatal blow. Yoon Jae-young finds it extremely unbelievable. The required level is 150. That's crazy. I heard that some high-ranking people on the American server even start earlier than the Korean server, only level 50 or above. He thought, for me right now. In the end he still refused the item the Demon King offered. I don't need that. The Demon King sneered. It seems like it's not good enough. It's true, there's no way someone who signed a contract with me would be satisfied with something like this. The Demon King asked him, if so, is there anything you desire? Yoon Jae-young didn't hesitate to tell him, anything I want, right now, I'm not really thinking about anything. Suddenly, he had a thought, oh, there's something. Yoon Jae-young asked the Demon King, you can also strengthen monsters, right? The Demon King was full of questions at Yoon Jae-young's question. He was curious, what monster? Yoon Jae-young said a name, slimes. The Demon King was completely surprised by him at this time. He was suspicious, slimes. After that, the Garden Devil couldn't stop laughing. Kia hey 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 hey, you're really crazy, kek. You're really interesting. I don't know what the situation is, but I've never seen a request like this before. Yoon Jae-young ignored him, mocking him. He coldly asked, can you do it? The Demon King pointed at himself. He confidently affirmed, there is nothing I cannot do. Okay, how much will you give me in return? Yoon Jae-young looked into the system. The confirmation was 8.975. He laughed loudly, then said to the Garden Devil, all of them. The Demon King also laughed loudly with joy. At this time, they were standing in a formation. The Demon King shouted, establishing a contract. A huge beam of light from the sky shined straight down on the ground, and even illuminated the surrounding areas. Lightning spread across the sky. The slime monster's body had now begun to change. It had taken on a human shape. The system displays a notification, Slime Queen, level 100. A huge fire flared up fiercely, rocket, Q. A voice suddenly rang out loudly, as easily as turning a hand. The red-haired man carried a large sword on his shoulder. He said, I don't know what's wrong, but overall this situation is great. Killing a few will increase quite a bit of experience points. The big man wearing the armor absolutely despised slime monsters. Even if they were level 20, slimes were still slimes. After all, they were just weak monsters with some simple attacks. The red-haired guy continued, thanks to that, the slime lair became the perfect place for us, even though they are quite scary for beginners. The girl smiled as working hard to level up really made me people are comfortable. She asked her teammates for their opinions, if at this rate they could aim for the positions of the top hunters. The red-haired man laughed loudly, ho 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 is quite possible. If we keep hunting here, we will achieve that goal. But the ground suddenly cracked, the group of people fell straight down. The girl screamed in fear, what's going on? From the cracks in the ground, a strange voice suddenly rang out, remember your weak anger at having to die for no reason. That mysterious voice kept ringing. Because the race always lives in peace, for your own sake, fight the devil. Revenge, blood must be paid with blood. In that light, many slimes appeared. Those slimes stared at the group of people with bright eyes. The red-haired group of people gasped in surprise when they saw the scene before them. The ground continued to shake at this moment. The girl screamed in fear, Kya. The red-haired guy was suspicious. Earthquake, was it an earthquake? Suddenly his eyes opened wide in surprise. Then a scream of terror rang out. In front of them were countless slimes floating in the air. They stared at the three people standing there with bright eyes. The light emitted by the slime was extremely dazzling. The red-haired man quickly used his hand to block the light. His thoughts were filled with fear. He was about to die. Then he shouted loudly, someone help. Seemingly ready to face death, the red-haired man closed his eyes tightly. But the death he thought did not happen. The red-haired man tried to open his eyes in doubt. Those slimes didn't attack him at all, but quickly flew past him to go somewhere. The red-haired guy was extremely shocked by this scene. He couldn't understand what they were doing and where they were going. Position. The guy in armor suddenly spoke up, hey, look, there's something over there, right? Something extremely large in size suddenly appeared in front of the players. In front of all players, everyone receives a system notification. The girl was confused. The status window, why did it suddenly appear? On the status window it was written, slimes are a race that likes to walk in green fields and loves peace more than anyone. They were innocently murdered by human beings that suddenly appeared. After patiently waiting, the slime tribe came to the conclusion that there was no need to be patient anymore. Now was the time to stand up and fight for peace. That's why countless slimes were murdered and led the army to become the leader of their clan to fight to give birth to new laws. In front of Queen Smile's chest, there is a beam of light that shines extremely brightly. Queen Smile, level 100. At this moment, Queen Smile was angry. She cried out indignantly, "Guo!" She raised her face to the sky and shouted, "Oh!" After Queen Smile's scream, the surrounding trees shook violently. The power of that cry echoed far away, causing trees to fall. The ground shakes. The cries for help and screams continued to ring out. Kya, Kelland is dead. Cough, the tree fell on my feet. Someone help me move this tree, please. Help, I accept the death penalty hasn't been around for long. The red-haired man jumped to the ground. Next to his teammate, the man in armor was crushed by a large tree, leaving only one hand exposed. There was only fear left on the red-haired man's face. He faced the slime queen. The only thing he could do was cry out, "Oh my god!" Yoon Jae-young and the Demon King looked down from above at the scene of chaos and death below. Yoon Jae-young's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe it and asked the Demon King, "Tan, what did you do?" The Demon King put his hands on his sides. He smiled very smugly. "What? I'm just helping. The slimes are stronger than you said." Yoon Jae-young angrily said, "Wait, when I told you to make them stronger, I didn't ask you to make them so overwhelmingly strong." Suddenly a scream rang out with extremely powerful power and almost blew the two of them away. Guo. Yoon Jae-hyung hurriedly ran away. He gritted his teeth angrily. And the Demon King was extremely excited. Ha, she's so brave. If she were stronger, she might even have a place in the world. Demon World Army rankings too. The Demon King ran after Yoon Jae-hyung. He excitedly told him about Smile's future plans. Although Kukaku are only weak monsters, when stirred up with a desire for revenge, they become fierce, surprisingly strong. They will definitely create their own rules. Yoon Jae-hyung is confused, thirsting for revenge. What are you talking about? The Demon King winked and playfully told him, "What else? Like what you saw just now. These people have appeared and killed many Smiles. I just awakened their desire for revenge a little. Well, it can also be used in addition to the recognition you gave me." Yoon Jae-young was extremely surprised. The Demon King explained to him, "Bringing some being to the next level of evolution with a little recognition. That is the power I have. Recognition. That is the power that we have, the recognition." At this time below, the slime army in huge numbers continuously poured out. Shouts immediately rang out. "They are coming to us, everyone, quickly get into battle formation." A shield wall was erected in front of the players. They shouted, "Cough, stop them. If we get past the defense line we will die." Smile begins to attack. The player with the smile begins to fall into an extremely brutal battle. The system displays a notification. The main plot, the Forgotten Darkness, has begun to take shape. The Link Quest, the quest to defeat the new player killer, has been removed. Link Quest, Slime's Fury has appeared. A status window appears in front of all players. In the status window, the system reported that, main scenario, the Forgotten Darkness had begun to form. Smile's wrath had appeared. The evil darkness forgotten from the past had connected with slime and awakened the rage inside them. The slime individuals consumed by anger will destroy everything that is human traces, block their attack and protect your base. How to win? Defend the new player's city. Defeat Queen Smile. The remaining time is 6 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 24 seconds. You will fail when the guardian crystal of the new player's city is destroyed. If you fail, the new player's city is destroyed. After seeing the content in the status window, cries of surprise rang out repeatedly. The main scenario was okay. How could it be so unreasonable? The new player's city would be destroyed forever. So what kind of game are we going to be like? Ridiculous. What kind of game is this? A loud scream suddenly rang out outside the city. Q. A short-haired girl froze when she heard this cry. She looked to the side. At this moment the only thought that appeared in her mind was that it was over. The Slime Queen appeared and looked down at all the players in the city. The Demon King suddenly asked Yoon Jae-hyung, "What are you going to do now?" Yoon Jae-hyung asked confusedly, "What do you mean? Everyone must be busy now to stop those slimes." The Demon King leaned closer to him. He came up with an extremely evil idea and whispered to Yoon Jae-hyung, "Now you silently destroy the city's guardian crystal for new players, then everything will end." "What's the point, Kek?" Yoon Jae-young secretly glanced at him. He thought to himself, "This bastard's every word is trying to guide me to do what he wants. And of course he won't do what the Demon King hopes he will do." Yoon Jae-hyung answered him, "From now on I will just sit and watch." The Demon King is suspicious. Observe. Why? The Demon King continued to laugh evilly. He speculated, "Well, you want to wait until the last moment to destroy all their hopes, right? Cuckoo is great. What a majestic scene. As expected of you, that's the real devil, right?" The Garden Devil is still laughing crazily to himself. "It's going to be a very fun day. Ha ha ha. KK, Yoon Jae-hyung is extremely helpless against him. Just let it go." At this time, the system continuously displays a notification. "You have defeated a new player. The recognition has increased by 1. You have defeated a new player. The recognition has increased by 1. Yoon Jae-young was surrounded by a series of notifications, and when he saw their content, he was extremely surprised. He said coldly, "Well, it's true what he said, I have to make a decision. Between player and monster. Whichever side you help, you will benefit more." The Slime Queen, a female monster created from countless innocent little slime creatures that were murdered and a strong will for revenge, has an overwhelmingly large body with a characteristic green roar, angry in the dark night. She has reached level 100, her stats are HP 12,000, MP 3,000, Armor 250, Magic Armor 120, Physical Attack 5,500, along with the Ruler's Roar skills, leaping and the shared consciousness characteristic of the tribe, can regenerate quickly and especially because of the hatred that deeply loathes humanity. This entire scene is being shown in a closed meeting room of the Korean branch under the leadership of Kwon Myung-in. He was leaning on his hands in front of him, intently observing the situation, when suddenly the script team leader, department head Kang Tae-hoon, sitting nearby, suddenly stood up and spoke up enthusiastically. "The server must be shut down immediately, there must be something wrong here. Otherwise, how could a level 100 monster appear in the beginner village?" Hwang Jie, the leading female designer of the design team, also voiced her agreement with his opinion. "He was right, we have never designed such a monster before, which means that we have never designed a monster like this before. Heck, it wasn't designed by the Korean branch, I think this was planned by the headquarters in advance. I think maybe it would be better if we did something." Kang Tae-hoon immediately responded harshly, "CEO, we must report to headquarters. I don't know what the developers are thinking, but they must have specific policies for issues like this. It's an abuse of power." Kwon Myung-in bowed his head in deep thought. He remembered the unexpected events that had been happening recently, the main scene suddenly starting, and the investigation of that suspected murderer. Finally, the appearance of the Slime's Rage Raid. Pondering for a while, a bold thought suddenly appeared in his mind, making him frown and wince. "Don't tell me. Do you know what our company wants to achieve?" Hearing Kwon Myung-in ask such a question made everyone bewildered. Kang Tae-hoon asked in surprise, "Huh, what did you just say?" Kwon Myung-in did not care but seriously continued, "That is unlimited possibilities and unlimited freedom. Do you think something like this is our plan? I mean headquarters, do you think lazy people will come up with a specific plan and throw it at us?" A series of questions were asked. Hwang Jie coldly asked, "What are you talking about?" Seemingly afraid that people would not understand his thoughts, Kwon Myung-in continued to explain. "One player caused all of this, the appearance of the main scene, the new killer, the manipulation of numbers, slime, etc., and the appearance of boss monsters, all these things." Everyone present in the meeting room was shocked at the same time. Uproarious noises rang out. "How is that possible? Wait, if you look at the quest log it could actually happen." Kang Tae-hoon asked suspiciously, "Meaning, all of this was caused by a suspicious player?" Kwon Myung-in replied, "In any case, if this situation was caused by a player then we cannot intervene, because that is Arcadia's policy. Even," he said as he looked down at the tablet placed under his desk, "having to be punished for this. If your mission fails, the beginner town will be destroyed forever." At this time, the beginner town was in an extremely dangerous, chaotic situation, with huge fires burning everywhere, seemingly about to engulf all the houses there. The war between players and slime monsters continues to rage with no signs of stopping. Both sides aggressively rush to kill each other. The Bavarian guards rush forward and cut a small slime monster in half, thinking nervously, "Up until now I've only been able to defeat one. This village will be wiped out if there are no more adventurers here. More importantly, their numbers. Where the hell do these slimes come from? Is that so?" While Byron was still immersed in his thoughts, a slime monster appeared and approached from behind him. He panicked and turned his head to look. "Ah, this time I'm done for sure." Unexpectedly, right at that moment, a blonde-haired man suddenly stood in front of him and fought to help him. He turned his head and shouted loudly, "Take advantage of this opportunity to retreat, old man." Aaron suddenly woke up. "Ah, okay, I understand." The two immediately ran back to hide in a small alley located between houses. Byron held his arm that seemed to be seriously injured and said tiredly, "Phew, I didn't think they would chase us all the way here." The blonde man stood and observed the movement outside while comforting him. "Please heal here, I will continue." The Byron guard looked up at the man and said, "Thank you, thanks to you I was able to escape death. I don't know how to thank you anymore." The blonde man turned around, gave a like sign, smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm just doing what I should do." Byron didn't consider that normal. He still firmly said, "No, looking at you reminds me of the commander. He also goes around and helps people in danger just like you." Hearing that, the blond man rubbed his head embarrassedly, smiled wryly and replied, "Ah, okay," silently exclaiming, "This scene is actually more embarrassing than he thought." The Byron guard suddenly became more tense. "What brought me here?" said, then looked straight at the man and asked, "When you're free, can you meet me for a while? The warrior profile is recorded in my grandfather's diary." The blond man looked at his quest system board. "Hidden quest, Savior, you have met all the conditions for career advancement. Do you accept the title of legendary hero?" I was a bit surprised and couldn't believe my eyes. A hidden mission. I finally found the rumored hidden mission. Wow, this is crazy. Is this what people can find in the main scene? Then he put on a very determined pose. "I will do it. I'm really curious about what that guard said." The Byron guards were amused by your appearance and shouted, "Ho ho, I will wait for you." "But first," he said, "we need to stop this monster." That battle. 3 days have passed since the Slime's Rage raid started. After about half a week spent on the raid, the players were truly helpless against the Slimes for 3 days. However, the Korean players did not back down. The battle turned when high-level players also joined the raid. The adherents also formed teams and fought systematically. More importantly, when everyone kills 1,000 slimes, they will receive the title, Slime Killer. This title helps the player's strength increase 30% resistance to slime while also increasing 40% damage to slime. Those who achieved this title were able to slow down the progress of the slimes. With this, new players have begun to see a glimmer of hope. A large amount of destroyed slime piled up into a mountain. The blond man stepped forward and placed a flag on it, smiling with satisfaction. "Great, let's continue like this." On a certain cliff, Yoon Jae-young was standing with his arms crossed, observing the system board attentively. On it was his ongoing mission, killing users who had not yet changed their profession. The number of new players he had killed was 32,576. The remaining time counted down is a day, 22 hours, 46 minutes and 17 seconds. Demon King Satan stared at the number of new players killed on the screen and was extremely satisfied. He smiled happily. "KKKK, thinking that you have killed more than 30,000 people. This is the real deal. War. I have never seen a cruel player like you." Then he became even more excited and flew up to pat Yoon Jae-young's head, while continuing to laugh and say, "KKKKK, great, great." Yoon Jae-young was stunned. It felt strange to be praised by a demon for doing bad things like this. He looked down at his score in the mission board. That was enough. 22,576. I can't believe I've accumulated so much. It will be very difficult to reach this number if I keep killing everyone one by one. Satan asked, "So what will you do next?" Yoon Jae-young bewilderedly asked back, "What to do?" Satan crossed his arms and calmly replied, "What's next? I'm talking about the current situation. If you don't do anything, humanity will definitely win." Yoon Jae-young looked at the entire group of people standing below. Smiled a cold, sinister smile. That wouldn't be fun. After that, he was engrossed in working on the system. Satan next to him felt very confused. Why are you suddenly silent?" Yoon Jae-young did not answer his question but directly put on a black cloak with many tattered tears. Satan saw dark blood stains on the hem of his shirt and panicked. "Ugh, what is that? Don't tell me you put blood on it." Yoon Jae-young smiled coldly. "No matter what, it's time to choose our side." With Satan's triumphant smile, Yoon Jae-young finally made his decision. "We choose the slime side." On the other hand, at a building in Korea, Kwon Myangan is making a plea to his leader. "Please stop the raid mission, please, CEO." Hearing the request from her subordinate, she slowly turned her seductive eyes to look over. There was a beautiful face with a noble aura that touched people's hearts. It was Lee Myun, Arcadia's female CEO Limited. An eagle perched on a high branch, spreading its wings to fly across the vast sky. The slime raid time limit is 7 days, a period of time that is both long and short. The origin of a place more suitable to be called a battlefield than a novice village. The end begins to draw near. Life here seems to have returned to the peace of the beginning. People crowded together in small groups talking to each other. The time until the raid ended was nothing but 0 hours, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. The boy in black happily said, "The slimes have become quieter, maybe they should give up. They haven't been able to get past the defense line for a whole week, so what else can they expect?" The blond man standing next to him was also very responsive. "Yes, 10 minutes, only 10 minutes left, it's almost over." Time is starting to count down little by little. The players here are all extremely hopeful about victory without knowing that right now it is just the calm of the sky before the storm. Just when everyone was thinking that victory and defeat had been clearly determined, the countdown timer on the system announced that there were 10 minutes left. The moment of life and death truly began. In the confusion and fear of those present, the sky gradually became tinged with a strange and dark crimson color. Everyone was scared and panicked. What's going on? Why is the sky suddenly so dark red? Shit, something doesn't feel right. Everyone quickly gather around. I have a bad feeling. While the opponent's side was still in chaos, on this side, Yoon Jae-young smiled sinisterly. Okay. He stood on the Slime Queen's head and ordered, let's begin. The hunting game has officially begun. And at the front line of the new team members, the blonde man hurriedly waved his hand and shouted loudly to try to stabilize the situation. Don't be afraid, everyone, it won't be a problem if the sky changes color. It's almost over. No matter what the slimes are like, there's nothing they can do anymore. While he was speaking, he was silenced by a noise. The Byron guard said nervously, it has moved. The moving thing he was talking about was the Slime Queen. She appeared with a giant appearance. Compared to the player team's city wall, she was several dozen meters taller, her hair standing straight out into the air, as if swallowing the sky. The middle of his chest radiated a mysterious blue-purple light, looking extremely scary. Humans have killed countless innocent slimes over a long period of time. Slime began to resist because he could not stand humanity's cruel actions, and they began to resolutely take revenge out of anger. And to set things up, the Slime Queen monster leader appeared. She let out an angry roar, a loud roar that echoed, causing the novice players to take a few steps back to be able to stand. At this time, the system notification bar was still counting down. The remaining time until the raid ended was 00 hours 09 minutes and 58 seconds, while the players were still panicking. The Slime Queen reached out with her slimy hands, smashed straight down on the ground to release countless cute little slimes. Although they have a cute appearance, their angry outburst of revenge now makes them a more formidable opponent than ever. The number of slimes was so large that it was almost overwhelming, making the group of players no longer have the spirit to fight anymore. Most of them immediately put down all their weapons, swords and shields to run away. Some people were scared and fell to the ground unable to move. Another group just ran for their lives. The scene immediately turned into a mess. Run away. What kind of slime monster is this? The blonde man saw that the situation was not good and panicked and called out, everyone, maintain formation, don't run. He tried his best to reassure and urge everyone to fight, attack, use everything they can. Magic or bows are fine. Are you guys really scared? This is just a game. Come on, why is everyone so scared? Suddenly, feeling the pressure approaching, he fell silent and panicked. A dark shadow covered his eyes. He raised his neck and saw the Slime Queen's large, sticky hand gradually descending on top of his head. The man opened his eyes wide in horror as he looked at the hand that gradually squeezed him, swearing in despair. Damn, they really made this thing and expected us to defeat it. His last words were completely swallowed up by the falling purple slime caused by the Slime Queen. At this moment, suddenly, from afar, there were consecutive surprise attacks aimed straight at the woman. A fierce red-haired man roared, everyone, listen up hi. This had successfully attracted the attention of the chaotic group of people. They raised their eyes to the direction where the voice came from. I only saw on the roof a red-haired man carrying a large sword on his shoulder with courage. Standing on either side of him were two attractive young women with slim and beautiful figures. The red-haired man shouted aggressively, 5 minutes, just hold out for 5 minutes, no need to kill it, just attract their attention and run around, just stand and let it hit the rocks. The blessing in the novice village is that we will win. The stone he was talking about was a large block of purple spirit stone that radiated a faint virtual light, placed on a platform in the middle of the village. After hearing the reminder, everyone woke up. We must protect it at all costs. Let's put the reputation of Korean players on the front line. They looked at each other and signaled through their eyes and nodded at the same time. They all picked up their weapons and then turned towards the red-haired man and screamed, mentally preparing to continue fighting. Everyone was excited. Whoa, hoa. Damn it, don't worry about dying, just attack first. It's okay if you can't do any damage. Anyone with the ability to attack at long range come here and attack. This is a human wave comb. After successfully inciting the group, the red-haired man looked extremely pleased. It seems we have solved the most urgent problem in an instant. Great. Do it. At this time, both sides were in a position ready to fight. The giant Slime Queen faced a large group of new players, who would be the ultimate winner. The time for the decisive battle is now only 10 seconds left and the countdown has begun. The female slime monster started first by pouring a large amount of purple-green slime towards the players. She aggressively waved her hand and swept violently, breaking the wall and at the same time causing a small number of players to be knocked away, up into the air. The red-haired man immediately carried his huge sword forward. He even let out a challenge, "Come here, bitch. Here I am, dirty slime," he said, then slammed his sword on the ground, using momentum to rush straight towards the slime queen. He rushed forward with a very strong force. Around the sword there were also flashing yellow flames. The slime queen was in no hurry. As soon as the man was about to approach, she used her magic to create a shield that blocked the barrier, causing the man's own force to be reflected and then struck out, distant. However, he was still stubborn and did not give up. "Hahoo, it's too late, take this and end it, you greasy jelly bitch deserves to die." Scene change, back to the CEO's office high up in the building, opposite Kwon Myangan standing in front of the desk. Lee Myung coldly asked, "So? You want to request the right to stop the slime raid?" Kwon Myangan nervously replied, "Yes. I told you, that's impossible." Lee Myangan stood up and replied leisurely, "We are not the gods of Arcadia, we just manage it. To take appropriate measures, not eliminate the entire incident. That is our role." Inside the game right now, after landing an attack on the female slime monster, the tired red-haired guy sat down to rest under the steps containing the village's protective spirit stone. He panted heavily and said to himself, "Hahoo, it's really over, isn't it?" Just when he thought everything was fine and the outcome had been arranged, there was suddenly a noise behind him. The protective stone began to crack in his horror. Unexpectedly, he defeated the person he thought was the final boss of the mission, the Slime Queen. However, he was just a little careless. Yoon Jae-young gently approached from behind him and a sword stabbed straight into the protective stone. He calmly said, "Oh my hand slipped. The system begins to notify. The protective stone protecting the village has been broken. The linked mission, you have failed to quell the slime's rage." The system begins to notify. The protective stone protecting the village has been broken. The link mission, you have failed to quell the slime's rage. The beginner's village will be permanently destroyed. The red-haired man had a shocked expression. With difficulty he could utter a few words. You dog. The curse just rang out and was completely extinguished with a single, cruel sword strike. He finished decisively, but Yoon Jae-young didn't even have the slightest emotion. He just coldly asked himself, "Oh, I didn't get any more recognition points after killing him. I'm a newbie. Well, there's already a lot of them, so let's leave it at that." After receiving the notification from the system, other players hurriedly rushed over. "Damn, I can't believe that the protective stone was broken. When did the slimes enter the square?" But when they arrived, the scene before them made them dumbfounded. Looking at the place where the amulet was originally placed, there was a person wearing a flowing black cloak standing, waiting. Not monsters, but players. Yoon Jae-young slowly turned around to face them directly. A huge mysterious purple crystal was slowly cracking. A scary-sounding voice rang out, "The Guardian Crystal. Destroyed." The voice just ended, only to see Dex with a black suit and familiar sword standing on the platform where the crystal was earlier, and it seemed to have shattered, turning into small dust particles, in front of a bloody red scene. The three men who witnessed this scene first opened their mouths in surprise, then trembled and said who it was. They panicked and looked at where he was standing and shouted, "What the hell is wrong with this bastard?" The blonde guy shouted, "Hey there." One of the remaining three guys continued, "What the hell are you doing?" He shouted loudly, "The troll! Troll!" The scream was deafening, but Dex just calmly turned his handsome face around, smiling extremely handsomely. Everyone began to angrily carry weapons and rush forward, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Arrest that bastard, ask his identity first, I will spend the rest of my life torturing you." He smirked and gently replied with a sentence that smelled like gunpowder, "That's all." He continued, "But this is not the time to do that." Everyone was confused after hearing this. The man wondered, "What?" System notification sounds. Main scene, Act 1, Forgotten Darkness Rises. Quest, Slime's Rage, Failure. The novice village will be destroyed forever. A powerful beam of blue light was emitted. It flew into the sky and exploded. The people below were in a stir. Someone loudly said, "The Slime Queen has exploded." Green mucus flew up from gaps in the road surface. They gradually became big and strong. The people around them screamed in panic. There was something on the ground. As they emerged, everyone watched in amazement as the mucus gradually flew into the sky. They stood still in fear, not knowing what to do. Someone continued, looking as if they were merging into one. One person picked up his sword and slashed at them, saying, "Don't tell me a slime is being born." Another person heard that and loudly said in excitement, "What the hell are you talking about? I know we're talking," was attacked, but there was no way a monster would spawn in the middle of the village. Indeed, as they predicted, a giant slime had merged, emitting terrifying pressure. Before everyone could react, it hit the ground with a strong blow, causing them to panic and scream, "Puke!" The green mucus flew towards them again, causing them to panic and use their hands to shield themselves. Just seeing giant purple slimes appearing in front of their eyes that looked extremely strange, everyone said in fear, they were too big. The system's notification panel kept popping up again. Slimes were despised in the Arcadia continent. They overcame the humans who massacred them, and is now pursuing humanity. The slime shouted Q-oo, Q-oo. The system appeared again. A group of slimes arose in a human territory. Suddenly a pink hair flew in the night sky. The system spoke again, along with their leader. I only saw the slime queen sitting on a jade green chair. Her appearance had changed into a cold, beautiful woman, as if to say I was back and more powerful than before. Dex and Satan below exclaimed, "Oh, she's pretty cool." Now, the citadel no longer has its original beautiful appearance but instead is a dark, slimy scene, covered by a giant magic circle and slimes. The system notification sound sounded again. The newbie village's residents had been changed into a slime colony. The announcement was broadcast to everyone in the city. "Warning, you have entered the hunting area for level 80, be careful." Making everyone gasp in surprise, fear, tremble and say, 80, what the hell is this? Hugh, the sound of a slime resounding behind the man made him shiver, screaming, "Ah!" A giant slime army surrounded the three people. Dex smiled sinisterly and said, "This is what you meant." He continued, building a stable before catching a horse. The slime started attacking, causing everyone to panic and run away, screaming, "Ack!" Scene change, a blonde girl with a sunny face appeared, said, "Today's gaming news, I'm announcer Miky, nice to see you again." On the screen, she continued, Arcadia is widely known as a virtual reality game. The events happening in the game are being complained about too much by players. Because the event took place in the novice village, the sound on the news was still playing while he was lying in bed looking tired from staying up late playing games too much. "I'm catching up on sleep." A while later, he woke up, yawned, stretched, yawned. The news station continued to broadcast. Because the player had failed to complete the mission, the existence of a village had been wiped out and turned into a dungeon. This was truly shocking news, even as someone who has been a reporter for 5 years and a gamer like me for 20 years. What do you think? This is the resident reporter, Miky. Jae Young used a towel to wipe his head while listening to the news. Just seeing comments constantly jumping up on the phone screen. Wow, really an entire village of beginners disappeared just like that. What a farce the developers are. What the hell is wrong with new players like this? There's no hope. Then new players start the game with being welcomed by slimes like that. Return the beginner village, you bastards. Suddenly, a comment account caused a stir. However, I guess that this case was related to the new assassin. Really, what's the matter? I heard a rumor that a player broke the Guardian Crystal. It wasn't due to slime. They call that guy a rookie killer. Come on, how can that be possible? If it's true, this guy is a legend. He brushed his teeth and read the comments, thinking to himself, things are quite chaotic, I guess I'll have to hide myself for a while. He continued to think, it was probably because of him that so many people lost their things. As he thought, he just read a post, my guardian level, an extremely high level, lost everything. I was also the one in the recent incident at Nuthu village. I am doing some quests and preparing to level up, but the NPC told me those quests are no longer available. How can this game company explain it? He rinsed his mouth and thought, I'm just doing what the game tells me to do. What do they want me to do? He conjured up images of his titles and companions, the Bard of Chaos. Companion, Demon Lord, Satan and that person. Please do everything you can to disrupt everything, like me right now. He showed a pensive expression. He scratched his head and continued to think, but who cares? If he broke the law or anything, he would just be banned from the company. He reached out to open the door, his mouth still talking, more. I have to focus on my reality, he said, looking out the door filled with light. Scene changed to a certain school. Everyone is entering the school. Next to the door there is a sign with large letters saying, Showman University, Computer Engineering Major. Jae-young walked into the lecture hall, pulled out a chair, sat down, thinking, new student orientation at Shomen Technical University. It's not a big school, but I like student life and things like that, like this. Suddenly he looked over, He noticed his friend at the table was watching some video, thinking to himself, what video this guy is watching. Looking closely, he discovered that he was watching his video. Suddenly coming to school and meeting his fans made him think, me. In there, he kept thinking while watching, when was he filmed? Even more surprising when looking down at the subtitles, 2 million views, he secretly swallowed his saliva, surprised and thought to himself, why did he watch so much, and more importantly, the money from those views? Suddenly the guy next to him turned around and asked, are you also interested in this video, making him startled? He shyly said, I'm sorry, I just accidentally looked at it, the video looks so attractive. In my heart I thought, how come I can't watch the video with me in it? The other guy extended his hand to introduce himself, I'm Ye-gyun, hello, sitting at the same table like this must be fate, let's get to know each other. He replied, hello, I'm Kwon Ye-young. The curly-haired guy continued, this is a clip from the game Arcadia, you know this game, right? Ye-gyun continued excitedly, everything in here was in chaos, there was a beginner village, suddenly the slimes rebelled and burned the village down. He replied, is that so? He thought to himself, surely this guy is not what interests me, it's all about Arcadia. Suddenly he changed his tone, then continuing, do you know about this rookie assassin? The words made him startled and scared. He sweated and thought to himself, you rookie killer, why did he mention this issue, him? Do you know who you are? He thought while looking at Ye-gyun, maybe he believes in the truth that people who wear glasses are often dangerous. The entire scene of events taking place in the novice village is being observed directly by Lee Myun via the tablet in the office. Faced with this result, she did not have any special reaction, just sighed softly, newbie village, destroyed, from now on I will be very busy. After calmly taking a sip of coffee, according to Arcadia's settings, special circumstances can completely happen, but to this extent. Thinking for a moment, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, anyway. This will also help more people pay attention to Arcadia. Consider this a valuable lesson. Recalling the harsh reaction of his subordinates just now, Lee Myun relaxed and thought, this is the first time I have seen CEO Kwon so angry. Although she wasn't too concerned about the situation going on in the game, she couldn't help but be curious. Everything was done by only one player, and she wanted to see what that person looked like. Scene changed to the gate of Shomen University. Jae-young with a slightly surprised face, does he know who he is? Ye-gyun stood against the wall, his face slightly amused by his expression. He smiled slightly. The hand immediately slapped on his shoulder. What was wrong with him? And this action directly made him confused. Ye-gyun laughed, telling him not to worry too much when he didn't know anything. Let him tell, you're very lucky. Jae-young was sweating helplessly. Yes, really, thinking to himself if he was pretending, know it all. Ye-gyun gave him a video, telling him this was the most recent case of the newbie killer. He continued, they said the newbie killer was closely related to the raid on Smile's beginner village that day. He excitedly told him that this was confidential information that only he knew. He pretended to be confused and asked why a player could do that. He secretly thought, he is a lot sharper than he looks. He observed carefully, if he revealed anything, it would make things very complicated, and he couldn't let him know that he was a novice killer. Ye-gyun next to him saw his expression and thought he was talking too much. In the computer technology room, meet new students. The professor on the podium said, ahem, everyone seems to have arrived, it's nice to meet you all. I am Professor Kim Tae-hoon, the person in charge of my school's computer engineering department, although I regret having to interrupt this welcome meeting. But I had to stop by to tell the students in the upper group who always studied and decorated this computer engineering department. Immediately, the teacher's words were whispered by the students above, what he intended to do. What is that? You must have heard television and news channels mentioning a lot about the technology called virtual reality, which has led to an important revolution in computer science. The teacher raised his head and said in a low voice, the tone seems a bit angry. Arcadia, this name immediately caught his attention. Those who have experienced that world must also know that we can no longer keep up with the world using computer technology alone. The teacher's face turned serious. Therefore, after countless discussions, both the department and the university agreed that the current computer engineering program could no longer keep up with the changes of the times. Jae-young clasped his hands together and supported his chin. The teacher was right, because all the techniques that exist today have become old and outdated, when faced with a new culture of virtual reality. Professor Kim said clearly. So after a long discussion, the school management board and the Ministry of Education and Training decided that from this year onwards, computer engineering, it will be changed to virtual reality technology, which makes the students above immediately explode. Monk Kim continued, knowing that this would make the children here confused, but still. If we do not keep up with the world's great revolution, we will definitely be late with the times, Professor Kim affirmed. At lunch break, students are competing to get food. The dining table is full with soups and side dishes. What a surprise! Ye-gyun felt quite uncomfortable at the thought of the department's name being changed, and the boy on the other side couldn't understand why he was eating with him. But he quickly changed his expression, and most importantly, I didn't expect the professor to mention Arcadia right in the middle of the meeting like that. How great, he doesn't care. Oh yeah, he's really addicted to Arcadia, Jae-young thought to himself. He immediately asked him, come to think of it, why don't you play Arcadia? This question made the piece of meat on your chopsticks immediately fall down and you looked up in surprise. He tilted his head and played blankly. I really wanted to, but the game equipment was very expensive, so I couldn't try it anymore, and I'm not good at playing games. Ye-gyun looked bewildered. He himself thought he couldn't get caught, must not be arrested. Quickly and naturally, he decided to change the subject. He glanced at Ye-gyun. But you play Arcadia, right? He laughed loudly with food stains on his mouth. Of course. Not only that, he constantly bragged, I don't look like much but I'm very good. He seemed surprised, really, but inside he secretly thought, luckily we can change the subject. He said as he ate, tell me when you play, I'll help you. It's been a bit difficult lately because people create new players in quite random places. Jae-young immediately responded, of course, if I play, I'll text him, for you. After the conversation, he looked at him with sympathetic eyes and a little smile. He was really kind, a strange name. Satan pouted angrily, why did you take so long? How dare you keep me waiting? That's really good. You yawned with a sleepy face. I haven't slept in a few days because of the slime raid, so before coming here I rested a bit. Tan scowled and kicked you. You're really weak. This is why I shouldn't make deals with humans. He just thought to himself as he turned towards him. He must have been bored. Suddenly a scream rang out. The speed approaching him was so fast that he only had time to turn around before reacting. Immediately, the slime queen rushed towards him with happy eyes and wanted to hug Jae-young. The next second, many other slimes immediately rushed towards him. This made him extremely surprised, and he immediately fell down. Other slimes also quickly rushed in and crushed him down. Faced with the massive attack of slimes, he felt helpless. He couldn't help himself. Tan on the other side was also oppressed by a slime. Oh, get out of the way, you guys are sticking to it. He scowled and cursed. As soon as everything was settled, he faced the slime liquid. The slime queen pulled up her tie, placed her hands in front of her chest, and bowed her head. The system immediately displayed the slime queen's emotions, expressing her gratitude to him. The other slimes also closed their eyes and displayed a bowed expression. The slime clan has always remembered your contribution in expelling humanity and creating a separate territory for slimes. You are the savior of the slime race. Jae-young raised his hand to allow her to stand up. I'm not that great. The system immediately announced that it had changed from Slime's ally to Slime's savior, and the reward was the slime crown. A golden crown suddenly appeared in the air from the debris. It appeared on his head very quickly, which surprised him quite a bit. The system immediately announced an increase of 2,413 points. Quest, complete Slime's rage. Jae-young felt surprised, extremely impressed. Many thought it was true. The notification system displays the Slime Savior title. You saved the Slime clan from a major crisis and helped them prosper. They remembered your gratitude. This helped his stats increase. One quickly. Jae-young sighed. He has received the title of Beginner Killer and Slime Savior. It's best not to show it off to anyone. Hey Master, Tan is calling you from behind. This caught your attention. Why is Tan disappearing in the air? His face looked a little annoyed and asked, why don't we leave this area? If I see one more purple thing, I will really vomit. Jae-young also sighed helplessly at the sticky slime, while Tan next to him frowned in disgust. The happy-faced slime queen shouted happily, wanting to say goodbye to him. Having left the slime area, he turned to look at them one last time. Everything is done, you can go back, so let's go to the next location. In an area at the foot of towering mountains, a deep village peacefully spends its days. Deep in that mountain area, the aura that radiated immediately and strongly pushed the wind far away. A woman with golden hair and glowing angel wings. Even though I closed my eyes, I couldn't block out the light emanating from her. Due to the previous slime raid accident, the beginner village was completely destroyed. But players were able to find a location for the beginner village faster than expected, mainly because recently, a post appeared on the forum like this: there is a Baron Miky territory away from the beginner village, 10 kilometers. I'm recommending this place because the monsters around are not too strong and the items the NPCs sell here are not very expensive. The poster also thoughtfully attached a picture of Baron Miky's territory filled with prosperous. This article quickly attracted everyone's attention. The comment section also exploded. Good, I've been there too. I think this is the closest place to the beginner's village. No wonder you've been there lately. There are so many people gathered here. It's great, it's a new area. Does anyone want to form a hunting group together? Rumors spread like wildfire, and players gathered in Baron Miky's territory. Everyone knew that, at this moment, a pair of skinny legs suddenly stopped. That person was none other than Dex, his face expressionless as he looked forward. Not far from him was the gate to Baron Miky's territory. A guard harshly called out to him, "Stop, what's your name?" Suddenly, the Demon King showed his face from the collar of his cloak, silently glancing sideways and up and down. He briefly answered him, "Dex." He seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he raised his voice again. "Dex, you're also from the novice village, right?" You paused a bit, pretending yes, I think. He sighed. Phew, what the hell happened there? I heard something ridiculous happened. It was like a slime rampage or something. He was secretly surprised. Rumors also spread among NPCs. We need to be more careful. So he said, well, you will know clearly if you are there. They are not normal slimes anymore. He added that Adelan had now turned into a place for monsters, and the lowest level monster there was probably around level 85. The soldier couldn't help but be surprised. 85, how could there be such a thing, can it? It seemed like he felt like he overreacted a bit, so he quickly adjusted his tone. Ahem, I see. Now I understand why everyone gathered here. The reason you came here was probably so you could settle here, right? He added, please wait a moment, I will prepare a little and then let you enter the city. He happily replied, thank you. At this time, the Demon King was still looking around. He asked, what are you looking for? He angrily touched his head. This place feels familiar. He asked again in surprise, used to it. He was thoughtful. Okay, maybe I'm just thinking too much. Then, it suddenly changed the subject. But why do you keep calling me Tan? I already have a super name, Satan, the King of Chaos and Demon King, Satan. He said without thinking, I call you Tan because your name is so cool that it will attract other people's attention if I call you by the right name. Hearing that, Satan laughed happily. He drawled his voice. So that's how it is, can't be blamed. Ha ha ha. He thought to himself, does the appearance look good? It quickly became serious again, talking about something else. Anyway, Master, what are you going to do with that thing? He didn't have time to react, so he asked again, that thing. He raised his arms and legs to describe the power called recognition. It seems like you have earned more since the first time you met me. You understand? So yes, answer him. On the system board displayed, the acknowledgement was 33,551. Dex widened his eyes. Satan was drooling. His eyes sparkled as he expressed his feelings. And, I don't think you have accumulated that much. If you sum up all the points you used before, then you must have killed more than 40,000 lives. Ha ha ha. I'm right, but you don't plan to use it, so leave it to me. He definitely cut off its thoughts. He didn't like it. He immediately got mad, questioning him, why, anyway, only with me can you use it. If you give that to me, I will give you some terrible things. Just say it, I will give it to you, the item you want. It began to draw a vision. I assure you that you will be able to easily rule this entire continent if you equip these things. The things it mentioned are swords, shields, armor and orbs crystal. It added, not only that, you'll live your life in comfort just by selling one of them. Dex sighed, I'll tell you later, just wait until then. He could only cross his arms in dissatisfaction. Well, he's finished talking. Actually, he was thinking in his heart that Tan's idea also piqued his interest, because the item he showed him before was a unique item of level 150. But I don't think it's a good idea to rely on Tan and that system called recognition. Surely there is something more valuable to recognition than the items Tan is trying to give me. He secretly clenched his hands. I should be more careful when using recognition, especially when I don't know much about it. He suddenly smirked. More importantly, doing that would be quite boring. Inside Baron Miky's territory was a bustling scene. The streets on both sides of the road are full of noise for sale, good goods at cheap prices, prostitution, everything can be exchanged for iron ore. Hey handsome guy, you want a good sword? Seeing Dex just walking around aimlessly, Satan asked, so where are we going now? Actually, you don't know, just saying, I'll walk around once, look for some useful things, and find a suitable mission if it's okay. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He noticed two big people sitting in the bar opposite him drinking beer. One said, things don't look good. The brown-haired man whined, the Lord has asked us to increase our production. This is not good at all. How can we earn more than this? We even eat and sleep a lot less, a lot already. The bald man also sighed in frustration. I know, I'm afraid he will punish me very severely if we don't increase production within the allowed time. Dex silently recited the words Lord. He suddenly covered his mouth and smiled suspiciously. Ha, is there even such a thing going on? Satan looked at him in shock. What you say is profound and interesting. Satan suddenly became confused. This little mouse started something again. A voice rang out, hey. The two people in the bar immediately looked over in confusion. Dex smiled friendlily, looking extremely confident, and told them, I think I can solve your problem. The other two people's faces immediately lit up. They raised their voices and said, oh, really? Then please help us. The system immediately displayed the task named Miners Concern. The content was to collect iron ore for the miners, who were ordered by Baron Miky to increase iron ore production. Iron ore progress was no more than 2:10. You can receive additional rewards if you collect more iron ore than required. Satan finished reading and criticized, what is the meaning of this trivial mission? Oh, master, just do it like before. This mission seems like it can be repeated, anyone can do it, but Dex feeling quite interested. I'm wondering if that's the case. You told him, look around, Tan. He huffed, even though he didn't understand anything, he still looked around. I saw people buying and selling around, selling iron ore for 20 coins, and repairing equipment below level 20 for free. I sell homemade equipment, items made with C-rank blacksmithing skills. He glared in confusion and asked, what is there to see? Aren't they just ordinary blacksmiths? He smiled, well, I guess you could say that. He almost certainly said, the majority of them were not NPCs, but players. He said again, this is understandable because of the demands of many players who came here, but there were many people who refused the quest to collect iron ore. Because like you said, this is just a normal repeat quest. You asked him, there is an increase in demand, but supply remains the same, so what do you think will happen? He has never thought about this issue, so he said, I can't accept it. Hearing that, he didn't explain further. Well, you'll understand even if you don't like the result. To the new person, he raised his hand to signal okay to it, then asked, should we start making some money first? In Baron Miky's territory. In a magnificent room, Lord Baron Miky was sitting thoughtfully. She silently calculated that last month's iron ore was only 10 dong, but now it's already 15 dong. The price is increasing so fast. She couldn't help but feel sad. At this rate, there wouldn't be enough for the village's blacksmiths. If that happened, there would only be poor quality items from the apprentices for the purpose of training. Just sell it on the market, and in the end, the quality of the products in our country will drop drastically. She gradually became worried that everything would go wrong if she didn't do anything. So she decided that she needed to do something. At the same time, on the extremely pristine mountain of her husband and wife, in a high mountain area, is the entrance to the mine. The path inside was dark, but fortunately there were still lanterns illuminating it. A voice rang out in the tunnel, there probably weren't many people here because it was this deep. Dex said eagerly, let's get started, shall we? He added, I will count on you. Tan, he asked doubtfully, is this really okay? He really couldn't understand, why are you wasting your recognition on useless things like this? He immediately pouted, order and show off. Failing to resist, it had to do as you said. It demonstrated its strength and said, well, okay, I'll start. A purple light flashed brightly in the dark tunnel. At the same time, the system displayed a notification that 8,000 credits had been consumed for the contract with your subordinate. A drill with a red eye in the middle suddenly appeared in midair. The system quickly introduces the item, the Den Destroyer, a drill made from the toenails of the Den Predator, a mole species in the demon world, grants to possess, unknown, durability, 10,000 above 10,000, special skills, increased digging speed, sharply increased digging speed, greatly reduce mining failures, can find high-quality materials. Dex praised with satisfaction. The top of the tip, the purple light shining on his face made him look somewhat scary. He thought extremely excitedly, let's start getting rich. In Baron Mikal's territory, trade exchanges are bustling around every corner of the city. Recently, iron ore is gradually becoming scarce. Players are tasked with collecting iron ore for the miners who are constantly searching. Need to buy 20 cheap iron ore to do the quest. A female player is looking to buy iron ore to complete the quest. Hey miss, is this a miner's repeat quest? A male player spoke up after hearing the girl's purchase. He laughed and revealed, haha, don't do that, it won't do anything except increase your favorability with the blacksmith a little. Instead, just mine the ore and sell it, it will be more profitable. It seemed like the problem of mines in the blacksmith's quest was becoming more and more complicated as players kept buying iron ores and crafting them indiscriminately, instead of giving them to real blacksmiths. When witnessing the conversation between the two players, blacksmith Aiden couldn't help but get angry. These damn adventurers, I can't believe they used precious iron ore to make those low-class items. That's right, these anonymous people come from nowhere and claim to be masters and artisans. Blacksmith Kashim voiced his agreement with Adian. It was all chaos. It seems that if the Baroness doesn't solve this problem soon, this territory will soon perish. The economic setup in Arcadia is not very different from real life: production and consumption, supply and demand, distribution. It is like a skeleton of an entire economic system, stretching and compensating for all to develop together. Raw materials and specialties from each region are different: iron, wood, wool, leather, rice. Each region is responsible for a certain material. Then the demand for raw materials will also change depending on the situation and season, then trade. And currently, the material market with the greatest demand is iron ore, which is in serious shortage while the demand for iron is increasing. Finding iron ore is so difficult that players have to go crazy with it. According to what players speculate, maybe because so many people choose the blacksmith profession, iron ore is increasingly difficult to find. The price of iron ore is increasing ridiculously high. Is that a consequence of the lack of supply, which has caused the price of ore to be pushed from 10 VND to 17 VND? The current price is 1,7 times higher. Even making smelted items from iron ore is no longer profitable, and players are starting to complain more and more. It seems they are still not aware that the cause of this is themselves. I know this game is aiming for realism, but this is a bit too much. Knowing in advance, I chose to become a warrior to stay healthy. Complaints from players rang out everywhere. They only buy iron ore available on the market instead of exploiting it themselves by mining. This is because they believe that traveling from the inner city to the mine usually takes about 2 hours. And mining yourself is also very difficult. It's not like you just dig it. Mining is quite difficult because the tools can break at any time, so they push this laborious work onto someone else and hope someone else will do it for them. So it's better to just leave it to someone else and focus on upgrading your skills by repair items. That's right. In terms of profit, mining or yourself is really not worth it. But, if not everyone is like that. At Fu the Mountain, an area deep inside the mine, each sound of drilling echoed off the mine walls, creating loud noises. Yoon Jae-young held the Black Destroyer and frantically drilled into the ore mine. Iron ore was continuously found. The system sound rang out continuously. Blue light flashed on the interface. You have collected iron ore. Luckily, you have collected iron ore. Your mining skill has reached rank A. Mining speed and rate upgraded. You can mine some rare iron ores at low rates. You can detect hidden ores. The stat is increased by 10. Stop to rest. Open the inventory interface. The item data appears surprisingly. 1,024 iron ores and many other rare ores. Suddenly, Santan rushed in. Master, here you are, looking for you forever. Seeing Tan, Yoon Jae-young couldn't help but wonder where he had gone. Before I could react, I heard Tan say that if you think about it carefully, I guess you won't be satisfied with the drill. After a while of thinking, I found the perfect item to exchange for all of your recognition. As he finished speaking, he saw him summon an eye-shaped necklace that looked quite strange. Around the eye were sharp spikes protruding. The pupil was red. The inside of the eye, instead of being white, was a strange blue. There was a red tear coming out of that eye. It was an item called Tears of Darkness, with possession level 220, permanent durability, attunement to darkness plus 50, darkness attribute plus 80. It has a special skill called the Veil of Darkness, Night of Rage, Dark Knight skill level plus 2. After equipping, you will be hated by souls. The person who equips it will not be attacked by dark spirits. You have the ability to detect invisible enemies. After a while of noise, Yoon Jae-young still didn't pay attention, and boredly used a towel to wipe his sweat, not forgetting to say that he didn't need anything. The license to own was up to 220, who could buy it right away. I can't use it anymore either. More importantly, this thing is too strong. If we equip it, everything will become very easy and boring, so we don't need it. Seeing that Tam was still stubborn, Yoon Jae-young couldn't help but sigh at this kid. Surely someone else would find out if he sold him. Now if I sell it and quit the game, I'd be lucky, but what's the difference? Sell the goose that lays golden eggs. Right? Tam was deeply injured by Jae-young's words, so he quickly spoke up to stop Jae-young's words that were pouring out non-stop. Where have you been? You've been missing for a while. Young asked questions about Tan's whereabouts. The Demon King's hesitation, along with his dangerous expression as if he was plotting against others, makes his statement of nothing even more unreliable, just as it is speculated that this guy is plotting to do something worth it. Doubt. Tan's amused laugh along with his indifferent expression made Jae-young feel like he was looking at some idiot who had just escaped from the hospital. Looking at the amount of ore collected, Tan couldn't help but be surprised. But you have collected a lot of ore. With this amount it is probably more than the territory's ore. According to Jae-young's plan, he will exploit this much every day and then sell it. She would definitely get dozens of favor points from the blacksmith for completing that quest multiple times, and then the Baroness's interest would be piqued. On the Baron's side, a meeting was taking place. Baroness, if this time there is not enough iron or supply, we will not be able to ship it in time as stated in the signed contract. The recent situation is quite difficult. I may have to close the store. I am thinking of moving to another area with more iron. Worry filled the Baroness's face. She asked for everyone's opinions and thoughts on the ore issue, and of course the problem lies with the adventurers. Everyone thinks that the large number of adventurers flocking here and choosing to become blacksmiths. Those adventurers are just apprentice blacksmiths. Everything they create is secondary goods. Although their goal is to become artisans and masters, this will consume a lot of money, iron ore in that process. Above all, the problem was that miners did not increase proportionally to the number of blacksmiths, because adventurers did not like heavy work. After all, the core problem was still the adventurers. According to regulations, they cannot be forced to dig ore, nor can they only sell refined ore to artisans. Everything seemed to be at a dead end. The destruction of the beginner village forced the adventurers to choose other places to continue their quest, causing great trouble for Baron Mikhail City. While I was scratching my head over the trouble, suddenly a soldier burst in, bringing with him great news. A pile of rare, high-quality iron ore piled up into a mountain, which caused a huge uproar. Everyone is competing to buy rare ores. And the person who caused that big commotion was none other than Yoon Jae-young, who was now leisurely sitting and counting the money earned from ore mining for 3 days in a small alley. The money earned from that is 5 gold coins and 12 silver coins. If converted into won, it is about 512,000 won. And if you continue to be able to earn about 5 million won, which is not a small amount of money, it is also a good portion of profit to pay for contributions, rent and tuition. But it seems like there needs to be a better way, because if we continue as it is, it won't work because there are so many things to prepare. While deep in thought, suddenly a voice spoke up. Were you the one who brought that iron ore here? The first meeting between Jae-young and the Baroness opened the door to realizing Jae-young's plans. The system interface shows that the person standing in front of her is Baroness Miky. Along with her curiosity, the Baroness' friendliness score increases. Yoon Jae-young gave a winning smile. It was me. I am Miky, the Baroness of this territory. If you're free, could you join me for a cup of tea? From the Baroness's introduction and friendly invitation, it seems that the plan has gradually achieved its goal. At Baron Mikhail's mansion, Lord Baron Mikhail and Jae-young sat across from each other enjoying tea. She said, "Try it, it's herbal tea picked from Fian Mountain." He obeyed, picked up a cup of tea to enjoy and complimented. It was really good tea. She smiled and introduced, "Of course it is also one of the specialties of our territory." But immediately her expression changed. "You, all the ores in the square, how long does it take to mine them?" He raised his face to look at the Lord. About 3 days. When he said that, she immediately jumped up and banged on the table and screamed in disbelief. 3 days, how is that possible? Then, seemingly realizing that she was a bit rude, she cleared her throat and calmed down. "Are there any adventurers who can exploit as much as you?" Jae-young replied. "No, maybe that was a bit too much for them." She nodded. Hunchback agrees. Indeed, he gave a suggestion, but if the donor gathered a lot of people, it might be helpful. She sighed in frustration. "I know, but gathering them together is not a simple matter." She asked Jae-young, "Can you help me?" She confided her problem. "As you know, the economy of this land is shaking because of the influx of adventurers. At this time, a system notification appeared, a special mission appeared, the Baroness was worried, the territory's iron ore supply was in trouble, please increase the number of miners and the amount of ore mining, the total amount of iron ore mined daily is 100,000 pieces of ore, 32,140, 100,000. The system asked him if he accepted the mission. Jae-young smiled happily, great, here it is. He asked Mikhail again, who wanted me to find a way to get adventurers to mine ore. She replied, yes. Jae-young placed his hand on his chest and confidently accepted, I will solve that problem for you. At Jae-young's house. He is sitting in front of the computer. Jae-young pondered, the task given by the Baroness was in fact very difficult to solve. That was Arcadia. Players easily felt bored and did not want to do manual work. You move the mouse, now. Immediately after that, he laughed and finished. He thought to himself, first he needs to change the household's perception. On the screen 2 status lines appear. You have created a channel, The Daily Life of a Saboteur, subscription 0. Seoul, Mapo-gu, Seoul Jin Middle School. In class 2 and 3, someone called, hey, Hyung-tak. A young man brightly asked, aren't you playing Arcadia today? Choi Hyung-tak turned around and sadly replied, I won't play anymore. His friend asked him again, what's wrong? Hyung-tak lay down on the table, sullenly answering, it's just, that game is very strange. He explained, a rookie like me had just gotten my feet wet in the game and was killed by some strange murderers. The next day I logged in again, and for some reason the slime suddenly became stronger. My friend was speechless. Oh yes, you were in Arandal at that time. Hyung-tak continued helplessly and angrily, then suddenly the entire village disappeared. I don't know how many times I had to die to escape that place. When he said this, his friend burst out laughing, ha ha ha, black and red forgot go. He raised his hand and scratched his head and asked Hyung-tak, but you've already come to Baron Mikhail's territory, right? You also chose the profession of a merchant. Hyung-tak slammed his hand on the table and sat up straight, exclaiming, that's the problem. He remembered his own situation at that time. Baron Mikhail's territory, there were quite a few professions, so I chose merchant, but my skills were all crap. Hunting was difficult, let alone fighting. My thing only has the effect of giving someone else's head. He let out a complaint, from now on just playing Arcadia alone. Hearing him say that, the other boy thought to himself, it's really a sin. You told Hyung-tak, so you just went there to find something fun to do besides hunting, right? Hyung-tak looked at his friend sadly and said nothing. After that, he immediately held up the phone for Hyung-tak to see. It was there. He smiled triumphantly, pointing to a clip on the screen, something you can do too. That video is titled, You Can Do It Too, Make a Fortune from Arcadia. The video opened, a voice came out, hello everyone, I can't hear you clearly. This is the inside of Mount Fian, a famous place in recent days, everyone knows it, right? The two of them watched the video attentively. What I want to introduce to everyone today is iron ore mining. Hyung-tak raised his voice and wondered, mining ore, isn't that manual work? The guy didn't answer his question. The video continued to play. You think so, right? A bag full of gold coins appeared. This is the money I earned this week. At this point, Hyung-tak stood up and suddenly exclaimed, what? Why so much money? It's so amazing. How did he do that? His friend standing next to him crossed his arms and smiled triumphantly and reminded, see, just watch the whole thing, go. The video owner begins the tutorial. First, everyone starts with the rank F miner skill. You will earn about 20 pieces of ore in an hour, equivalent to about 400 copper coins, depending on the price per piece, iron ore too. Doesn't sound very appealing, right? But you can try increasing your rank and see. Speed and success rate will also increase, and rare ores will occasionally appear. He held up a piece of red ore. For example, now I'm rank A, so I earn at least 1 magic crystal or 1 diamond every day. Hyung-tak was shocked. What magic crystals? So virtual, maybe because no one wanted to increase miner rank so no one knew. The video ends. Okay, now I'm going to go dig ore. Skip quickly, otherwise the video will replay. The screen flashes the video. Next, a bald old man with a white beard smiled and said, okay, I have sold all the ore mined today. I will talk about how to negotiate with NPC traders and how to increase favor points later. He held a few gold coins in his hand and showed off. This is the money I earned today, 1 gold coin and 82 silver coins. He asked, how about you guys? Making money isn't difficult, right? Seeing this, Hyung-tak's eyes were sparkling. His mind was filled with gold coins. So great. You made up your mind. I also want to try. The channel posting videos about Arcadia has just appeared and has become a rising star on MooTube, the daily life of a vandal. In fact, most of the things said in the video are fake. The benefits gained from mining that ore only exist when one obtains a cheat item like Ye Young. In the video, such details were cleverly omitted to make people think that anyone can earn that much money. As expected, the video has attracted the attention of many players. Each line of comments appeared one after another. The tip was really great, I had to go try it. I heard what everyone said so I came to see. Okay, let's go dig, or everyone, let's form a group and go. This has had a big impact on Arcadia players. The whole crowd of people rushed to rush at the blacksmith. They jostled each other and shouted, "Iron ore, iron ore. Sir, do you still have the pickaxe? Does anyone know the way to Fian Mountain?" Next, each person pulled together to dig or mines. The scene was so chaotic and strange that people had to ask each other why there were so many miners. Lord Baron Miky burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, very good, that's unbelievable. I didn't expect that group of stubborn adventurers were all rushing to dig mines." She held her stomach and laughed. It wasn't just those stupid blacksmiths, even other professions were digging mines. "What the hell did you do?" Jae Young sat with his arms crossed and humbly replied, "It's not much, I'm simply taking advantage of basic human ambition." Michael wondered, basic ambition? He smirked and replied, "It's money, even if it's not money, it's something that can make money." Adventurers are just capitalist pigs. Hearing what he said, Mikhail did not understand it all. After that, she stood up and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, even though I don't understand anything, I know we're on the right track." Jae Young reminded, "I can't completely feel secure yet, you need to prepare some more things." He seriously listed out for her the things that needed to be done and noted that, first, he should reduce the miners' wages and instead give them the right to own a portion of the ore earned. That would boost the motivation of miners to really work and reduce the number of people who work negligently and superficially. The Lord also nodded. "I see, indeed, a viable strategy." Jae Young silently thought to himself, it's just a simple performance management method that can be found anywhere, but it seems this Baroness really doesn't know anything about economic management. From now on, just actively teaching her about the efficiency and cruelty of the modern economy. At this time, Mikhail asked, "If so, what should we do with the price of iron ore?" "There are still no laws regulating the price of iron ore. As you said, the price has increased significantly, surprised, at a level never seen before. I heard it has exceeded 20 copper coins a long time ago." Jae Young calmly replied, "Just leave it alone." She felt confused. Never mind. He explained to her, even if the price increases, those who need to buy it will still have to buy it. The income of the master artisans will not be affected, right? Or in other words, the old price is actually too low. That's why no one thinks of it as a source of income. He put his chin in thought. If someone complains, Mikhail immediately said, "Who dares to complain?" Jae Young calmly and cheerfully offered a solution. They would have to go dig the ore themselves. If they worked, they would eat, right? She pondered before solving Jae Young's problem. But in the end, she laughed and patted his shoulder. "Haha, you're right, haha. Dex, do you want to become the financial manager of our territory? I will definitely pay you a good salary." "Sir," gently declined. "Haha, great offer, but, my adventure is not over yet." Hearing him say that, she cleared her throat in agreement. "Yes, you are an adventurer after all, forgive me." At this time, Jae Young's mind continued to calculate the next event. Okay, the current situation is favorable for Baron Mikhail. Next. Suddenly Mikhail smiled and asked him, "Do you want anything? I will give you anything as long as it is within my ability." He immediately put a scroll on the table. It was time to carry out the plan. She picked up the scroll and asked, "What is this?" He replied, "It was my business proposal." She was bewildered. "Business proposal?" He confidently declared, "After watching it, I'm sure you will like it." She immediately opened the scroll to read. "There is a limit to the amount of money each person can earn, so how can we break that limit?" "It's simple, just become a ruler." Michael was surprised. "This is..." He smiled excitedly, interestingly. Then he raised his finger to his mouth and slyly made a request. "If you give me 10% of the profits, I will give you full rights to do business based on this." Thousands of years ago, the war between angels and demons, the great war of saints and demons, on that day, heaven and earth seemed to shake and the volcano seemed to erupt, contributing its heat to the war. The sky was gray and black and white mixed without a trace of hope, only the flickering light of angels and demons remained. The battle took place with one side being an angel with dazzling golden wings spread wide with powerful golden lightning flashes, the other being a devil with a blinding purple light surrounding her body and everything around her. It seems weaker when it suddenly appears and disappears among the dark clouds. Very quickly, it was no surprise that as soon as the angel used the move, he defeated the devil, sending her flying away with one move. But even if Satan's side was defeated, they still fought back fiercely, counterattacking the angel's attack. The Chaos King or Demon King was starting to get angry as his teeth were clenched and grinding together. His eyes flashed with anger, redder than wine. His voice was somewhat harsh. That spear was Muspelheim, ah? The holy Archangel Michael spread his golden wings full of power to suppress Satan, pointing his sword at him without fear and ignoring his curses. You vile bastard, dare to bring a holy weapon in here, star. For her now, his power is just a small ant cornered on the road to death. His clear but serious voice rang out, Demon King Satan, in the name of Archangel Michael the First will destroy you. Satan did not have the strength to fight back, so he could only stand and watch, embracing his wounded body to receive punishment. Like a fleeting dream, Satan has returned with his childish appearance, his mouth still drooling and his young face bewildered. Looking at the bustling flow of people going back and forth, he silently cursed in his heart, damn, it was because this place was in the vicinity, it was such a scary dream. He whispered in the truster's ear, I just remembered some unnecessary memories. Around them, groups of men with fierce faces and tan skin stood on both sides of the road, shouting invitations. Did anyone want to go dig ore with them? They needed to buy a large number of special mining pickaxes, especially those with high durability. Yoon Jae-young, dressed in black from head to toe, wearing a hat, looking mysterious, avoided the noisy crowd and walked away. The petite Demon King sat on his shoulder and asked, Hey, owner, give me your business proposal. What does that Baroness say? He laughed, oh, you're curious. He continued the sentence, causing it to put a question mark in his mind. People have a saying. His eyes suddenly became cold. It was easy to get in but it was difficult to get out. He was panicked but seemed scared and screamed. Seeing that this was enough of a joke, Dex began to analyze and explain again. Mining is not as easy as people think, even if they find a good position and have favorable results. A normal player can only do it at best, earn 10 ores per hour. He continued to say, the reason why we often encounter rare iron ores is all due to the properties of the special item we possess. Listening to an analysis, it also understood a bit more, so mining is just a low productivity form of common labor. The Demon King nodded in agreement, yes, that's right. He was a bit sad here. There are many places with mines. Wouldn't it be stupid to miss this opportunity? He asked Yoon Jae-young, but does that mean there's no way to make money from this mine? He shrugged, there wasn't really a way. His face under the thick hat became even more mysterious, exuding an aura that not many people had. He chuckled softly, that was selling admission tickets, simply saying we were selling the right to enter this mine. The Demon King was a bit incredulous. It was like giving away, but the right to enter was taken away from his own hands. He added, those who don't have money will pay later, but it's not too important. When we told them this another time, it didn't sit still anymore but flew off the shoulder. How much does it cost you to sell a ticket? Dex's face was thoughtful, and because there's a high possibility that people will only be fooled once, so about a gold. His face suddenly received shocking news. What? Satan quickly explained to him in a frantic voice, even though I don't know anything about gold, I find it extremely expensive. No matter how stupid they are, it's not that much money, right? Isn't that a great deal? He chuckled. A lot of people have gathered here due to the information we spread before, and there's a high possibility that they will blindly pay because they think they can earn more in the mine. Still with that look and gesture, his eyes gradually became sinister, and just like that, he earned a lot of free money without having to do anything. So that was the plan. The Demon King was stunned and his whole body was motionless. This guy was too much. He turned out not to be a good person. This guy was truly a devil. He took advantage of a series of other people without feeling guilty. The person who was tricked was the one who was deceived. Is the wrong person, huh? He held his head and sighed in a bored voice. You are truly wonderful, and you are truly the perfect person for me to recognize as my master without any doubt. He wondered. Tan, it called out clearly, Master. He used the most respectful tone possible to tell him, there is a place where I hope you can go with him. I guarantee that you will not suffer any harm if you follow me. He was a bit confused when it kept acting mysterious, but then still followed it to where Satan wanted him to go. Having gone a long way, the two reached their destination, which was a rather gloomy place with large iron doors all around them that seemed to be completely destroyed, as if they had previously faced a somewhat fierce battle. Paralysis. He asked, where is this? He scratched his head. It took me several days of searching and searching to find this place. The Demon King's face was somewhat proud and victorious. At first I didn't know why this place was so familiar, but after arriving at the place called the mine, I remembered I had been to this place before. He stared, the way he shouted but still listened to every word he said. Have you been here before? Satan bowed his head, his eyes shining with anger but not showing it too clearly. I finally found it and raised my eyes to see clearly, those chicken wings angels. The two stood in contemplation for a long time, still not intending to go in and open the door, but he secretly paid attention to the small things around him. This place seems to have been abandoned a long time ago, but is it because of magic that there isn't a single bit of rust? He urged, now please tell me, Master, I think if it were you, it would be okay. He pointed at himself with some doubt, what about me? But as soon as I put my hand closer to the door I wanted to touch to open it, the system immediately announced. A powerful seal has been placed on this door. You cannot reach it. You do not meet the conditions to release the seal. You cannot release the seal if you report the location of this place, the hidden place in the mines. For the Baroness, you will receive a special reward for the relic excavation skill. The two of you stood back and he groaned. It refused to open because of some strong seal. The Demon King heard that and immediately flew up and roared in anger. Of course there was a seal on it. That's why I brought you here, but you made me crazy. He wondered, what do you mean by that? Dex realized that perhaps Satan had misunderstood his skills in magic. He suddenly honored him as a god in his eyes and assumed that he followed his thinking. He explained, it's not like I own a magic weapon. There's no skill to unseal the seal. How the hell can I open it? Yes, this door looks majestic, but if you can't open it, it's useless. It still asked angrily, you really don't know your strength, do you? No longer standing next to him, he went to another place and sat cursing. Why would he give that power to a human? If it were a little demon I could cast spells and make it do everything. Bro, standing on the other side, I heard it clearly. He just said that he wanted to order me around. After a while of anger passing away, it turned to ask him, Master, answer honestly, how much do you know about the power you possess? He came closer. Do you mean recognition? It nodded. No matter what you call it, the power you have is beyond the control of heaven. It can do whatever it wants with everything created for the purpose of balancing the world. A power that can control all, whether natural or artificial, the power closest to the power of the Creator. The gem in his hand glowed. Satan looked at him and asked again, I'm sure by now you understand what you can do with it, right? Seeing him just bow his head, it hesitated. Then he raised his face and answered calmly, not really. Receiving an unexpected answer, Satan once again angrily roared, everything is everything, everything, whatever he wants. More than 10 minutes later, the two were still standing outside the door. Dex asked, so this power called recognition that I possess is necessary for superior beings like you to move? Satan nodded in agreement, that's right. The Demon King pointed at the door and explained further, usually it would accumulate little by little over a long period of time, but even so the number of friends would be very few. I don't know why, nothing but the amount of recognition accumulated in you is so abnormal that just the amount of recognition in our agreement alone took at least 500 years to accumulate. Yoon Jae-young thoughtfully understood. I understood then, that was the reason why Tang craved recognition so much. Okay, I understand for now. So you're saying I can open this door, right? He hesitated. The previous incident still made him somewhat distrustful of his own abilities, but when he touched it, the system said there was a seal on the door. It was behind the impulse. Was the seal good? Whatever it is, it's probably just some nonsense request made by those winged angels, probably using the excuse of saving the world or something similar. Demon King's temptation, whatever the case may be, although it is a problem for others but not for you, you may not have realized it yet, but with the amount of recognition you have, a seal like this is no excuse, nothing. The problem is that you don't think so yet. Its face gradually becomes mysterious. What you need is the determination to do it. Satan encouraged, try opening the door again, this time thinking he wanted to open it. Sure enough, a seal was opened and the door gradually shook and the system responded positively. The door seal is reacting to the player. You have the ability to bypass the necessary requirements to dispel the seal by spending acknowledgement. Do you want to undo the seal? The amount of admission required is 15,000. His face was thoughtful. 15,000 is twice the amount I need for a special item, but where else would I use it if not to open this door? Dex laughed loudly and opened it. The system continues to report, 15,000 confirmations have been consumed and the seal has been dissolved. You have found an unknown holy shrine. When the seal was opened, the Demon King breathed a sigh of relief that the first step in his plan had been fulfilled. This place is the temple of those winged angels. The Great War of Saints and Demons, a fierce and bloody battle where angels and demons faced each other on the battlefield of Arcadia. Millions of lives were lost and the entire continent was dyed in red blood. The consequences of that war were so fierce that if it weren't for the salvation of the World Tree, no weak, neutral force could exist. 1,000 years after the end of the Great War, many people still carry the fear caused by the Great Holy and Demon War of the past, praying that nothing like this will happen again, and left to future generations a traveler's memoir of warning. The system sends trouble notifications continuously, alerting that Flan Mountain's Upper Tian Trang has been hacked by a user. An error has occurred that has triggered a mythic level quest. This is an emergency situation. An error has occurred with a mythic level quest with 693 related incidents. In the operating room at this time, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Each person sitting there had their own insecurity when receiving a red alert. Kang Tai-hoon, the script team manager, stood up to preside over the meeting. Well, now we will start the emergency meeting. I know everyone is going through a difficult time and are tired, but I hope to receive sympathy from everyone because this is an extremely urgent matter. Hearing that, all the employees seemed even more tired as they lay down on the table. They whined and discussed among themselves. What's the matter? I'm still looking forward to going home to take a shower. The incident in the novice village hasn't happened in a few days. I want to go home. The director looked thoughtfully to the computer screen. Tai-hoon continued, as everyone knows through the information that was sent exactly 32 minutes ago, the incident arose during a mythical level quest. After investigating the related incidents, we have confirmed that the cause of this incident is due to the content in the detailed Flan Mountain that has been attached on the third page of the meeting documents. Please read it a bit. The director also followed the instructions and read through the document file that he had prepared. He wondered, wait, Flan Mountain is the domain of angels, why have I never heard of it? The manager bowed his head and explained, this is the first time we know about it. Through this incident, I will first tell everyone the plot we found. In the old days, Mount Flan was known as the Gate of Heaven, and it was rumored that it was the first place on the continent of Arcadia that angels set foot on. The oars around the mountain were said to be a kind of fence that hid the gate. Heaven is the secret holy land. Kwon Myangan pondered thoughtfully, this game is truly full of mysteries, isn't it, because there are too many hidden plots that we have never touched on. But the name of the mythical level mission caused a problem. What is that? When Manager Kang was asked for a difficult request, he immediately felt guilty. We needed to do more research on that matter, but after reviewing the problem task and all related tasks, the conclusion we came to was, well, not yet, sure, but he tried to avoid it but failed. Once he was faced with the question from the director, the answer could only be yes, or a lot of data was brought. Director Kwon was a little annoyed and urged him to stop beating around the bush and tell us clearly what mission it was. He broke out in a cold sweat and faltered as he answered, the Second Great War between saints and demons. Receiving the answer, his expression turned from calm to shocked. What? On this side of the cave, both he and he had entered a large hall that appeared before our eyes. Yoon Jae-young stood in front of the high steps and quickly realized that it was a heavenly staircase. The Demon King smiled and said with an aggressive face, ha ha, how about that chicken wing bastard? I told you I would come here and eventually meet you, right? He ran and jumped to get in front of me. Okay, let's fight, master. Strip us of all our assets, we will destroy all their plans. Ha ha ha. He followed behind, nodding with little interest. Okay. Dex walked a few more steps and arrived in front of an iron box covered with shiny gold plating. All the space around the room was covered in warm colors, so it was not surprising that even the treasure was hidden inside those iron chests. So next, you say there is treasure here, right? It hit the itchy spot. He kept talking. It was exactly like that, so open it right away. He raised his hand to touch the delicately engraved patterns on the surface of the box, and the system immediately displayed a warning. This is a language you don't understand and can't decipher. A person who studies ancient languages will probably be able to decipher this language. Divine power is covering the space around your body. HP and MP regeneration. A significant increase in the need to find out the details of this entire hidden ruin has appeared. Seeing the warning system, he withdrew his hand and hesitated to consider. In this thing, it seems like a great item. If I keep spending it like that, I wonder if it will be okay. The previous quest said that I only need to report this to the Baron and I will receive a special reward. The Demon King stood from afar observing for a long time, but he still stood there staring without taking action. It urged him, hey, what are you doing? Open it up, calm down, hey, just wait a minute, go. In his heart, he silently thought. Without thinking about it, he realized there was nothing else he could do if he didn't know where this place was, so he continued to do the previous mission to get the special reward. Now that I've heard what I have to say, I can't do that anymore. After all, the lord of a city with children like Baron Mikhail would never be able to give himself a reward better than the treasure in the heavenly thing. Mikhail sitting in the castle immediately felt tickled. Oh, that person is talking bad about me behind my back, my ears are itching. He continued lost in his thoughts. More importantly, he had now forcibly opened the door using the basic admission that he was already a grave robber. Instead of letting people know of his existence, of this place, it might be better to keep it a complete secret. Dex was more decisive and no longer hesitated to call out, "Okay, let's open it." Hearing that, Satan immediately became excited. His gloominess disappeared in an instant. That spirit is correct, that is my master. More than 10 minutes later. Both tried very hard, but both of them were still as strong as an ant trying to carry a rock back to the nest. He screamed, using his back. The owner used his back to lift it up. He was tired and sweaty and replied, "I am trying my best." The box still stood still, looking as if nothing had changed. Both you and he wanted to collapse and lie on the ground panting, gasping for air because our strength index was too low or something. He struggled and sighed, "Damn, I wish I had. If I had my original body, this would be as easy as eating candy." Satan had tears and snot rolling down his face. "It's so ridiculous that it was so difficult for me to get here and yet I have to lie on the ground like this just because of a stone and my child has an exceptional weight. Even it wasn't even an angel's barrier or a seal." Hearing him mention the stone, he suddenly realized, wait a minute, the stone. Dex asked him, "Are you sure there is treasure inside?" He growled, annoyed that he still had to meet you. "I told you, if I lied, why would I have to try so hard?" He put on his glasses and answered confidently, "Okay then, we have no choice." The system announces that you are equipped with a rock breaker. He picks up the drill and prepares to drill the rock. Satan was embarrassed. "Wait a minute, master, don't tell me, you are full of seriousness and commanding temperament, breaking the door that cannot be opened. Usually no matter how much you push it in any direction, it won't work." Dex drove the drill madly and exclaimed, "Destroying it was the correct answer." As soon as the tip of the drill bit touched down, it spiraled deep into the broken rock and flew out everywhere. He was the one who stood aside and sighed, "Humans are truly more terrible than demons." The system sends a notification. "The special achievement you have completed is destroying an ancient relic that no one knows about. Nature is very shocked. What have you done? Your relationship with Tien has hit rock bottom. We advise you, you should stay away from Tien Yan's site. You have earned the title of Destroyer of Relics." After finishing, he smiled with satisfaction, saying it was more comfortable after using the icebreaker. But when the lid of the trunk or the coffin was opened, inside was a skeleton wearing a dazzling outfit. He was stunned. But was this a treasure? Yoon Jae-young pointed at the skeleton and asked, "If the treasure was this, you should have told me sooner. Why did you let me destroy someone else's coffin like this? I'm not that shameless." There, Satan sighed. "Well, if you knew it was a coffin, wouldn't you destroy it? I don't think you would be affected by that, sorry." He shrugged his shoulders. "Anyway, what does this landscape have to offer for such a price? Even I don't want to take away everything that the dead person used to wear." He laughed. "Really? Haha, I already have the answer." He pointed at the necklace on the dead man's clothes and took that necklace, "Master." Inside the Demon King's heart was full of triumph. "Haha, that necklace is a saint. That is something the angels have prepared for the future. I am sure that if an evil person like the owner gets it, then the plan will be different. That damn angel will be completely destroyed. This is the method I will use to provoke you, you backstage bastards." The system sends a notification. "You have received the glorious medal of heaven's divine power that is reacting to you." A beam of light appeared, knocking out everything around. Satan shouted, "What is happening?" Dex's hands were hit by a beam of light, but he couldn't move. He could feel something pouring inside him. At this time, the system sends a notification along with a medal made of sparkling gold. "You have received the glorious medal of heaven." At the same time, Yoon Jae-young also received a response signal right after he touched the medal. The divine force was sensing you. His expression was a bit stunned when he just held it. A ray of light flashed. Demon King Satan was also affected by the power the metal radiated. He held his hands in front of his chest and shouted, "What's going on?" Yoon Jae-young was still confused and didn't understand what was going on. He saw the divine force radiating throughout his body and thought, "I can feel it." From the metal suddenly appeared a figure of a god holding a sword tightly. Jae-young noticed something unusual, as if something was pouring into him. The figure of the god appeared more and more clearly with his long hair flying in the wind. Suddenly the god's hand moved in front of Jae-young. A stream of light gathered, causing him to cover it with his hand. The system suddenly stopped, unexpectedly sent a message. "The special ability of the Medal of Glory of Heaven has been used. The hidden layer of the holy word that was given to you." A small fire slowly flared up. Just a moment later it became stronger and entered inside. Immediately after that, a warning was sent. There was a serious disagreement between your profession that is not of the divine type. Fortunately, there is an urgent solution. The item will be temporarily disabled. Please submit a request to resolve this issue to the customer service center. Yoon Jae-young went from one surprise to another, staring at the tiny fire that was coming. After a while, the situation became more positive. After a long struggle, my whole body was soaked. I almost died. I didn't expect to have such great divine power. Demon King Satan turned into a small form and used his wings to fly up, looking curiously at the item he was holding in his hand. Master, what the hell just happened? But even Yoon Jae-young didn't know. I don't know anymore. Let me check. He looked at the item he had just received and knew that this was a glorious medal of heaven. However, according to the notification system, this is just an item that has stopped working due to a serious error. We will investigate this issue in detail and find a solution. We hope you will sympathize with us. Yoon Jae-young was a bit surprised and worried about the future. It seems this case is much more complicated. Is it because of my profession? He said to Satan. Well, I'm sure they will do something. That's right with this thing. Scene change at Baron Mikyl's domain, 2 Mountain Fian stone mining area, a majestic scene of mountains and forests with the towering majesty of the Rocky Mountains. Suddenly a voice spoke, stopping. Choi Hyung-tak listened and was stunned. Is something wrong? He thought to himself, it's strange why these security guards are blocking the entrance. The security guard came over and took out a piece of paper, pointed at it and asked, I've never met you before. Did you come here to mine in the mine? Choi Hyung-tak also answered honestly, yes. Why did you ask? Who would have thought that this security guard would ask Hyung-tak, do you have to pay a fee to mine here or do you have a passport with you? Seeing this, Hyung-tak's face turned pale. I've never heard of a passport before. He just remembered that there was a video on YouTube with the content that anyone can make money with Arcadia with 540,000 views among the top popular games, but he didn't expect to encounter this when he arrived. What happened? I first heard about it in a video on YouTube I watched at school and it wasn't mentioned, but the situation has changed. The security guard saw that he had no money and yet he dared to come here and immediately scolded him. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't get any food. What kind of contribution could an adventurer like you who came here to dig a mine contribute to the mine that Baroness Miky owns? And development obviously costs money, right? Hyung-tak shyly spoke up. Can I ask the price of the travel card? This security guard immediately introduced it to him. Are you thinking of buying one? The card expires in a month. And of course the price to pay is huge, this guy said. The price is 30 gold. How cheap is that, right? Hyung-tak jumped in surprise when he heard the number 30 gold. He thought of the payment as an unreachable hill of 30 gold, meaning he had to earn 1 gold a day and a day was 100,000 won. If the daily fee was 100,000 then it would be 3 million a month. Well, a high school student like me can't afford to pay that amount. Thinking about the incredibly high price, Hyung-tak secretly cried, I have to give up my dream of getting rich by mining. The security guard saw his expression and immediately guessed. Why is it because he doesn't have enough money to buy it? Passport card. Hyung-tak wanted to negotiate but was afraid that his eyes would constantly glance to the other side. But I came because I wanted to make money, so I didn't have that much money. I only saw the guard smiling cunningly as if a sign was about to come. He patted his shoulder and smiled. I understand you don't have a lot of money. I already knew by looking at your clothes, but there is a system that the Baroness prepares for people like you. Hyung-tak was immediately tempted to wonder, the system for people like me. Then this guy gave a suggestion to entice Hyung-tak. I think it's like buy now pay later if you wanted to know the details. But halfway through speaking, this guy pointed to the house at the foot of the mountain and told me, please go to the consulting room for an explanation. As soon as I arrived at the consulting room, a blue-haired girl with beautiful red eyes sat in front of the door. When she saw the customer coming, she immediately winked innocently. Hyung-tak saw a beautiful girl for the first time. Her eyes were as bright as stars. The security guard was secretly happy. This means he caught another person. What they wanted to target was a mining slave, Hyung-tak, who was walking step by step towards the consultation room, but in reality it was like going up to the stage where a rope was hanging. Baron Mikyl's Mountain Fian stone mining area inside was empty and there was no light coming in from outside. Only oil lamps lit up the situation the stone mining area was falling into. The situation is hanging by a thread because recently this place has lacked mining manpower. But now, deep in the mountain cave, there are still workers working day and night, some using shovels to knock on the rocks, others using buckets to carry each heavy stone cart to the gathering place, and that is how they are looking for manpower. At the same time there were voices shouting from inside, "Hurry up and dig faster, I have to pay back the pass fee so I can start making money." Someone is still chanting spells, magic crystal please, I only need one." The blue-haired girl from earlier heard all these words and just smiled, so passionate. She seemed interested. "This tactic is called once you choose to enter, don't expect to get out, unexpectedly. You can lure so many people, it's unbelievable that they don't realize that you have become a slave. Mining false hopes is causing them to misjudge. She is still finding out who the owner of this tactic is. This idea is so evil compared to the Baroness's idea, I don't know who came up with it." She could only confirm that he was definitely a scary person. On Jae Young's side, he received a notification that you had mined 100,000 ore today. The Baroness's concern quest had been completed. Find the Baroness and receive the reward for the quest. Jae Young was also surprised to receive the information. "I completed the mission. I went to tell the Demon King Satan." "Okay then, let's finish this place." Demon King Satan flew in and asked, "Master, what are you planning to do?" Jae Young replied, putting his cloak back on. "What else? Of course I will do what I have to do, so I don't know what we are doing here." Demon King Satan did not understand at all what he meant, but inside he had a bad feeling coming. Jae Young recounted his resounding achievements. In addition to excavating the relic, he also stole an object after destroying the place, and he also destroyed the bodies while trying to get the necklace. He became a bad criminal. "It's worse than trash," Jae Young said while looking pleased. The Devil King sat on the coffin listening to him helplessly. "You know it yourself, right?" Jae Young came up with an evil idea. "If people knew what we were doing here, my situation would definitely be even more complicated. I wanted the existence of this place to be a secret, so..." Speaking of this, he stopped, making the Demon King Satan even more curious. "So..." Suddenly, a purple light like an electric current radiated. Jae Young took out his treasured sword and stuck it in the ground, deciding, "I will have to erase all evidence." After hearing that, the Demon King Satan became even more frightened, not to mention that he intended to destroy everything. I only saw Jae Young turn his head with a friendly smile, but inside was a cruel person who replied, "Exactly." As soon as the words ended, the cave began to shake violently, the rocks from above began to fall everywhere, and the place where Jae Young went became a pile of ruins. After everything was done, Jae Young secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This would erase all the evidence, and then we just need to block the entrance and it would be perfect. Demon King Satan looked at the smiling human in front of him and froze. There really is a lot that can be learned from humans. In another scene at Baroness Miky's mansion, Miky suddenly appeared and banged on the table. "Hello, I'm waiting for you." Jae Young spoke first. "I guess you have more miners for the mine," Miky said cheerfully. "Thanks to you I probably don't need to worry about this problem, at least until next year. I don't know what you'll do, but there were actually a lot of adventurers coming to pick up their pickaxes like you said." As she spoke she made an expression like she was being eaten alive. "Do you know how many people signed the slave contract we proposed after telling them the ridiculous price of that pass?" Jae Young looking at her expression, "I felt a little scared. I'm not sure how much." Then she shouted with more joy on her face than ever, "We are talking about a total of 9,693 people. If you think about the usual number of about 800 workers, this is an amazing achievement, isn't it? Isn't it great that not only do you get 30% of the ore trading fee, but the iron ore also has to be sold in the Baron's territory? How did you come up with this idea? That's incredibly clever." Jae Young turned his head away to avoid Miky's eyes that were looking at him. "I got inspiration from somewhere," he thought to himself, "from news about evil companies for example." He looked at her expression and prayed for himself. She seemed crazier than when he first met her. "Will everything be okay?" Miky kept muttering to himself, looking strange like a witch. "With things going like this, I have to take advantage of the little slaves as much as possible so that maybe I can become a duke too." Now coming to the main part, Jae Young said, "This Baroness seems to have achieved what you wanted. Let's talk about the reward." As soon as I mentioned Miky, I immediately turned around. "That's right, my reward has been prepared." A bag inside was filled with gold coins to the point of bulging. This was a promised 10% extra profit. Immediately the system sends a notification, "You have received 120 gold and 23 silver." Jae Young held it in his hand and smiled. "This is about 12 million won, so I can easily pay off the capsule debt." But it didn't stop there when Miky spoke up, and Vo made a proposal to Jae Young. "You really have no plans to work with me. I will consider you a sworn friend and share power equally." You received notice of Baroness Miky's proposal. Baroness Miky completely trusts you and is offering to cooperate with you. You will be able to use all the authority she has as her counterpart. If you agree, Baroness Miky's compatibility with you will also increase significantly, along with two options, no or yes. Jae Young thought for a while. It was surprisingly attractive. He wondered, what should I do? On the other side of virtual reality Arcadia, where a secret story is born in this vast world that ironically all originates from one person. It was created for that person. In that world the silhouette of a young man and a young woman appeared. That's the creator of virtual reality Arcadia. He looked at Jennifer with love. Thank you Jennifer for helping me find happiness in a world where I can't move without permission. No words can't describe my feelings right now, so please take a look. The world was created for you. That place is Arcadia, a beautiful and dreamy place. In the middle is a magnificent castle surrounded by commoners' houses built in a circle. Jack, the creator of virtual reality Arcadia, is standing in a space where the data is displayed. In front of him was the image of the administrator. Jack spoke up to say hello. Alice, it's been a while, you seem busy, is something going on? Alice on the other side briefly talked about the current situation. A serious disagreement has occurred and an issue that needs to be corrected has appeared. I cannot handle this issue within my authority. I want you to come check it out, look it up. As soon as she finished speaking, Alice showed Jack what she had just reported. As soon as Jack finished watching it, he immediately felt excited and interesting. A new job has appeared, Poet of Chaos, hidden class. You have changed the job to Poet of Chaos. Jack looks at the information from the system. This is a setting that even I, the creator, did not know. There was a dangerous look in his eyes. A troublemaker had appeared in my world, which would be interesting. Jack was quite surprised to see the image of the Chaos Poet. His hidden job changed his job to Chaos Poet. That makes Jack even more excited because this is a setting that even creators like me don't know. It seems like a troublemaker has appeared in my world. Jae Young's image appeared, standing inside a disturbed space. There is also another piece of information. He also has the promotion item of the Holy Prophet, the Medal of Heaven's Glory, which is a profession only available to the main character in the Great Holy Demon War. That makes Jae Young the strongest. Now that one person has both of those things, Jack immediately realized there was a problem. That guy conflicted with my settings, huh? This guy pointed at the screen and burst out laughing. Interestingly, it was a great decision to create Arcadia, wasn't it, Alice? Alice on the other side replied, as long as he pleases the administrator. She wondered, what should we do next? We can't give Dex players the Holy Prophet job. Please make a decision. Jack thought for a moment. Upgrading his career should be considered later because it's not really important right now, and since he found it, we have to reward him in that case. He ordered Alice, please change the item stats a bit. Confusing Alice, stats. Jack continued, yes, that guy left after breaking my world. I need to balance it. And the goal that he wants Alice to do is to use Michael. Go back to Jae Young's side as the Baroness's request notification is still showing. Jae Young, after thinking about it, finally made a choice. Sorry, but I refuse your offer. Mikhail panicked when he heard that. Why weren't you satisfied with the terms? But Jae Young just smiled because his goal doesn't stop there. Like I said, I still want to travel across continents. I will think about this after fulfilling my wish, and most of all you affirmed that it would definitely be tiring if I got involved too much. Mikhail heard that and was even happier. Really, I promise. Jae Young was startled by her sudden approach. He said, pay attention to the distance, Baroness. After saying that, Mikhail took out a white envelope. Take this. She happily said, here is a letter of introduction written by me. With it you can receive protection anywhere in this kingdom. Immediately the system sends a message. You have received the quest reward. You have received the item of the Baroness's letter of introduction. Jae Young holds the letter in his hand and doubts life. Thank you, but guard, there will be a war in this kingdom. Mikhail explained to him, don't you know, the current state of the kingdom is quite chaotic. Even preparing an introductory letter like this is not enough to ensure a safe trip. Jae Young wanted to know more information. What is the current status of the Italian kingdom? He thought to himself, I have never heard of this story. This information was not announced to the players. Maybe this is internal news from the NPC. Mikhail looked a bit sad. The truth was that the situation in the royal family had not been very good lately. The current king was too old and the prince would need to take the throne, but he was too young. And that's why power-obsessed oligarchs from everywhere have begun to abuse power. They spared no effort and used every means to attack that little prince. Mikhail also mentioned a name. The worst of them was Duke Buren. He stood out as the leader of the noble faction that gathered most of the nobles and was trying to turn the king into his puppet. He is nothing more than a cunning devil who not only wants to hurt the child, he also instigates war with the neighboring country. He is certainly trying to embezzle huge budget resources every time a war breaks out. Mikhail thought about this situation even more sadly, not knowing how much the kingdom would be destroyed after that. Jae Young was a bit uneasy. The situation seemed more complicated than he thought and he didn't want to get involved at all. Mikhail suddenly shouted, "I will write you a letter for you to bring to them. If you say so, even the royal family will respect you. First go find Count Brocken. I'm sure he will recognize your ability and assign you important tasks." She asked Jae Young, "Are you willing to lend your strength to the Maroon Kingdom?" Hearing this sentence, Jae Young was startled and just wanted to say no, right when he wanted to stay out of this matter. And immediately a new mission was sent. The Maroon Kingdom is surrounded by fierce neighbors that must always be on alert in these powerful nations. Recently a new breeze is taking place in the whole kingdom. A chaos poets cannot ignore this crucial moment and must not move forward and become the main character of this new wind to contribute to the kingdom and royal family. Depending on your actions and the content of the quest, there will be change. Jae Young looked at the mission and was surprised because this mission was so unexpected and the system didn't even ask if he wanted to accept it or not. He had no choice. Jae Young silently gave this damn game a 1-star rating. Helplessly, he could only respond. Even though his heart was broken, he still had to agree. "I will do my best, damn it." Mikhail saw this and looked forward to Jae Young even more. "I know I can count on you and I also believe that you will accept this mission, Dex." Jae Young replied with a smile, "You can count on me, Baroness." Outside Baroness Mikhail's mansion, everything remained peaceful. After the two of them finished discussing, Jae Young quickly left. Mikhail looked at him and waved. "Take care, Dex." She said, "Please contact me anytime. I will always wait to hear from you." Jae Young happily said goodbye. He really didn't want to get involved in anything. Damn, it seemed like he was in a pretty troubled relationship. Mikhail looked up at the clear blue sky with floating white clouds and thought, "This is not just a hunch." She raised her hand to try to reassure herself, which I'm sure was because even a fool could sense after meeting him that that adventurer was the key to changing the world. If we consider everything from the beginning, Baroness Mikhail's thinking is very reasonable. That adventurer is Jae Young. Dex's actions have begun to change the world of Arcadia. With the companionship of Satan, as long as everything is going normally, whether this is his intention or the flow of fate doesn't matter. His choices changed the fate of countless people, which is a harsh reality due to the impact he left behind. There are even some super unlucky people, although most of what's going on is quite illogical. But this is the world created for players called Arcadia. So how can you punish someone whose playing style is closest to its original purpose and is more important than the achievements he achieved later? The current result is just a small grain of sand in the middle of a vast desert. Jae Young step by step walked out of the city gate towards a new journey. Demon King Satan always feels that something is wrong. Is Master really okay? Jae Young doesn't understand what the Demon King means. What is okay? Demon King Satan continued, "I'm sure things will get complicated even if you get involved in human politics and think it's for the kingdom's benefit. Don't you really hate getting into trouble?" Jae Young looked at the vast world in the distance. "Yes, but I have decided to rush forward. Because the situation has become like this, we must continue to move forward." Jae Young is very confident. "Isn't everything we do to gain recognition?" A stream of golden divine power suddenly radiated out. At the same time the system sent the message, "The problem related to the system error has been resolved. The indicators of the Medal of Glory of Heaven have been adjusted. Sorry for the inconvenience, we hope you enjoy it. Time here." The medal suddenly glowed for some reason. Then he radiated divine power so powerful that Jae Young had to cover it with his hand because he couldn't stand it. Demon King Satan was equally surprised. What was that noise? Jae Young noticed. The light was condensing. Suddenly a strange object appeared, a pair of white wings. Jae Young's eyes suddenly turned yellow under the influence of holy magic, that is. Demon King Satan also realized, wait, it's impossible. A flowing golden hair appeared. A message has been sent. Through the effect of the glorious medal of heaven you have been connected to a divine creature. A guardian angel that will protect you has been summoned. The item is successfully permanently attached. Right now the silhouette of an angel appeared sparkling in the sky. That is why the holy light and Archangel Michael. Suddenly the angel shrank to the shape of a little girl, the holy light star and the Archangel Michael. Angels and demons, always opposing each other like dogs and cats, can be considered natural enemies of each other. Two feuding races, the meeting of the leaders of both sides, is actually much more messy than people think. Why are you here? Go away, neutralize the summon for me immediately. Michael's scream rang out in the night sky in the mysterious forest, tearing through the silence at this moment. You are the one, that loudmouth, push the button for me. Satan refuses to be weak and responds the next day. Michael said arrogantly. I was wondering what you were doing when you weren't in the cave, but now I see you here, destroying our holy land. Are you crazy? That, even if you hate yourself, Satan replied awkwardly. Michael responded contemptuously, still not understanding anything. If you want to fight anymore, let's play. If you like, then indulge. Satan does not hesitate to accept the provocation. Pausing, Dex with a helpless expression stopped him. He asked, "What the hell are you two doing?" Tan glared at Michael and replied, "Please step aside, Master, I have to kill this hen." "Me too." Michael responded aggressively, I'm so frustrated, just think about me being in my original self." Tan commented confidently, in a calm tone. Michael lamented and stopped talking nonsense. "You thought you were the only one who couldn't use your original version, but listen to that guy who ran away in the previous battle. It's not because you brought a holy weapon, Muspelheim, you blatantly cheated and spilled the whole pan, but you're so strong." Tan shouted loudly in disagreement. Michael contemptuously teased back, "Oh my god, since when was there a law against using it? Such a holy weapon, I don't know." Dex heard it and turned to look and thought to himself, "Holy weapon, it sounds like two neighborhood kids fighting with each other." He sweated as he thought about it, or it was like some myths he read in the library. "Hey, I was thinking when suddenly a call interrupted me. I turned around." Michael continued asking, "You are a mortal who signed a pact with Satan, right?" He rubbed his chin with his hand, smiled and replied, "Oh yes, it was me. Actually I was forced to sign, so it wasn't a volunteer." After hearing this, Tan did not agree and replied, "But that's a shame now, don't use me that thoroughly." Michael gently analyzed, the ability he possesses seems to be called recognition and can become a dangerous weapon if not given to the right person. Especially in the hands of that vile and treacherous wretched bat. Replacing her gentle tone with a contemptuous tone she affirmed. After hearing this, Tan shouted angrily, saying, "Who was that bat, you damn chicken?" Pretending not to hear, Michael continued to speak, "But never mind, I cannot change a contract that has already taken effect, so please don't be deceived by that demon's honeyed words. I will become your guardian angel and guide you to the right path," Michael affirmed with a gentle smile. After hearing this, Dex seemed a bit surprised and said nothing. "Ha-hoo-hoo," Tan's voice rang out, accompanied by a clearly disdainful smirk. "You idiot, do you think you can?" "You," Michael replied, "what are you doing?" Satan continued, "I guarantee you, as the leader of demons, the one standing before you right now. He is the closest person to the standard of a devil that I have ever met in my life. No, maybe he is even worse than a devil," Satan suddenly shouted, startling Dex, thinking, "Creep." He continued to think, but well, he wasn't wrong. The profession of poet of chaos that I possess is clearly a profession that turns the earth against the sky, and if people comment on what I have done in the game so far, it is true that it is closer to the evil ideology of living. To fulfill her wish in this situation, Michael suddenly spoke up, "I don't think so." She used both hands to cover her chest and smiled gently like a Buddha, saying, "Why are you crying? Confused? Our Creator created humanity and humanity. Nature is good, so let them see that kind nature is the vocation of all angels, including me." Amidst the small spots of bright yellow light, she continued, "From now on, I will try to find your kindness," Michael said, smiling and flying close to him. Dex remained silent and said nothing. Michael continued, "Just call me L from now on." He. Dex nonchalantly replied, "Oh okay." Satan stood with his arms crossed, pouting with an unwilling expression. But little Tan still reluctantly pointed at L and said, "Listen, I will blindly let you go with me for the sake of my master, but his recognition belongs to me. Go away," and I sent him to heaven immediately. Oh my god, it's so funny. If outsiders heard it, they would think that his recognition was really yours. Those demons really are incredibly thick-skinned. You should have given up monopolizing the recognition of him since I appeared, L replied in a disdainful tone. Satan angrily shouted back, "What? I was the one who signed the contract with him first. Don't make excuses." L refused to give up and shouted back, "What's the point of hoarding recognition? You're planning to destroy it. Heaven again, let's see." "You think I don't know what you're planning, you dirty bat," L shouted. "Don't call me a bat, you damn chicken." Looking at those two arguing loudly, Dex just stood there helplessly, thinking. Number of noisy summons increased from 1 to 2. Then he called out, "By N Mitch I mean L." She heard the call and turned her head and turned her attention from Satan to Dex. "What's wrong? Angels or demons don't matter. Unfortunately, this is a capitalist world, run by the race for money of the market. Speaking of recognition, I won't give Tan any nonsense," Dex continued, "so, the question is as follows, that's it. What will you give me in exchange for recognition?" Dex smiled and asked. The most important law is giving and receiving. Elle was bewildered for a few seconds, then she smiled lightly and answered, hee, so that's it, money given for porridge, that's also a common dogma in heaven. There are some heavenly weapons that can be of great help to humanity. Is that what you want? No, not an item. Do you have things like skills? Dex refuted and asked. Sorry, what are skills? Elle wondered. Hearing this, he was confused and thought to himself, wow, she doesn't understand game terminology. Then he continued, I mean I'm quite bad at fighting. I need special abilities to help me fight all enemies. Strength, simply put, ability. Capacity, Elle said while thinking. Poet of Chaos, the system notice board appears. Hidden profession, your profession has evolved into Poet of Chaos. This is a great profession. It allows you to gain hidden abilities and recognition but with very expensive price. Lost level system. He thought to himself, and all the skills I possess are outside of combat, like mining or diving. Of course, it would be nice if I could use items to trade with Tan, but there must be limits, if I can make up for this shortcoming. He thought about this when suddenly Elle spoke up, we have something suitable. The system board jumps up again, you have signed a contract with an angel. Skills, heaven and earth. You can use recognition to temporarily borrow the power of heaven. Elle continued, here, with this our contract is completed, as much power as I want, so much heaven for you. But, the more you exchange, the more recognition you consume. Dex thought and said, good. Dex smirked, let's see. Heaven descended, a large stream of light emitted, causing Tan to suddenly cover himself with his hand and scream, ah! The stream of golden light made the sky brighten up a large area. The powerful light caught the attention of the others. One of them, there were orc warriors. The scene changes to where he is now. A series of names of major characters appear, the honorary knight, Farhan. Great wizard of truth, Merlin. The legendary archer, Parcel. The thief of faith, Murfin. Heaven allowed him to temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who once possessed faith and entrusted him with their souls, Elle said with a confident smile. Dex smirked and said, I see, this will be useful later. Suddenly, from somewhere came a strange sound, clicking, human, taking out all the things and bringing them here. Dex heard the sound and turned his head. An orc with a figure 10 times bigger than Dex and avocado green carried a huge knife. He continued, that's right, TSK, give it all, and I will give you a gentle death TSK. Not only did he not panic or worry, he smiled lightly, it was just the right time, we were in need of someone to test our new abilities. Heaven descend, honorable knight, Farhan. The rows of rocks stand tall and proud in the clear blue sky, they are rugged and rough and are called Fian Peaks. Contrary to the above view, down in a certain Fian Peak, a harsh survival is taking place, where the heat of fire can burn people, from adults to children, from men to women. They are constantly working hard, some using axes to hit the rocks, others transporting rocks out. One of the unfortunate victims was offered to the Lord, a young man with blue hair, his face painted helplessly, his expression extremely tired, his appearance unable to help but be absent-minded, blending into the exhausted atmosphere. With everyone, sweat continued to pour out. He couldn't stop thinking. It was hard to believe, but everyone was here, playing a game of getting rich just by finding an item. They are not stupid. The young man seemed to realize something. His face became stiff, his pale eyes stared blankly at one point, then let out a curse as if he was not satisfied with his fate. Damn, that's why. Everyone realized that I was daydreaming. Then he became even more determined. Yes. Everyone here is accepting the fact that they have been deceived. Slave number 11, young Zeke was frowning, rubbing his overworked hands. The boy kept moaning in pain. He bent down and held his hands tightly to the working tools. All over his body, drenched in sweat, he clenched his teeth and patiently existed here, thoughts constantly appearing in his heart. I want to think about it. My friends have all gone hunting. I can't even tell them that I'm stuck in a mine because of the humiliation. The boy's eyes began to open. He blamed himself. Why am I playing games so stupidly? Money and money. I just want to escape this place. I want to run away. After thinking about it, he suddenly let out a breath. For a moment he felt a bit dazed. The two words escape once again sounded through that small mouth, and then the fire of determination began to flare up in young Zeke's will. Yes. He clasped his hands loosely. His eyes became sharper. He suddenly thought aloud, I should just run away. A pitiful cry rang out, letting me go, suddenly awakening young Zeke's mind and bringing it back to a painful reality. It was stunned, looking at the image before its eyes. It was one of the people captured here. He was being dragged away by two strong, fierce men, his face full of anger, constantly shouting and cursing, "You bastards, I bought that capsule to play games, not to be a slave." The man on the left asked the man on the right, "What nonsense is this guy talking about?" "You," the other person replied. "He must have lost his mind." At this time, suddenly two guys walked up next to young Zeke and started talking. A middle-aged man with a brown sweat-soaked shirt spoke. "Oh, seriously, you must have planned to run away, right? TSK, wow, you're playing so stupid." The boy with blue hair next to you also continued, "Ho ho, it's really a pointless effort." Hearing that, young Zeke's expression was a bit bewildered. He didn't understand clearly, so he asked again, "What do you guys mean?" At that moment, the blue-haired boy looked at him and said, "You really don't know. If you run away you will become a deserter, and will violate the contract with the Countess. Every village and city will treat you like a criminal." The middle-aged uncle next to him laughed, used a towel to wipe the sweat from his face and told the boy that, yes, and in the end, if he wanted to continue playing the game, he would eventually return to this mine even if he ran away, instead of playing the game. Because of that, just stop complaining and continue with your mining work to pay off your debt much faster. After saying that, he turned to ask the boy, "You don't intend to run away, right?" Hearing that, young Zeke quickly waved his hand back and forth to deny it. His face was sweating, a little tense, and he replied, "Of course, nope." The clanging sound continued to echo throughout the mining area. Young Zeke's face was grimaced and uncomfortable. It seemed he had used all his strength to swing the stone-digging trophy. It seemed he had considered the thing in front of him to be his mortal enemy. Tears flowed freely from his eyes. Faced with his own difficult situation, he didn't want to, but he couldn't stop his actions, because if he gave up he wouldn't be able to continue playing this game anymore. There were countless echoes in his head right now, swearing, "Damn, damn." At this time, the system's sound suddenly rang out continuously. Your ore mining skill has been upgraded to rank 5. Your ore mining speed has increased a bit. You can dig ore for a long time without don't feel tired. You have achieved the title of Resilient Miner. The Eternal Flame shows interest in your soul. The Eternal Flame has a good impression on you because you spend a lot of time working with iron. Before the sudden sound of the system, young Zeke was extremely surprised. He was also aware that, seemingly in the darkness, there was a pair of mysterious fire-red eyes secretly observing and paying attention to him. Clearly, young Zeke also did not understand the situation that suddenly happened before him. His face at this moment was bewildered, his mouth mumbling, looking puzzled. "A 1,000-year-old fire, what is this?" Suddenly, another loud sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It was the scream of the guard who was observing all the unfortunate victims. He kept an eye on his actions and then spoke up to warn him. "Hey, number one, dig in seriously." That noise makes young Zeke scream like a pissed-off pig. I'm sorry, you have to ignore the system notifications, because nothing will happen could be worse than the situation you're currently in. On the other hand, our main character, Yoon Jae-young, or Dex, is using his special skill, Heavenly Fall. At this time, he has summoned the soul of the Honorable Knight. Farhan is an ally. Farhan is a legendary warrior who always brings victory to his teammates on his side. His sword makes countless demons fear. And your shield has saved countless lives under its protection. On the continent, it is said that as long as he is there, victory will be within reach. People call him the Messenger of Glory. But on the contrary, the demons, his enemies, called him by another name. Standing in front of Farhan was one of those demons. It was clearly extremely scared. One of its arms was seriously injured. It could not hold the shield it was proud of, but it trembled and showed fear before Farhan. "He has destroyed it, my strongest shield." In contrast to the devil, Farhan appeared very calm and gradually approached the devil. He calmly spoke, "Why are you so surprised? You will be like that sooner or later," he said, and quickly swung his sword. Causing the devil to tremble in fear, he screamed in pain, "Ah!" Then quickly split in half. They, the trembling demons, called him by name, Farhan the Demon Slayer. That's his other nickname. A blue notification appears. A celestial body has descended to your soul. You can temporarily use the power of the celestial body. At this moment, the demon-slaying Farhan appears behind Dex with bright beams of light, containing boundless power. The yellow notification appears again to remind Dex, you can use the entire skill set of Farhan, the honorary knight. Dex's face showed surprise and a bit of bewilderment. He looked at the sword that was showing beams of light in his hand. Witnessing the scene happening before the Demon King's eyes, he began to become tense. His eyebrows narrowed, his mouth exclaimed in panic, "That sword and shield, it's impossible." At this moment, it seemed like he felt Farhan's power filling his body. Dex looked at the Demon King with a very satisfied and confident expression. He put the sword on his shoulder and said, "Come here, it's a celestial descent skill, just like its name, a celestial body will descend under my soul, it's truly better than I imagined." The Demon King flew high and drew a face as he looked at Dex. He wondered, but why did that bastard come down to earth? In response to the Demon King, Dex was extremely calm, with joy on his face. "Oh, you know him." Hearing that answer, the Demon King was so angry that his eyes turned red. His voice screamed in response, "Are you kidding me? Every demon in hell knows that monster. He hunts down even the demons that are playing around, devour and destroy them all. He is a psychopath." Hearing that, the little boy Dex couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, isn't he a jihadist who has achieved many achievements? Yes, he is truly a criminal who escaped from the insane asylum." In his eyes, real demons. After thinking about it, Dex had a bright smile on his face, a yellow light flashed in his eyes, then he opened his mouth and said, "Okay, I've been waiting for a long time. Let's start fighting now." Facing him were 3 orc warriors. They were extremely large, each with a fierce face. In contrast to Dex's small appearance, this war was not fair at all. Suddenly one of the 3 warriors spoke, the captain of that brat. The leader of the orc warriors heard that and replied, "I know, he is different from a second ago, now he is strong." Dex's eyes became sharp. He glared at the 3 people in front of him. His eyes were no longer the black of his pupils, but now they were covered with a bright yellow color. He thought, in my head, "I'm sure even they know we have something different. If it was a normal monster, they would have attacked it already, so the area boss must be a little smarter." A map appeared in his mind and he began to calculate. Jia Young had entered the route, especially after leaving Count Mikhail's territory. He used a path deep in the forest, where no one goes. This is a shortcut to the next destination, but most players do not go to this place. The reason is because the area boss, the orc warrior, stands guard here. Dex looked down slightly. His hair covered his eyes. His face looked dangerous. Level 25 is also strong, so... Before he could finish his sentence, one of the 3 orc warriors used the large knife in his hand to swing it at him. Suddenly, a yellow light shined out. That was the power that Dex had created. It was so strong that it held the knife in the air for a while. Dex looked at his opponent with a satisfied smile. At this moment, his steadfast will was activated. He said as if he had just discovered something, "Oh, so this is also how to use it," then gave a final smile. "Okay. Now it's my turn, don't collect too early." A blue notification appeared. The Holy Shield had entered combat mode. The verdict of justice had been activated. The fire of the burning sunset has been activated. Dex has a small appearance but possesses immense power. He raised his hand to the sky then summoned a long sword. Surrounding his body was a yellow light, and in the middle of the night Farhan appeared. This is truly a powerful warrior. The power of that sword made the 3 orc warriors panic for a moment. They fell down and retreated. One of them said, "Human, that's scary, don't come close to us." Dex's eyes were full of anger, glaring at them. His voice was full of steel. "Stick your neck out, you bastard." A beam of light like lightning flashed down. The whole forest seemed to be glowing. A message appears. The natural skill has ended. Calculate the amount of recognition based on the total duration and usage method. Consumed 352 admitted. When the match ended, there was only the bright moonlight in the sky and a Dex boy with a slim, small body but a winner in a weak situation. His expression seemed to be thinking something. Suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, absolutely respectful." Angel L appeared with a surprised look on her face. She praised, "Wonderful." After speaking, she slightly lowered her face, then thought in her head, it was too unreasonable. Even if he used heavenly skills, how could a mortal's body withstand that source of power? After thinking about it, she suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened, looking straight at one point. Then she placed her hand on the middle of her chest, silently thanking, "I understand, O Creator, I understand why you sent me down here." It turned out that she had realized her purpose in the human world. She thought to herself, this humanity is the existence that will reverse the flow of the world. Archangel Michael's eyes looking towards Yeyoung had changed, eyes that believed in his abilities, eyes that waited for him to change the world. She said to herself, "Child, Michael, saw it with his own eyes." His ability, unlike Michael, whose mind is full of thoughts, our main character right now is just upset because he hasn't been able to use his full strength. He thought to himself, "But I won a good fight because I put down my sword, it's been too long." In the evening, the moon rises high. Today the moon is full. The King of Chaos and the Archangel Michael lay fast asleep on the ground. On the other side, Yoon Jae-young was sitting thoughtfully looking at the system screen. it shows heavenly skill. Yoon Jae-young thought to himself, luckily I used it early, so I could find out its advantages and disadvantages. Yoon Jae-young remembered fighting with monsters and thought, the advantage was, reducing the problem of rank difference in battles. Yoon Jae-young still thought about the battle scene, when he held, the super cheat item Demon Sword, 300,000 points admitted, and thought, originally, I could only buy the items from Tan and use it to withdraw short the gap with competitors, but purchasing the product costs a lot of credit points. Yoon Jae-young still thinks, and I have to continue using the items I bought, so there are certain limits when attacking, so until I own an item that can be used in all situations, I have no other choice but to fight in this situation. Back to the present, Yoon Jae-young put his chin in thought, this is why I didn't buy any combat items, fortunately this problem was finally resolved, but there's a pretty big downside. The system screen appeared again. Heavenly Descendation, recognition points, 305-2. Recognition points consumed will increase depending on the time of the Heavenly Descendation cast. Yoon Jae-young remembered that when he cast Heavenly Descendant, it only took him 3 minutes to kill 3 orcs. Even if he took some time to study the skill window, it wouldn't have been more than 10 minutes. His face shows concern, but having spent so many points, I wonder how many points it would take to fight a strong opponent. He raised his hand and scratched his head and said out loud, so the important issue is the level of the opponents that I used to strike, well, but it's also quite interesting. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, causing Yoon Jae-young to glance back warily. Hee, you find the disadvantages of heaven interesting, what a surprise. That was the voice of Archangel Michael. He said, "Elle, are you awake?" Elle said smilingly, "Angels usually sleep quite a bit, unlike certain people." On the other side, the Demon King was sleeping and was startled when he was reminded. Elle said again, "It seems like you're worried about the amount of points you've spent." Elle mentioned Farhan. You may not know it, but Farhan is a holy warrior possessing great power. Elle smiled and said, "If it only costs that much to summon such a person to this land, it's not expensive at all." Elle said again, "Well, more importantly, the power of recognition is that it can turn the impossible into possible." Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young thought to herself, she is really good at persuasion. He sighed and said, "Well, even though I feel like I'm being ripped off, it's true that I have more choices now. However, I will only use it when necessary, and use it carefully." Elle heard Yoon Jae-young say that and immediately said, "It was a wise decision." Yoon Jae-young asked again, "But Elle, does your companion need to sleep?" Elle replied, not sure, what do you think?" Maroon Kingdom, this is the main platform of the Korean server at Arcadia. Currently the internal situation of this place is not too positive. Even so, in the impression of neighboring countries, they are still very strong and kind. Located in the middle of Arcadia's second continent and possessing the advantage of geographical location, this place was an intermediate zone that facilitated trade with other kingdoms. They reaped huge profits because of its location, its strategic rationale. Therefore, many large merchant guilds were formed in the Maroon Kingdom. At the GM Trade Union, people were busy doing their work. An angry voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, this is too much." A merchant angrily said loudly, "I brought a lot of goods here and yet the merchant guild owner doesn't show up, even though I know this merchant guild was founded by adventurers, but this is too much, already." From behind the businessman, a man walked up and said, "Sorry for the lack of respect." The businessman calmly turned around and asked, Are you?" John Smith politely bowed his head and said, "Although I am not the leader of the merchant guild, I hope you will please let me, the chapter leader, take care of you." John Smith's eyes turned gloomy and said, "Our merchant guild master. There is currently a meeting." At another house, Duke Buren pointed his finger and said, "The merchant guild master of the GM Merchant Guild, you probably guessed, there will be a big war that will break out between the Maroon Kingdom and the Parkle Kingdom. It is inevitable. To resolve the issue, resolve ancient grudges and make the Maroon Kingdom richer and more powerful." Choi Jae-gyu smiled and said, "Of course, then can you support the GM Chamber of Commerce in the future?" He frowned and thought, wow, the NPC villain sure does have a sharp tongue. Choi Jae-gyu continued to think to himself, Duke Buren, if he wanted, he could control the entire army of the Maroon Kingdom, which is the core of the Korean server in Arcadia. This is a dangerous character, there are even rumors that he is trying to take the throne when the king is not yet capable. Choi Jae-gyu and Duke Buren faced each other seriously. Choi Jae-gyu thought to himself, but, for the GM Merchant Guild, this was the partner that could help the Merchant Guild earn millions. Choi Jae-gyu's face was tense. He continued to think, I didn't expect to meet him so early. Luckily I had investigated in advance. I should give a reward to the strategy department. Choi Jae-gyu is the youngest child of the chairman of GM Group. He remembers when his father scolded him, Choi Jae-gyu, how many positions have you tried and given up? CEO, department head, team leader, you always make trouble and walk away. Do you know what people in the company think about you? If you fail this time, there won't be any more positions for you in this company. Choi Jae-gyu shyly replied, yes, father. The great trade organization that established a stronghold in the Maroon Kingdom, the GM Trade Federation. Actually owned by a large corporation in Korea, GM Group, led by Choi Jae-gyu, the youngest son of the chairman. It's a community of Arcadia players purely for the purpose of making lots of money. In other words, right now, in the face of power and authority, reality and virtual reality are intersecting. Duke Buren said, the GM Merchant Guild was built by adventurers. I came here because I heard that this merchant guild is not only growing rapidly but also very united. Now that I meet you, those rumors must be true. It's true. Use all the resources you have to buy all the grains. I will pay you a handsome price. Choi Jae-gyu laughed, meaning. Duke Buren replied, correctly. Duke Buren continued, we will give the GM Merchant Guild some authority to solve the Maroon Kingdom's food supply problem, so you just need to act without attracting attention. That's why I came to you, an adventurer. Choi Jae-gyu answered with a big smile, as he wished. Duke Buren left. Choi Jae-gyu sat with his hands on his hands and thought, this is my chance. He said, Choi, no, President Smith, you heard it too, right? The big deal we've been waiting for has finally arrived. John Smith replied, yes young master, no merchant guild master, I agree with you. Choi Jae-gyu laughed loudly and stood up, right, please contact Dad immediately, a great opportunity has appeared, we should get more investment. John Smith replied silently, I don't agree. Hearing that, Choi Jae-gyu asked in confusion, huh, why? John Smith smiled kindly and said, young master, meaning, merchant guild master, don't you know? John Smith said, up to now the company has invested 8 billion, it is quite difficult to receive any higher investment. Choi Jae-gyu immediately objected, with such a small amount of money but still making a fuss, we will refund later. After that, Choi Jae-gyu crossed his arms and gritted his teeth and replied, okay, then I can't help it. He secretly thought about the matter with Duke Buren, even though he couldn't accept further investment, but with the money he had accumulated so far, it was enough. I will help Duke Buren, provide supplies to the Maroon Kingdom, and if he succeeds in conquering the Parkle Kingdom, he can take the throne from the old king. If so, the economy of the Arcadia Korea server would essentially fall into the hands of the GM Group. Choi Jae-gyu raised his hand to adjust his collar, smiled and said, haha, just wait and see. He continued to say, with this Arcadia game, I will prove to you my abilities, no one will be able to stand in my way. On the other side, a man said, so. It's Brocken, he continued, the stubborn Baroness Miky sent you here. Brocken was talking to Yoon Jae-young, he continued, nice to meet you, adventurer duh. Brocken stared at Yoon Jae-young standing in front of him. He held a letter, Brocken squeezed the letter and asked with a smile. This is the letter of introduction that Baron Miky gave you. Yoon Jae-young replied, yes, I don't know what the letter said, but the Baron said, I will receive protection if I give it to you. The Baron also said there was some information about me in it. Brocken did not answer but tore the letter in half. That made Yoon Jae-young think in surprise, he tore it up without even opening it to read. Brocken smirked and said, now, tell me, why Baron Miky sent you here? His eyes gradually became cold. Yoon Jae-young smiled and thought, I understand, he wanted me to directly say the reason. He laughed loudly and said, I don't know anymore, she just asked me to find a date. Things like reasons are the responsibility of someone with a higher status, not a simple adventurer like me, right? The two looked seriously at each other. Brocken gradually smiled. Suddenly he laughed loudly and said, okay, I like you. Making Yoon Jae-young silent, not knowing what to say, Brocken said again, the reason you were sent here is very clear, the war between the Maroon Kingdom and the Parkle Kingdom will take place soon, she probably thinks you have the ability to stop this. Yoon Jae-young smiled and replied, so what, I never thought I had that ability. Brocken continued to say, oh, you weren't surprised when I mentioned the war, Baron Miky must have told you something, it seems like she trusts you a lot. So Dex, do you have any good ideas? Yoon Jae-young smiled and said, I heard that the prince who was supposed to ascend the throne couldn't make any good decisions, and most of the nobles were in cahoots with Duke Buren, right? Brocken sighed and replied, yes. Yoon Jae-young raised his chin and said, I understand. His eyes gradually became cold as he continued to say, first, There is an easy solution and a difficult solution, Bracken asked. Is there an easy solution? Yoon Jae-young pointed to the sky and smiled. You said Duke Buren was the leader, right? Normally, when the leader is destroyed, the organization will also collapse. After hearing this, Bracken asked with a serious face, so you mean, we will kill Duke Buren? Yoon Jae-young said, of course, why not? Bracken laughed again and said, Baron Mikhail really has an eye for people, you are really interesting. His voice startled Yoon Jae-young and thought, his voice was so loud, just like his strong body. Bracken closed his eyes and said, I have also thought of this method, however, do you think it is easy to carry out an assassination? He was talking about Duke Buren's guards. His guards were all master knights and magicians. No matter where they are, they always maintain vigilance. Bracken crossed his arms and said, in such a situation, if any crazy person can successfully carry out an assassination, I want to meet him face to face. Yoon Jae-young smiled, pointed at himself and said, let me do it. Bracken asked again, you did you hear what I just said? Yoon Jae-young still pointed at him and said, yes. Bracken nervously put his hands on his face, don't misunderstand what I say, from what I see, I wonder if you can make a scratch on the Duke's clothes. He thought about Yoon Jae-young's rank and said, how the hell could you kill him? Yoon Jae-young smirked and said, what's wrong, do you think I can't do it? Hearing that, Bracken was extremely surprised. He said, ha-hoo, the young horse is eager to fight, you really are extremely confident. Bracken stood up. He glanced at Yoon Jae-young then smiled and said, follow me. They went to the training ground. Bracken said, if you are so confident, then fight me in a match to prove your strength. Bracken closed his eyes and started speaking, Baron Mikhail may be impatient, but she is certainly very wise when evaluating a person, I trust her judgment. Yoon Jae-young's face became serious. Bracken continued, so. He swung his sword and said, don't disappoint me. Yoon Jae-young smiled and then performed the move, heaven and earth. A stream of power flared up around Yoon Jae-young, in his hands he held two swords. The stream of power emitted from his body surprised Bracken. Bracken's face showed confusion. He silently thought, what's going on? His entire aura became completely different. Just now, he looked like someone who never knew how to hold a sword. But now, he looked like someone who had spent his entire life practicing swordplay. Yoon Jae-young's feet gradually left the ground. The system screen appeared. The god of heaven, Coughless, had merged into the player's body. Another screen appears. Temporarily, you will be able to use the power of the fallen god. Yoon Jae-young smiled and said, 5 minutes. His words confused Bracken. He continued, I will end this match in 5 minutes because it costs too many points. Bracken asked again, what? The system screens appear one after another. You have activated the accelerator. You have activated the will of a decisive battle. You have activated the wind sword. The spirit of the earth is protecting you. Yoon Jae-young rushed towards Bracken. He held out his sword to block the attack. Bracken thought, the attack was strong. Yoon Jae-young smirked, I attacked with the intention of ending this war, but I guess being a master swordsman is on another level. After that, he stepped back. Bracken's face was covered in sweat. He cautiously said, you are not an ordinary adventurer. Yoon Jae-young smiled and replied, you just realized it now. Bracken spoke again, you said, about carrying out the assassination yourself. Now I understand you were serious when mentioning this. Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young said, so what, then we will end the battle, just this battle. Bracken said, I will also show you my ability. He raised his sword to the sky and said, unimaginable sword, sword light, a stream of red power surrounding the sword. Bracken's eyes turned serious and he said, I've only become a half-hearted master swordsman, even though I'm proud of my own skills. He pointed his sword downward and said, this is proof of that. Yoon Jae-young gradually worriedly said, you really went a bit too far. Bracken rushed towards him with his sword and said, let's see. How will you block this attack? The flow of power was so great that Yoon Jae-young leaned back slightly. His face was filled with surprise as he witnessed Bracken's great strength. Duke Bracken concentrated on using his power, raised his sword high and slashed it down. Electric sparks spread around, forming a powerful energy ring. At the same time, tell Dex opposite, to see. How do you block this attack? Faced with Duke Bracken's fierce attack, Dex held both hands and two swords, still calm, without the slightest panic on his face, not knowing whether he was prepared or overconfident in his strength, self. The encounter between the Duke and Dex caused the air to be compressed. Sparks collided, creating a huge explosion, shaking the ground. White smoke gradually rises. The image of the other person appeared clearly before Duke Brocken's eyes. The Duke's cold eyes were quickly replaced by surprise. I couldn't believe my eyes, that is, the sword of no imagination. Dex holds two swords crossed, the swords radiate yellow energy, he is in a defensive position, there is no doubt that, although Duke Brocken is still ready to attack, there is a big storm in his heart. Confirm, although it is different from mine, it is definitely an imaginary sword, it is definitely a skill that can only be used by those who have reached the realm of a master swordsman, don't tell me, you too. At this time, a notification from Dex's system sounds, you have used a skill limited to people level 150 or higher, formless sword, light sword. You are using just received added. Seeing that, Dex couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what, you still want more, be more careful with the amount of recognition you're taking away. Opposite, Duke Brocken thought to himself, is he muttering to himself? Dex said, Your Highness. This time I won't hold back. Dex said as he held his sword and attacked from above. Duke Brocken held his sword horizontally to block the attack, his face grimacing. Dex said as he held his sword and attacked from above. Duke Brocken held his sword horizontally to block the attack, his face grimacing. The ground under my feet has also sunk. Brocken gritted his teeth, blue veins appearing on his face. But Dex did not give in one bit, found an opening, coldly said, Got it. Saying that, he picked up his sword and attacked the opening, causing Duke Brocken to panic and let go of his sword, falling to the ground opposite Dex's sword tip. He sat panting, his face full of surprise as if he couldn't believe it, whispering, I'm still alive. At the same time, the system makes a sound informing Dex that you have stopped using the heavenly skill. Start counting based on your usage time and actions, 2,812 acknowledgements consumed. An extraordinary achievement, you have successfully defeated someone who reached the Master Realm, the title you have achieved the title of Miraculous Warrior. Your strength increases by 10. Hearing the announcement, Dex's face changed, he couldn't believe his ears, he lost 2,812 confirmations, what the hell? At this moment, El happily appeared and explained that, although last time you didn't use much strength, this time is different, right? This is the first time I've seen you happy like this, to be honest, there are no complaints, right? Waiting for a while, looking at the sword cuts on the field, El continued, but telling this story is quite interesting. Usually, even if you can summon the power of heaven, you won't be able to, can't use it perfectly. Have you ever practiced with the sword in the past? Seeing that, Dex hesitantly replied, Swords, well, I did play with them somewhere else, then thought to myself, after all, I was ranked first in Rhythm Blade, so I didn't lie. Looking at Dex from afar, Duke Brocken stood up holding his chest, he still couldn't believe what had just happened. His face was shocked, he thought in shock, I can't believe it, a master swordsman of the Maroon Kingdom. Can't even read his sword strokes. This guy is indeed a person with overwhelming power, has hidden his profession for a long time. Duke Brocken approached Dex, then suddenly knelt down on one knee, his right hand on his left breast, expressing, if I had the honor to know what your sword sought. Hearing that, Dex thought for a moment, it must be the wind. Brocken was surprised. Wind. The wind carried within it the power of unparalleled speed, freer and sharper than anything, and he thought, if I could get closer to something like that. After that, as if finding a target, Brocken practiced his sword endlessly. Satan saw this and asked Dex, the master, why did he suddenly start swinging his sword alone in the middle of the night? Dex really didn't know. In the room, Duke Brocken bowed down and sincerely apologized to Dex. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness before. This incident happened entirely due to my ignorance. Please be generous and forgive this stupid old man, Mr. Dex. Dex saw that, waved his hand and smiled, saying, it's okay, things like this happen all the time. Brocken questioned, continuing our previous conversation, are you really serious about assassinating Duke Buren alone? Dex looked and gently replied, isn't that the simplest way to solve this problem, since he is a bad guy? Brocken still bowed his head and continued, if it were you, then assassinating him would be entirely possible, but even so, I worry that chaos due to the absence of the royal family is inevitable after Buren's death. Dex did not answer immediately but asked again, Mr. Duke, do you know what the Gordon knot is? And of course Duke Brocken didn't know what it was. Dex smirked and explained, a complicated knot tied so tightly that it was impossible to untangle. Then he continued to ask the question without Brocken having to answer, what do you think is the simplest way to remove it? Dex smiled and replied, just cut it. Even if you try your best, it's impossible to remove something that can't be removed, so just cutting it off is the simplest way. Dex looked down and continued, about what would happen next. Then smiled brightly as if giving a correct opinion, wouldn't it have subsided sooner or later? Duke Brocken was surprised, had a different view of Dex, terribly irresponsible. Thought to himself, however, surely he was the only one who had the ability to bluntly state the problems accumulating within the royal family of the Maroon Kingdom with such ease. There was no better solution than him. I mentioned it all. As if determined, Brocken said, if that's what you want, then we'll do it. Adventurer Dex, not only my sword light, inside this person is the most terrifying man in the entire world. A moment later, the system notifies you, you have successfully progressed to become a key player in changing the Maroon Kingdom, updating the mission. A side quest has appeared. Quest update, the Maroon Kingdom is surrounded by nations that bully it. A change is happening within the Maroon Kingdom that has always been busy surviving while having to carefully watch its behavior with the surrounding kingdoms. You are not worthy of the title of anarchist poet if you let this moment of change pass by. Right, move forward and master this moment. Please contribute to the Maroon Kingdom and its royal family. Depending on your actions, the content of this quest may change. Finally, there are side missions. The first mission is to assassinate Duke Buren. The second mission is still a mystery. Dex looked at the notification and suddenly said, what an unexpected side quest. It seems like the system really wants me to kill Buren. Isn't this game really interesting? Hearing that, Satan next to him replied, so will you kill that guy? El also asked, you don't really think about it, right? Satan heard El's question and angrily said, what, do you have a problem, or are you going to babble on stupid things but killing people is bad? El was also angry, trying to explain, why do we have to use a cowardly sneaky method like assassination, that is only used by bad people with no honor? We should demand a duel fairly and evaluate him. Dex, standing in the middle, couldn't help but interrupt and ask, so killing him is okay, but do you want me to warn him in advance? El nodded affirmatively, yes, you should notify him at least 3 days in advance about a duel at the arena, or send him an assassination notice so that he at least has time to prepare for death, yourself. That is the right thing to do. Hearing that, Satan's face darkened. He couldn't bear it. He heard horrible nonsense. I knew you were crazy. Having said that, the two started arguing again. Everyone had their own thoughts. One side El said, I don't want to listen to the words of a bad devil like you. On the other side Satan was angry. What the hell are you talking about, muscle? Dex stood helplessly, sighed and said, I don't mean to kill Duke Buren right away. Satan and El turned their heads to look at Dex, their faces full of surprise and questioning. Dex gently answered, whenever there is a conflict, it is not wise to only listen to one side. You must listen to what both sides have to say first and then make a decision later. Then Dex laughed and continued, Duke Buren started the war for no reason. There is no such thing. I doubt there is any other reason. That's right, from the perspective of adventurer Dex, who wasn't even born in the Maroon Kingdom, the power struggle and war happening in Maroon is a good thing. Because there is one thing that is always more important than everything, profit. Dex's eyes turned purple. Dex is ambitious. I intend to help the side that brings me the most benefits. You two have no complaints, right? Satan also couldn't believe. Wow, you really? El couldn't help but say, that's not right. If you make a promise you have to keep it. You have to kill Duke Buren immediately. Satan heard that and loudly scorned. Even an angel could say that. Perfect self-centered ability. Something like a promise that can be thrown away at any time in pursuit of greater profits. That is the living motto of the wandering adventurer, Dex. GM Corporation Headquarters. In the president's office, in front of the screen is the image of the MC hosting the program. The next news. Today the price of electronic stocks has surpassed $5,000, setting a new record in the stock industry. The reason is because there have been many investors interested in the group after Chairman Lee Junhee's announcement of opening Arcadia. Dreamer virtual reality machine is considered a machine that turns magic into reality. Hearing that, GM Group owner Choi Soon-young rubbed his head and lamented, it was that damn Dreamer again. Those Ajin electronic bastards. What tricks did they use to create that thing? Choi Soon-young frowned and thought, 5 years ago, GM Group was still on par with Ajin as two competing companies, but our group gradually slipped after they began to gain a leading position with technology, as revolutionary as the smartphone and now reaching even further. Most importantly, dreamers are extremely dangerous things. They not only change the market flow of Korea, but also affect the world. His mouth turned foul, and the more he thought about it, the more worried he became, meaning that we cannot stay in the same place in backward industries like construction and cars like this forever. If GM Corporation does not overcome through this industry, it will soon collapse. Choi Soon-young had a headache trying to find a way. I need to find a way to solve this. I need something. At this moment, the desk phone rang, announcing that the president and CEO were here. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room suddenly opened. Choi Jae-gyu rushed in from outside, his face cheerfully saying, "Dad, I bring you good news. You have to give me 8 billion won." Chairman Choi Soon-young's face was surprised. "What? Didn't you just get into a big scandal after getting 8 billion won from investing, and now you want another 8 billion won? Choi Jae-gyu's eyes lit up and replied, "Yes, I'm sure this time will definitely be enough. This is the last time I'll ask Dad for money. Please believe me." Chairman Choi was angry, his face grimaced. "Do you think 8 billion won is a gold coin? I let you play as you like with that stupid game created by those Ajin tech guys. Now you're really crazy, right? If you want to invest more, please submit a report first." Suddenly a stack of papers hit the table before his surprised eyes. "What is this?" Choi Jae-gyu confidently smiled and said, "Before complaining, please read this first." Hearing that, President Choi picked it up to see what it was. What caught the eye was the headline, "Maroon Kingdom, Colonial Project." A moment later, Choi Soon-young picked up the report and asked his son, "Is everything written in here true?" Choi Jae-gyu placed his left hand on his right chest, looked at his father and said, "Of course, father, I have already talked to the powerful person in the Maroon Kingdom, Duke Buren. Everything is still going according to plan, meaning to be. If everything goes well, we will be able to make Arcadia, the proud name of Ajin Technology Corporation, ours." President Choi Soon-young gently replied, 50 billion won. Ignoring Choi Jae-gyu's surprised face, he continued, "Take it for 50 billion won, I can't give you any more, and don't forget this is the last chance I give you." Choi Jae-gyu couldn't believe it, he smiled happily and shouted loudly, "Thank you father, thank you very much." After the room door closed, Chairman Choi sat with his arms crossed in thought. An earl, a duke in a love quarrel, it was indeed a completely different world from here. I laughed it off, I thought games were just things for children to play. Then Choi Soon-young turned his chair and looked through the glass, exclaiming, "It seems like the world is gradually changing." Another place, at the Buren Duke estate. In the Duke's study, a conversation was taking place. Duke Buren looked at the Knight Leonid, the secret envoy of the Harmel Empire, with cold eyes. "The Harmel Empire. You must have worked very hard to get here from a faraway land in the north. So, what do you want to tell me?" Knight Leonid endeavors to negotiate. "Duke Buren, I know you are preparing for a war. We, the Harmel Empire, have a proposal for this. If you promise and accept to hand over the Harel Plain to us after winning the war, we will do our best to support you, and if you wish, we will also help you become king of the Maroon Kingdom." Hearing that, Duke Buren pondered. Harel Plain, that is the plain between the steep mountain ranges between the Maroon Kingdom and the Harmel Empire. It is natural for the Harmel Empire to want that land to strengthen their defense. The possibility of this being a trap is quite low. Both sides benefited, so the transaction was successful. Duke Buren and Knight Leonid shook hands. The Duke smiled and said, "I'm glad that I now have a good ally by my side. I look forward to working with you, Knight Leonid." In response, Leonid frowned and said honestly, "I hope you won't change your original mind after everything is over, and I also look forward to working with you, Duke Buren." Knight Leonid left without worrying. Duke Buren was left alone in the study. He smiled sinisterly. Everything was still going according to plan, his face full of ambition. Below one person above 10,000 people, existence is only below one person above 10,000 people. It is me, that is the word that describes my existence. Buren grinned, now there was only one person who could stand above him. But, that's just an 8-year-old kid with his nose still not clean, what a farce. The ambitious Duke of Buren thought, this country needs a real king, not a virtue with only a name but no reputation, and that real king is himself. At this moment, a voice behind me rang out. I was glad that he looked happy. Buren asked in surprise, GM Chamber of Commerce. Why did you come here in person? Young Master Choi Jae-gyu slowly replied, the bigger and more important the deal, the more important updates there will be. Choi Jae-gyu continued, I have already purchased in advance all the rations that will be produced in the future from the territories that the enemy country, the Parkle Kingdom, is currently purchasing from. I have also purchased various types of food, in the current market without causing any major problems. Duke Buren praised and said, you have completely cut off the enemy's supply lines and resource reserves so that they cannot stabilize themselves internally. You are a very good adventurer, but he also wondered, but I've never heard of pre-buying rations, how do you do that? Young Master Choi smiled and explained, this strategy is known as futures trading for explorers. It is a convention. People will sign a contract in advance to trade products on a certain date in the future, hybrid, after promising in advance to sell a certain product at a certain price. Hearing that, Duke Buren stroked his beard and smiled. What a good idea. It seems like the title of adventurer is extremely useful. Choi Jae-gyu humbly said, you're pushing us too fast. Duke Buren, as you predicted, the GM Merchant Guild has put everything we have to the forefront in this deal. If it's okay with you, I wonder if it can consolidate the great power that you have promised me before. When Duke Buren heard what young Master Choi Jae-gyu said, he smiled without changing his expression. Stood up and replied, hey, adventurer, you're being too hasty. I'm sorry, but I'm busy enough with other things that I need to deal with right now. He turned to look at Choi Jae-gyu and came up with an idea. Don't you think it would be more appropriate to discuss this after the war is over? Hearing that, Choi Jae-gyu hesitantly said, but Duke Buren, we... Before he could finish his sentence, Duke Buren changed his face, looked at him coldly and asked, are you doubting me? Choi Jae-gyu was startled, sweating profusely, thinking, damn it, he saw right through me. On the outside, he still had to humbly answer, of course not, but his hand was clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. The pain reminded him to calm down. After that, the Duke returned with a smile, gently sending the guests off, so please leave first, I still have another appointment. Although Choi Jae-gyu was not willing, he still had to agree to leave. In the hallway back to the main door, Choi Jae-gyu punched the wall hard. Gritting his teeth, eyes full of anger, that NPC bastard dared to play tricks with me. He silently pondered, but now I have no other choice. I have invested too much in this capital, so I can't get into power trouble with him. Now just act alone first and wait, the right time will be better. The 500,000 gold I used to buy all the food on the market, I used up the 50 billion won that my father invested in. But, that is still not enough to control the entire food supply in Arcadia at the present time. So I used the great idea of futures trading. Choi Jae-gyu lamented, with this, I will definitely be able to significantly neutralize the Parkle Kingdom, but, in order for this plan to be carried out, 10 million gold was promised in the contract. If I convert it to the one exchange rate, it's 1 trillion won, which is a huge number, but on the contrary, if this plan fails, then not only the GM Trade Association but also the GM Corporation will collapse. Choi Jae-gyu frowned. This was truly the final counterattack. I secretly showed it because I knew my father would object no matter what. He held his trembling hands, telling himself, it's okay, the war will definitely still happen, I know that, I have to calm down. When the war happens, the price of food will increase rapidly. This is not a bet based on luck, I invest in it for a certain future that I understand clearly. This will definitely succeed. Choi Jae-gyu spoke with difficulty, because this was the last chance he was given. Suddenly, someone flew in from the window, cutting off his train of thought and shocking Choi Jae-gyu. That person is none other than Dex. The light passed through him. Jae-gyu was so surprised that his eyes widened. Following it, he slowly turned around, his face still seemingly unable to understand what was happening. Jae-young passed by, still smiling. This surprised Jae-gyu. It was someone. He quickly realized what he needed to do, so he quickly chased after him and shouted, "Hey, wait!" Turning through the long green carpeted hallway, Jae-gyu shouted loudly to attract attention. She was sweating profusely, her eyes looked ahead in confusion, blaming herself for letting him slip away. He immediately recognized that it was that outfit. Even if his head was covered by a hood, it couldn't be hidden. It was the beginner outfit that low-level adventurers often wore. He frowned angrily, his face turned black, his teeth gritted together, wondering what an adventurer was doing at the Buren Duke's mansion. Why? For what reason? Many thoughts appeared. Jae-gyu didn't know who the bastard he was. He thought he already knew the plan he had outlined, so he intended to block it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Jae-gyu raised 2 fingers, his face turned black with anger, as if intending to do something very big. Immediately behind him appeared 2 black-covered shadows, their bodies quickly bowed before him. Someone was in the meeting room. Observe him closely, bring him to Jae-gyu as soon as he knows that the 2 are one. The black shadow wearing a white mask simultaneously bows, asking to obey. He gritted his teeth, his face extremely angry. I don't know who that person is, but I won't let him hinder my plan. In another room, a voice with a cheerful tone welcomed, "Oh, what a distinguished guest." Duke Buren was holding a white scroll, and was promoted by Count Brocken. His eyes are very picky, he said with a teasing tone. But Buren quickly returned to the topic, asking what brought you here. As he spoke, his eyes became a bit sharper. Unless you were intentionally humiliating my honor by damaging time, this precious thing of mine better have a good reason. interrupting his words, happily said that he wanted to assassinate Bracken. Buren was shocked. He was real. He thought it was a legitimate reason. As soon as he settled down, he finally understood. That's it. He smiled and told him that Earl Bracken thought that the only way to prevent war from breaking out was your death, so he even intended to assassinate you. This immediately caught his attention. The tone below was cheerful and assertive, but the next moment it took on an angry tone. Hey adventurer, do you really believe that I will believe your nonsense without any evidence, or what? The words carry a murderous intent. Of course you can't afford to be weak. Well, if we're talking about evidence, I think you already have something that you can recall. Hearing this caught his attention, his eyes lit up inexplicably. Seemingly realizing that he wasn't lying, Buren smiled faintly. Hoo, what he said wasn't wrong. Tan next to him couldn't help but scream in his ear, hey, you're the one who wants to kill him. Earl Bracken was just thinking about what to do, but L next to him immediately responded, oh, does that matter? Is it that important? I can see that he will decide to kill him anyway, so shut up. But it seemed that after his words, Tan immediately realized, wait a minute, did this bastard do it on purpose? Jae-young next to him realized he had discovered him and just smiled and glanced at him. Buren couldn't help but feel that I didn't expect that Count Bracken would make this decision. He has always been very determined about that kind of justice, but he just smiled and said, people will be everything, when pushed to the edge. Very quickly his intention was resolved. Then okay, the Duke smiled and glanced up at him. Why did you tell me about this information? Realizing that his prey had fallen into the trap, Jae-young smiled happily. Isn't that obvious? He immediately said, I think it would be better to leave the Min Quan chair to someone wise and experienced than to give the throne to an immature child, and this statement was direct, touching Buren's heart. He was startled. He bowed and smiled. But you over there continue to add fuel to the fire. I think, this kingdom ruled by you will be better. He laughed loudly, his laughter echoed throughout the room. Buren opened his eyes wide and asked, you, what is your name? You didn't hold back, Dex, just one word rang out. The two quickly entered into a cooperative relationship and shook hands. Buren stood aside and said calmly, I have a very good feeling about our relationship. These words immediately made him feel quite excited, so I hope I can meet your expectations. The scene changes to outside. Jae-young is leaving the mansion. El silently prayed from above, oh, I didn't expect him to say so many bad things. God from above, please forgive this boy's sins, which Tan next to him immediately shouted loudly, your face, hey, what are you planning to do when you decide to work for both sides? These two people's words immediately made him feel quite depressed. He turned back harshly to the two of you and really didn't understand why. I was just experimenting with possible scenarios. El and Tan still didn't understand anything, their faces were still dumb. War is inevitable, the problem here is who will initiate and fire the first shot. But in the end, it won't matter who makes the decision. You raise your hand, there is only one thing that I can be sure of. He smiled and glanced up, more responsibilities will be placed on my shoulders in the chaos caused by war, and with that I will be able to benefit much more like the slime accident, there. Tan looked back at him in surprise, so what you're saying is that if war broke out, it would be beneficial for you, if so, why don't you cooperate with the Duke from the beginning, he said angrily. The guy next to me laughed lightly, but that wouldn't work, Tan. If so, there will be no one to confront once Duke Buren regains his position. First I need to side with Earl Bracken, Tan asked him in surprise, what a strange thinking. Immediately he realized, he intended. War coming from the power of an external force or external enemy is not the only type of chaos that exists. Civil war or internal enemy becomes even more chaotic than that. His eyes glowed with the chaos created simultaneously by two wars and the benefits I could gain from them. Can you imagine? He said in an excited tone, twice the fight, twice the recognition, which immediately made Tan the Devil unable to help but feel surprised. This crazy bastard. Immediately a book with a charred black appearance appeared. Melting in a small body holding a large pen, if you're going to betray someone, don't take sides. L next to you was surprised, what are you doing? With a look of surprise and fear in his eyes, Tan wrote, only act for your own benefit. That's what a devil should do. Jae-young stood next to him happily giggling, shouting the overlapping recognition. But a voice called him back, hey, which attracted his thoughts. Two figures in black men's clothes appeared large in front of him. Let's talk a bit. It was the two dark shadows that appeared while talking to Jaegu, their eyes glowing red. He just smiled faintly, it was going to be fun soon. At the GM event. In the shabby room, there were 5 people wearing white masks and cloaks covering their entire bodies. A voice rang out, "Welcome to GM." Choi Jae-gyu raised his voice and asked, "Why don't you sit down?" Jae-young replied, "It's an honor." He also provides escort services even with such a big company. He smiled and shrugged and replied, "Well, we have more than enough people, it's simple." Both of them looked at each other and thought the same thing. The character's name was hidden, as expected. He is special. Jae-young spoke first, "So why do you want to meet me?" He replied, "I wanted to check something, sorry for being rude." Jae-young repeated annoyed, "Checking something? Ha, good reason, what do you want to check?" He frowned and replied, "Duke Buren." "What did you say to him?" Jae-young smiled happily. He didn't know, there was no reason for me to tell him. Choi Jae-gyu slammed his hand on the table. He angrily said to Jae-young, "You don't seem to know your place." From his body radiated intense killing intent. The Demon King appeared in panic and whispered, "Hey master, what the hell did you just do?" "He's mad." Michael also agreed, "That's right, even God won't forgive that provocation." Jae-young frowned, "Hey, but he was so upset." He thought, then, what should I do? I remember the 2 people wearing white masks, the 2 people who brought me here. Then he realized his situation. There were 5 people outside the gate, at least 7 people here. He looked at Choi Jae-gyu, including him. He didn't show the character's name, but if he did that means, he was extremely confident that he could hold his own here. A few sparks of fire emitted from his hand. "Well, there's no other way, I'm sorry, I can use Tiangyang." At this time, John Mead spoke up, "Please don't misunderstand. We just want to ask if Duke Buren has assigned you any tasks." He looked at him. Finally there was someone talking properly. "Is that so?" His attitude didn't seem like he wanted to ask me that at all. Choi Jae-gyu slammed his hand on the table again. He pointed his finger at him and shouted, "I don't know what your relationship is with Duke Buren, but don't interfere in his business, if I see you near him again." Jae-young crossed his arms across his chest and raised his mouth provocatively, "So what?" Choi Jae-gyu angrily gritted his teeth as he looked at him and said, "From now on, this game, no, your life will become much more difficult." Suddenly, a hand reached out. John Smith pretended to adjust the scarf on Choi Jae-gyu's chest. He exclaimed in bewilderment, "Chapter leader." Then Smith glanced at him reassuringly, "Please calm down, young master, you've crossed the line." He gritted his teeth and remained silent. After that, John Smith bowed solemnly to Jae-young, "I'm very sorry, he has invested a lot in the Duke of Buren, so he is a bit sensitive. I will explain in detail." Jae-young smiled and thought to himself, he is not simple at all. John Smith glanced up at him, "We are not a branch, we belong to the GM group." Jae-young was surprised. He asked again, "Do you mean GM group?" He confirmed, "Yes, that's right." At that moment, a bag of gold coins was placed firmly on the table. He continued, "We have invested a lot in Arcadia, no, in Duke Buren." Jae-young looked down at the bag of gold and examined it. "I can't tell you the details, but I'm sure you'll understand that we're giving you this much," meaning the mysterious traveler. The merchant guild owner put his hands on his head and quietly looked at him and observed. John Smith asked again, "Do you understand?" Jae-young hesitantly looked at those 2 people. Suddenly he grinned, mysteriously. Then he happily took the bag of gold coins. "Okay, I understand, I just need to give up the Duke's duties." The 2 of them were surprised to see him smiling and looking very happy. The moonlit night comes. Santa and Michael appear. Santa asked, "What is it?" "Those people also want the war to end." Michael continued, "Everything will be better if we are honest from the beginning. Honesty is very important." He smiled at them. "That's good, I also have more aid." Then he thought to himself, GM Group, are they also involved? Obviously they also want to end the war. Is the arms trade an example, or do they have some kind of commitment to the Duke of Buren? But he regained his composure. "Well, it has nothing to do with me. If the war happens I will still benefit." He suddenly stopped hesitantly. "But I really can't." He told himself uncomfortably that he could not let that arrogant young master be happy. Then he said to the other 2, "Okay, I've decided." He smiled and calmly said, "I will kill Duke Buren." Hearing his words, Santa felt helpless and depressed while Michael was extremely excited. Santa whined, "Ah, he's mad again. Why did he have to kill such a good duke? Just let it go." But Michael flew over with sparkling eyes of praise. "You're finally more trustworthy. If you've made up your mind then ask for a duel. This is your chance to keep your word to Count Brocken." He looked at her and said, Ellie, I told you it won't work, it will only make things more difficult. I plan to secretly assassinate him. Hearing this, Michael's face immediately became completely shocked. She turned away sulkily. So I can't help you this time, let's do it without Tiangiang, he replied confused. What? Don't be like that. She tried to explain to him, assassination is a cowardly act, it is a cruel act that does not give the opponent a chance to say goodbye to his loved one. I cannot allow you to use the power of heaven for this act, that's a cruel act, he frantically replied. But Elle, please look at the situation. Santa stood aside and sighed. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, he smiled as if he had come up with a good idea. Santa said to himself, wait, this is possible. You call, hey master. He smiled mischievously. Would you like to borrow power from me, if you don't mind about power from the demon world? He suddenly looked at Santa. Wait, Tan, I mean you too. He smirked and replied, yes, I can provide that too. Santa's words surprised me. Tiangiang. He immediately pointed up and said, then. Immediately, a circle appeared under Jae Young's feet. I will begin. Then the circle emitted a large amount of gas, making Jae Young a bit worried. A notification appears, your contract with the demon world has been successful. You can temporarily borrow power from the demon world by acknowledgement. Jae Young placed his hand on his chest to feel the strength. Finally, he smiled meaningfully. He placed the name on his chest and felt the strength. Then he grinned mischievously. Next, a choice board appeared in front of Jae Young. On the character selection panel, several shapes appear. He looked at it. Let's see, that's interesting. Santa came closer and asked, what did Master think? Did he like any character? He looked at him and answered, yes, it's better than I thought. If Heaven's side focuses more on strength, this side will focus on additional skills. They will be more useful and practical. Santa felt confused by his answer. I didn't know what he was talking about, but it sounded like he liked this. I wonder, Tan, why didn't you mention it before? There are many options. It would have been nice if you told me sooner. Michael angrily moved forward and wanted to hit Santa. He used his hand to stop her and turned his head to answer. No reason. In fact, you never asked, so I thought you needed the power of heaven. He showed a puzzled face. Do you think I'm paying attention? Santa cried out helplessly. Indeed. Jae Young excitedly browsed the board. So, which character should I choose? It feels like I'm shopping. Then he exclaimed, oh, this looks good. Santa looked at the character he pointed at. He looked dissatisfied. Hey, why that character? He looked at him and explained, I saw him in a history book at the library. Michael also looked at the character he chose. She recognized him, that is, I'm sure. The Deadly Legion, Lich Argeimer. A skull character, Lich Argeimer, the pinnacle of necromancy, the most cruel black magician, the one who defeated an empire and 4 kingdoms, spreading fear across the entire continent. No life, not the slightest, remained where the Legion passed. Now, even centuries later, his name is known to many people. He is the personification of death. In the darkness, a cloaked figure stood on the roof looking down. That's Jae Young, he's observing the enemy situation. He muttered, 2 guards. Perfect for testing. A guard saw him. He wondered, The leader heard the sound and turned around asking, what is that? The other person couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, oh, on the roof, is that a human? At this moment, Jae Young ordered, Tiangiang, Lich Argeimer. Immediately from him a skull monster appeared and roared loudly. The guards were startled and didn't understand what was going on. They wondered what this cold air was about. A red bone demon appeared. The system displays a notification that the demon world Argeimer has taken possession of the player's body. You can temporarily use the power. Jae Young was satisfied. The skill set was exactly as he thought. The blonde guard thought in panic, this terrible energy is completely overwhelming me. I'm sure this is a dark magic skill. And is a high-level magic. He looked at Jae Young, so I'll do my best right away, then shouted, Ledner, listen, we won't try to capture him alive. The soldier next to him replied, but we won't be able to check his identity. The leader countered, it's not the time to prioritize this. He pulled out his sword. The entire Buren castle could be controlled by him if we lose here. Jae Young laughed happily at their panic. Let's go. Then each bolt of purple lightning struck the guards. The blonde gritted his teeth. He slammed his sword into the ground and shouted, Holy Shield. He noticed that person. Oh, that guy is smart. I guess the rumor that Earl Buren's guards are very good is true. He looked at the soldier who was rushing to make another comment, and was a brave type. He screamed, "Sorry, but I will show you my full power, you damn intruder. Unlock divine powers." Judgment Mirror. Jae Young is still standing there provoking. It looks like we're going to have a heated battle. Jae Young's eyes lit up, loving Chi Ling. Immediately the huge demon above him stabbed a blow that pierced the blonde man's body. He was bewildered, he only had time to utter the last few words, he was a necromancer. Finally fell to the ground. The other soldiers saw their leader die like that and trembled and said, "No, it can't be, the amount of mana, it can't be, there is a lich in the Maroon Kingdom." He turned around and shouted to his teammates, urgently. He turned around and ran away screaming, "Lich appeared, everyone, gather." Immediately after, another one of Leech's moves pierced his body. Jae Young is still not satisfied, not yet. He pointed down at them and said, "The Super Soul Master is weakest when he hasn't summoned the undead, even if he uses Tian Gyang, he doesn't want to risk his life by confronting all the guards now." The soldier who had just been stabbed was in so much pain and trembling with fear that he was in tears and couldn't speak. Aau also collapsed. Jae Young smiled evilly, "Now that I have everything I need, let's try it." Next, the two people he had just killed were immediately covered in purple gas, they flew up and rose. An explosion sounded. The system announced again, low-level undead, demon warrior. Intermediate undead, death knight. Jae Young is interested and excited, "Welcome to join, hope my plan will be a spectacular success." Necromancers, the image of a magician with his body covered by a black cloak, two evil red eye sockets, and a bright red magic formation at his feet. They could summon unlimited spirits as long as they infused mana and corpses. Images of tens of thousands of skeleton knights appeared. In other words, it is not an exaggeration, a single necromancer can be considered a great force. The necromancer floats in midair, the dark purple mana that carries death is spread out by him. Below his feet was a seemingly endless army of dry bones. So why, then, are they considered very effective forces in a siege or large-scale war? Just like now, under the bright full moon, it was a terrible scene, but the dead turned into skeleton monsters, picked up the sword and massacred those who were once comrades. A frightened soldier screamed, "Ah, help me." Yoon Jae-young hovered high above, observing the whole scene of the massacre, thinking to himself that it seemed like the connection was completely broken. What a relief, otherwise it would really become a worry later. It seemed as the decision to quickly ambush was the right one. A soldier saw the skeletal monsters approaching, waved his hand and loudly said, "Damn it, where did that army of undead come from? Was it an ambush from the Parkle Kingdom? Stop them quickly, if we let them take over this place we will be completely isolated. There are paladins right here." Someone pointed to those white skeletons wearing armor, telling a harsh and cruel truth. All of them had died and become zombies. Even if there were still a few people left, now everyone was dead. They too were with the Duke. The other soldier heard that, his expression turned pale. He said in despair, "So what should we do? There are too many of them to handle." Yoon Jae-young approached, saw the scene just now and softly said how pitiful it seemed, like he had been left behind. He held out his index finger, drawing down a deadly dark purple monoline in space, unintentionally saying, "But even so, don't be too sad." Yoon Jae-young said, "I would arrange you guys and use them well." Under the moonlight, a giant skeleton soldier monster appeared, 10 times bigger than a normal person. In his hand was a sword as big as a great big tree. "Receive." The soldier raised his head and looked up at that monster, his head covered in sweat, trembling. He couldn't believe it. What the hell? Blood shot up high with painful screams. "Ah!" Purple mana enveloped the corpses, their flesh disappeared, their mouths emitted a meaningless growl. Guo. When the mana dispersed, appearing before Yoon Jae-young were 3 obedient and loyal soldiers, kneeling before him. Yoon Jae-young looked at the 3 skeleton soldiers, smiled and said, "Congratulations to all of you for becoming part of my army. I will give all of you a special mission. I want you to find the person who abandoned the Dukes of Buren." The 3 bone soldiers bowed on one knee and listened silently. Yoon Jae-young interestingly said, "I'm giving you guys a chance to seek revenge." The skeleton soldier with the hair in the middle heard that and a stream of tears flowed out. It made a meaningless sound. Guo. The 3 skeleton soldiers left at such a fast speed that they left behind 3 purple mana ribbons. Yoon Jae-young raised his head to look at the moon, whispering that now, "Duke Buren, please hide well if you want to survive, even though it may be a futile effort." The Duke's main building was covered in a deadly purple mana. The sound of that type of energy was horrifying and hard to hear. Duke Buren, wearing a red nightgown, woke up with a start, sat up on his hands and knees, looking up at the ceiling with a suspicious, wary, and frightened expression. He quickly called out, "Something, is there anyone?" The bedroom door opened. A soldier appeared, looking hurried, quickly told Duke Buren he needed to evacuate immediately. Duke Buren was startled when he heard that, confused when he said evacuate. Suddenly, what are you talking about? No place in the Maroon Kingdom is safer than my mansion. The soldier's face was full of tears. He panicked and said a body, appeared in your villa. The unbelievable Buren formula says what? A corpse. The purple monoflow silently entered the room. No one noticed it. Duke Buren said, "What are you all doing? Protect me immediately." That soldier replied, "Yes, Duke, I will gather the paladins together." Jun Jae-young squinted his eyes slightly and whispered, "I found you." Monoflows in other places were violent. They all rushed towards Duke Buren's bedroom at the same time. Duke Buren felt that vibration and called out in panic, What? 3 bone jars came running. When the guards saw this, they ran away screaming in fear. But they couldn't escape, blood splashed out. The skeleton urns stepped on the bodies of the dead. Kong died in panic, backing away, helplessly calling out to not come closer to your damn zombie. Where on earth did you appear from? Suddenly he cried out, "Ah!" His pupils shrank, inside was disbelief. He watched the giant bone vase break through the wall and enter his bedroom, falling backwards. "That sword," cried out Duke Buren. In the giant skeleton soldier's hand was a familiar great sword. He immediately recognized the sword's original owner and shouted, "There, Ledner." It was a paladin with blonde hair and brown eyes. Looking at the other skeleton soldiers, Buren also recognized them, thinking that he was not the only one. The remaining zombies were his bodyguard knights. Duke Buren exclaimed incredulously, "Don't tell me that a corpse appeared in this mansion." "No, in the Maroon Kingdom." Having found him, a familiar voice rang out, like a devil demanding his life. It was Yoon Jae-young. He walked in through the hole created by the giant skeleton soldier. His tone was as if they had met on a normal day and said hello. "Very happy to meet the Duke of Buren." Duke Buren saw this. His face turned pale and said, "Did you have to take the risk before? Are you looking for me? If you have something to discuss with me, I will take the time to meet you if you ask." Duke Buren said agitatedly, "What are you doing? No, what are you after? I will give you anything." Yoon Jae-young smiled and repeated, "What do I want?" "His death." His answer surprised Buren. He walked up to the Duke and said, "That's what I want." Buren despaired, mentally collapsed, trembling with tears, asking why he did that. Yoon Jae-young looked down at the Duke, with a teasing expression and said, "Sigh, Duke Buren, you should be careful about who you use, don't you think?" After listening, Buren was bewildered and did not understand. Yoon Jae-young said, "I don't care about war, you become king or whether you profit from it all or not." The Duke asked curiously, "How do you know all that?" Yoon Jae-young did not answer. He continued his story, "But you know what?" Yoon Jae-young smirked, saying, "You shouldn't worry me. You said how to use those brainless idiots to get things done the right way. Let's do better in the next life." "Well, I don't know if NPCs have a next life or not." The Duke seems so scared and begging, "Wait, please spare my life, please don't kill me, I will do as you say, just please don't kill me." Yoon Jae-young didn't care, turned around and left, telling "You guys, it's over." The skeleton soldiers approached Duke Buren. His eyes became lifeless. He whispered desperately. He didn't expect his long-standing wish to end so hopelessly. The skeleton soldier cried out, "Whoa!" Its bony arm raised its sword. Duke Buren's head was severed from his neck. System notification pops up. Duke Buren has died. With his death, the plans that were going on in secret were rudely stopped. Specific statistics are given later. A total of 321 related quests have been cleared. You have achieved the noble title of murderer. In the bedroom, Duke Buren's body knelt on the ground, his arms hanging down, his head lying on one side, blood still flowing from the wound. System message reads, "You have completed your side quest, calculating rewards, you have achieved 53. Yoon Jae-young looked at those billboards and said, "Wow, I knew it would be like this. They are really generous. These acknowledgements are on a completely different level than the slime incident. I'm sure we'll benefit a lot as long as I mess things up, ha." Satan and Michael were on the side cheering. Satan said, "Wow, Master, you've received so much recognition." Michael's eyes were like stars, saying, "What just happened? I'm feeling a power even stronger from you." Yoon Jae-young gave in and thought to himself that these cunning kids are definitely very good at sniffing out things like that. He asked Satan, Tan, descendant of this Argymer corpse, there is no time limit on using you continuously, is there? Satan is like a cunning merchant, rubbing his hands together, smiling brightly. He said of course, you can use it, as long as it's reasonable. Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young gave a scary smile, said I understand, it's like that, huh? Satan's face changed and looked at him, saying what are you planning to do? Purple mana appeared, he used the spell to resurrect the dead. Yoon Jae-young explained, if we don't want to mess things up, we have to do it right. Under the influence of magic, the corpse of Duke Buren stood up, his head floated back to his neck. Yoon Jae-young smiled and said there are still many places waiting for us to destroy, right? He said, please look forward to it, young master of GM Group. Buren resurrected, becoming a lifeless zombie, his mouth making meaningless sounds. Whoa! In the middle of the night sky is a full moon, shining brightly on a majestic palace. This is the sanctuary of the Holy Empire. White moonlight shines through the window into the room. Inside there was an old man with white hair, majestic eyebrows, blue eyes. He worriedly thought to himself, I really have trouble sleeping tonight. I hope that no sheep will go astray tonight. He is Pope Imane of the Holy Temple, the Holy Empire. Suddenly a voice rang out, sir. He was immediately attracted, glanced back, mumbled softly A young girl wearing a white nightgown opened the door and walked in, with calf-length hair, a cute face and beautiful purple eyes. It was Saint Sylvia. Her eyes were a bit avoidant, hesitantly asking if he could spend some time with me. Imane gently said, Ho ho, holy lady, what makes you come to visit me so early? The saint replied, I saw a sign in a dream. The girl worriedly and fearfully said that somewhere in the Arcadia continent there was a great upheaval in the darkness. The image of the necromancer appeared. He was covered with dark purple magic, emitting the smell of death. The Pope heard this and his face became serious. He quickly approached the saint to ask her if she knew anything more about the place. Any hint, no matter how small, would be fine. The saint clasped her hands together, trying to think. She whispered, suggesting about location, I think. Her eyes were filled with fear, tears flowing from the person who screamed so pitifully right before that person died, Duke Buren. The Pope could not have expected this, thinking to himself, Duke Buren, the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom. In his mind, an image appeared of a strong, arrogant man with sharp eyes. The saint was afraid, buried her face in her hands and cried, saying, Hick, they are so pitiful, they are all innocent people but met a tragic end. The Pope came closer to comfort the saint, it's okay, no need, don't be too afraid. He held the girl in his arms and reassured her, saying God was warning everyone through it that it wasn't real, we were fine. Later, another voice rang out, asking for an audience with the Pope and the saint. The man with fiery red hair knelt down on one knee and bowed, speaking respectfully, I, the Holy Knight Agudil, have come here at your summons. He has a square face, tiger eye eyebrows, and amber pupils. He said, please give me an order. The Pope looked at the knight and said, thank you for coming, Sir Agudil. The saint has received a sign from God. I want you to investigate what happened to Duke Buren and search for any traces of darkness, he ordered. Under the moonlight, the entire mansion was covered with the energy of death, causing it to rot, surrounded by dry skeletons patrolling. The notice board of the system is continuously rising. The Duke of Buren is very confused. The production capacity has decreased by 8 to 5% and the military force has decreased by 9 to 8%. The people in the territory feel scared and are gradually leave the territory. On the top of a roof there was a flag with an image representing Buren's territory. Yoon Jae-young walked towards it. He raised his hand to give out manam, saying that was the end of it. Under the influence of mana, the flag was burned. A new bulletin board has appeared again. An outstanding achievement, you have single-handedly conquered the territory of Duke Buren. You have received the title of Evil Necromancer. The Duke's secret plan has been completely foiled, destroyed. You have received 14,000 acknowledgements. Yoon Jae-young stood on the roof looking down at the deadly scene below. He said, isn't this a wonderful sight? He smiled and took off the hood of his cloak, saying that becoming a necromancer was really cool. If he had known, he would have become a necromancer sooner. Below the ground, the skeleton army is constantly moving. He said, well, having to look at corpses every day is quite difficult in a way. The dry skeleton in the back raised an ugly bone finger pointing at himself. He thought to himself that the undead army of the Lich Commentator was truly a great and useful power, because he had earned 60,000 endorsements, which could be considered a huge achievement. Yoon Jae-young suddenly narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, however. He realized something was wrong, thinking that nothing good would come of it if this situation lasted any longer. Because this is a power borrowed from others that I use through natural skills, the longer I use it, the more recognition it consumes. Maybe it will consume more recognition than the reward I have, okay? He turned to ask Satan, how much recognition has Tan spent so far? Satan replied, do you want to know? He took out a computer from somewhere, clicked furiously on it, said wait a minute, let's see, you killed the Duke, scattered his army, destroyed part of the territory, wait a minute, let's say you destroyed the entire territory, anyway, based on the number of casualties. Finally Satan gave a number with a happy face, it was about 42,284 admissions, I mean you. Yoon Jae-young looked at Satan suspiciously, asking did you just call me an idiot? Satan pretended to be innocent and said, did I say that? I don't remember saying that. Yoon Jae-young said, it's too expensive, please reduce the price. Satan heard that, his expression was unbelievable, as if he had been struck by lightning and shouted, what? He quickly said wait, sir, do you think this is a market? There is no bargaining here, because you need it so you can use it as you like, so you have to pay the appropriate price, don't you? Thinking so, Yoon Jae-young turned his nose up and ignored it, stubbornly saying that after all I am a VIP, don't you have a special offer for me or send me some discount coupons? Satan listened, his fists clenched, his face showing veins, and his voice growled, are you really treating me like a department store? Yoon Jae-young smirked and said, if you don't have any incentives, from now on I will only deal with L. Hearing that, Michael's eyes sparkled with starlight, are you telling the truth? Seeing that, Satan gave in and held up 4 fingers saying 40,000. Yoon Jae-young was not satisfied and said 3 or 5,000. Satan said, 39,990, he immediately lowered it, 36,000, 39,980. Hearing this sentence from Satan, he looked at him suspiciously and said, are you kidding me? Satan clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said ugh. In the end, he offered 36,500, Michael also exclaimed in surprise, oh my god. Satan flew in front of Yoon Jae-young angrily and said I can't lower the price any further, you can do whatever you want. Yoon Jae-young smiled and said okay that's enough. The two then shook hands to complete the deal, which was a huge discount. The system message board appears, the heavenly skill has ended, start calculating the player's time and actions, you have consumed 36,500 credits, you have successfully completed the negotiation. With the devil, a dark purple board appears stating a transcendent achievement, you are the first person to behead the Demon King. You have received the title of a negotiator who can even cut down the Demon King. Your proficiency in negotiation skills has increased sharply. You can gain an advantage when talking to common NPCs. Your negotiation skills, your quantity has increased 7 levels. Yoon Jae-young looked at the notice boards in surprise, thinking to himself that his negotiation skills were only level F, but now they have increased 7 levels at once. He thought to himself that it was a great achievement to achieve something with the goal of Tan, right? Satan on the side held his head in discomfort and screamed why do I have to endure such loss? Damn it. Michael on the side laughed and said with satisfaction, that's the price you pay for stealing someone else's idea. Yoon Jae-young exhaled and said well, anyway. You look at this territory filled with death and monsters, saying the current situation of this territory has really become a mess, right? Yoon Jae-young told Tan, I will leave here for a moment, wait for me here. What is Satan shouting so suddenly? Where are you planning to go? Michael on the side said if we weren't with you we wouldn't be here. I couldn't do anything, but why did you suddenly leave? Yoon Jae-young said we need to end something. Michael didn't understand repeating, end something. He smiled and said that you will soon know the details, just wait. After speaking, he immediately chose the command to log out of the game. The game capsule is empty, streetlights and moonlight shine in from outside. The sound of the computer running rang out, its screen shining brightly in the night. He accessed the game's homepage, which was Arcadia. Immediately, I saw in the news section a bunch of information about the incident he had caused in the Buren Duchy's territory, which was that the Buren Dukedom's territory in the Maroon Kingdom was destroyed by zombies, and that it was necromancy. Fake has summoned the undead army. We need to find out his identity, whether it is the appearance of special monsters for another main scenario. There was an article that captured the image of Yoon Jae-young standing on the roof looking down. However, because of the cloak, it was impossible to know his true identity. The title said the photo was taken by a fake necromancer who destroyed the territory, Duke Buren's territory. It would have to be at least an epic boss to cause such damage. It couldn't be a player, right? Below are a bunch of comments. What's going on? It seems like the development team is having too much fun after the beginner village was destroyed. What the hell is this? I'm dead again then. I died again while in the vicinity. Damn, those zombies are unbelievably strong. I can't even fight against them. This is a good game, but the way the game works is so stupid. You whoever does this, you better not get caught. I won't forgive you. Yoon Hae-young read the comments on her hands and happily said haha, as expected, there's a lot of noise. I wonder how people will react if they know that I'm the one behind the Slim incident and the whole incident. This time, I have no intention of getting caught anyway. He stretched and stretched, saying okay, now everything I need is gathered. Yoon Hae-young smiled complacently, a bit evilly, and said that he was ready to cut off that young master's life. Yoon Jae-young always likes to play Morps, the graphic image of his old character. The character name is still Dex. That wasn't the first time he made a deal with people like Jaegyu in the GM group. Using his previous experiences as a basis, he found the perfect method to negotiate with those who abuse their power to do injustice to others. From the moment Yoon Jae-young decided to confront Jaegyu, he began to slowly prepare for that perfect method. He hovered over a video file and clicked to open it. Yoon Jae-young, mumbling, found it. In it is a video recording Jaegyu's conversation with the Duke. Yoon Hae-young immediately typed loudly on the keyboard, muttering haha, I asked Tan and L to follow and observe him. Next, I will simply delete all the parts related to me and edit it so it looks like something is happening. After that, the video changed. First was Duke Buren's words, if there was a war, how much profit could we make? Next was Jaegyu's answer, it would depend on the price of food, but our estimated profit is about 8 million gold. The image fades, changes to other content. It's Jaegyu, he proudly said ha ha ha, if Duke Buren keeps his word, the GM Merchant Guild will be able to dominate the entire continent, not just the Maroon Kingdom. The profits earned from food monopoly will only be the tip of the iceberg. Of the iceberg, we will earn tens, no hundreds of times more profit. He said this was all thanks to the seniors simply playing and enjoying this game. The end of the video is a quote saying I hope a war will break out soon. Yoon Jae-young looked back at the video, felt satisfied, silently said, this should be enough, then. He said, I can't wait to see everyone's emotions. Then he immediately logged into his YouTube account. Posted a video with the title, revealing the culprit of the Buren dukedom incident. That incident was not caused by monsters. Light enters through the window. Projected onto the active computer on the table. The screen displays a video. It's a video from the Destroyer's Daily Logs account, with the title revealing the culprit of the Buren dukedom incident. That incident was not caused by monsters. The number of views is incredibly high, up to 1,074,286. Below are a series of comments cursing, Arctic Raccoon's writing is so stupid, I don't know how much he had to pay for this many weapons, easy writing this is so crazy, the GM Merchant Guild is so bad at the game, hey, NK wrote that they have lost their minds, how can a commercial association do things like this, Dajul wrote that they have crossed the limit, goodbye, Sunjin writes trash. Jaegyu read all those comments. His face was pale, sweating, and he desperately said he was done. John Smith appeared behind him, his hand on his chin, and said it looked like they had discovered him. Jaegyu turned his head to look at him, pointed towards the computer and said, what the hell is going on? What is our conversation? How can it be revealed? John Smith also found it hard to believe. He said that the conversations were all held in places that the Merchant Guild did not know about, which meant that no players were there. What exactly happened? So, Jaegyu said if there's no one there, then what the hell is this video about? He shouted angrily, his hands forming fists and rushing forward. What the FCK? He punched the computer screen. His face was fierce, saying I don't care who did this, but I will find them and slaughter them with everything I have. His hands were bleeding. John Smith put his hand on his shoulder, his face calmly said, young master, I understand how you are feeling, but finding the culprit is not urgent, we should do it now. First we must try our best to undo the crime. This movie is about to end. If this continues, it will cause trouble for the GM Trade Association. His phone suddenly rang. On the screen, the caller was the president, Jaegyu's father. Jaegyu panicked when he saw that, didn't dare pick up the phone, called out father. John Smith said it seemed like everything was too late. He said damn, I'm really screwed. This is urgent news at 9 o'clock in the evening. This is an incident that occurred in the current trending game, Arcadia Online. A video shows a certain player abusing the game's economic system to try to hide the items that are the problem that everyone is talking about. Surprisingly, the GM Trade Association is now known to be the culprit behind this incident, the girl hosting the information program said. she said, and then the Korean branch of Arcadia, a subsidiary of Ajin Electric Power Corporation, revealed that the GM Corporation had invested a large amount of capital to buy gold. The most shocking part was probably the amount of capital invested in gold, extracted, is estimated at about $750,000. She said the GM Trade Association was waiting for the Fair Trade and Prosecution Committee to announce their stance on this incident. Lee Min watched the announcement via computer. Long shiny brown hair, beautiful oval face, charming eyes and rosy lips. She is the CEO of Arcadia Limited. She bowed her head and said this was a ruckus. This is the first time virtual reality that doesn't even exist in reality has affected the real world. I guess it's not too surprising. Kwon Myangan looked at her, asking if it was okay for the public to know about this incident. Lee Min stood up and said, of course, this is a good opportunity for us to set an example for corporations to keep an eye on us. Kwon Myangan said, but EMS, CEO, I'm sure the GM Trade Association won't sit still. Is this going to be okay? Lee Min smiled and said she had to follow this matter to the end at any cost. Kwon Myangan was startled, not expecting this answer. He said, but. Lee Min asked, who do you think will suffer more if this incident is exposed? I don't think the GM Trade Association is that stupid. She said, this is actually quite beneficial for me. I will teach them that they will get into trouble if they try to do any business in the world I have created. Kwon Myangan thought to himself, the thorns of she's the real problem. Lee Min thought to herself, well, I really don't care what happens to the GM Merchant Guild. She is more concerned about another issue. She thinks the player who uploaded that video is the important issue. She mumbled a bit excitedly, the slime raid incident, the iron or slave incident, and the Buren territory. A player's actions had a huge impact on the game, no, on the real world. She whispered to herself, don't you think you're showing off your identity here? She said, the mysterious unknown player, and the person she mentioned, was currently at school, lying on the table, yawning sleepily, with tears in her eyes. Ye-gyun suddenly appeared next to him, excitedly asking if he had heard about it, about the hoarding incident of the GM Merchant Guild. They colluded with a super strong NPC named Buren and tried to do crazy things. Then there. Yoon Jae-young was not interested, pretended not to know anything and asked, really, why would such a large commercial association do something like playing a game? Ye-gyun did not agree at all. Talking about a game, Jae-young, you really don't understand why. He immediately said that it had an economic mass large enough for a real-life corporation to want to get its dirty hands into it, and that an NPC's thoughts and actions were said to belong only to the system, and to reality. In fact, this incident is already on the front page of real-life news. He excitedly said that Arcadia was no longer just a game, it was a world in itself. Yoon Hae-young rested her chin on her hand and looked at him, saying, wow, it seems like that's true. He thought to himself that luckily everything was still sticking to plan, it wasn't simply the reaction of an Arcadia addict like Ye-gyun. He looked elsewhere. There were a few students gathered there discussing, thinking that other students were reacting the same way to his plan. Yoon Jae-young picked up the phone, thought to himself and finally said, the only thing I saw on my phone was the image of Jaegyu being interviewed by a bunch of microphones and then the recorder was pressed against his face. The article title said the son of GM chairman, Choi Jaegyu, used virtual reality to speculate. Archive, reporter Jo Yeon-soo. Yoon Jae-young smiled happily when he saw that scene, thinking to himself, I have successfully taught him a lesson. A dynamic and unfamiliar voice rang out, happy to meet everyone. Yoon Jae-young curiously raised his head and looked towards the podium, thinking, I've never heard this voice before. On the podium, there was a person wearing a white doctoral gown leaning on his hands. It was a young guy, soft brown hair parted to the sides, wearing black framed glasses. He opened his mouth and said, I am a surveyor of the survey and development team of Arcadia Limited, Kang Pil-yoon. I will assist in charge of today's special lesson. I am also your senior in this school. He said, I hope you will listen carefully to what Professor Kim Tae-hoon has to say. It seems very boring but some things will be very useful. Ha ha ha. The professor replied to this brat, stop talking nonsense and start studying. The students up there were excited when they saw this special lesson. Yoon Jae-young thought to himself, is he an Arcadia employee? At the same time, in Arcadia, Duke Buren's territory, Satan was bored and stretched out on a tree branch, yawning and mumbling, when will my master come back? I'm so bored. Suddenly the golden light of the divine spirit appeared. Satan immediately felt it. He sat up and looked into the distance, thinking to himself, what is the source of this evil power? This is not an ordinary person. Satan thinks of power of this magnitude. The flag has a white background with an image of an 8-pointed star within a circle drawn in yellow. The flag flutters in the wind. Satan thought with admiration, how enormous. The source of that power was Agudil. Behind him was a team of elite holy soldiers. Satan said annoyed, "TCH, this is so troublesome, I have to avoid this area. What is that woman doing right now?" Satan said with some disbelief that he couldn't believe that they would appear when their master was not present. The army of ghosts created by Yun Hae Young, even without his orders, still gathered at the entrance to the territory, confront Agudil. He held out his hand, and the power of light radiated strongly. He shouted holy light, divine light shot out from his palm. That light covered the army of undead, dispelling the mana of death, purifying them. The skeleton soldier cried out Ga. When the light dissipated, what remained in front of Agudil were armor pieces falling on the ground. He respectfully knelt down on one knee in front of the armor, saying, "Rest in peace, my comrades." On the chest of the armor is still printed with the image of the cross. Agudil said it was a terrible scene. This situation matched the saint's prophecy. He was angry, frowned and said if only he had known about this sooner. Agudil's hand clenched, pressing firmly into the ground. He calmly said that this is where my investigation ends. The group of undead I just purified were higher than intermediate level. If the undead at the gate were already at this level, then I would accept defeat if I just went straight into the world. The group of holy soldiers behind heard that and flinched, thinking, intermediate level. Agudil looked serious, turned around and told him to report this to the Pope. Under the light of the full moon, in the desolate and decaying territory, Agudil's voice rang out, telling him that a zombie that could disrupt history had appeared. Sunlight shines on the school campus. In classroom 2, the lecturer's voice rang out, "We will now start with a new lecture." Kang Pilyun said the reason I'm here today is to talk about the benefits of all of you sitting here, about the technical level of the world's first virtual reality technology. I will be the one to watch and support your dreams. I'm sure you all know that virtual reality technology can connect directly to our brains, right? He explains that direct communication between the machine and the brain is the core technology that underpins virtual reality, but just as each person has a different face, so does the brain. Each brain has a different way of using the signals connected to the apparatus. In other words, they are called deviations. Kang Pilyun narrowed his eyes slightly, meaning that talent in using virtual reality really exists. Yoon Jae-young was a bit surprised and paid more attention to what he was saying. Kang Pilyun continued to explain, the rate at which the brain and the machine exchange electronic signals with each other. The thing that shows the difference between possessing talent or not is what we call synchronization rate. Then he said, well, it will be easier to understand if you can see for yourself. Today I will test your synchronization rate. This will be a good experience. Anyone volunteer? The students heard it and immediately talked to each other about this case. Suddenly a hand was raised. The boy with neat black hair, bright face, dark eyes, pointed chin, handsome appearance raised his hand and stood up saying I want to try it. That was Kang Tae-soo. He said it seemed interesting. A girl told her friend he was so handsome. Ye-gyun cried out in confusion. Yoon Jae-young who was nearby heard it and asked, "What's wrong with you?" But then he suddenly remembered, thinking to himself, I get it. Thinking back, the guy who just raised his hand I heard was in the same class as Ye-gyun in high school. What was his name? The leader of the group with a girl he unrequitedly likes. He didn't think much, he simply put his face in his hands and thought to himself, well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Unexpectedly, when he passed by, he introduced himself, I'm Kang Tae-soo. Yoon Jae-young immediately looked towards him. He smirked, glanced down at him, and told me I look forward to being your classmate, friend of the kangaroo. Kang Tae-soo walked down to the podium, said to Kang Pilyun, sorry, my seat is further away than I thought. He replied friendly, it's okay, come here. Yoon Jae-young looked at him, his face seemed to be covered in darkness, sharp eyes and a mischievous, scheming smile. He muttered, what the hell is that attitude? Kang Pilyun put his hand on the device compartment that Kang Tae-soo was inside, saying this was a device to help measure the synchronization rate. Actually there was a better machine to do this but it didn't matter because this was it's a simple test. The accuracy may not be very good, but to measure the synchronization ratio, it's no problem. Finally, he emphasized, and of course it was very safe. Kang Tae-soo was wearing a virtual reality headset, lying inside and sweating, thinking to himself that he should have said it all from the beginning. Kang Pilyun picked up the tablet and said let's start now. The equipment compartment operates, emitting noises and bright blue-white light. Kang Tae-soo lay inside thinking to himself that although measuring days is quite meaningless because there is no way I have a low index, but it's good, I will use this opportunity to show everyone that rice grass cannot be equal. In his mind, the image of Ye-gyun and Yoon Jae-young walking side by side appeared. He thought to himself, especially that kangaroo, Lim Ye-gyun and that guy wearing a hoodie always hanging around him, I don't like them more importantly. Recalling Yoon Jae-young's dull, expressionless eyes, he angrily thought to himself that his eyes looked like he didn't care about anything but himself. Kang Tae-soo smiled arrogantly, thinking to himself that he would take this opportunity to completely trample him. Then, the device compartment projected a figure image, which was 35%. Kang Pil-yoon adjusted his glasses, looked at the tablet, and said, "It's amazing, considering the average scores of teenagers, this is really a huge number." He said he almost reached the record. "The highest rate I measured was 26%. Kang Tae-soo stepped out of the compartment, humbly said, "Ha ha, you flatter me too much." Kang Pil-yoon looked up at the students again, telling me to continue, who wants to be the next one? Kang Tae-soo suddenly pointed in one direction, "What about that guy over there?" The direction he pointed was Yoon Jae-young. He smiled mischievously and exclaimed, "Ha!" Ye-gyun next to him quickly said sorry to Jae-young, "This is all because of me." Yoon Jae-young pushed the chair up and said it was okay. He looked at Kang Tae-soo and said anyway, "This is a bit interesting." Kang Tae-soo was also looking at Yoon Jae-young. Then Yoon Jae-young lay down in the equipment compartment. Kang Pil-yoon said, "So let's start measuring." Yoon Jae-young lay inside the capsule smiling. The number showing his synchronization rate increased rapidly, from 0 to 45% in just a few seconds. The numbers did not stop, continuing to increase to 55%. Everyone in the classroom looked at that data in amazement. Kang Pil-yoon looked at the situation excitedly and muttered wonderfully. The researcher nearby quickly said, "Mr. Kang, the synchronization rate is very abnormal. It looks like the machine has encountered a problem. Please allow me to stop it immediately." Kang Pil-yoon quickly stopped. "No, wait." He said this was not his fault. Finally the machine stopped operating. An incredibly high number appeared, 92.89%. Kang Pil-yoon said with wide eyes, "His measurement is done, 92.89%. Hearing that, Kang Tae-soo opened his mouth. His eyes were dull. His panicked expression said, "What the hell?" Kang Pil-yoon asked excitedly, "Jae-young, have you ever tried playing Arcadia?" He lied and said he hasn't yet. Kang Pil-yoon hasn't given up yet and continues asking, "So have you ever played other games on the computer?" "It's that simple, you really have an amazing talent for them." Yoon Jae-young pretended to be ignorant and said seriously, "How did I not know that?" He reached out and took off the virtual reality glasses on his head, saying yes. Yoon Jae-young smiled and said this was quite interesting. Time passes, on campus. Holding a portion of rice rolls in his hand, Yoon Jae-young hummed softly to adjust his voice, ahem. The phone in his hand shows an image of Jae-gyu kneeling down with his head touching the ground. He said he had too many people to apologize to today. Seeing that news, Yoon Hae-young happily hummed a certain tune, bit into her mouth full of rice rolls, saying that made me feel extremely happy. Reading the article, Yoon Jae-young thought to himself, after the news was spread across all media channels, the views increased dramatically, not only in Korea, the interactions came from all Arcadia players worldwide. The number of views of his video increased dramatically, more than 88 million. He switched to the statistics page. The amount of money he earned was written on it. The blue line that was originally flat suddenly went straight up, forming bumpy hillsides. The amount of money he earned also increased to $11,000. Yoon Jae-young thought to himself, thanks to that, I don't have to worry about money anymore. He sat on a wooden chair, leaning against the table, thinking to himself, but the profit is still lower than I thought. Why does MeToo pay such low wages now? But it's still okay. I won't have to worry too much about rent and debt, equipment anymore. He suddenly remembered the pile of equipment such as the 7-colored sword with wings, the axe with a skull shape, and the blue great sword that Satan and Michael gave him to congratulate him for their recognition, whispering if he would sell things now, the product we receive from exchanging recognition for money. Haha, this might be the last time I have to eat rice rolls as a college student. A voice rang out, attracting his attention. There you are, Jae-young. It was Ye-gyun. It seemed like he had just finished running. He was breathing heavily. He put his hands on his thighs to rest. He looked and asked what was going on. Ye-gyun said, you were really terrible just now. You reached 92% synchronization rate. Even Kang Tae-soo only has 21%. Then Ye-gyun said, well, besides I only have 15%. Haha, now the professors are all talking about you. Yoon Jae-young doesn't care, took another bite of the rice roll, and answered heartlessly, oh, this is a new type of rice roll. It's so delicious. Want to try it? Ye-gyun said no need, I'm fine, I just finished eating at the school cafeteria. He said, "It seems like everyone has a good impression of him." Yoon Jae-young looked at Ye-gyun wonderingly. He bowed his head, scratched his neck, and said a little sadly, "You are truly wonderful in every way." He said, "Anyway, I'm very curious about what happened and who told who." Yoon Jae-young remained silent, looking at Ye-gyun. Then he suddenly said, "I was playing it." Ye-gyun was stunned, asked again what he just said. Yoon Jae-young thought to himself, maybe it was because everyone that day went smoothly as planned. It was an article about Jae-gyu kneeling down. The headline said, "The youngest son of the chairman of GM Group, Choi Jae-gyu apologized to the whole world." Reporter Lee Na-young and the image of Kang Tae-soo gasping in shock when he found out about his synchronization rate. He thought of another reason, or maybe it was because the new rice roll he ate was really delicious. Yoon Jae-young thought to himself, maybe it was because of the good weather. The sky was indeed blue and the white clouds hovering were very beautiful. Yoon Jae-young thought for some reason. He looked straight at Ye-gyun, saying, "This was the first time I told this to others, but I had played Arcadia since the beta version opened with the character named X." Yoon Jae-young also did not expect this. He thought to himself that I had told him my true identity. No matter what the reason is, I told Ye-gyun my true identity. Yoon Jae-young thought to himself. He looked at Ye-gyun, said, "This was the first time I told someone else, but I have been playing since Arcadia opened its beta. My name in the game is Dex." The space suddenly became quiet. Ye-gyun seemed to have just woken up, startled, and asked again, wait, what did you say?" The expression on Ye-gyun's face was unbelievable. He leaned down and said, "Dex, that's impossible." Ye-gyun thought to himself, "Of course I know who Dex is, maybe all Korean players do. The person who is ranked highest in all game genres, that guy." Ye-gyun thought to himself, "The big green name Dex appeared in my head. I was a little skeptical and thought it couldn't be him. Could it be?" Ye-gyun asked, "Are you a Dex fan? How can you be Dex?" Yoon Jae-young is telling the truth. I have deleted all my accounts so there is no evidence. Ye-gyun seemed to be struck by lightning, startled, then thought about that high assimilation level number. Ye-gyun's whole body collapsed to the ground, thinking that this was the evidence. Yoon Jae-young jumped up, asking, "What is that? What's wrong with you?" Ye-gyun's face was blank, saying, "Please." Then Ye-gyun raised his face to look at Yoon Jae-young, shouting loudly, "Please give me an autograph, I'm a big fan." Yoon Jae-young also did not expect this, so he was confused, wondering what to say. Next, Yoon Jae-young took a lot of time to calm Ye-gyun down. Frozen Heart Valley, this place is covered with white snow, the temperature is bone-chillingly cold, the recommended level of this map is 85. A huge blue snake and a bunch of humanoid monsters were surrounding a party. The shield bearer said, "Damn, there are more monsters than expected. Everyone calm down. If we die here, it will be an additional death penalty." Someone angrily shouted, "Where the hell is that necromancer that keeps forcing us to pull monsters?" Suddenly a purple magic formation appeared. Young girl with chin-length white hair, darkness covering her face, she softly said, "Hakvu." Countless dry skeletons condensed from the mana of death appeared, flying towards the giant snake, causing damage to it. Looking at the snake writhing in magic, the swordsman said that the magician's damage is really high. She can defeat all these monsters in one blow. The purple-haired female magician immediately said, "That's stupid. No, do you think all magicians are strong?" The girl said, "She is the #1 magician in this game." White-haired girl with black clothes, black feathers on both arms, red eyes, with the words LV86 Black Fire written on her head, Dark Dragon. She looked towards the party and said friendly, "Ah, thank you for pulling the monster." The swordsman said, "I knew you were amazing, but I just thought you were an ordinary ranker. I'm so sorry for not recognizing you sooner." Blackfire Dark Dragon didn't care, said it was okay, accepted I'm not needed either. She said, "And everyone will farm monsters just as fast when everyone's level is higher." She said that since everyone knows me, let's help each other. Hearing that, the team was touched and felt that she was very kind. Blackfire Dark Dragon immediately made a request. "In that case, could I ask everyone to pull more monsters?" The team immediately agreed without hesitation. Sure enough. The swordsman suddenly asked, "I'm just curious, did you use a high-level skill to kill the monsters in one move? Don't you need time to wait? Is it okay to pull the monster now?" Blackfire Dark Dragon estimated a bit and said, I'll finish recovering when everyone finishes pulling monsters, so it's okay." Why did the swordsman cry out in surprise when he heard that, so fast? The blonde swordsman silently calculated in his head, great damage and wide area moves with extremely fast recovery time. This is how a high-level magician leveled up in hell mode. Looking at the back of the Blackfire Dark Dragon, the swordsman thought to himself that this is the reason why people say you should team up with a magician. Blackfire Dark Dragon shouted, "Okay." I'm coming, she cried, waving her hand. Dark purple magic was released. The party said, "Thank you for helping us level up quickly." They bowed politely to the black fire dark dragon, saying it was really fun. "We will be stronger to help you next time," she confusedly said. "Don't mind, after all it's just a team just hunting." The three of them waved goodbye. Black fire dark dragon stood there, smiling and waving in response. The icy palace made of black stone became silent again. Black fire dark dragon yawned, exhaled a mouthful of white smoke, and muttered, feeling bored. Her hand hovered over the system panel, thinking to herself, "Isn't there anything interesting?" Suddenly a quest appears. The title is a scary rumor that has spread throughout the Maroon Kingdom network. The content is that there is a rumor that Duke Buren died at the hands of an evil magician. Find out the rumor right really and find out the magician's identity. Reading that mission, she thought deeply. Duke Buren, he is quite a noisy NPC. He contacted me before, but at that time I didn't care. She sat on the bed, thinking for a moment, this is quite interesting. Even the smart Appendia community can't find his identity. I can't do it alone, just leave it alone. She looked up at the mission board. Doubts and curiosity plagued her mind. Black Fire Dark Dragon thought to herself, I wonder who is the culprit behind it all. She speculated, if this was not the plan of game operator Arcadia, and just the unique behavior of a specific player, Black Fire Dark Dragon thought. His body from leaning back began to lean forward, slightly bending down. But she sighed sadly, despondently said that's all she thought, but there was no way it could be done. Even a high-level ranker like me couldn't do it. A system notification suddenly appeared. She was startled, exclaimed looking in that direction. On the Act 1 record, the darkness is forgotten, the request for a link quest has been met, the Witch Hunt link quest has appeared, select the first-ranked magician player Black Fire Dark Long, the link mission has been issued. Black Fire Dark Dragon didn't understand anything, completely confused. What was he calling out? Why was I assigned this task? She exclaimed. On the other hand, in Buren's territory, the entire sky was covered with a deadly aura, creating an unusual dark blue-purple color, and the architecture turned pale blue with a slight whitish tint. Satan and Michael appeared. Satan quickly said, Master, where have you been? There are some crazy things here. Michael happily said, Mr. Dex is back. I was waiting for you. You came back later than I thought. Satan said excitedly, listen to me. After you left, the Imperialists rushed in. Damned holy Imperialists. Although they did actions that violated your territory, they were actions, only by faith. He quickly reached out to stop her, saying, okay, please slow down, just one word at a time. Satan said, Master, you really made a mistake using the power of Lich Argymer and created chaos in the human kingdom. Those humans will not be able to sit still and do nothing. Michael next to him calmly said, I agree with some of what the Dambat said. Even heaven put Lich Argymer on the blacklist, eliminated everywhere. Even the power he used was also blacklisted. Is the power of the dark demon race. I do not encourage you to use it at all. Hearing that, Satan angrily shouted at Michael, saying, What, dark bastard race of demons, what is this psychotic chick saying? Michael shrugged his shoulders and said, What is psychotic? Thank you for praising me. I'm angry. I get goosebumps when a damn bat like you gets angry about something so obvious. Satan was so angry that he laughed, his forehead showing blue veins, and said to you, It seems like I've been too good. Now do you want to taste suffering? Michael didn't back down, confidently provoked back. Let's see, it's 0 wins and 1 loss, Mr. Demon King. Immediately the two rushed into a noisy fight, chicken feathers and garlic shells scattered everywhere. Yoon Jae-young looked speechless, truly complaining, not having a peaceful day. How magnificent was the battle between angels and demons. He thought to himself, just in case, based on what they said, everything was going according to plan, it seemed reasonable to leave the undead here. He thought to himself, okay, the great history-making villain, Lich Argymer, let's inform the world of his resurrection. He smiled and muttered, I wonder how strong the reaction of the righteous heroes will be when they learn about this. On the other side, the Imperial Sanctuary, sunlight pouring down on the majestic white structure, the sky is clear blue. Agudil bowed to the Pope and the saints sitting up there to report everything. The Pope said, I know, so it is like that. Agudil said that after investigating Buren dukedom, the culprit was Lich Argymer. Hearing this, the saint was afraid and covered her mouth with her hand, not daring to utter a word. Her entire face was pale and colorless. The little girl said, Sir, I have seen apparitions around here. The Pope over there had a headache and rubbed his forehead with a serious expression. Everything seemed to be like that, Saint. He secretly thought that we, the Holy Kingdom, had avoided all the scandalous problems of the empires in the continent. The reason was with the teachings of always loving the followers of God, who taught us to follow righteousness, leading ignorant people to self-enlightenment and repentance. He imagined that deadly, cruel scenario, the countless undead legions, stepping on countless corpses of other soldiers, thinking to himself, but in the end, the demons would not be spared, they had once bring chaos to this world. He immediately said the heavenly sword Agudil, I recommend you as the will of the Lord. Agudil replied, yes, your word is an order to me. He spoke, with the papal authority of the Holy Empire. With a look of hatred and determination, Emain clenched his fists, saying I want you to judge and eliminate all demons from this holy land. Let's ensure victory belongs to the Holy Kingdom side, understand? Emain said. Agudil replied yes sir. It's starting again, Agudil thought, his expression serious. A battle between angels and demons, Agudil thought, two streams of golden and dark purple power spinning into a vortex. The quest board reads Act 1, The Forgotten Darkness Hunts Witches. The quest content is Lich Argymer, the evil that polluted the continent with darkness in the past. Traces of his reincarnation have been discovered happened again, and so, everyone on the continent united together to do justice to those things, step forward and help. The victory condition of the good side was very clear, which was to punish 500,000 evil and Lich Argymer, but the evil side is a secret. The quest board also says you belong to the evil side. Blackfire Dark Dragon was stunned as he looked at the mission board. What? She cried. Meanwhile, Yoon Jae-young seems very happy and satisfied, bringing intrigue and cunning as his plan is working. The complete image of Michael and Satan appeared, the two of them holding weapons, passing each other under a sky full of dark clouds, golden light penetrating holes in that cloud to descend to the human world. There were two main groups, survived during the final great demon-god war that occurred in Arcadia. Angel side, images of holy knights holding great swords wearing white armor and gentle priestesses holding staffs. In the evil side, the image of the devil growing black horns, his whole body covered in evil black armor and black-haired witches. Both sides have enmity with the other side. Although this is also a type of role-playing game that players are quite interested in, a few comments appeared, like Zijan Holy wrote, come on, what's wrong with stealing and daring to block the way to escort NPCs? Don't waste your life like this seriously, why bother writing Dockerman? If you guys have an escort mission, then we have a robbery mission, or someone named Holy Knight Execution Squad wrote Holy Knights so their power is really reduced, that's strong, how can having a skill that can negate all negative statuses balance it? And Dan2123 notes that necromancers are even more powerful than that. Have you seen what happened in Buren dukedom? It is inevitable that conflicts will take place because the roles that players have are different. The image of an armored paladin holding a sword and shield fighting a dark wizard. Conflicts between players are a daily occurrence in the district, and sometimes things can even lead to killing them. Play differently. But even that is okay. More importantly, there is no major reason for an all-out war between the two sides. It was because of the rules they had observed. A notice board appeared stating that killing other players inside the city was taboo. This was because the city was considered for beginners as well as for creating a better space for all of Arcadia. When you break this rule, you will be on the wanted list of the security team NPCs. But now there is a reason for war to break out, which is the Act 1 Link mission, when the good side's winning mission is to kill 500,000 evil sides and Lich Argymer. And the law also disappeared. A notice board appeared with a warning. The Holy Pope announced that all evil will be judged in the name of God. The ban on killing people in the city area will be temporarily suspended, effective. What's even worse is, the balance in the balance of power has completely disappeared. The image of the balance appears with the orange-yellow flame being heavier than the black-purple flame. Endless snowy mountains, clear blue sky. Blackfire Dark Dragon walked away, leaving footprints in the snow. She read the notice board, thinking to herself 50 million won, that's almost equal to the current population of Korea. They intend to kill everyone in the group, evil side. She bit her nails, saying what the hell kind of mission is this? Have they lost their minds? Looks like I'll have to stay in the city for a long time. She headed towards the gate leading into the city. As soon as you step through the gate, a sweeping red film appears. Following that was a red notification from the system that this was an area that could be massacred. If you don't want to fight, please change the location, startling her. Blackfire Dark Dragon opened his eyes wide, looking at the announcement in surprise, thinking to himself that the area had a murderous plot. Where had the law prohibiting killing people within the city limits disappeared? If so, what kind of city are people gathering together can become a dangerous spot? Saint Destroyer, the skill call rang out, accompanied by a holy light like lightning. A paladin player holds an iron mace and kills an evil person. The system notification pops up. The first judgment has been given to a villain. The Holy Order has witnessed this great achievement of yours. Your faith score has increased by 1. After passing judgment on all the wicked, you will receive a special reward based on the level of your contribution. The Holy Knight gasped and looked at the notice board, saying, "What a reward." He smiled terrifyingly, looking in a certain direction. Those eyes were brutal, bloodthirsty to the point of horror. Blackfire Dark Dragon saw him looking towards her, completely startled. The hair on his body stood up. Rather, it wasn't just him, but many people all looked towards her, like a bloodthirsty beast seeing its prey. Blackfire Dark Dragon quickly said, "Wait a minute, let's talk a bit." Unexpectedly, a NPC guard named Kalzan shouted, "A dark magician had invaded the city. Kill her immediately," that guy ordered. Blackfire Dark Dragon thought incredulously, even NPCs act like this. Now the decomposition is no longer effective. She closed her eyes, waiting for death, crying out in fear. But it did not come. She shouted, "Swamp of darkness," a liquid emitting a thick, dark purple light appeared, sweeping away those good knights. System notifications continuously sound. You have killed the guard of Gill City. Every NPC in Gill City will be hostile towards you. Other guards of the city are hunting you. If you die, you have to receive additional punishment. Please remember, you have killed a player. Now you are a red flag player. The announcement will not stop until now. Blackfire Dark Dragon stood in front of a dark purple swamp. Green bubbles appeared, dissolving everything that was surrounded by it. Her hand was reaching forward. She was breathing heavily, reluctantly thinking she had no other choice but to kill them all. Countless voices rang out. "The Dark Mage has revealed her true nature. Let's slaughter the evil sex. That Black Mage just killed an NPC. Is she crazy? Isn't she the #1 black magician?" She thought to herself that now she needed to run. Someone shouted, "Ah, she's running away. Hurry up and chase her." In the vicinity of Buren Dukedom, this place has tall pine trees. Continuous notification of the Witch Hunt Act 1 Forgotten Darkness quest. The difference is that there is an announcement between the righteous sect and the evil sect. Choose one side and play your character. Yoon Jae-young looked at the notice board. What was he saying? Satan on the side saw the notice, startled and exclaimed, "Ah, it's this radish again. This is exactly why I told you not to go beyond the limit." Yoon Jae-young heard that and said, "Don't go over the limit. It's not like I want to do those things. It's all for the mission reward." Satan looked at him incredulously, thinking to himself that he was a psychopath or something. He felt troubled, scratching his head and thinking, "Damn, we accidentally poked a stick into the honeycomb. I should have stopped him from using the power of the magician Argeimer. If those chickens got angry, if I go crazy, I'll be tired to death." As if thinking of something, he shouted, "Yes." Satan turned to Michael and said, "Hey, L, you're the mediator. Go back to your basic angelic state and tell the holy nation to calm down a bit for me." Michael pointed inexplicably. "Ourselves? Ask why we have to do that." Satan brought his face closer, screaming, "Why? Don't you see that all-out war is about to break out? You don't want to suffer again just because the Master used our power, right? No. Besides, isn't it an angel's duty to prevent people from shedding blood?" Unexpectedly, Michael smiled terrifyingly and said that this is actually quite wonderful. We can take this opportunity to clean up all the villains. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to that. Satan looked at Michael, thinking desperately, "Oh, she's a psychopath." A notice board appeared, stating the Pope's law. To be able to judge evil, we will have to sacrifice everything we have, even if we have to dye the entire continent red with blood. I will not stop until God's justice is served. Yoon Jae-young looked at the sign and said, "Damn it, those thundering words seem so determined. It doesn't look like it will end peacefully. Satan flies next to us and says we're screwed." He shouted, "Master, take responsibility for this. It's all your fault. Everyone on my side is preparing to sell salt just because you used the power of the magician Argeimer to create this mess. If you decide not to do anything, then I will never lend you my power again." Yoon Jae-young was speechless and looked at Satan, annoyed, and said, "Ugh, you're acting too childish." Even though he said that, in his mind he was thinking but what he said wasn't wrong, because everyone's reaction seemed worse than I thought. I need to neutralize this situation. More importantly, at this rate it feels like the whole game will be eaten up. Yoon Jae-young tried asking Michael, "Ella, can't you help me neutralize this situation?" Michael was flying in midair. "By neutralizing? What do you mean by neutralizing? This is a decision that humans themselves have made. Choose. It would be quite troublesome if I got involved too." Yoon Jae-young looked at the mission board and said, "Well, like this part." He pointed to the number of wicked people who needed to be judged, saying to judge the wicked, 50 million. The number of judgments is constantly increasing, now it has reached more than 1,400, you say not all of them are criminals, I don't think all of them should be executed just because they are black magician, there has been a saying since ancient times, direct your hatred towards the crime and not the perpetrator, it would be too much to make even innocent people shed blood. Finally, he closed with a sentence and I will definitely give her many more acknowledgments, please help me. Michael heard that and immediately felt moved. She put her hand on her chest and said, well, after all, I'm your guardian angel, I can't just ignore your request, okay, I'll help you. Yoon Jae-young really said that, I'm so grateful to you. Satan was angry and thought to himself, this calculating bitch. A notification appears, you have received 1,500 recognition points. Okay, I'll be right back, Michael said, the yellow light appearing. Archangel Michael, the symbol of the glorious holy weapon, has temporarily returned to his original form, announcing the appearance of a golden system. At the Holy Empire's sanctuary, Michael's complete form descended, 3 wings of light fluttering behind her. When the followers saw her, they immediately became respectful and passionately shouted that the special envoy of the god had descended to earth. This is truly a blessing unto Eden, the holy place of the holy country, a believer said. Behind the two of them was the holy girl Sylvia. She clasped her hands together, her face filled with joy, speaking how divine it was. Michael kindly said, I will now bring you a few words from the Lord. Please pay attention, she said. The system panel pops up, saying there have been changes in the details for the witch hunt quest, please review the changes. Yoon Jae-young looked at the notice board and said, oh, it seems like something has changed. Satan quickly came next to me and said, let me see. He was startled and couldn't believe what he was shouting. Even people like Yoon Jae-young were surprised and exclaimed, wait, is this real? A blue notification appears, there have been changes in the details for the witch hunter quest, please review the changes. Yoon Jae-young looked at the notice board, his face happily exclaiming, oh, it seems like something has changed. Satan stood behind him, quickly approaching, shouting, let me see, but right after that, his face looked a bit surprised, his mouth opened slightly and said, what the heck? Yoon Jae-young was the same at this time, his eyes looked forward, a bit incredulously muttering, wait, is this true? At this moment, a small, smiling girl with golden hair appeared, it was Elle. She said, Ye-young, I'm home. As expected, the temple sheep have responded to my request. Elle raised her hand to cover her mouth and smiled, light sparkled around her, ho ho, did you see it? But Yoon Jae-young and Satan paid no attention to her, their faces languidly looking at the blue notification screen. Link Quest, Forgotten Darkness, Witch Hunt, Lich Argymer, the evil that tainted the continent with darkness in the past, traces of his rebirth have been discovered again, and so, everyone on the continent has united together to carry out justice. Let's step forward and help humanity do this. Win condition, good side, Judge Evil 3,921 out of 4,999,990, execution of Lich Argymer 0 to 1. The evil side asked the question. The blue notice board in front of Yoon Jae-young clearly states that you belong to the evil side. Satan was a bit angry and asked suspiciously, 100% off. Yoon Jae-young sighed, he was fooled, why the hell did he get 100% off? I knew right away that she wouldn't listen to me easily. Elle was still innocent, clasped her hands together, her sparkling eyes asked, what's wrong? I've reduced 100 people for you. Do you think I'm compassionate? What's wrong? Are you satisfied? Satan turned and shouted straight at Elle, you psycho, let's really end today. Elle replied indifferently, oh my god, we've reconciled and now we've suddenly changed our attitude, as expected the demons can't do anything. After hearing this, Satan became even more angry, shouting loudly, where can we reconcile? What an insult, this psychopath. Yoon Jae-young stood to the side, quietly sighing, thinking to himself, who the hell designed this game's angel? Anyway, in reality, this condition is still possible. Black magician is not a bad profession, I need to pay attention to it. He continued to think, fortunately, I had already considered situations like this, thanks to that, everything was clear. Yoon Jae-young turned to look at Satan who was being grabbed by Elle's collar and said, wait, Tan, I have a favor to ask of you. What else? Satan replied. Yoon Jae-young asked, in short, you want to help the evil side, right? I have a good way. Satan nodded without hesitation, his face filled with doubt. The land is icy, cold and always white. Normally it would be quiet, but today it is unusually noisy. The sound of people shouting echoed throughout the mountains. Okay, success, everyone come here quickly. I finally cornered the magician. A group of people were surrounding a lone girl, pushing her towards the abyss. The knight with golden hair, sword hanging on his back, smiled and said, "Haha, you know you can't escape, right? After all, they are just evil and cunning factions." The white-haired girl next to him also argued, "A mouse, give up." Blackfire Dark Dragon was breathing heavily, secretly worried. It was gone. The long battle just now had used up too much mana. Right now the skills could only be used 1 or 2 more times at most. I'm now in a very dangerous situation. The more park, the greater the penalty. But now if she doesn't park, she will die immediately. What should she do? She is in a dilemma. One person smiled savagely and said, "I wonder what special reward you will receive if you defeat the top 1 magician. I'm so curious." The blonde knight chimed in, "If you have any items, you have to share them, that's fair." Having finished speaking, he held his sword and prepared to fight, saying, "Come on, move forward. Special rewards are waiting ahead." Blackfire Dark Dragon was stunned, eyes closed, waiting for death to approach, eye sockets wet with a few tears. Not feeling anything, she slowly opened her eyes again. Satan stopped the attack with just a little finger. Blackfire Dark Dragon couldn't believe his eyes. The blonde knight looked at the person in front of him, surprised and asked, "What is this? That guy blocked our attack, devil, no." Little darling, his question accidentally touched Satan's anger, his face darkened. In front of the knight, an empty purple ball appeared. He did not understand what happened. The ball kept growing bigger. Then suddenly exploded. Purple flames like hell's fire engulfed the unfortunate man. He screamed in pain. Satan looked at the knight and asked coldly, his finger pointing forward to the blazing fire point, "Looking at me like this, you dare to call me a little demon? Do these chickens believe that I have fried all my wings?" The crowd couldn't help but step back looking at their comrade's tragic situation. The bald man with the white beard shouted, "What is this? I have never seen this skill before." "That magician, this is the pet you secretly summoned, right?" Others said, "How can pets be so strong?" "Nonsense." Blackfire Dark Dragon was bewildered and mumbled, "What is it?" She looked at the person in front of her who was yawning and thought of Demon King Satan, that monster. Satan looked back slightly at her. "Hey." He asked, "Are you a dark dragon or something?" His question surprised her. She could only say, "What? He knows my name. Who exactly is this guy?" She continued to think, if it were an NPC, I would have felt something different. The green notice board appears. You have faced the greatest master of darkness, reaching an important turning point in the Witch Hunt quest series. Quests may vary depending on playstyle. Be careful in your choice. Your choice. Blackfire Dark Dragon looked at the notice board and muttered, "The greatest master of darkness with doubt." She suddenly realized, her voice trembling a bit, "If so, that thing, no, that could be the taste." Satan pointed to the group of people and said softly, "Stand still and be quiet, first we have to deal with these chickens." The chickens were bewildered and let out a loud noise at the same time. Purple flames drifted in the air. Satan said, "Come on, it's over quickly. The purple flame is burning brightly in the palm of your hand, it's time for you to regain your strength." The crowd didn't believe it. They rushed forward decisively. The bald man said, "Defeating the master magician of that name is enough to win. That girl probably doesn't have much energy left. Everyone should release their powers, his strongest skill." Immediately, countless attacks rushed in. Satan doesn't care. I'm a pet summon, really, speechless with these idiots. All attacks are blocked by the purple light. The bald man said in surprise. All attacks had been neutralized. The female archer standing next to her was wide-eyed. What was this crazy monster that was so strong? The purple ball rotates, containing terrifying power. Satan's red eyes glowed. Notifications continuously appear. The aura of darkness is exerting its full power. Infected players will likely die suddenly. The holy light of the temple is increasing your defense. The defense fails. Temporary when the divine power cannot be used. The aura of darkness completely overpowers the player's body, and the last message is that you have been corrupted. In the crowd's surprise, purple light wrapped around their bodies. The crowd immediately panicked. What is this? No, it can't use divine power. Damn it, I've never heard of anything like this before. The voice crept into the minds of the crowd. This is an order. You corrupt Holy Temple believers, go and die. The order was extremely cruel. The people's bodies showed cracks. They eventually shatter like shards of glass. Satan scratched his nose, complaining, bored. I expected these guys to have some strength, but in the end, humanity is just a slow-moving species, nothing worth paying attention to. At this moment, the Blackfire Dark Dragon directly put his hands on the ground and said loudly, "O great Demon King, it is a great grace that you saved this humble person." Satan asked, "What's wrong? I just met her and already she's flattering me." Her face didn't seem to care. "If she chose the profession of a black magician, I wouldn't know the Demon King." She continued speaking with an extremely adoring expression. "Great Demon King, I am your biggest admirer. It is an honor to meet you." Satan was a bit happy when he met his fans. "What? Haha, there's no need to be like that. At least you're probably not a stupid human. Then let me confirm, you're a strong black magician continent, right?" Blackfire Dark Dragon immediately replied, "Yes, yes, but still not as good as the Demon King's toenails." She lowered herself to the lowest level to flatter Satan. Satan put his hands in his pockets and looked at her and commented, "The strongest dark magician doesn't have any muscles like this, so he gets beaten up by chickens every day." "Wow," Blackfire Dark Dragon quickly replied, "Yes, that is my weakness." Satan said, "Should I give you a little more power?" Blackfire Dark Dragon was still bewildered when he continued, "Okay, listen clearly, let's work with me." "What is it?" she replied. "Dark Dragon, rank 1 magician, from now on you must be the representative of the evil side," she whispered back, "representing the evil side." Lich Argeimer, through his contract with the devil, became a rare magician with immortality. But once he dyed the continent red with blood. "That bastard has committed an unforgivable crime. The Supreme Saint of God Mary, clasp your hands together in prayer. God's glory, please use his life to atone for the heinous crime he committed. This Argeimer never submits to another's sword. Just wait, one day I will definitely come back and make you pay for this humiliation." Punishing Lich Argeimer, it seemed like centuries had passed since that event. Down there in hell, he is imprisoned by countless chains with spells and special abilities. The skull whispers in the dark, "They accuse us of causing chaos that affects the balance of the world and imprison us here. It's a pity that I couldn't fulfill my ambition and then had to go through such a helpless time. Just once or twice is enough, as long as we are given the chance again." Suddenly there was a voice, "Hey, dog skeleton." Lich Argeimer was immediately attracted. He looked at the person in front, surprised and said, "You, Mr. Satan." "Oh, I can't even hear your footsteps." "It's true that the dragon visited the shrimp house," Satan interrupted him. "That's enough of his flailing lips. Please do something with me." The golden eyes in the empty skull lit up. He quickly asked, "What do you mean? Is the Holy Empire finally about to collapse? Please give me a chance. I pray for you to go up the mountain of swords and down in the sea of fire." Satan was a bit hot-tempered. His purple hand grabbed his opponent's head and shouted loudly, "Have you lost your mind?" making him gasp. Satan said, "Do you know how likely it is for you to return to Arcadia?" The scoundrel replied in another way, "Are you planning to go there and cause trouble?" Satan's face turned fierce. "It's my responsibility, do you understand, this mindless pile of dog bones?" Lich Argeimer felt scared and hesitantly asked, "What should I do?" He secretly thought to himself, suddenly feeling that Mr. Satan is more powerful than usual. Is there something bothering him recently? Satan's finger pointed at him, and said, "Listen carefully, our plan must be a perfect performance. From now on you must borrow the body of a mortal to easily act during that time, only then can we return to the demon world. If you still have the intention of taking revenge on the heavenly beings, you will surely die. They are more like demons than me," Satan reminded. Yoon Jae-young's silhouette suddenly appeared. Satan asked again, "Do you know?" "Yes, yes," the Bone Man magician immediately replied, thinking to himself, "Is there someone more evil than Mr. Satan? Who exactly is he?" At this time, Yoon Jae-young was yawning. "Stupid Tan, it's too late." Returning to the present, at the top of the snowy mountain, Satan raised his hand to summon a magic circle. Blackfire Dark Dragon stood in the middle. His magic power was so strong. What was he planning to do? Satan nonchalantly said, "Oh human, I have placed a big bet on you. Please perform to my expectations." He suddenly turned into a pleading tone, "Please really." Lich Argeimer's silhouette appeared, his bony hand reaching out as if to grab the dark fire dragon's body. She received constant notifications, absorbed Lich Argeimer's testicles, unlocked the title, and was promoted to Hell Leader, with the Lich Argeimer career benefit through which players can directly transfer to Arcadia. Quest line: there have been changes in the details for the Witch Hunter quest, please review the changes. Quest series, Lich Argeimer, the evil that contaminated the continent with darkness in the past. Traces of his reincarnation have been discovered again, and so, everyone on the continent has united each other to do justice to those things. Step forward and help. Victory condition for good side. Judgment of evil 5,423 out of 50 million. Execution of Lich Argeimer 0 out of 1. Evil side. Take over the kingdom Maroon 0 to 1, minus the Pope. Satan looked at the mission board, his forehead sweating. Eliminating the Pope, taking over the Maroon Kingdom. Is the ambition this great, Master? How much effort do you think we will have to spend? The Dark Fire Dragon looked at the changes in my body and equipment. Notice board reminder, player stats have had a large increase, please review the changes. She didn't hesitate to open the information board to take a look. After looking at it, she could only exclaim, how cool, has the combat power increased to this level? I've never seen it before, a top magician on the Korean server like me can't compete. If she started now, she might be able to reach number 1 on the national server. She began to have thoughts. Satan called, hey you stupid girl. Yes, the Dark Fire Dragon with a worshipful face responded. Why don't you answer quickly? You're really confused. I'm sorry. Seeing the other person's sincere attitude, Satan continued, forget it, your appearance is perfect, truly suitable for the role of representative. Fortunately, we can now start implementing the next plan. A scroll with a demon's mark flew in. Dark Dragon opened it. Satan said, from now on prepare according to what is written here. This is. Satan's 4 fingers form a rectangle, rotate horizontally into a recording position. Come on, let's start filming, get ready, act. In the dark room, there was no light, only the light from the computer screen. Website Arcadia, the freelance board, has a lot of articles. Yoon Jae-young looked at the screen and said, indeed, they were chaotic as expected. At this rate, I don't know who is the real evil side. He silently pondered, the joint mission, the witch hunt, whether it was a player or an NPC, as long as they belonged to the evil side, they would be pardoned no matter where or when they were killed, and vice versa. Contributions will increase. It's really smooth sailing. In this opportunity, not only can you collect spoils from Revenge and Regular Park, but you can also get benefits from contributing to the faction. At this rate, the situation will become more and more tense. On the contrary, the dissatisfaction of those on the evil side for being turned into the side being hunted for the sole reason of choosing the wrong profession is increasing. This means that this is the time when heroes who can help them are needed the most. Tan is more effective than he thought. He was determined to make good arrangements for everything he entrusted to him. Yoon Jae-young looked at the image on the computer screen, slowly admire his achievements. The video has been posted. The title is that the representative of the evil side has made an official statement. To all those who died unjustly, considered dirty and evil, many players have been, are now, and will continue to be slaughtered in the future. Not long ago I was close to death. Can't sit still anymore. This is inequality. Justice has collapsed. All the magicians and dark knights in Arcadia, thieves, mountain bandits, assassins, everyone must come together to stop these senseless massacres. Don't be resigned anymore, rise up and fight, show me everyone's strength, myself, the first-class magician Dark Dragon, no. The leader of the Dark Army Lich Argeimer will personally lead everyone. Those who want to join me in fighting this evil divine empire gather in the Kingdom of Maroon. In the Kingdom of Maroon, Baron Michael. The girl with purple hair looked down, whispering, crazy. What is this? Those monsters, in the distance are countless monsters. Baron Michael. How are you? I came to say hello. Yoon Jae-young sat on the head of the giant skeleton warrior, waving. Michael exclaimed in surprise, Dex. The soldiers stood guard at the gate, looking at the skeletons with some trepidation. Inside the luxurious and gorgeous white building, Mikhail said, okay Dex. Her expression was a bit helpless. What exactly did you want to come here to find? Yoon Jae-young was stunned. I'm just going on a trip. Hearing that, Mikhail became even more upset. Did you lead the whole undead army to travel here? Dex asked, do you know that war between adventurers is breaking out right now? My purpose in bringing the undead with me is to protect this holy land from them, so don't worry too much. He continued, I also don't want to lose something precious. Mikhail suddenly remembered Borokin. Dear Count Borokin, I have received the letter and have a rough understanding of the situation. She looked at Yoon Jae-young and said, adding that if you look at the appearance of the leader of the Undead Legion, you really defeated that Duke of Buren. Speaking of this, Mikhail suddenly stood up, his face close to Yoon Jae-young and said loudly, I didn't see the wrong person. You are so good. Yoon Jae-young replied shyly, haha, no one compliments me now. Mikhail suddenly shouted, what are you talking about? The Duke of Buren that you defeated is like a worm sucking the blood of the people of the Maroon Kingdom. If you add up the wealth he has swallowed, it is enough for the whole country to live for several years, and in the end he even plotted to overthrow the kingdom, an evil corrupter. Who else could punish such a bastard without receiving praise? I don't know what your intentions are, and I don't need to know, but considering what you've accomplished, Dex, you is my hero in the whole Maroon Kingdom. Yoon Jae-young's expression suddenly became quiet. He suddenly bluntly said, "Oh, I see, is it because the money has been coming in a bit late lately?" Mikel replied in surprise, "Ah, it's because there's been so much work lately. I'm sorry, I guarantee there won't be any more work in the future, so please save me." You talk to heroes like that. Arcadia Korean branch. A girl is lying inside a virtual reality glass cage. She slowly opened her eyes, thinking, the witch hunt mission, just because of it. In Korea, players on 2 continents faced each other. This was an unexpected situation at the headquarters. The server-wide announcement reads, "We have no reason to stop it, not even permission. On the contrary, it is a wonderful event that fits Arcadia's nature of pursuing endless freedom. But considering our future plans, we couldn't just leave it alone. So even if this cannot be avoided, it is necessary to reduce the damage as low as possible." She stepped on the bright green ground, calling, "Elis." The girl with blue hair and white eyes replied, "Hello President, how can I help you?" The girl who is the president said, "The quest chain currently going on in Continent 1 is imbalanced, so I want to adjust. Death penalty for evil side users, please remove it completely." The artificial intelligence named Elis said, requesting some adjustments to the system with the death penalty for players. Second-level manager Lee Mi-yun, president, satisfied with the management authority, disabled the death penalty picture with the evil player. Abolishing the death penalty, this incident has brought about a great upheaval. Even the players from the evil side, who had avoided fighting due to the pressure of the death penalty, began to participate in the quest without hesitation, even if dead, came back to life and continued to attack. Labor. I remember, you are the high-ranking paladin who killed me before, right? I have chased you to the ends of hell, now it's time to take revenge. Countless scenes of revenge occurred everywhere, everything had changed. Until they are exhausted, the good side doesn't just lie down and endure the battle. They also formed a team to help each other. The sense of solidarity due to poor numbers created a system. A tight balance, leading to endless war. The battles in the Maroon Kingdom took place all day long without stopping. Now it's truly a massacre. The conflict between the Opium faction and the Evil faction has increased, the chaos between the good and evil factions in Arcadia has increased, major changes in the context of the confrontation between the 2 factions have occurred, calculated casualties are about 63, title, gaining the title of person who points to darkness. Yoon Jae-young sat on the roof, silently thinking, who would have thought the war would be so tense? Removing the penalty must be a big deal for the game company, however, it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't affect the game, affect the plan. You whisper, hero. Just look at this world as a game and enjoy it, maybe your attitude won't change in the future. But, do I, the one who carried out this plan, deserve to hear praise from her? That's right, maybe it's just for fun, this is such a dirty game. Satan cried, "Oh my God, all my efforts, have gone down the drain." Yoon Jae-young said, "Something greedy, don't you also agree with the plan?" Satan slammed his hand on the tile roof, screaming, "Hey master, do you know how much effort I spent to bring a guy lich into your plan? Let's share the responsibilities when planning together." Yoon Jae-young overturned everything he said, no one who heard it just thought it was all your effort, didn't you eliminate all of mine?" Satan was speechless, unable to say more. Yoon Jae-young continued, "Thanks to that, the damage from the evil side has been greatly reduced, don't you get anything in return?" "That," Satan stammered. Elle said, "Don't pay attention to what that bat said, Mr. Jae-young. Originally, demons when they talk and when they work are 2 different stories." Her words successfully made Satan fall. Jae-young said, "Even an angel speaks so well. Anyway, you'll lend me your power as promised." Elle happily replied, "Sure, if you can defeat that evil lich, I will lend it to you. After all, angels have more prestige so there's no need to worry." Praying for souls, streaks of golden light spread in space. Jae-young looked at the screen and said, "This character looks good, is it possible? Choose the character Cattle, the Wandering Knight. Surely his power is more than enough to kill that evil lich," Elle said. Satan next to him lazily said, "What, that skeleton may look hideous, but he is not easily defeated by anyone." Then he suddenly changed his face and exclaimed in panic, "Hey, that guy. The owner of the Holy Sword defeated the lich the day before. The angel's aura is blessing the player, you are temporarily increased in strength." Looking at the sword in Jae Young's hand, Satan continued to shout, "One of the 5 holy swords, the eternal sword, is appearing right before my eyes, like this. Defeating that human lich is easier than eating candy." Ella's next to me, slowly smiled, "Haha, if you want to be sure, you have to invest hard, but being petty like someone else won't work. I told you before, if it's about dealing with the seeds of damned evil, I can accept any sacrifice. The more you invest, the greater the benefits you will gain, so you have a chance to win. If you don't have a chance, no matter how hard you try, it's the same. I'm neither on the good nor the evil side," Jae Young said to himself. "Let's start. I'm a player, I'm here to deal with the evil lich who caused this mess." The capital city of the Maroon Kingdom. Worried voices are talking. "Your Highness, the evil army has attacked the castle, please give orders." The young prince, with tears in his eyes, said, "What should I do, even if my father is still alive?" A worried official said loudly, "Prince, we must leave the capital immediately. First, let's go to the Holy Empire to preserve the jade body and then find a way to recapture the capital." The prince directly objected, "Do you want me to abandon the common people and run away? Do you think my father will forgive that? 1 word father, 2 words father, the prince is too young." The other person retreated, and at the same time said, "I'm sorry." The person next to him immediately said, "Your Highness, the adventurers are forming a defense team in front of the capital. If we join forces with them, we will be able to stop the evil army." The prince suddenly became happy and quickly replied, "That's right, adventurers will revive after they die. If you believe them and fight together." Before he could finish his sentence, the boy was interrupted by a violent tremor. A soldier hurriedly ran in. "Your Highness, please inform me." "Yes. What's going on?" "There's a huge army outside," the soldier hastily said. "The endless, powerful and terrifying undead army is coming. The leader is the Dark Fire Dragon." The childish prince was extremely frightened at this moment, his face pale. Quest Series, Act 1, The Transformation of the Forgotten Darkness, Witch Hunt. The evil Lich Argeimer has dyed the past continent dark. The traces of his resurrection are discovered again currently. Everyone on the mainland is united to bring justice to the remnants of evil. Let's join forces to fight. Win conditions. Good side 48,931,235 out of 49,999,900. The verdict of justice executed Lich Argeimer. The evil side eliminated the Holy Empire and occupied the Kingdom of Maroon. "It's worse than I thought," the Dark Fire Dragon thought to himself. "If by negligence it is possible to fail before achieving the throne and 50 million people will die, is it past complacency that even death will not be punished? I heard that someone died more than 1,000 times trying to catch a priest, so that's all there is to it." But, this was the perfect punishment to test her strength, the figure of the Lich Argeimer right behind her. The two sides were extremely tense before the bloody war. The Dark Fire Dragon said, "Are you ready, Lich Argeimer?" The skeleton man replied, "Any time." He shouted, "Dead Space, Dark Night Festival, Whispers of the Dead. Unjust Platform. The greed of the soul, the hatred of life." Following the raised arm of the Dark Fire Dragon, dark magic appeared. "Great," said the Lich Argeimer, Dark Mage Contractor, "to exert my power to this extent, their legion cannot defeat me now unless their power matches that of an angel. No human power can stop us. Indeed, the good side is extremely weak against the giant dark army." Blackfire Dark Dragon gave the order. Starting the battle, the entire army advanced. Countless skeleton soldiers rushed forward. The player side felt helpless. "Impossible, how could we?" Blackfire Dark Dragon smiled happily. Screams echoed throughout the battlefield. The crescent moon radiates purple light throughout space. Inside the castle was quiet without a soul, until the Dark Fire Dragon entered. Looking around, she thought to herself, how pitiful. Even if she was an NPC, she would not have expected that king to run away. What a pity for the lives of the soldiers guarding the city gate. She sneered and said out loud, a king like that should not have ruled the kingdom in the first place. She walked closer to the throne. The dawn light was gradually rising. From now on, I will sit on the throne of the Kingdom of Maroon. The throne of the Kingdom of Maroon recognizes you as its new master. The Kingdom of Maroon has been completely occupied. Quest chain. The evil side has achieved the victory condition in the witch hunt. The evil side has won. The evil side's death penalty has been reactivated. Please pay attention to the player. Title: 1 was the owner of the throne. Having gained control of the Maroon Kingdom, Blackfire Dark Dragon sat on the throne, noble and powerful like a true king. In her heart, she secretly shouted again, success, I did it, the first time I conquered an entire kingdom in this game. She began to daydream. If she became the king of the Maroon Kingdom, how much money would she get? She liked it so much. What should she do first? That's right, first the treasures. Let's find this castle's treasure first, collect taxes, then punish other countries. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. Being the king was so fun. Black Fire Dark Dragon was surprised. Looking out towards him was the silhouette of a human, holding a sword. Behind the stranger is a pile of defeated bones. She quickly said loudly, Who? Faced with the question, the person who came just smiled. Where is the guard? How did he get in? He said Black Fire Dark Dragon while raising his hand and using his power. The arrow was cursed. Magical energy turned into a purple arrow that rushed at wind-breaking speed. Yoon Jae-young whispered, Adrenalin's quick footsteps. He jumped up. The arrow hit the ground hard, creating a huge explosion. Dark Fire Dark Dragon's face turned serious. What? Who could it be? I've never seen him in the rankings, but that speed, skill, and most of all that expression, are so strong. Jae-young raised the sword above his head, his hands on the ground, and asked, You've been in a good mood lately, right? That's right, because having the power to break the balance and master an entire kingdom must be satisfying. You've already received a hidden job. If you're planning on earning more here, you're too greedy. Black Fire Dark Dragon panicked, shouted, How come? Who are you? Jae-young looks mysterious. Me. He shot hard from the ceiling. The shining golden sword slashed straight, and at the same time said, The creditor came to reclaim the loan. The eternal sword emits divine yellow light. Lich Argeimer felt panic. He thought to himself, What, that fierce divine power, could it be that sword? Perhaps he was about to remember the last time before being killed by the eternal sword. Continuous announcements rang out. A huge divine force bound the player. The final scene of eternity designated the player as the subject of the sentence, an abnormal situation. The mark of certain death was engraved. Upon it, the soul of Lich Argeimer was full of wonder. Black Fire Dark Dragon gritted his teeth and said, What is this? Yoon Jae-young smiled and said, Wow, it's surprising, isn't it? Now is the time for Cinderella's magic to be released. At this time, Jae-young just rushed straight into the Dark Dragon. The fierce battle between the two continued. Jae-young from his face to his eyes showed satisfaction as his strength seemed to be suppressing the opponent. The two streams of light power rushed into each other, sparking fire. Jae-young's power is truly terrifying. He smiled proudly and said, As expected, a magician like you can't use any skills when the enemy is close. It's good that you can't move. Changed his profession to become a necromancer. While still struggling with Jae-young's terrifying power, the Dark Dragon gritted his teeth and shouted, Don't laugh, I have the rankings of the top magicians. I am the body chosen by Satan. How can I lose to you? At this time, the magic circle that is the Dark Dragon's power seemed to be activated. Her power that was always waiting to explode had now exploded. She screamed. This was ridiculous. Under that power, the slightly careless Jae-young was pushed back a few steps. However, Jae-young still stood smiling calmly and turned around to say to Satan, Right, Tan, you know what she said, that statement has something to do with you. But unlike the Dark Dragon, Lich Argeimer here was much more panicked. He thought, No, that sword. In front of Lich Argeimer was a sword surrounded by a brilliant golden light. He thought to himself for a moment, the sword of eternal doom had slashed him in the decisive battle. The fact that that sword reappeared in Arcadia showed that the gods are you also interfering in this matter. That almost made him understand Satan's panicked attitude before. So that's it. So Satan, why does the Demon King keep saying, messing up is sure to die? At that time, Lich made a very quick decision. He warned the Dark Dragon, run away and absolutely do not confront him. The fake contract, hearing that the Dark Dragon was extremely confused, asked again, wondering what Mr. Argeimer meant. But the Dark Dragon is somewhat stubborn and doesn't want to surrender or retreat. She complained, You said the one who can defeat us can only be a temple knight. I can't fight yet. Fight in the right sense. Meanwhile, Jae-young had begun to unleash his next skill. He quickly grabbed his glowing sword and performed Adrenan's fiery footsteps. He jumped high and rushed like lightning towards the Dark Dragon, wanting to make a deadly strike, surprising her. Without any further thought, she shouted loudly with a determined face, summoning the devil. After that summoning, demons of all shapes and sizes slowly appeared. In just a short moment, a defense system full of demons appeared, standing in front of Jae-young. Seeing that, he immediately stopped, clutching the sword tightly, looking up at the huge defense system full of demons, demon of the Dark Dragon. Not only was Jae-young not afraid at all, but instead he smirked and said, Really, I want to let you go in peace, but you're so stubborn, aren't you? As he finished speaking, the sword in his hand began to glow. Yellow light. Jae-young had activated the Sword of Destruction, divine power. Power filled the Demon Slayer sword. The demon attribute attack power increased by 80%, ignoring all defense and magic resistance. Jae-young raised the sword with that powerful light. He made a beautiful high jump, aiming straight and slashing his sword at the demons below. Whatever happens happens, Jae-young's sword has fallen. He lowered his sword, and every place the sword passed the demon fell like straw. Even though they were all high-class skeleton soldiers, with just one blow from Jae-young, they fell down so easily. At this time, the Dark Dragon and Jae-young were once again one-on-one. That sword with bright golden light still overwhelmed the shield that the Dark Dragon created. She looked at that sword and thought, I can't believe it could be that high-level undead were destroyed just by the light emitted from the sword. At this moment, it seemed that the Dark Dragon was truly frightened, her face distorted in panic when the sword was so close to her. She still stubbornly asked, what exactly is that sword? Where did it come from? Jae-young's face became amused, his disdainful smile combined with his fierce eyes pressed down on the Dark Dragon and said, it seems to be a holy sword. I don't know exactly, because I borrowed it. Hearing this, the Dark Dragon suddenly widened his eyes and stammered, asking, who are you? He continued to smile smugly that was hard to hide and replied, that's perfect, if it's a devil then that's a sword move that won't kill you guys. Perhaps it was an angel's sword. The image of an angel kept appearing before my eyes. At this time outside the palace, the fierce and fiery battle between the demons and the adventurers was still going on extremely fiercely. Suddenly, with a thud, something had just passed through the wall, causing all actions to take place. Their operations are temporarily suspended. Everyone's faces were extremely surprised as they asked, something had penetrated the wall. Who did it? Was that thing really made by the same player? Suddenly, when he looked closely, a young man realized that the thing had just penetrated the city wall. He shouted, oh look at the black flame dragon. But it seemed like she was defeated when she was blown away by Jae-young like that, but the Dark Dragon still gritted her teeth and resisted. At this point, everyone has another question, wait a minute. Who was the opponent? At that time, Jae-young with a cool look and a glowing sword in his hand rushed out to chase the Dark Dragon. Not giving up, she continued to summon demons to stop Jae-young. But with the skills and power that Jae-young possesses right now, that is completely no longer a concern. He also responded with a move, the Silence of Darkness. He continued to use his glowing sword to destroy the demons that the Dark Dragon summoned. Because of using too many demon summons, the system had to notify that the Death Knight demon summon was immediately stopped, unable to summon demons due to the effect of the Blessing of Eternal Rest. That made the Dark Dragon even more panicked, falling into a state of loss of composure. She thought, can it be summoned? Is that the effect of that sword? But she still refused to give up and continued to attack. The Dark Dragon shouted loudly, don't underestimate me. If it's summoning disciples, it won't be enough to do it many times, just overwhelm in numbers. Then she continued to summon skeleton warriors, and in front of Jae-young appeared several demons with effeminate skeletons. Those moves still didn't affect Jae-young. He smiled and activated the sword and replied, sorry, but this is an effect that will apply to all those demons. The demon-killing power has reacted. So summoning skeleton warriors was prevented, unable to summon demons because of the effect of eternal rest. In the blink of an eye, a series of skeleton demons disappeared. Seeing the skeleton demon she had just summoned vanish in the blink of an eye made her frown in surprise and think, I can't believe it, sealing the summoning magic, so he's not just a powerful enemy. Jae-young on this side is lifting that glowing sword and rushing towards the Dark Dragon. Only then did she realize one thing, that he is truly my nemesis. Jae-young's eyes lit up, victory was firmly in his hands. He lowered his voice and declared, come on, Lady Magician, let's finish slowly. Dark Dragon looked fearfully at the sword that was gradually rushing towards him, his eyes widened. At this time, the system announced again that Lich Argeimer was panicking, the fake contract should quickly run away. The sword rushed towards the Dark Dragon's body, emitting a bright light. The verdict was certain. Jae-young coolly finished off the Dark Dragon. She had a painful death, the sword's divine power invading your body. Lich Argeimer could not avoid the harsh fate, screaming. Lich Argeimer's soul screamed in pain. Fatal damage, you fell into a dying state. The Dark Dragon collapsed and trembled and said, why are you like this to me? She clutched her stomach in pain, her body still surrounded by the power of the sword god, painfully continuing, the witch hunting mission has already ended, it didn't bring you any benefit at all. So it was enough 1-1, conquering the kingdom of Maroon. Hearing the Dark Dragon say that, Jae Young continued to smirk, looking extremely obnoxious and said, I deliberately waited until the mission ended with the victory of the evil side. After conquering the kingdom of Maroon, you must die to be true to the picture I painted. When Dark Dragon received the answer, his face showed extreme resentment. Seeing that, Jae Young calmed him down. Don't blame me too much. Whether it's the good side or the evil side, both will be happy with your death. Jae Young held the sword in front of the Dark Dragon's eyes, preparing to finish her off. The Dark Dragon's face under Jae Young's sword showed anger and unwillingness to accept such an outcome. Meanwhile, Lich Argeimer was extremely panicked when faced with the next outcome. Only then did Lich Argeimer realize and suddenly shouted, wait, that was the one who borrowed his power. But it was too late, the time of the sentence had come. Jae Young's one blow finished off the Dark Dragon. She screamed in pain. The system also notified. The instant kill effect and the time effect of the sentence were released, applied at the same time. Applying the synergy effect caused irreversible damage to Argeimer's soul. The contract with the demon world in Argeimer's soul was forced to end. Lich Argeimer completely disappeared. At this time, the Lich gradually disappeared, but he still groaned in despair. I am not willing. How could this be possible? Now that Lich Argeimer's magic core had been destroyed, Jae Young had the title of becoming the supreme judge. He said with an expressionless face, it was so unfair that this was already planned before the fight. It was your failure because you valued power too much. At that time, the Dark Dragon still tried his last strength to stand up. Her eyes were downcast with sadness, thinking absent-mindedly, so frustrated that she had lost. But, the whole sky was now covered in purple. Dark Dragon's face flashed a smile, saying, I will come back. So the battle was over. Jae Young stood there surrounded by light. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's over. Lich Argeimer will rest in peace forever. Jae Young's quest chain appears. In the witch hunt, the good side has achieved the victory condition. Seeing that Jae Young has a happy, bright smile on his face, enjoying the success, I've achieved it myself. Let's see. You continued, how to draw conclusions from such an ambiguous situation. Arcadia. Suddenly the system displays a strange message. A conflict arises. A conflict occurs when both sides have satisfied the winning conditions. Conflicts occur when both sides satisfy the victory conditions. Emergency warnings, warning systems, red alerts. The current situation is an issue that needs priority analysis. Alice uses her powers to analyze the match. The 94% victory condition for the 50% outcome results in the cathedral winning, the balance tilting in favor of the positive side. Looking for a solution. Alternate scenario 43923 code 002 emergency patch is creating. Code 283 applies the changed content. Both sides achieve the winning condition. Draw results for both sides of angels and demons. Message pops up for players. Draw results for both factions. All are surprised for results of both factions. A stellar draw. The system continues to announce, the winning reward will be divided equally between both sides. The good side player will receive based on their contribution points. The good side's hidden profession will increase the appearance rate. Everyone is happy with the generous reward. The additional reward is based on contribution points, so the reward increases the more you contribute. Delicious, hidden job. If you achieve it, you will definitely win the lottery. The Black Fire and Dark Dragon has taken over the Maroon Kingdom. Peace suddenly occurs in the Maroon Kingdom. Creatures from hell are observing the Maroon Kingdom. No country can declare war on Maroon for 1 year. Being the center of evil energy, the Maroon Kingdom will become even stronger. A soldier suddenly said, not thinking that the evil energy of the wind had a place to set foot. Creatures from hell, it would be very difficult to find traces of them after the evil lost in the great battle of angels and demons. Chapter 1 The Darkness of Oblivion is complete. The Link Quest, the Witch Hunt, is over. The precepts have been reactivated. It is forbidden to just flirt between the two sides. The Pope muttered, so it began again, the Age of Chaos. As mentioned, chaos is growing. It's not due to the balance between the holy and demon sides that Arcadia created. Players are wondering to each other, but it's okay to tie. If the numbers just say so, then it must be so. No one can predict the future anymore. The female director laughed at the recent results while the staff member next to her was panicked. President Silikov had a headache again at the cheerful expression of the C-game creator. She said, who would have thought that this crazy guy would get the job of an anarchist poet? The system gives titles and rewards to decks. An epic achievement. You have changed the state of the secondary world Arcadia. Evil energy has become stronger. The balance between the good and evil sides has been set. You have reached 210,000 admitted. 210,000 is enough to admit. Dex was secretly happy. He started to think again. The person who made this game, this profession, what do they want from me? Luckily this time everything went as planned, although I did reveal a little of my identity to the other players. I achieved a large amount of recognition, and now, causing chaos all over the world. I'm looking forward to what happens next. The system displays a notification, you have completed task number 2. The special condition was achieved, a special reward was given to the hidden class, anarchist poet. Calculating the player's contribution points, activating the witch hunt mission, contributing to the trial of 49,202,912 criminals who captured the Maroon Kingdom and turned it over to the authorities to destroy the Argyle Lich. You will be given a special ability. Dex is given terrible power to you. A special ability, he asks suspiciously, a type of skill has been added. Give credit. You can give credit to any lifeless item and change its karma. The system appeared and explained. Dex smiled blandly in disappointment and said, "That's all the explanation. It doesn't even say how many points to accept the request. What kind of bad potential is this?" Instead of worrying, it would be faster to confirm its full potential. Dex regained the will to test his existing skills. He made a rusty steel sword made for new recruits. It had rusted after not being used for a long time. Carry limit 1, durability, 8 out of 8, attack power 5 to 12. 10 immediately said, "I haven't seen this sword for a while. Why did you take it out, master? Do you want to review your memories and kill some rookie adventurer?" Dex immediately replied, "Again, why did I do that? It took so much effort. I took it out to check something." Elle immediately said, "Oh my god, have you ever done that, Ye Young?" When Dex did not respond, he immediately did so, providing an admission. A terrible light was created. "What light is this? I can see the power of great karmic energy," Tan and Elle praised in amazement. The system reports again, providing confirmation that the subject is wielding a rusted steel sword, examining the nature and history of the successful subject, recognition name of the weapon, steel sword rusted by blood, extra points received need 9,000, will you provide admitted points? Dex thought carefully, 9,000, the price of the unique item that Tanhael gave, was more expensive than he thought. He said with a smirk, "But to satisfy my curiosity, that's fine. You have provided the admittance point, setting the register of the steel sword rusted by the trembling blood. The steel sword rusted by blood is receiving a high-level job. The steel sword rusted by blood is being adjusted to be worthy of the job. You have obtained the blood-absorbing item." The system introduces new stats for the unique blood-sucking sword, a weapon stained with the blood of a murderer's victims, which has transformed through an unknown power to become stronger than before. Limit carries 1, durability 10,000 out of 10,000, attack power 525 to 650, skill that enhances the charm increases by 2, greatly increases the chance of activating bleeding and punching effects every time. Killing an enemy's power will increase accordingly, up to 80%, absorbing 3 points of damage dealt to the enemy into vitality. When vitality drops below 20%, the rage effect will be activated. Dex complained, when he was disappointed that his appearance hadn't changed much. "I expected too much." Tan said in panic, "What is that, master? What did you just do? You have such ability, it's terrible." Elle cheered happily, "I can see a large amount of recognition points. Let a weapon soar to achieve such power. You're really unusual, Ye Young." Dex replied nonchalantly, "Thanking you for the compliment, but you two know that nothing is free, right? Giving and receiving recognition points is something that needs to be transparent." Tan and Elle immediately felt guilty. After all, this recognition skill can make an object strong. Dex thought to himself. Even though it has a level limit, its stats are similar to a level 70 rare item. Dex pondered again, what if I were at the market, a cruel idea he created. Tan and Elle were speechless. "Hey, stupid master, he's done it again." Dex continued to play, if a common item could change like this. So this thing then. Information about the drill appears. Dex channeled his power into it, providing admittance. The system again issues a notification, considering the nature and history of the object failed. The object does not have properties that can be improved. You cannot provide acknowledgement to the object. Dex thought in surprise and disappointment, defeated. The nature and past of the object. I've used both of these items for a long time, so can I just give credit for using them for a long time? There's only one thing I see that's different between them. Dex was elated with the result he had just come up with, the effect the item would have on the world of Arcadia. At the same time, Tan and Elle looked back at Dex's sword. Tan tried to criticize, "This looks like a rusty steel sword, but what kind of red energy is this? Black like a vampire's." Dex suddenly took back the item. "Okay, I basically understand. Tan panicked and blamed Dex. Why did you suddenly put it back? I was looking at it. He calmly replied, why are there more quality items in your inventory, and you don't need to pay attention to it, I'm planning on selling it. The devil was shocked by his answer. Wait, sell it. Then tried to persuade, Master, are you short of money? I'm very rich, you should say it. Should we exchange it for some recognition points? I'll charge a cheap price, hee. Elle didn't give up when she heard that. There's also a lot of money in heaven, so we'll pay cheaply. Dex nonchalantly replied, I don't need money right now. From now on every month there will be a large amount of money coming in, from MooTube as well as the contract with Baroness Miky. Tan shouted in shock, wait, then why did you sell it? You should use it, are you crazy? But he smiled and replied, of course, out of curiosity. Is the most unique item in the world, and its stats are high enough to break the balance. The level limit is only level 1. What do you think if this item is auctioned? Tan and Elle immediately responded, chaotically, normally. Dex happily flashed the finger at them. Well, we'll see. Up for the most exclusive bloodsucking auction. This first semester was harder than I thought. Next semester I have to choose to take classes that start in the afternoon. Ye Young whined. Suddenly there was a scream, Ye Young, causing Ye Young to pay attention. Mr. Ye Young loudly scolded him. What did he do? He asked confusedly. Is it you? What's going on? Ye Young continued to speak loudly. Stop pretending. Your account name is displayed in the sellers section. Where did you get this bloody item with crazy abilities? The image that appeared was the blood-sucking plant he had auctioned, the auction floor, the unique blood-sucking plant, the seller Dex. Ye Young still calmly replied, oh that. As for Ye Young, he was shocked and surprised. I've never even heard of that unique level. Did you receive a hidden job related to manufacturing? After that person's question, he tried to avoid answering, well, I have my ways. Like lightning, Ye Young couldn't believe his friend could be like that. You kept blaming. What is it? What's the way? Say it. I'll keep it a secret. You know I never reveal secrets, right? I haven't revealed your identity to anyone. Ye Young teased. Isn't it obvious? The auction has begun for the bloody car. A surprised man shouted to his wife, Wife, this is great. Take out your savings. The wife cursed back at him. What? Are you crazy? Current price is 872G. A certain employee called to borrow money to buy a sword. Hey Chairman Yang, how much money can you raise now? Take a credit loan from the financial association. No, you can borrow from anywhere, just give it all to me. Current price 3000 G. A certain man told his guild, there is no limit, I will give unlimited financial support to you guys, at any cost we must bring that item to our guild. Current price 5231 G, the system gives a warning. Everyone was talking again about the price of the sword at Arcadia Korea's headquarters. Is it now 5,231 gold? 1 gold is equivalent to 100,000 won, so it. An employee said to his boss, Boss, does a unique item exist? His boss immediately replied in frustration, No, that's impossible. There are only a total of 8 levels which are normal, magic, extraordinary, rare, especially epic, legendary, mythical, and given items. Being on the highest auction floor is just a rare level. The employee continued to wonder, if so, what is this item? Looking at the sword being sold in front of his eyes, the boss immediately had a headache and replied, Is this a mistake? After that, the bloody auction was postponed. And the item has been recalled. Although this decision has caused many users to complain. But Arcadia management, they have to stop this item from ruining the balance of the game. After each player meets each other, they discuss the item again. And naturally everyone's attention began to focus on the seller of Dex. A red-haired girl immediately panicked when she heard Dex. Wait, Dex, isn't that Dex? Then the guy next to him wondered, who is that? The girl immediately panicked and explained, Don't you know Dex is undefeated? He's a genius gamer who lives in seclusion, the father of professional gamers. The guy immediately replied, I don't know, I've never played any other game besides Arcadia. Frustrated, she immediately said, Well, maybe you should learn more. Anyway, I kept wondering why he was so quiet, the girl said with an interested look on her face. To some people, it's a legend. The unlucky young man from before both admired the sword and praised it. It's amazing. To some people it's a mystery. Dex, the pink-haired boy, is confused by the name of the blood seller. For some, it's a lifelong rival, and at the same time other players say Dex's name with hatred, Dex. And that's how Dex showed the world that he was present in Arcadia, standing in front of the roof with a familiar silhouette. Dex was him. Dex is planning his upcoming mission. Okay, so, what happens next? At Arcadia headquarters in Korea. The CEO is worried about the appearance of the blood-sucking tree. The appearance of this sword, without a doubt, it is exactly the same as the sword held by the new murderer in the video. He recalled Dex with a terrifying image. At that time, with his authority there was no way to find the identity of that murderer, and the creator of the item was the same. Almost surely these two people are the same person, the Dex user. With a fierce expression, he spoke of you with hatred, the Dex user. Seller Dex. The item has a record auction price of 5,000 gold, of course we want to reclaim it. His determination was as strong as his clenched palms. He said in a bitter mood, if you want it back then show yourself. You are just a beast, fallen into a trap. The auction for this item has been suspended by management. Please contact customer service regarding this issue. Dex is suspicious. What is this? Has it been suspended? He started thinking, is it because this item's features are so fraudulent? I also thought they would find a way to intervene to some extent, but he didn't expect to directly suspend it like that. Suddenly Tan appeared and asked, Master, what's wrong? Dex quickly replied, the sword I made before, it seems it was stolen. Suddenly Tan shouted, What the hell? So let's go and rob it again. Do you know how much recognition it is worth? I don't know who it is, but they are definitely thieves, already. I will also help. You just need to ask for help and I will immediately give you a discount. Owner, that guy was shouting and talking, but Dex seemed concerned and thought. He reassured Tan that it was fine, just let them keep it, instead we will make a similar one and sell it again. Anyway, I have enough to admit it, Tan is helpless and has too much money. Dex smiled calculatingly, now the game company must have considered him a thorn in their side. Besides, they currently have no way to find information about themselves. He seemed to have guessed the management's next plan. He posted the item he had made through acknowledgement to the auction, while revealing his account name. In other words, at least he the manager also knows his account name. He smiled like a winner. Dex muttered, if the management had agreed to sell this item, it would have been different. However, they had chosen the extreme method of forcibly recalling the item, but for the seller, which was me, there was no other way, sanctions or any connection whatsoever. Given to me, which means that even if the management knows my account name, they still don't know who I am or where I live, and even in the game they can't trace it. My stains. Dex was both sarcastic and expectant. Because of that, they couldn't take any coercive action at all. This is the true power of the hidden class chaotic brother. Power can cause chaos even outside of the game, and makes it impossible for management to act disrespectfully. This job, what crazy person created it? I really want to meet that person. Well anyway, through this I can confirm that my identity is still safe. He's preparing for the next commotion. Should I cause even bigger chaos from now on? At Arcadia's headquarters in Korea. The director looked listless with the recent events. The walk was unsteady, making the staff wonder, hey, what's wrong with the CEO? I don't know. I heard the customer service team worked all night, and didn't come home for a whole week. An employee panicked and worried, what the heck? So he's no different than a high school student waiting for his first love to respond to a text message. His mouth kept saying names, Dex, Dex, Dex. In the CEO's room, the CEO informed the president about the recent incident. Although we haven't been able to find out who it was, this is definitely an item created by a user. The last witch hunt, the incidents from long ago, and now, the issue of items, this was something the management team could not have planned for. No, there's no point in planning, we just have to go with the wind because we can't grasp the specific situation, we need to have countermeasures, please make a decision. That person with an unpleasant expression prayed that she would pay attention to this incident. The beautiful president's face did not show any concern at all. She asked him again, CEO Kwon Myangan, can you predict the future? He replied in surprise, what do you mean? She said, we are not fortune tellers but an executive management team, so obviously we cannot predict these incidents, and know all the actions of users. However, if things continue like this, it will be a real mistake, let's catch him this time. He was surprised by her answer. The chairman continued to calmly say, CEO, do you still remember the previous plan? He innocently asked again, excuse me, that's the plan. Suddenly his face became frightened, his eyes widened when he realized what she meant. Do it, the order has been given to the CEO. The system notifies Dex about a special event. What event is this? First official PvP competition. Since Arcadia launched, Dex was surprised with this event announcement. Dex discusses this unexpected event, attacking a level 120 boss monster. The players are more developed than they thought. Players who passed level 100 are finally appearing, now they can also fight in many other country servers, so the player's level will continue to increase rapidly. In other words, as time passes, Ye Young, who does not receive any benefits from the level system, will face more disadvantages. The situation he was worried about had begun to happen. He yawned and thought, well, I can buy a strong skill or item if someone tries to attack me, and it's time for me to go. The event is about to take place, the bamboo spear competition. Below are the comments about this event. Young teachers, spitting lamau, bamboo teacher competition. I don't know who came up with the idea of this event, but it's probably stolen from another game company. They don't developing the game, they are developing it. There are countless other comments. Ye Young read the rules and pondered. You can use items, abilities or skills, but only bamboo spears can deal damage, and the amount of damage is proportional to stamina, or in other words, regardless of level, everyone are all capable of winning. His eyes suddenly became the most suspicious, the last person standing. This event happening now, is likely a trap to catch me. The rewards, however, are too good to pass up. The rules are as follows: if you're the last survivor in the bamboo tournament, you can receive an item belonging to the person you defeated as a reward. That does not mean your item will be stolen lost, all your items are still safe. Ye Young lifted his mouth and smiled, it was really interesting. He said with a crazy expression, it would be impolite if I didn't agree. In Jae Young's room, he waited for the exciting things to come. PUBG, Battlefield, Dex, has been on the channel since February 17th. A week later, with fireworks blazing in the sky, event maps with bamboo lanterns, magical islands, and bustling passers-by, it showed that this was a crowded place for the Congress. Everyone is talking about the name Dex. Hey, have you heard? Dex has appeared on the battlefield. Of course, I heard he has been hunting people for the past week. Well, he simply cannot defeat it in a survival game. You can't just defend if you have 30 survivors left, and this game isn't even played in teams. Haven't you heard? Other players have faced Dex, 1 versus 99, but still can't defeat him. They continued, I don't know about other games, but when it comes to PvP, Dex is a god, he is really a monster. Do you think he will participate in the bamboo talent competition? I heard rumor has it that he also plays Arcadia. Dex passed by and thought in panic, am I causing too much trouble? Everyone playing this game is the same. I haven't played this game in 2 years and they still keep following me. I just want to practice my skills a little, but they make a mess of it all. Dex thought worriedly, anyway, this map, I didn't expect anything since it was only made for this event, but it turned out better than I thought. Just looking at the new event map, Dex was secretly happy. You can eat without worrying about your weight, and you can move anywhere without wasting time. Dex sighed, this makes virtual reality different. At this rate, all travel businesses will go bankrupt. From somewhere a scream rang out, causing him to pay attention. Cack, where am I? It turned out that it was Tan and L, while L was praising, this is an independent area, not the human world, not the spirit world nor a world, this is a completely new world, and Tan was worriedly saying, Master, no matter how heartless you are, you still have to care about your servant, right? Suddenly moving to another world like this is too much, already. Dex replied calmly, who cares? The two of them followed on their own. Tan loudly reprimanded, do you know how many worlds we went through to find you? Say one word to us and we will die. The demon wondered, anyway, where is our master, and why is he here? L also continued with surprise, it's strange, there's no way we don't know this world exists. Dex immediately replied, ah, this place. A word so rude to him, it took him by surprise. I'm sorry, it's a bit rude since this is the first time we meet, but could it be that he is a hidden profession? The silhouette of a woman appeared, the seductive blue-haired girl appeared, that reaction. Looks like I was right. Dex asked suspiciously, how did she know? She calmly replied, oh my god, what's wrong? With cold eyes, she looked towards Tan and Elle and said, who wouldn't know when those kids over there appeared after breaking the space here? Makes them surprised too. Dex was sweating profusely, thinking to herself, this person, she can see Tan and Elle. He raised his eyes towards that girl. She continued, the two kids behind him, although I couldn't see clearly, but I could feel two huge sources of energy. Next she explained while asking, souls, no, are they summoned objects? You must have a hidden summoning class. She turned suspicious eyes toward Dex. Dex is worried about things being revealed, not good. My trump card was revealed the day before the PvP start. I need to create distance before more information is revealed. Suddenly someone of the two shouted, wow, that person over there, isn't he a starlight witch, second rate? The students were referring to the girl who was questioning Dex. The other players kept saying, "Oh my god, wow, who is that person standing with her? I don't know if I've ever seen this before. It's late, Dex needs to stay away now." That girl tried to hold him back from the conversation. "Damn it, I'm sorry, I've already attracted someone else's attention to you. Please don't misunderstand, I'm just curious about you." Then she introduced herself. "I am a hidden class magician, Stella, and Arcadia is a star witch. I can't see you completely with the eyes of truth. It seems you are a strong anonymous player, but news you don't want to reveal. I won't go any further." She's trying to get closer to Dex. On the surface, Dex is trying to act normal so as not to attract suspicion. "Thank you very much. As for me, I'm trying to remember more about Stella, the witch's lover. I've heard about her before. She's the talk of the town and is very famous on the forum. With that your fans are surrounding." "Excuse me, Miss Stella, are you participating in the Young Talent competition? Can you take a photo with me? Fufu, just one person at a time." Stella glanced at him, along with him running out to ask the crowd, "Okay, take this opportunity and leave. I will observe the surprises you bring when the match starts. See you later, mysterious player." Tan said angrily, "What's wrong with her?" Elle also added that, unexpectedly she could see through the cognitive barrier. What a strange person. Dex was worried, thinking, "This person, I thought she would become a big trouble. I didn't expect to meet before the event started. I was marked by a ranked player from the beginning." With the burning fireworks night, Dex is thinking about his next plan. Maybe this time things won't go well. From somewhere an NPC appeared and opened the event. "Okay everyone, have you eaten and played to your heart's content? Everyone has been waiting for a long time to participate in the competition, right?" the girl said excitedly. "There was some talk about this girl. What is it? Goblin, so cute." Suddenly a bamboo tree appeared. The system uploads information about bamboo. "Okay, starting now, the first round of the event, the bamboo teaching that everyone has been waiting for so long will immediately begin." Dex smiled, finally starting. His body was excited after fighting for a long time. So before the Young Talent competition begins, let's throw away the useless things first. The MC girl turned the mace into a giant, surprising everyone. "Give me some gold." The girl hit the ground where the player was standing. Screams appeared. "Ack." They kept wondering, what the hell is going on? Is the map changing? At the same time the map is gradually changing. And Stella calmly flew up. The girl named Cassius spoke again. "So has it started yet?" Other players are surprised by this change. Hick hick. Dex with a serious expression headed somewhere. He was watching the carousel slowly collapse. The map changes the architecture, returning to an ancient house. The player is confused when he sees himself being taken to a strange place. Where are we? Why did the map suddenly change? The MC girl is leisurely looking towards the player. "You have received the bamboo spear item." Bamboo spear, a spear made from bamboo. It is covered with energy that represents justice. Players who are stabbed directly will die instantly, ignoring all defense and magic resistance. Dex was very excited and said, "What to do with this super item?" The MC girl was excited. 3,292,000 people participated. "Hike, this competition is really crazy. This is definitely an extremely terrifying survival game. Okay, here are the rules of the game." Together with the number of participants, 3,292,671 people survived. And from now on, the girl changed her face to a fierce one and instructed the players to slaughter each other until there were only 1,000 people left. Everyone started shouting loudly and getting extremely excited. They rushed to fight and shouted loudly, one life at a time, all raising their bamboo spears. The bamboos began to be stained with the players' blood. The MC girl is feeling proud. "Kek, it's really interesting. I didn't expect that." Just after starting, a fierce battle broke out. "Hey you crazy people, take it slow, please," the red-haired guy is advising everyone to stop. Before he could finish his sentence, some crazy guy rushed at him and suddenly disappeared. Only screams. "Ach!" That brazen crazy guy was so happy. "Yeah, I killed the 19th rank, I stomped on Lego." Before he could be happy for a split second, he was killed by someone else. The MC kid on top was sarcastic, "So pitiful, wasting all his energy from the beginning of the game. They are stupid people who don't know how to calculate to achieve high rankings. I don't care if it looks bad, Kek." After all, they weren't the only ones who failed here. She turned her eyes to Cassius and Stella, who were fighting against other players, and Dex, who was bored with the game. They lost. Dex started thinking and observing again. Having this weapon means they have power in their hands. It can kill someone with one stab. It is natural that they cannot control their desires. Suddenly something rushed towards him. He turned his head to react. Excellently avoided the attack just now. The player who had just attacked immediately started to provoke. This brat, he was scared so he ran away. Pay attention to the weapon in his hand. He's really a newbie. Sorry, but you were the first one to raise it. Table already. Now pick up your spear. He's trying to lure Dex into soloing with him. Dex looks at him boredly. God. He kindly reminded that small fry, pay attention to the head. What? That small boy was bewildered. He shouted again, Mom, hey, do you think those tricks will work on me? In less than a second, the spear stabbed straight down at that guy's body. After Dex finished processing, he immediately asked Tan, I need a hiding skill. Tan, on this map, can I use the Heaven and Earth skill? Tan excitedly agreed, of course if you have Heaven and Earth, benefits can be used anytime, anywhere. You help me take care of the guy I've targeted, immediately obey my orders, leave it to me. That devil uses his power to hide the body. I discovered something while practicing for this bamboo talent competition. Dex smirked when he found a way to play this event, that is. Heavenly Descendant can not only summon people, haunted souls, in the name of the skill he uses. He suddenly changed his body, his legs turned purple. Dex continued to explain, but also this hidden ghost, the Black Fog, was a natural feature created for this event, by physical attack. It has no effect. God gave him power, making him dominant in this event. Even if other players attack, Dex will not be harmed. Ignore me. Why my bamboo spear? I thought I would kill you with one punch, the other player said in surprise. Dex turned around and replied, don't you see? I wasn't stabbed. That man was startled and sweating. What the hell? Suddenly an object rushed towards the unlucky young man. What is that skill? He shouted his last words. There's nothing different about the royal battle, as I expected. In a game like this, killing enemies is secondary. Dex thought to himself, being alive is what matters. Great, I can express myself now. He was happy about this test. Tan appeared to praise, Kiki, you're amazing master. Then Tan asked a question, are you going to hide yourself to analyze the moves of strong opponents, right? Dex immediately replied, what are you talking about? I have heavenly skills, so I need to enjoy this event. Before the little devil's suspicion, he explained, in short. Without witnesses, it would be the same as not being discovered. His evil expression appeared. The demon panicked. He decided. Okay, we have to start this match as quietly as possible. Without letting Tan finish his sentence, he quickly continued, the killing machine. In the quiet night sky, a beam of light lit up. You came to me so I decided to confront you, but you don't have that courage. The magic circle appeared with scornful, cowardly words. Stella sarcastically stood with a leisurely stance, in front of a series of other people's corpses. Just as I thought, there is only one person who can satisfy me. Stella excitedly mentioned someone. Her face became distorted as she thought about that person. I come to you, my beloved mouse. Bamboo spears, that unbelievable bamboo spear that everyone worships. The leader of the white-clad bald men raised his stick and said loudly, before having it, everyone was equal. Having received the grace of bamboo spears, people needed to rebel indignantly. He shouted even louder, I will finish off those ranked bastards who enjoy domination in the name of power. A few of them wore costumes unique to the event in the area. The leader stood opposite a young man wearing a purple robe and said, we, the people born for that reason, call on the religious revolutionaries. Trey, please forgive us but please become the tip of the spear of the revolution. Anonymous player. He sighed and mumbled, oh my God, there are all kinds of people here. The gang leader pointed at him and shouted loudly, revolutionaries, let's give that reactionary a lesson. Having finished speaking, the followers of the bamboo spear rushed up, repeating the sounds of joy. Bamboo spear, hee, one life, one life. He looked at them with proud eyes. When the bamboo shoots came, his body scattered. One of the attackers was bewildered. Bamboo spears are equal, how come? He smirked, and on the status bar appeared the words you cannot attack them. Instantly hide and appear skill is activated. The other person stood there stammering, isn't that cheating? He immediately replied, how can it be called cheating? It's just an internal effect. If he really hacked, if he stopped for a second, a bamboo stick would appear in his hand just like theirs. He used bamboo to attack them, not forgetting to finish the unfinished sentence, so it had to be like this. As soon as the move came out, a series of people fell down. The leader was also shocked. He thought in fear. He killed 4 people at once without using skills. Your cocoon synchronization rate is what percentage of termites have that trick? As soon as his thoughts ended, he saw Dex rushing towards him. He smiled and said with satisfaction, "Next." Unable to block the attack, the ringleader was blown away and disappeared without time to die. The activity frame again showed the words "The bamboo spear revolutionary had been destroyed." He cursed softly. Fate is this stupid, unfair game. Finished. The anonymous player just sighed in admiration. Those bastards who attacked only using bamboo spears were truly boring people. He stood with his back to the light and continued, "Coming to this point before appearing is evidence of cowardice, so I think it's reasonable." As soon as the sentence ends, the status box pops up with a series of notifications, making the anonymous player depressed. Who knows, when will it be finished? But we finally reached the milestone. The notification bar shows 2,813 survivors. He thought thoughtfully about this number. Initially, there must have been tens of thousands of people eliminated every hour, but later when weak players became fewer, the rate of decrease of that number also slowed down. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and thought, if I want to hurry, I'll definitely have to try harder. This map is so big, it's very difficult to capture everyone one by one. Suddenly a sharp sound rang out from somewhere. Wait, that guy, get away. The anonymous player turned around in bewilderment, instinctively gasped, then looked in shock at a pink-haired girl rushing towards him. The girl closed her eyes and accepted her fate, her mind filled with a series of thoughts. It's not over, I can't break, we're about to crash. It was indeed a crash, but she rushed through a stream of purple gas that he had dissolved into. The thrust was missed. The pink-haired girl faced the ground. He was also very concerned and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl turned around and looked at him indignantly. "What are you? I thought we crashed into each other. Are you a ghost?" This statement made him feel guilty, so he just replied vaguely, "Oh yeah, similar to that." That's what he said, but in his heart he silently said that it was thanks to his internal skills. My thoughts turned to the other girl. But what's wrong with her? She looks like a newbie, I guess, so how did she last until now? Another female voice rang out not far away. "Alas, we meet again." He turned his head suspiciously and let out a single word, "She." She seemed to ignore him, continuing, "I felt there was something about you when I greeted you last time. The fact that you're still alive means you must have something special." The person speaking is the second-ranked Starlight Witch Stella. After hearing that, he still remained calm, but the pink-haired girl looked up in panic and said in fear, "Help, save me," but he just glanced over without responding. Stella also just looked ahead and smiled. Observing this situation, a thought flashed in his mind. He understood. He asked the pink-haired girl in return, "Why should I help her?" As if she didn't expect him to answer like that, she was stunned and only let out a very small sound. Dex continued, "According to the current situation, you're probably being chased by that person, so I'm asking why I have to step in and help you." Hearing these words, Stella burst out laughing. As for him, he was evaluating her, already having an estimate in his head, not to mention the opponent was still ranked second, and was also a mage, like this. If she doesn't die from being attacked by something other than a bamboo spear, her magic will still work, so she's quite annoying. A magic circle appeared under Stella's feet. She opened her mouth and said to the anonymous player, "You are even more strange than I thought. I like you." He didn't want to get into too much trouble, so he waved his hand and prepared to leave. "Okay, I'm leaving. The two of you can figure it out among yourselves." He reasoned in his mind that confronting high-ranking people wasn't a bad thing, but it was still too early, so it was better to hide. Seeing him walk away, the pink-haired girl only dared to look after him in the hope of getting help. Suddenly the status board updated the quest with. As soon as he saw the content, his face was shocked. On this side, Stella was preparing to finish off the pink-haired girl, who was also Angelina. She also closed her eyes and prepared herself. Suddenly a bamboo stick appeared. He sighed helplessly. What a shame. He immediately grabbed it and rushed to block Stella's attack. This surprised her. What are you doing?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know either. Something tells me to protect her." Stella disdainfully criticized the stupid brat, and Angelina was bewildered and did not move. He attacked and scolded the software, "This stupid game." And Stella looked down at both of them arrogantly. At this moment, his previous mission board lit up with the content that he had to turn the person with the special symbol on his head into an assistant, and depending on the strength of the assistant, the recognition received would be different. Sure enough, a light yellow symbol appeared on Angelina's head. In Arcadia, a mysterious other world. Angelina's first impression was, this is really a star game. Standing in the middle of a sea of people far away, she felt like she shouldn't be here, because this is a very special world. As expected, this world is not suitable for someone like her, who only has a very ordinary life. And the person who taught her how to change herself was none other than a special NPC. A female voice rang out in Angelina's past subconscious. It seemed like she was lost. That person was dressed in ancient aristocratic clothing, a black outfit exuding mystery. She continued, this is also considered a form of destiny. Do you want to become my disciple? She looked at that person bewilderedly and wondered, what about me? In the past, she told Angelina that when it comes to magic, expanding your mind is the most important thing. Don't just look at this land. If you direct your vision and perspective to the vast world out there, you will reach enlightenment. Look up to the sky, like the shining stars and moon, so sparkling, but are they really beautiful? As for Angelina, she was a great magician drawn to the moon and stars that always shined. Unlike others, the special magic and enlightenment she achieved, she passed on for 2 disciples. Those 2 people are the star witch Stella and the moon magician Angelina. The woman with the black hat covering half of her face gently said to the 2 of you, take it, I will now go on a long journey. This is the last gift I give you. The day these 2 magic books combine will be the day a great magician will surpass the limits of being a human. This is an opportunity. This grimoire is an opportunity to become a great magician. She lowered her head to look at the magic book in her hand, thinking silently, after all, the master still gave this opportunity to an ordinary person like her. But master, this opportunity might be a curse for me. In a place where her master couldn't see, Stella looked at the magic book in her hand with greedy eyes and a cruel smile. Returning to reality, Angelina was still shocked by what happened before her eyes. Ye Young stood opposite Stella and said grumpily, "Ha, this game is so annoying." Hearing that, she frowned and asked, "Are you kidding? You just said you wouldn't interfere." "It's true that you just said that, so now you have to try to justify it. For some reason things turned out like this. Can't you just leave?" Stella rolled her eyes and asked back, "So what if I don't want it?" Ye Young's pupils widened slightly. He curled his lips provocatively, "So I had no choice but to use force to get rid of you." Before he could finish his sentence, a hurricane arose around the bamboo stick. This side, Stella also did not give up. The light from the magic circle under her feet became stronger, and with an aggressive look on her face, "Do you think it's as easy as saying it?" She raised her staff and shouted loudly, pulling the chain. Immediately, hundreds of electric currents flew straight towards Dex, making him step back and curse, "It's too fast, I can't dodge or block it." A series of red warnings appear on his status screen. "You have been defeated by lightning, your stamina has decreased sharply, you are in a slow state, your body speed will be temporarily reduced." Dex was jerked repeatedly and could only moan a few broken breaths. But Stella didn't stop. She called out sparks. Magical imprisonment. Restrain. The wind blades attacked him together. Angelina, not far away, thought worriedly, those magic circles had an immediate effect. She was trying to quickly end the match. She quickly shouted to Dex, "You can't block them, run, go." As soon as the words ended, a loud explosion rang out, and his figure was nowhere to be seen. The status box announced that he was in a critical state and all abilities would be reduced, but at the same time immortality was also activated. Death was temporarily disabled, and to be careful with the bamboo spears. At that moment, Dex slowly stood up from the pile of smoke and dust. He wiped his face and said with a slightly trembling voice, "It was a fair event, so if I hadn't been stabbed by a bamboo spear, I wouldn't have died." Stella's shadow appeared before my eyes. He winced slightly and groaned in pain, falling to one knee. She stood arrogantly looking down at Dex, opened her mouth disdainfully. "I was worried that my teeth would whiten. I thought you were hiding your strength, but I didn't expect you to fall before these kinds of careless attacks." After saying that, she raised her staff and smiled triumphantly, hoping that the next time she saw you, you wouldn't be too sad because you died at my hands. After all, it was because you meddled in my affairs. He put one hand on the ground and panted and replied, "Yes, this is just an event, so there's no need to upset others." Stella slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled, "Ho ho, you really are an interesting person. Well then, goodbye." Having finished speaking, she firmly lowered her staff. But unexpectedly, her status screen showed that she couldn't attack, causing Stella to widen her eyes and mutter in surprise, "What kind of announcement is this?" Suddenly a force shook her. Stella moved her pupils down. That Dex stabbed her through the body. He had difficulty smiling, as he promised just now, don't be upset about dying at the hands of others, after all, this is just an event. Too angry, Stella screamed so madly that her face was distorted. Coward, what tricks did you use? Dex slowly stood up, watched Stella disappear and then exhaled. Phew, if it weren't for the immortality effect, I wouldn't have had time to do anything and would have died. Angelina watched from start to finish, her jaw dropped, she dropped the bamboo spear, her thoughts were a jumble. He defeated the second-ranked player Stella, even I, the person he helped, didn't think he could win. Who really is this person? The sweat on Dex's face grew more and more. He lamented, oh, I'm so dizzy, is it because of the adverse effects? Angelina saw that and rushed over, running and asking him, please, sorry, are you okay? He also immediately turned around and replied, I'm fine, even though I almost lost my life. A few steps away from Dex, she stopped and bowed 90 degrees, chirping thank you very much for helping me. When he saw that, his face stiffened a bit but he replied, no need to thank me, but why are you being chased by a second-rate player, tell me. She hesitantly looked up, well, that's a long story. After a while, Dex summed up the story, so in short, her master left 2 items behind before leaving, and said that the owner of those 2 items would become extremely powerful. Stella frantically pursued her with the intention of murder and robbery. Angelina rubbed her hands and whispered, yes, that's right. Dex asked again, so what are you planning to do from now on? She didn't have time to react but just said, sorry. Before she could continue, he interrupted her. Their opponent was none other than a second-rate player. How would she play when she was constantly being chased? Would she even dare to go out hunting? Angelina looked down and mumbled, about that, I'm not sure anymore. Hearing that, he could only sigh and continue asking, what level is she currently at? She replied, 43. Dex pondered in his head, really confused. The level was neither low nor high, but more importantly, he opened his mouth and said to Angelina, what you're wearing is the uniform you got at level 20, right, and the accessories are from the quest reward at level 15. Angelina shyly replied, I don't have much money because I always have to run away so I have no other choice. As if suddenly realizing something, Dex exclaimed, wait, could it be? A thought flashed in his mind, I could test it out, yielding recognition. Right after that, he excitedly grabbed Angelina's shoulder and gave me all the items she had. I can test it out. Jae Young was excited to try. He approached Angelina, his eyes wide open in recognition, his hand holding her arm, giving me all the belongings she had. The clothes were taken off very quickly. I did as he said. There were only 2 black pieces left on Angelina's body. She blushed and said, there's nothing strange, right? He turned around and covered his face, asking her to stand aside, which she agreed to do. Her eyes were somewhat red, noticing that he didn't glance at her, making Angelina feel stupid, thinking that he was actually more trustworthy than she thought. Based on her words, he learned that these items had been used by her for a long time. He understood the problem. A red light appeared on the west, turning the weak recognition. She was panicked when she heard it, and asked what the admission meant. Very quickly, a beam of light fell from the sky, and a powerful golden pillar penetrated everything. The light dissipated. The system appears with a dark board and staff with all relevant information. Next are the shabby cloaks, they also appear with stats and related information. Finally, shabby shoes, this item also quickly shows relevant details. Jae Young was happy, he was excited because this item had been enhanced, just as he thought. The transfer effect changed based on how the item was used before. Annalena was surprised, she didn't think her previous items were now glowing. The feeling had increased many levels. He easily explained that they had been enhanced thanks to her playing with them, even though she hadn't yet. Good, but can still be used well now. She bowed down to thank him, thinking that she must be very grateful to him. But as a girl, she doesn't understand why he agrees to help her. Angelina asked him, who are you really? Jae Young was dumbfounded, what about me? The other hand immediately took off his hat, smiling happily. Well, to be honest. Jae Young approached her and said he was her partner, which surprised her quite a bit. He also affirmed that the 2 of you would see each other a lot in the future. My friend, immediately a notification from the system appeared, he wanted to be friends with you. Angelina was bewildered, her eyes still seemed to have not returned to reality. This nickname was. She walked beside her and chatted non-stop. Her best friend thought he suddenly treated her well and gave her some unusual items, making her think he was suspicious, but that question has now been answered. She excitedly said that she didn't expect that a famous person like him would be her friend, which made her extremely excited. He looked suspiciously, not understanding why she felt that way. He just reminded her not to mention him everywhere, but Angelina besides promised that she wouldn't do that. Tan inside the collar immediately felt uncomfortable. He was worried if he was okay. He had never liked revealing his identity before, but Jae-young only nonchalantly replied that he had his own thoughts. He thought about the incident at the auction floor, so his work at Arcadia was now public, so there was no point in hiding his identity from someone he trusted. The important thing is, he had difficulty knowing what kind of person he should let others think he was. After walking a bit, Angelina immediately shouted, "Look!" The system's notification panel appeared, leaving only 1,002 survivors. There are only 2 more people left to find, and they will both find 1,000 people out of the original 3,000 people. Jae-young feels that those who are eliminated are too unlucky. Very quickly behind the 2 of them appeared a tall dark shadow. "Oh, look who's here." The other person quickly said that you were the ones who became a part of their grand ending. Jae-young's face looked a little disdainful as he looked at his prey. Angelina hid behind him in fear. The big guy looked at him appraisingly. They didn't understand how with that strange outfit, the 2 of them could survive until now. The little guy next to them immediately said, "Does it matter? They are clearly just chickens, blurry, so perfect for hunting." Seeing that, they both laughed loudly with delight. Jae-young also quickly responded, "Oh, some sax trash appeared, what a good time." He turned to her, "Can you handle this, Angelina?" she said in fear. "What, you mean find a place to hide and don't get in my way?" His eyes darkened, his finger raised high, meaning he wanted her to try out the new piece of equipment, and personally send the 2 guys off. Angelina was startled and grabbed the scepter tightly in her hand. "What?" The other 2 guys waited too long, and they were disdainful. Both of them quickly boiled their blood, these guys. They rushed forward, joining forces to send her to heaven with one blow. Angelina was startled. She clutched the staff in her hand. The system announced, "You have equipped the shabby staff." The next series immediately activated all the skills she had. Angelina shouted, her hands in front of her, "Shield." The direct attack was immediately blocked by the shield. The other guy smiled disdainfully, "So cute, do you think you can block our sword attacks with just the shield skill of the first circle? Once the shield breaks, he will deliver the finishing blow." As she finished speaking, her barrier began to crack. Angelina closed her eyes and thought, it was cracking. If so, she had no other choice but to use the method he taught. Angelina shouted loudly continuously, "Shields, shields, shields," waves of shields like magic attacks, continuously appearing to knock opponents away. Both of them were surprised and couldn't understand what the hell was going on. On the outside, his assessment was that the equipment was a bit ambiguous and would not be able to deal with high-level monsters, but it could not be underestimated. He held his stick and stood there looking at it. Jae-young recognized its special effect, and finished speaking. The system appeared with a clear information panel. He fell down, his face showing victory. As a result, Angelina could use the first magic circle infinitely. Angelina confronted the other guy. Around her were purple circles. Her opponent quickly took a defensive stance. He cried. His eyes looked helplessly. They were all there. Magic rocket. Right after he finished speaking, a beam of white light fell right on his head, completely defeating him in one blow. The system beeped. There were 1,000 survivors left, and the first round of the bamboo spear competition was over. Angelina held her scepter firmly in her hand. "I don't know anything about the 2 of them, but today is a very special day. This is the birthmark of Angelina, a level 1 great mage, the horror of PvP, and a psychopath who will torture me to death. Today it is." Angelina smiled and turned her head. She happily shouted, "Dex, I did it." The system informed that he had gained the trust of his teammates. Player Angelina had registered to be his assistant. Based on this playstyle, he would receive recognition as a reward. His current score was 243 points. Jae-young is quite helpless, an assistant, but this has turned out like that. He wished she would just become a ridiculous monster. The image was quickly displayed on the television screen. The man was startled and shouted loudly, he had been found. "Mystic player, Dex. He looks crazy. I don't know what you have planned this time, but I won't give you the satisfaction." The system announced that round 2 was about to begin, and on the roof immediately appeared a small girl, holding a mace, with more unexpected changes than expected. She carefully examined, thinking that the remaining survivors would be experts, but there were still average weak people left. She quickly discovered that there was still a level 4 or 3 person still alive, but she did not expect that there were still people left. There are people who haven't passed level 50 yet and are still alive. Whether it was luck or talent, this statement immediately made Angelina startled. But the girl still smiled happily. Well, in the second round it will be clear. The girl jumped up and shouted into the microphone before starting the second round. Let me explain some sudden changes. The bamboo sticks in everyone's hands suddenly glowed, making everyone extremely surprised. She continued, even though it's not cheating, having the skill is also extremely advantageous. This double-looped bamboo spear will be able to attack physically and ignore magic. In other words, effects that can block or neutralize physical damage are now useless, which makes Jae Young below startled a bit. Tan looked at him uncomfortably. Hey master, this is clearly aimed at you. Jae Young just smiled lightly and ignored it. He slowly said that he would not hide from those who came to him. His eyes lit up, his smile was full of excitement. Let's see what they can do. The referee raised her voice to the players below. Even though it wasn't cheating, special skills were still a huge advantage in this bamboo spear competition, so there was a slight change. First, bamboo spears can now attack physically while ignoring magic. In other words, effects that can block or neutralize physical attacks will no longer be able to block bamboo spears. A player heard that and asked in surprise, blocking and neutralizing physical attacks, do they also have skills like that? Isn't that too powerful? Who is that? The other kid continued excitedly, and one more thing, we're worried that special items are leading to imbalance. The bamboo spear competition is an equal fight, so that's very unfair, right? So in rounds 2 and 3, you cannot use effects from equipment other than weapons, so only fight with your skill set and bamboo spear. This time it was Angelina's turn to be scared. What? Then the effect of her equipment. The Lolita instructor's voice spoke again. That was all the change. Now, the second round will officially begin. No one is complaining, right? After hearing the last sentence, Dex could only sigh and blush. He secretly thought that even if she complained, she wouldn't listen, so why bother asking? The terrain map appears, showing an area that is not invaded by green. The kid explains to the player that from now on, toxic gas will begin to spread from outside the map towards the inside. The spread speed is equivalent to the speed of a person running at full speed, so you have to keep moving without stopping, understand? Okay, then, the girl grinned mischievously. Let's begin. An announcement rang throughout the map. The second round of the bamboo spear competition officially began. Next, the character Alice appeared on the screen with a notification box. The authority of Level 3 Administrator, CEO Kwon Myungan, has been activated. The changes in the emergency patch have taken effect. The restrictions of the bamboo spear competition have been partially changed. Due to inconsistent evaluation criteria from the Alice system, a penalty was imposed. In the real world, a middle-aged man firmly patted the shoulder of the employee sitting in front of the computer. He said in an excited voice, "We did it." The other employee was a bit scared and suspiciously asked again, CEO Kwon, is it okay? The president said that we should try to avoid penalties if possible. He didn't seem to help but replied calmly, don't worry about anything, I will take responsibility. His face gradually became unsightly, as if each word was coming out of his mouth as he continued, that user, Dex, is the one who created that troublesome unique item. Bloodthirsty, we have to deal with it. It is in the absolute interest of the administrator to manage this situation. Above all, this bamboo spear competition's purpose is to alleviate dissatisfaction among users. This is the Korean branch's trump card. We need to eliminate troublesome players like him in round 2 at all costs. In the game map, Dex told Angelina to stand opposite. From now on let's separate and act. Angelina, if possible we will meet again in round 3. When she heard that, she cried and felt sorry for herself. What? That's not fair. You think I'm useless because I can't use the item, right? He was helpless in front of this girl, so he had to open his mouth to explain further. Are you stupid? I'm the one who made those items for you. If I was looking for someone useful, I wouldn't have helped you in the first place. Getting involved with a second-rate ranker would only be a disadvantage for me. Dex's words seemed to pierce Angelina's heart. That was true. Looking at the girl in front of him, Dex sighed and patted her head to comfort her. I was just joking. But I don't think I can protect you from now on. Because the trick I'm planning on using won't work on you, Angelina mumbled and replied, I understand. After saying that, he turned around and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. She will be able to use the items on her soon. Do your best, and don't get involved with those strange guys. Angelina also happily jumped up and waved at him. Okay, Dex, be careful too. Let's meet again in round 3. Seeing his shadow gradually move away, Angelina thought to herself, a passive skill. He said that was the reason he didn't take physical damage at all. Is there anything else? But right after that she denied her thoughts. No way, even Dex couldn't be that domineering. Dex muttered, Heaven descends, Poison King Azakar. After that call, a person wearing a green robe and a crow mask appeared. His notification box also shows the text that an entity from hell has entered your body. You can temporarily use the power of that entity, the Master of Poison Resistance, to prevent absolute toxins. Level 2, the Master masters toxins, forming antibodies against Level 3 toxins. Archangel Michael, the mini version, saw this and was angry. He has summoned entities from hell twice in a row. I am very sad. Dex had no choice but to soften his voice and coax him. Don't be like that, I only did it because the powers from hell are really effective in this situation. After saying that, he turned to ask the little devil next to him, besides, Tan, there's nothing wrong with my idea. Tan was a bit surprised when asked. He slowly answered, well, yes. Are you really okay? This is like some kind of contest. What if they impose more sanctions because of your tricks? The face behind the crow mask smiled. Haha, Tan, sometimes you look so innocent for a demon. When Tan heard him say that, he couldn't believe it. Really? He explained while jumping around, of course, according to the rules we need to stay inside the map. That rule is set to force the situation to happen as they want. That's why we're going in the opposite direction from everyone else. As the toxic gas gradually spreads, people will have no choice but to enter the center of the map. The system forces people to meet and fight each other. Just like Dex, somewhere on the map there are people fighting each other for survival. He didn't slow down his movement speed but continued. I had enough kills in round 1, and avoiding combat in round 2 seemed impossible. The only way to safely get through round 2 was not to come face to face with anyone until 1,000 people besides us are suffocated by toxic gas. Dex's notification box is red again. Warning, toxic mist is covering the surrounding area. Deadly poison is surrounding the player's body. Passive skills, poison resistance has been activated. Skills passive, blocking absolute toxins that have been activated. Formation of antibodies against the activated toxin. The toxin is being absorbed into the blood. After a series of announcements, he landed at the destination. A satisfied sentence came from behind the crow mask, completing the second round. Colorful chants and magic flashed in the sky, swirling slashes, rockets, wind moves, armor breakers. The little Lolita flying in the air watched all the players' actions. She smiled proudly. Watching this round was so interesting. Unlike the previous round, only talented players remained. Well, even the skills used are on another level. However, in any group of people there are always some people who go beyond the norm. Its emerald green eye stopped on the player nicknamed Cassius holding a bamboo spear who was slowly walking towards a group of 4 people. She took an attack stance and shouted, causing a chaotic sword dance. With just one move, he defeated all 4 of them. Suddenly a circle was aimed at Cassius. She sensed danger so she suddenly tilted her head to the right. An arrow passed through her body and stuck straight into the ground. The person who shot that arrow was sweating in shock and fear. He mumbled, could she dodge my arrow, from this distance? And Cassius has now locked on the target, in that direction. She jumped up onto the roof where the other person was standing. He saw Cassius above him and shouted in panic. Who are you? I obviously shot from a distance of 800 meters. Do you have a hidden job? As soon as he finished speaking, he was beaten to death by one blow. She angrily gritted her teeth and whispered, how silly. Even though I've searched around here like that, I still haven't seen a trace of him. Where are you hiding, Dex? Immediately after that, the game notification appeared. Round 2 of the bamboo spear competition had ended. 2 people survived. Night fell and everything was still going on in round 2 when the bamboo teacher arrived. The system sound rang continuously in everyone's ears. Player Cassius had defeated player Jonad. Player Cassius had defeated player Rickaret. Player Cassius had defeated player Horseshoe Crab Maiden. Player Cassius had defeated player Upd. Cassius's figure stands under a tree, holding a weapon, surrounded by corpses. Cassius heard the rustling sound and glanced behind, making the people behind her become scared. The people behind looked at her and thought to herself, 7 people at a time, no, 8 people at a time. The man wearing armor had many wounds on his face and his whole body was still crawling on the ground, looking at the girl in front of him in fear and speaking out a huge combo attack with secret skills that he had never heard of before. Where's the fair bamboo talent competition? Looking at the woman with the sharp, gloomy eyes on her cold armored body standing there, I secretly thought to myself, how could we fight a monster like her? At this moment, the girl felt a bit disappointed in her heart, thinking that it still took her 3 minutes to defeat all of them, which was not enough. This was still no different from the game she had played before. Must become stronger, so strong that he can defeat him. Ikaros is an action role-playing game that was released more than 20 years ago. Loading. At that time it was so famous that it could be considered a national game. But not long after that, the game system stopped working, the GM Yato service ended. Thank you for loving Ikaros over the years. The game is quite good, but the bad thing is that it requires a certain amount of physical and mental ability. The logic was ridiculously high to be able to play, along with limited programming capabilities and the poor quality graphics of the past. Ikaros was soon out of date. And I'm one of the first players who devoted myself to that game. Thinking about myself at that time, my face couldn't believe it and cried loudly. Returning to reality, Cassius stood there thinking that for him, Ikaros is not just a game, but also contains more than 20 years of memories of achievements and even his entire life. So I can't let anyone take the #1 spot from me, never, ever. That was before he appeared. The name Dex appeared in her eyes. Dex, have you never seen this player before? The scene at that time, she was defeated by him. The system sound then rang. You were exhausted from PvP and lost your life. At that moment, she really couldn't believe her eyes. What did she scream so quickly? The angry effect should have lasted at least 3 more seconds. She suddenly realized something and cried out slowly, I understand, it's because he uses a laggy server. She looked slowly at the computer and a thought appeared in her mind. He understood Ikaros better than she did. Who is this bastard? On the screen only a male character named Dex appeared. The chat box that appeared in the message was from that guy who sent such a bad game, but there was a pretty good player like you. She widened her eyes when she saw the next message. Wow, it's #1. Then just exit the game with the message that the character in the game also does the action of holding the sword and laughing. After that, the character slowly disappears. The screen displays information about the Dex system being logged out. Cassius angrily pounded the table and thought that that bastard not only destroyed Ikaros but also kicked my self-esteem. Returning to reality, she stood there and had only one thought, a secret profession that allows her to use all types of weapons professionally as a warrior. Quick Pull secret skill. This skill can be compatible with all types of equipment. Players can quickly get used to it. Thanks to the design of this Quick Pull function, I can fight like when I played Ikaros, just like one about the heart or created just for me to the point where I can't even believe it's a coincidence. Another opportunity has come. That bastard. Cassius angrily gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, thinking of another chance to kick his ass. At this time, on Dex's side, night fell around him, emitting a blue light. Look at the TV screen and see this image. Manager Kang and his uncle were afraid. Tell Manager Kang how the toxic gas mist was set up. Kang Ti-hoon spoke up and said that the setting was a deadly toxic gas with a toxicity level of over 200. Kang Ti-hoon continued to say that the highest level on the Korean server is only 160, but that guy has been able to survive for 30 minutes in the middle of a level 200 toxic gas screen. Because every item and equipment has a limit, that can't be the same special item. Well, what if it's thanks to a skill? Kwon Myangan gritted his teeth and asked about skills. He asked if that sounded reasonable. Kang Ti-hoon smiled wryly and said no. Haha, surely there are no such great skills that exist, right? Almost all other skills read at rank 3 or higher, including him with high poison resistance skills, level. In any case, it must be at least rank 5 and moreover. At this stage, players with such skills cannot prepare thoroughly. Looking at Kwon Myangan's fierce face, Kang Ti-hoon thought to himself with his eyes. He yelled like he was about to go crazy. It was so scary. Kwon Myangan put on my eyeshadow and said with a gloomy face that at this rate, it won't be long before that guy will completely withstand the toxic gas fog that we have worked so hard to prepare, and in the end he will be the winner. Kwon Myangan continued to say we can't let that happen. He opened the software and a girl appeared. The system sounds continuously. Level 3 Administrator, CEO Kwon Myangan, is using administrative rights. Toxic gas fog has been adjusted to the highest rank, activating and disabling all poison resistance skills. Adjust the toxicity level to the highest level. You have used administrator rights, but this behavior is due to personal vendetta and is aimed at a specific person. The system panel turns red, giving a warning that the system will issue a warning. Issue appropriate punishment. This is the second time you have used admin rights unfairly. This request may be denied and you will lose your current position. The girl kept giving warnings. Newspaper. The system again displayed a red warning board. The punishment would include a reduction in salary for the 5th row leave schedules and being brought before the board of directors. Kwon Myangan heard the system sound continuously ringing in his ears and gritted his teeth and said firmly, I am willing to accept this punishment. His mind was currently filled with thoughts. Dex, I won't let you run free in this game. Then the entire Arcadia staff will regret creating it. He continued to say that I was willing to take full responsibility. The system panel showed that the effectiveness of the toxic gas mist had been significantly increased. With the destructive power of a type of anti-poison skill, Dex saw half of it. The notification system immediately frowned and groaned. Why are we updating again? The poison gas's rank has increased to this level. Oh my god, now they're turning their noses directly at me. The Demon King looked at the increased amount of toxic gas and was startled to say that even the Demon King Azakar was struggling with this dense poison. After that, Master, Dex said loudly, what else will come in here? I don't think so. My trick didn't work until the last minute. He continued to say seriously, let's put an end to this matter. The Demon King looked at him in surprise and asked if he was serious. Dex looked at the system displayed in front of him and said yes. His old opponent appeared. He wore a black cloak and stood in the village filled with toxic gas and said, the system board shows the number of survivors. 2 survivors, number 1 Cassius, number 2 Dex. He raised his hand to touch the mask and said he didn't know how far she had gone. Round 3 of the bamboo talent competition is about to start right now on Cassius' side. Seeing the notification system, he immediately became angry. His sharp eyes gritted his teeth. He immediately knew it was you. I've been waiting for you forever, Dex. At this time, the 3 Dex people jumped to the ground from the top floor. The Demon King asked if the owner really intended to fight here. This is not like your style at all. Do you want me to help you find some PvP characters? If you're suitable for the regime, just choose freely and I'll find good things during the day. Dex glanced at the Demon King and said, I won't refuse this time. I already have a plan in mind. Dex continued to look at the girl next to him and said, Elle, can you lend me some strength? The girl heard him and looked at him in surprise. Elle immediately blushed and shouted with joy, saying of course, heaven is always ready to help you. Dex listened to what she said and took a deep breath, thinking to herself, I'm sorry for leaving you alone during the competition above. Elle, it's all due to my weakness. A sword emitted a bright golden light, and the war god of weapons Calypso appeared holding a sword emitting golden light in his hand. The system sound continues to sound. The heavenly resident Calypso has descended into the player's body. You will be able to use the power of the god that has entered your body for a short period of time. A skill card immediately appeared before the eyes of the King of Thousand Soldiers. Extra skill was a weapon without a specific shape made up of mana whose shape would change depending on the will of the user. Dex reached out and held the skill card in his hand, which immediately emitted yellow light. The golden light created the shapes of the weapons. Dex looked at the weapons in front of him and said, is this how this thing works? The Demon King's face was surprised and said, oh my god, what kind of unreasonable use of mana is that? Elle's face also said in fear, it's amazing that even the owner of this move, Calypso, doesn't have the ability to turn out a weapon that fast. That's it. Dex held the weapon in his hand and smiled softly, saying okay, that's enough getting used to it. Dex revealed an eager face with yellow pupils and sharp eyes saying let's fight. Right, the system's continuous sound activated the adventurer's instinct skill, the champion's eye skill analyzing, your opponent. Cassius was standing on the open ground when suddenly a ray of yellow light rushed towards her. Cassius's eyes glanced quickly behind him and saw it. Dex used his weapon from the air to smash it towards her, creating a deafening sound. You saw the person in front of you gritting his teeth and finally showing his face, Dex. He saw that and immediately looked at her and smiled and said, what about you? Aren't you acting too wild? Huh, veteran player of a game that fell off the airwaves because it failed to attract users. And thanks to that, I have finished analyzing your hidden profession. Cassius heard that and immediately got angry. His other hand immediately turned into another weapon in his mouth and he shouted, speak and laugh. Immediately the blue light created countless weapons that slashed at Dex. He used his weapon to block this attack. He smirked and said, well, the weapon switching speed is quite fast, but when you look closely, this skill looks like magic, right? Immediately in Dex's hand, a yellow light appeared, forming a sword that stood in front of him, blocking Cassius's attack. Dex held the sword in his hand, his pupils turned yellow, his sharp eyes softly said I have the same thing as you. See how cool it is. Looking at the object in Dex's hand, she gritted her teeth angrily, thinking that the shape of his weapon had changed. Could this be his hidden job? Immediately, the blue light and silver light collided, causing fatal attacks between the two people, combo attacks with free attacks without rules. Immediately a beam of light hit the roof, causing the tiles to shatter. The injured Cassius struggled to sit up and thought to himself, he also used the same method as me. Could this bastard have done it on purpose? Dex spoke in a low voice, his eyes glowing and smiling softly. If you lose again, it would be embarrassing. Try your best, challenger Cassius. She tried to sit up and pointed her sword straight at him. Dex stood above, looked down and smiled contemptuously, saying that losing again this time would be very humiliating, so try your best. Challenging Cassius to a duel, she angrily held the sword and pointed it at him. Cassius used all his strength to rush towards him, unleashing fatal moves. Ergh sounds came from his mouth. Cassius gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think we are the same? Whether before or now, the war is still unfair." She remembered the image of herself sitting in front of the computer diligently for a game she was passionate about. She had in her mind that the human skill allowed her to quickly switch between weapons, but this guy's weapon could change shape. Dex's eyes were sharp as he held the standard weapon in his hand. Be attacked. Cassius held his weapon in his hand and looked at him with sharp eyes, thinking that only with someone who was quick, he couldn't keep up with his speed. But I still have to win this war. Dex, holding the sword in his hand, looked this way and said, "What's wrong? I've given up already. If that's true, then I'm so disappointed. I expected a lot from you." She looked straight at him, as if she had a voice in her heart, screaming for his position. Cassius looked straight at Dex and asked what that skill was. Dex answered, "This is a skill called the King of 10,000 Soldiers. It's not a crime, right?" Cassius sighed with a bored face and said that he was truly lucky to have such a great skill. Dex laughed and said that haha, luck is also considered a skill. She lowered her head, her eyes darkened and said, "Whether in the past or present, you always make me scared." The wooden chair was stabbed straight into the ground. Cassius, her sharp face and eyes filled with murderous intent, said, "I will also do my best." In your hands, the light slowly condensed into a weapon. She continued to say that using only normal skills to defeat him was impossible, even if she used weapons. If she couldn't hit him, then there was no point. Dex's gloomy eyes looked towards the girl, thinking that after she dropped the bamboo spear, did she have any other tricks hidden? The moonlight was getting higher and higher as night fell. Cassius spoke up and said before using the bamboo spear to stab him, "I must completely subdue him with my sword," and said. She used her hand to take the sword and pull it out of its sheath. The sword's light dazzled others. Looking at Cassius pulling his sword out of its sheath in his lap, Dex immediately became wary and thought that no matter how you look at those artifacts, they are extremely dangerous. Let's see what kind of weapon we should use to counter them. Suddenly a blue light passed through his neck, cutting off the thoughts in his head. The green light sword emitted murderous aura and slashed towards him. The system sound rings continuously in your ears. You have received critical damage. The red warning continues. You will be affected by broken bones and bleeding effects. Your ability to move will be limited until you recover. Again, Dex fell on the ground, clutching the wound on his neck and coughing loudly. Looking at him like that, the Demon King and Elle were startled and scared. That the Demon King spoke up and said, "Master, are you okay?" Elle looked closely at the sword in the girl's hand and then spoke suspiciously about that sword. Cassius withdrew the sword and stood still, looking at him. Suddenly she disappeared on the spot. At her fastest speed, she appeared in front of him and swung her sword at him. Dex quickly used his shield to block her attack. Cassius smirked and looked straight at Dex and said, "So you blocked it with your shield, but if you do that you won't be able to counterattack. Have you given up resisting, Dex?" He used his yellow body to look straight into her eyes and immediately thought to himself that even though he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth and all he could do was not hit her. Not just a feeling, but I'm sure she became faster after pulling out that sword. He slowly stood up with his hands. Suddenly the system sound rang in the ears of the god Calypso asking to talk to the player. What did he scream when he heard that, at this time? As if she suddenly remembered something, Elle was scared and whispered Calypso. She immediately flew to his side and asked Dex if he had seen the ancient sword that person used. He immediately said that it was indeed a strange item. "Do you know what it is?" Elle continued to speak up, saying that Weapons Master Calypso had left a message that the sword once belonged to him and that it was left to the person who would inherit his will. He glanced at Elle and asked, "So what?" Elle continued to say that part of the sword would grant power to the owner. It seemed like it was a bracelet that gave skills based on the owner's strength index, but right now it couldn't be felt. That's why I found it strange. Elle stroked her chin in thought and said it seemed like Calypso wanted to talk because something had gone wrong. Elle said while thinking about the sword, afraid, neckband with the god at that time. Dex heard that and immediately understood in his heart that he would have a similar skill to him, but that swordsmanship was not similar at all. Cassius looked towards him, still holding the sword in his hand, still with a wary expression on his lips, muttering what was he saying. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Dex had a plan in his heart. Should I try to probe a little? I had a bad feeling. Thinking so, he immediately spoke up and said, "Cassius, that sword is a reward that she got after doing a mission, or not?" She heard that and asked why he suddenly asked that to buy time or something. Dex didn't answer the question she just asked. Instead, she continued to ask, just answer honestly. She got it from a mission, duty, right? She replied yes, this sword is the reward I got from a strange guy after completing a quest. Is there a problem? The system sound suddenly rang in his head. Weapons Master Calypso was excited. Weapons Master Calypso asked you to ask her what she did with the necklace that came with the sword. He gritted his teeth and said, is it true? Is there a necklace that goes with that sword? She heard what he said and was surprised to ask, how do you know? Dex didn't answer and continued to ask if it wasn't important. What did she do with it and still keep it? Cassius looked at the sword body and said that although I had received both of those things, unlike this sword, that necklace was an unapproved item, but because the shop owner in my village did not have the skills to confirm it, it's so confusing that I need to find an appraisal paper frame first. Hearing that, he stammered and said, what have you done? He thought, could it be her? Cassius looked up at him and asked if he really needed to buy the red appraisal scroll. Because that bracelet looks so fun, I pawned it. I earned somewhere around 15 coins, so I think it was worth that much. The weapons master heard that and his eyes turned red with anger. The system immediately got used to it quickly. Weapons Master Calypso was surprised. Weapons Master Calypso was angry at his successor for daring to sell the relic. Weapons Master Calypso threatened to break his successor's neck. That day, the Weapons Master Calypso was showing off a series of notifications, causing Dex to exclaim in horror, "Ugh, what does that Calypso guy want?" Hang suddenly cried out in fear. The system voice continued to sound. The Weapons Master offered to possess the player's body. Weapons Master Calypso promised to take full responsibility for what happened. Dex glanced at L next to him and said, it would be nice to have you fight for me. L, is this okay? This is the first time we have encountered this situation. L spoke up because he will take full responsibility. Responsibility so there won't be any big problem, but the side effects will still be very dangerous. Is there a good reason for us to do so? Elle calmed down and said, well, it's hard to think. If you feel okay, then it's fine even if possessing the body affects this world a little. It was as if a source of power entered his body in the name of Archangel Michael. He tightly grasped the sword and stabbed it into the ground, loudly saying, I will temporarily allow the intervention of Weapons Master Calypso, and a stream of great power immediately radiated out. Cassius silently thought to himself, what is the source of this great power? Do we have other skills? Causing the system to sound. Weapon Master Calypso has fully recovered in the game. Change control. Body control is temporarily disabled. Player is now in observation mode. Dex's face gradually became gloomy. Keck, so is that the seller of that necklace? Not only did he underestimate his predecessor's concern and sincerity, but he even sold my most precious holy relic in a pawn shop. Suddenly a great force hit her, forcing her to raise her hand to block it and say, what the hell are you talking about? Dex let out a brash scream and then burst out with great strength. She was surprised and thought to herself, is that a weapon master's real skill? That wouldn't be fair anymore. That power is too overwhelming. Dex raised his red hand towards her. The sword immediately emitted light and ancient power spread out as he walked towards her. The system sounds a red warning. You have been trapped in the formation. You need to rest even while in combat. Pay attention to your stamina. You have received critical damage. You are currently in combat. Critical state. Cassius's body was now covered in wounds and she fell to her knees and coughed. She sat on the ground using her sword to support herself and asked what that skill was. Suddenly the sword had an abnormality. The system sound continued to echo, the nameless ancient sword being agitated. Cassius looked at the sword in his hand that was trembling in confusion, thinking the sword was reacting to something. What the hell was going on? Dex now let out a low, pitiful voice, are you grumbling because you really don't know? He walked closer and shouted the skill quickly. Countless weapons appeared around him. She was immediately scared or spoke up and said something. Do you know the name of my hidden skill? Grit your teeth and say that the skill of quick hands is not just created to change weapons, it is also the will to use all the weapons in the world. The power to use those weapons should come from our sweat, blood and will. Only by understanding that can you unlock the true state of the King of 10,000 Soldiers skill. Cassius looked at him in surprise as he stammered and asked the King of 10,000 Soldiers. He clenched his fist into a fist to show the red light that summed up this power. He pointed his finger at her and said it was something you could achieve if you followed my teachings. Cassius heard that, his face turned dark and he said, Dex, no. She looked straight at him and asked who you really are. Cassius doubt, Dex, you. No, who are you really? Who are you to know the name of my skill, and why is my sword reacting like this? Dex replied coldly, "It was morning, that's right, you're sad because you lost your friend, right?" Cassius thought in panic, "What are you?" She said, "If I had enough time, I would not choose someone like you as my successor, but someone with more strength and talent." Dex said, "But unfortunately I don't have that much free time. You should feel grateful to the person who lent me this body to meet you." He took off his hat, revealing his bright white hair. "Nameless Sword is feeling sad." He smiled, "Even though this brat is clumsy and stupid, at least his heart is still in the right place. Surely the fact that you fall into this brat's hands is also fate, and that is also the only choice we have. Cassius was confused. Wait, is he really talking to his sword? What's going on? Dex said with his sword, "I will leave this brat to you. My old friend." The nameless ancient swordsman was dissatisfied but still understood the current situation. The nameless ancient sword accepts you as its master. The nameless ancient sword has sworn allegiance to you. Notification system. Items hidden skills have been opened. Item hierarchy has been updated. Magic has become special. Hidden quest. You have received the quest, looking for the lost necklace. Cassius often holds the sword tightly. I can feel the emotions of the sword, longing and sadness. I understand. This is it, the true meaning of the hidden class, she said out loud. Dex looked at Cassius and smiled. Ho ho, that expression reminded me of my youthful days. Warning system, the weapons master has exceeded the allowable limit. Seeing the warning, Dex said, "Well, at least I have helped my disciple a little." The system warns again, the effect has been cancelled. Control has been transferred back to the player. Exit observation mode. Dex watched his body return to its original shape, thinking that, indeed, he did not have enough power to maintain his presence any longer. Calypso, but thanks to him, I was able to watch an interesting scene. Cassius understands, I understand, that person is Master. After speaking, she plopped down on the ground. Looking at Cassius like that, Dex guessed, effects, critical state, it must be very difficult for her to maintain consciousness for so long. The more I look at you, the more dangerous you become, Cassius. On such a cool moonlit night, Dex said to Cassius, "Well, I'll wait for you a little bit, because I probably won't have a chance to chat with you anymore. You really sold that necklace, are you crazy? No matter how you look at it, it's a hidden quest. Haven't you played any role-playing games yet? This is just a normal plot. Then if you sell that necklace, why keep the sword?" She was really stupid beyond words. Cassius didn't care much about what he said. She lay there on her back, looked up at the sky and told him, "I've played the game Ikaros before, but such a thing has never happened." Dex is confusing, is that an ancient game? Then he advised her, "Well, that bracelet is very important, remember to go back to the pawn shop and ask to buy it back." She looked annoyed. Even if you don't mention it, I will still do it." "But Dex, what is your profession? The person I fought was not you." "To be more precise, it's closer to a dead spirit." Dex only gave a cursory answer. "Well, let's just say my job is a hidden job, warrior." She thought to herself, this guy is even more cautious than she thought. Dex moved on to other, more important things. "I think we should end this, what do you think?" Cassius, she lay there, sighing, laughing ha ha ha. "Dex, what the hell are you talking about? To escape this critical state I need at least 3 minutes. But the poisonous mist that signals the end is right next door. I think the result is already obvious." Dex smiled slightly. "Quite a pity, when it ended like this. I hope we will have a more interesting match like that." She smiled brightly, challenging him, "Just wait a little longer, next time we meet again, I will be the winner." Dex stood up, holding his cane and said, "As expected, I felt like I was the one suffering." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the stick and stabbed it straight through his body. The system announces, player Dex has defeated player Cassius in the match. He said the last sentence to say goodbye to her. "See you later, Cassius." The system announces again, player Dex is the last one alive, the champion of Bamboo Spear has been determined, the final champion is Dex. A virtual crown, small and beautiful, appeared on his head. The key battles, which have always been broadcast live, have many, prominent championship candidates. Highest ranker, Star Witch Stella. The Bamboo Spear Liberation Army, who always preach equality for everyone. And Cassius, who had a brilliant performance in round 3. No one expected that Dex, a player who had only recently become famous, could win. But the reaction of users is not like that. Someone cheered, Dex, 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 I believe you, Dex, there's Eupnosi, Dex really plays Arcadia, so the person who created the unique items last time is also Dex. But what is that job? Haha, it's so powerful, are we playing the same game? Some people say, but in this game, choosing a profession is also a kind of skill, right and wrong, the other person said, but look at his setup, isn't it very similar to the player who appeared at the last moment of the witch hunt? Wait a minute. Cassius finished second again. Ha ha ha, what did the two of them say to each other at the end? It's so boring, we can't hear any sound, they talked excitedly. Nickname, Dex, because of this name, so many things are taken. The woman, looking at the user comments, smiled, so the person I confronted was the rumored Dex, I finally feel more comfortable, this woman is a dark fire dark dragon, her real age is 24. She stretched, after that thrilling match, luckily I didn't participate in the bamboo spear competition, I almost had to face someone I never wanted to see again. Back in the game, a girl with 2 buns on her head appeared, holding a mace, congratulating Dex, ha ha ha, congratulations to the champion, now let's get to the awards part. After saying that, she took the mace and whipped it, shouting, yellow, appear, 1, 2. A mysterious box fell, it was a box made with the mysterious power of Ukabi, is what I want in here. The little girl with 2 buns of hair continued, in this box are the items of the people you once eliminated. Dex held the box in his hand, was surprised, and shouted. The girl smiled and told him, choose an item, and I will create a copy of it right here, hope you will make a wise choice, ha ha ha. Special items such as black crocodile armor, mermaid tears, or rare items such as Aramch's leg armor, royal magic sword. The other girl looked at the Dex, smiling confidently. This girl thought, what, most of them are rare special items that are hard to find, just looking at them is enough to make you drool, Kiki. Dex looked for a while, thinking, most of it is trash, there's nothing useful, it's all gone, isn't there anything decent? Wait, suddenly, he seemed to see something that attracted him. He asked again just to be sure, excuse me, can I choose any items from the people I eliminated? The girl crossed her arms and laughed, Keck, that's right, it looks like you've made a decision. Let's see what you choose. The other girl looked at what Dex chose and suddenly gasped, speechless. This item is a bit, how should I say it? Dex questioned, why, this is an item from a player I once eliminated. Isn't it, the great elf lady, keep your promise. Dex's forced words made the girl look scared and avoid him. The dark fire dark dragon watched the cumbersome item selection screen, also curious, what's wrong? The goblin who was arrogant throughout the entire tournament, is now so scared, what did he ask for? After that bun girl gave the item that Dex picked out, and said here it is with an unhappy face. That is, bamboo spears, a spear made from bamboo, it is covered with an energy source, symbolizing equality and justice, the person stabbed by it will die instantly, ignoring all physical defense and magical defense. Dex smiled happily, exclaiming, wow, is that okay? At Arcadia, Korea branch. There was a meeting, Director Kwon Myangan said, yes, thank you everyone for still attending today's urgent meeting despite your busy schedule, I will explain our current situation. The bamboo spear event we have diligently prepared just ended a few hours ago. There is a big problem with the prize giving. There was an employee who raised her hand to speak. Because of other work, our department could not monitor the event. But what do you mean the big problem? The director hastily explained, simply put, the equipment chosen by the winner was not what we imagined. The manager next to him could only add to the situation to relieve the problem. Yes, it would be easier to see it with your own eyes than to explain. We will show it on the screen shortly. This is the item the player chooses. Everyone looks up at the projection screen. The bamboo spear, a spear made from bamboo. It is covered with an energy source, symbolizing equality and justice. The person stabbed by it will die instantly, ignoring all physical defense and magical defense. Everyone was surprised. That bamboo spear and equipment were also among the options. Some people say, it's impossible, so that's how you sum it up. The most serious problem, the secretary said, was the unique properties of bamboo spears, instant death, its effects. The problem is that we haven't specifically shown to whom this effect can be applied. The girl had an opinion just then, and now she has an opinion. Wait a minute, that means there are not only low-level raid bosses, but can also be used on bosses with invulnerability settings. The director replied, yes, that is the case if we stab an immortal boss such as the guardian dragon god Goldria, the opponent will almost be killed immediately, although it is not certain. Looking back at the code system, I believe there is a high possibility that it will be so. Everyone heard that. Below were whispering, angry, it was crazy, except Goldria. If he stabbed the main NPC, the plot would be changed forever. Could we still go home? The director hastily explained. To avoid everyone's anger, even if there was supervision, it was still my fault for not detecting this problem. The situation is as chaotic as chive soup. Then Lee Myun speaks up, with high possibility, to prevent the worst situation. We need to intervene. She picked up the phone, called Alice. The phone showed up. Level 2 admin, Manager Lee Mi-young confirmed. How can I help you? She said. I want to ask about the bamboo spear incident, specifically. Before you finish speaking, the system has spoken. Your request has been confirmed. Request to reset the reward for the event. Suddenly, it cried out, unable to do it, confusing her. Why is that? I asked for an explanation. The system says that another incident records this player being treated unfairly. The promise that there won't be another unfair patch is established. I will give proof. I understand. I promise. This is the final patch regarding this case. She gave a scary smile to Kwon Myangan. Manager Kwon Myangan, I remember telling you to limit your interference as much as possible. Do you think this needs explaining? The manager, his face turned pale with fear, quickly blamed it. Director, it was all Dex's fault. If it wasn't for that bastard. In the game, Dex looked at the item he just got, smiled and said, now what should I do with this? Satan approached and exclaimed, what kind of equipment has such a strange aura? Dex said, what are you doing? Haven't you seen this thing during the bamboo spear incident? Satan was scared, hid behind L6, hey, using it there, and here are two completely different things. L6 said, that's right, the moment it appeared in this world, that thing radiated a different aura completely different. It seems that just one use is enough to change the world. The aura radiated to an unpleasant level. Dex laughed. Choosing this equipment as a reward is the best way. Suddenly the system appears. The administrator asks to summon you. Do you agree? Dex's face challenged. The admin summoned me right away. What did they want to say? This is also very interesting. The system appears. You have agreed to the summoning. Your skills are limited. You have been transported to a special space. In the special space, the administrator spoke. Hello, Dex. I'm the admin of Arcadia. Just call me Helenia. I hope you understand. I called you here to negotiate the item you received in the bamboo spear event. Dex, don't beat around the bush. Get straight to the point. Why did you call me here? He thought. Set up that admin. Is she an elf? That's not right. The admin is still the admin, right? Helenia told him, you probably guessed it, but about the bamboo spear, this is an item we never thought would be included in the reward option. Our conclusion is that using this item will ruin Arcadia and it needs to be reworked. Dex is suspicious. Do you mean you want my items back? Helenia quickly said, no, mister, Dex has received a worthy equipment. The incident is only my fault, so we're looking to find a way to repair that item if you agree. Do you want to listen? Admin gave Dex 3 options. Limit the number of times you can use the bamboo spear, limit who the bamboo spear can attack, exchange the item for something else of the same quality. Bamboo spears are dangerous equipment and no matter which option you choose, the risks are huge, so the decision belongs to admin Lee Mi-young. Dex sighed, whined, there's no good choice, this just means they've thought it all through. Dex said, I understand what you mean, but if I accept the choice, what will I get? Helenia smiled gently. She thought to herself, Dex, looking at his playing style, I thought I would be attacked immediately but it seems his level is higher than I thought. She told Dex, the artificial intelligence will decide that. Simply put, it also works according to the algorithm of the goblin he encountered in the event. Surely you will receive a reasonable reward. She asked Dex, do you want to see it first? Dex is suspicious, doesn't believe in the truth. Are you really going to give it to me? Helenia, sweetie, even though we don't have the right to see the reward you receive, it's the truth. We, at Arcadia, promise to reward fairly but the decision is up to you. There's just one thing. Dex was surprised that there was still something more. Helenia continued, if you cooperate with us this time, I promise, no more you will not encounter any more unfair patches. Honestly, that's my trump card. Dex laughed, it's up to me, do you have that power too? Helenia replied, of course. I promise as general manager of Arcadia Korean branch. Dex was surprised. What did you say? He thought, if this is the general director of the Korean branch, could it be Director Lee Mi-young who has been famous in the world since he was young? Is that person Lee Mi-young? Helenia said goodbye to Dex and left, so thank you, Mr. Dex. We will surely meet again. I'm looking forward to it. She winked at Dex and walked away. At the virtual reality technology fair, the product introducer said, "Welcome to Arcadia's booth. I believe most of you came because you were looking forward to this product. Its appearance looks very similar to Arcadia's Dreamer. This virtual reality system is called Lucid Dream. I will explain its use to you shortly. After entering the world of lucid dreaming, when you think of a suitable image, independent programming will convert the image into a graphic and a corresponding setting will be applied. Simply put, this is a magical device that can create a world with just imagination. I hope everyone will experience this device at the fair." She happily continued, "Thank you for trusting our equipment, please come in as instructed." When I heard that, I found it absurd. When I tried it out, wasn't this even more difficult than advertised, consuming more energy? Besides, imagining certain images is more difficult than I thought, or is it because my imagination is limited? I'm so tired, maybe it's because I stay up late playing Arcadia too much, he yawned. If it weren't for the pile of homework, I wouldn't have come to this fair for a long time. The cry in the crowd caught his attention. "Look, who's using lucid dreams?" It took just over 10 minutes to create a video, usually it takes a month. He came back out of curiosity. The host asked, what is this student's name?" The other student asked me again. "Hello, I'm Lim Yegyun, is there something wrong?" Dex smiled, he must have found his own talent. Dex said to Yegyun, "That's impressive, receiving a recruitment offer from Arcadia, the largest corporation in the country, you're so lucky." Yegyun answered him, "It's nothing, I was going to refuse anyway, being only 20 years old is a bit too early." "You were so happy and excited, you were even better. Ye-young, you got the bamboo spear, have you received it yet?" "I'm so angry because I didn't hear clearly, please tell me quickly what the outcome was." Jae-young replied, about that." Then he smiled teasingly, "Not telling you what?" The system pops up, an item modification agreement has been made, the bamboo spear item has been turned into disposable equipment. The reward in return is 1 million probability, received full compensation for the unscheduled patch. You got 10,000 gold, special items, you got secret notes. At that time, Helenia met Dex and left a note saying, "If you have any problems, please contact me, Helenia." The system announced an emergency meeting, a mysterious person appeared, and said, "Hello comrades, everyone probably knows why I received news about this issue, everyone must have been waiting for this moment for a long time." In short, Dex has appeared in full force focused on academia. In a seemingly peaceful village, a young man raised his voice and said, It's so warm today. In real life, it's raining but we're sunbathing like this." The girl sitting opposite also seemed to agree, "Yes, nowadays I find traveling meaningless." "Oh, have you seen that, the broadcast about the finals of the Bamboo Spear event?" When his brother heard this, his face was cheerful. "Of course, I didn't expect Dex to participate, thanks to him, the event was very interesting." The girl said, "Isn't choosing a bamboo spear as a reward a new idea?" His brother put his hand on his chin, showing understanding. He said, "I also thought about that, it's just because I'm young, if I win, I will also choose the bamboo spear." The girl scoffed at her brother. Foo, don't be silly, there's no way you won't light up your eyes because of money and choose any special item, am I wrong?" The older brother seemed to be right in the heart. No way, if it were me, I would choose one. No, 2 or 3 bamboo spears, right?" While talking enthusiastically, the girl looked over there, surprised. "Hey, wait a minute, that person. Isn't that Dex?" Everyone passing by turned their eyes towards him. And Dex, I just walked away complaining, the damn live streaming system. This is the reason why I tried to hide my identity, but now my efforts have gone to waste. With this situation, anything will attract attention. Suddenly a blue light burst out, everyone panicked. He's gone. In a forest, creatures of the sky. The journey of the wandering knight Cofelis has ended. Clan skill has ended, 1,400 credits used. Dex walks over, and says, "Hey, there's probably no one around." Satan appeared and bowed, "Master, how long are you going to worry like this?" Only when Dex came here did he dare take off his hood. He said, "I only care about the crowd looking at us." Satan clasped his hands in confusion. "Is that so? I didn't know you were so worried, but using heavenly trouble like that, you just enjoy your fame." L6 also added, "I feel fear, what makes you afraid?" Dex said, "It's really scary." While Satan and L6 didn't understand anything, he continued, "I've been chased by stalkers for several years." Satan was not sure and asked again, "Why are you?" L6 said, "What are you talking about?" At a restaurant, a big man threw a chair away and said, I received a notification that Dex has been here. I will search and see. The woman looked at a brother's face and commented, let's see, your face doesn't look like Dex. That guy was scared. Who are you guys? The woman laughed loudly. Everyone will have to go through identification. Show me your face. If you obediently cooperate, there will be no bloodshed. As soon as his brother was scared, he shouted angrily, what are those people? Why did they suddenly come looking for Dex? The girl replied, I've heard that there is a group of crazy fans following Dex. Those people are the infamous new guild. What color are Dex briefs, called Dex briefs for short? Satan crossed his arms and thought, now play I understand, it's been a hard day master. L6 wondered, what do you mean? Satan smiled teasingly, oh ugly chicken soup like you wouldn't understand, every creature has its worshippers following if it's special enough to attract attention. L6 was angry, ah, you mean crazy fans, they all came from us you stupid bat. Satan is hot-blooded, rushing in, you stupid woman, are you trying to cause trouble with me again? L6 doesn't fit either, I'm just telling the truth, it tickles you idiot. Dex stood in the middle and sighed, what a bother. From experience, those guys won't stop hunting us no matter how many times we kill them, so what should we do? The two people stopped fighting when they heard this. Satan said, I have also experienced this situation, master. Before I became the Demon King, there was a battle for the throne. There were low-class people who dared to eliminate me for their own gain. Satan was talking and suddenly remembered, well I actually killed them one by one before, but I don't think the next time it will be that easy. So I spent a lot of time creating an object. Legendary Trickster's Mask, front mask sewn from the skin of a high-class devil, hides the truth and makes others see only lies, no wearing limit, unlimited durability, special skill distinguish, deceive, disguise, disable recognition and clairvoyance skills, have a mask, no one can see through the truth. Dex picked up the mask, his face was expressionless. What? It's all unsuitable for combat. Is such a trivial thing actually a legendary grade item? Satan saw that Dex criticized his item. He angrily scolded, hey, just looking at it like that, it's much more valuable. Do you know how many demons I had to kill to make it? I don't know what else to say, but I can be sure of its power, whether using skill or strength. You cannot penetrate this mask to see its true identity. Satan smiled proudly. Face, in short, unless you want to, no one can recognize you. Master, if you need it, I will lend it. Dex is cruel. What? How much is this? You're not going to admit it because it's legendary level equipment, right? Satan hastily explained. This is the day you use dirty things. What if someone sees your identity? If someone catches you again like last time, you'll be in big trouble. You should use good stuff. Just 100 looks, just that and you can use it forever. How come? It's cheap. Dex looked at the mask for a long time, thinking, admitting 100,000 is a burden, but it's hard to avoid. I received 100,000 acknowledgements from the Bamboo Spear event. Besides this mask, seems like the best way to get rid of those crazy stalkers. Notification system, legendary level items, Rogue's mask have been equipped. The power of deception in disguise surrounds the player's body, a fake creature that hides the player's true identity. He put that mask on himself. Those Dex shorties are still harassing everyone. Dex is not here. Quickly search the pub. It's not in the weapon shop either. What should I do, master? One guy told the group that he hasn't gone far yet. We received news that he was just here 30 minutes ago. We had to pay 10 gold coins to get this information, including screenshots, so be sure to search carefully. The other group obeyed, clearly. That woman is sad. Dex, where is she? He has never left my palm. Meanwhile, Dex with the front mask, blatantly strolled. Oh, sure. No one recognizes me. This is quite helpful for me. Satan, with a proud look on his face, of course, isn't it also very useful compared to the number of accounts payable due date? I can check the market situation thanks to this. In front of everyone, is a news report. Satan said, I caught the situation with equipment or gold coins. News, special items, Tears of a Ruple, bestseller with 10 billion. In the exchange market, the demand for items is very strong. Can we just leave it like this? Unemployed people started playing Arcadia, the golden age for dark gamers. Arcadia virtual reality, a vast new market opens up. Dex was surprised, a special item worth about 10,000 admitted, so this mask costs 10 billion. I know it's expensive but seeing the price with my own eyes is truly amazing. The SIP Dex group saw Dex coming and were a little suspicious. Dex confidently walked past. The giant said he was someone else. Dex laughed when he heard that sentence, when he passed by. The giant whispered, why did he suddenly mistake him for Dex? So is the woman standing next to me. Are you mistaken? Me too. Dex smiled happily and said to Satan, I have to say, this is really good. Satan is still very proud, patting his chest. I told you, no matter what. Dex asked, so who is it? This handsome guy. Satan thought, who is it? Then I suddenly remembered, oh yes, this face belongs to a vampire, named Rod, who died in the West. Dex gasped, huh? Satan continued, looking at his bloodshot eyes. I remembered that his appearance was quite pale, different from a perfect person like me. Dex said to Satan, Tan, you're a bit overconfident, that's too much. Passers-by whispered, who is that? I don't know. Is he a model? He's so handsome. Should I talk to him? When Dex heard it, he criticized it. Walking around with this face only made things more tiring. Satan said, if you don't like this look, just change it. Dex surprised, that's fine. Why didn't you say it before? Notification system. You can choose the person you want to disguise as and choose a fake identity. Dex recognizes, drills people that we can impersonate. Satan seemed to understand what Dex wanted to ask. That's right, he could transform into the people he killed. Dex laughed, oh ho, so this is going to be interesting. Great, I have a treasure in my hand, just do your duty and you're all done. Mission 3, you brought chaos to this world, but alone it is difficult to bestow such a thing on this world. To create the world you seek, gather trustworthy allies to support you. Those who will become your allies will have a mark. The amount of recognition bestowed will vary depending on the influence of the ally. Additional quests, register as Cassia's assistant, register as assistant of, current location, Fian Square. Cassius went around, showing everyone the paper, asking, have you ever seen this necklace? Lord Caron, Mikhail, stood at the Golden Mountain and shouted, get to work, slaves, no adventurers ha ha ha. In the forest. Angelina looked confused and asked Dex, what's wrong? Dex, you haven't said anything since the bamboo spear incident. Dex sat on the ledge, his face smiling slightly, answering her, well, I'm a bit busy. She blamed him, that's right, he's very famous, but don't ignore my messages like that. Dex's face was sharp, looking at her. The reason I called you out here is to talk about the second-rank player, the one who wants to take your life, Starlight Witch Stella. Looking at Angelina, I saw that she didn't understand anything. Dex continued, it seemed like she was planning to use the items I gave her to try to survive, but it wouldn't work. Her ability to control magic and combat light completely overwhelmed her. Compared to each other, she was just like a newborn baby, and besides, she couldn't even survive 2 rounds, 2 bamboo spear competitions, right? After listening to what Dex said, she asked him, so what do you think I should do? Just surrender and be done with it. Dex smiled widely. He took the opportunity. It's simple, the grimoire is the reason why you were targeted, just give it to me, and practice your skills until you are truly ready. That's why I arranged for you to meet this person. From behind Dex, Cassius appeared very cool, she said. What is this person? Please call me by name, Cassius. Walk in front of Angelina. Take a look, is this girl the one you want me to train? Angelina is shy. Ah, hello, Dex said. Yes, her skills aren't great, but she's a bit inexperienced. I want you to take her along and teach her a little. Cassius asked Dex, if I agree, will you keep your promise to let me see my master again? Dex stood behind Angelina, smiling and said, don't worry, one day I will arrange for you two to meet again. Angelina was surprised to not know how long he had been standing here. She exclaimed, Dex. Dex is as fresh as a flower, telling Cassius, now go find the necklace first. It's useless to beg for rice, so why don't you find the necklace first, then it won't be too late to meet Calypso again. Cassius was angry. Ha, ha, I was about to go look for it, because this thing keeps getting restless. She looked at the sword she was wearing at her waist. Dex's face was still smiling. Haha, that's right, you also have a troublemaker with you. She was confused. What are you talking about, Dex? You also have a sword. Dex ignored what she said. No, don't bother. Anyway, I'm counting on you. I believe you can do it. Expert in weird games, Cassius. She looked annoyed. I understand. I will help her become strong enough to survive anywhere. Angelina heard the conversation and was surprised. Wait, everyone is talking about me. So what are you planning to do with me? Just like that, Ye Young brought Angelina back to Cassius's hand. Without knowing how she would change under the tutelage of Cassius, a crazy PvP player. Angelina, the crazy woman who torments her opponents until death, that's how her anecdote started. Notification system, you have registered Cassius to become an assistant. In the lands of Baron Mihail. Standing in front of the city gate, Dex reads the system notification. The recognition points obtained will change depending on the assistant's influence. Side quest: register Cassius to become an assistant. Current location: Pain Mine. Dex was surprised, confused. I don't remember interacting with anyone at the Pain Mine. Why does the system say that I have an assistant there? Suddenly there was a voice somewhere. Stop immediately, catching Dex's attention. Said a gatekeeper, who looked like he wasn't a local. This is your first time coming here? Dex replied. No, Yes, this is my first time here. He smiled brightly. I'm so tired of explaining. The gatekeeper laughed. Is that so? Then let's go over there to fill out some documents. A blue-haired girl came with a bright expression and welcomed him. Hello, welcome to Mihail area. This is your first time coming here. There are some documents here that you have to sign. Can you take your time? Well, these forms are very important because the Mihail area is a key iron mining area of the Maroon Empire. Just need to confirm a few simple steps and it's done. There's nothing more difficult. Please sign these forms. Just sign below. Others are still waiting, so please hurry up. She gave the form to Dex to hold. Dex held the form, studied it. Then he discovered something terrible, so his face was very unsightly. What the hell is this? A contract with all these goddamn conditions. Oh my god, there's a rumor among the players that the Mihail region is in the top 10 places not to go. So this is the reason. I advised you not to go beyond the limit. What happened while I was away? Blue-haired girl, puzzled expression. What do you mean? Could it be you? Dex was angry, slammed the paper on the table. I have a few words to say to Baron Mihail. Where is she? At Baron Mihail's mansion. The Lord was sitting, cheering. How have you been? The whole kingdom has been in chaos since you left, so do you know how worried I was about you? But anyway, you returned safely. I'm back. I know you'll be fine. I was actually surprised when you sent those dead spirits. I didn't know they were your subordinates. Dex's face looks like a lost soul. It seems like you have some kind of interesting business at the city gate. How much is this money in total? The Lord excitedly replied, that video. Since the number of adventurers coming here is decreasing, I wanted to trick the new adventurers a bit, letting them work for us, using contracts. The number of miners, what did you call it? It's a plowing buffalo. When I found a plowing buffalo, I used this method. Don't you agree? Dex's face looked like he had just received a big shock. In his head he thought, I have created a monster. He said, manipulating and deceiving the puppet cyber adventurer could cause her to suffer the consequences. This entire country has fallen into the hands of an adventurer named Darkfire Dark Dragon. You know that, right? The Lord said. That adventurer won the throne through a fair fight, and I heard that he was very benevolent to the former emperor's family, even giving them a land. Anyway, that's normal. Besides, the most important thing is that I promised to pay them a huge amount of money. Don't you see? Actually, under the royal decree, I was even sponsored. This is how my world works. Dex sounds out of reach. He thought, she seems crazy, but there's no doubt that she's Baron Mihail. She's even scarier than I thought. Then, the Lord sent someone to push a cart full of gold, and told Dex, well, since it's here, you should accept this money. This is your profit all this time. Notification system. You have received 743 gold, 32 silver, 21 bronze. He looked at the money he just got. It's impossible. 10 gold became 700 gold in just 3 months. She sucks players' blood like that. Lord, confident expression, chin in hand. As for things like finding a master blacksmith to hire, or routes to sell valuable tools, I have a lot of things I want to ask you, but first I should hear the reason you came here, right? If you need anything, just ask. I will try my best to help you. Dex looked surprised. There was someone I needed to meet. At the piano mine, the ugly green devil was urging everyone to work quickly. Hurry up, if you don't finish the work, there will be no dinner. Then he pointed to another place. That new guy, you think I will go easy on you because of your low level. I'll keep an eye on you. Hurry up. Everyone tried their best. Some people complained. This is a game. Dex stood and observed everyone, then suddenly smiled. It seems it's this person. His mining speed is much faster than the others. Dex asked the green person's name. Hey, who is that person over there? The blue devil replied, are you talking about our official slave number 1? As expected, he is Mihail's acquaintance. He has a good eye for people. Dex asked again, official slave number 1. The green man replied, he was the first adventurer to work at our mine, but he dared to run away and was captured. That's why we forced him to work here until he died. Dex looked at him with a smug look on his face. Looking at his speed, his mining ability was at least level 5. No, it had to be more than that. How could he raise it? Dex said to the leader, Blue, can I talk to him for a bit? The Blue Devil was puzzled. Huh, you don't need permission to do anything. The Blue Devil turned around and shouted, Hey, slave number 1, it's your break time, come here. That slave number Q, while working hard, stopped, confused. Break time? There's no such word in my dictionary, right? This guy came in front of the two people, looking scared. Manager, what's going on? I remember I finished this week's work. Dex smiled and said, Hey, nice to meet you. Can we talk for a bit? His face smiled brightly. This guy, scared, confused, asked, Manager, what's going on? This guy thought, is he a player? He said, who are you? Dex is still smiling. Me, is the one who will set you free. The other slave said, I was caught while running away, and had to work here the whole time. Dex was surprised. Then why did you sign that crap contract? You should have realized it when you read it. The other slave said, I signed without thinking much. Dex asked, What is your real age? The slave, with tears in his eyes and a sad look on his face, replied, 15. Dex held his head, looking angry. Even though it was just a game, Dex thought, is this all my fault? Now I understand why the system insisted that I already accepted the assistant. Helenia stood in a corner, suddenly said, wait, this scent. She turned to whisper to Dex. The other Dex had the scent of fire. Dex was surprised. The scent of fire. She replied, it was a scent from those bound to the fire spirit, with the characteristic scent of the fire element. Usually these people are born to be blacksmiths. It's been a while since I've met someone with such a strong scent. I thought, if he was pointed in the right direction, he would be very useful. Dex said to that slave, Hey dirty hand, if I set you free. The slave's face was shocked when he heard that sentence. He couldn't believe his ears. Dex continued, Will you do what I say? The slave didn't hesitate. He immediately agreed, Yes. Dex said, Don't even listen to the conditions. Slave, gasp, as long as it's better than now. Dex said, Hey, if you keep behaving like that you will always be deceived. I sincerely advise to be. The slave, without needing to hear Dex finish his sentence, he knelt down and bowed his head. If you free me, I will obey you unconditionally. Please take me with you. I don't want to mine anymore. Ha-hoo. This action makes Dex scared and startled. Notification system. The contract between the Rotten Hand player and the piano mine has been cancelled. The Rotten Hand has been registered as an assistant. You can view the assistant's parameters. Level 24, Rotten Hand, Skill Level, C-Level Weapon Forging, D-Level Weapon Forging, Level 2 Kaong's Digging Skill, Characteristics, Vessel of the Oldest Flame Close Beta Tester Player Firstly. Dex finished reading, surprised, wait. First Closed Beta Tester. Yoon Jae-young frowned at the notice board. Wait, Closed Beta Tester, a skinny boy looked on in surprise. Arcadia was developed in secret until launch. Closed beta tester of a game like this. Hey, who are you really? The harsh voice and murderous expression on his face made the boy pale in fear. Yes, the thing is. My friend gave it to me. You, that's all. Is your friend Argos or the secret president of Silicorp or something, or the hidden nephew of the president of Ajin Electronics Group? It's not. I have a very smart friend. It's a secret so I can't say much. Okay, so I understand. Looking at him worriedly, he believed he wasn't lying. Enough small talk. Younger brother, why don't we try it too? Cobalt level 32 was decisively slashed across the body by one. The giant body collapsed. I killed it. I killed a Cobalt myself. Hee, this is the first time I've killed a Cobalt. I did well, right? Yes, the kid struggled a bit, but he did it. The boy's fighting skills are nowhere. Artifact-related skills are also not good. To be fair, artifacting is a difficult field so there aren't many good players. Strange, the closed beta version is still in this state. Why is this kid my assistant? Is it some kind of punishment? The Archangel suddenly appeared and interrupted, startling him. Do you really think so? What do you mean, L? To become a blacksmith, one needs to have the skills, aptitude and artistic sensibility to breathe soul into their works. But in my opinion, those things do not make a blacksmith. Standing on a blazing fire to refine metal, holding a hammer in the sweltering heat, one must have the determination to continue and never give up. Must go through hundreds, oh no, thousands of hammerings with unwavering determination. A new set of sturdy armor is forged into shape. Every blacksmith must go through this step. That child endured difficult circumstances without giving up. at least for me, I believe that boy has more potential than anyone else. L. How much do you know about blacksmithing? That aside, why are you so interested in the boy? This is difficult to say. Why? Is because unlike other facts, if information about this type of factor is revealed, the content could be greatly affected. As for Calypso, too much intervention is admittedly a burden to heaven. If such a thing happens again, this is not a small thing but will disrupt the order of heaven. So in short, L, if you admit it enough, I'll reveal what you're hesitating about. Well yes, but that's enough, then it's simple. I will pay, so just say it. Information has a great influence on the entire continent. I can't just wait in curiosity like that. Are you sure? It requires a large amount of recognition. It doesn't matter, I have plenty. Admit 912,312. Pay 150,000 admitted. Revealing the dormant mystery of the past. Playing Angel Michael's memories. Long before the Great Demon War took place, there was once an era called the Mythical Age. Even though they had different powers, there were still gods who possessed holy magic at that time. God of hunting. God of music and joy, God of war. Divine will and balance. God of time, God of disaster. There are many gods and different sects that worship them. However, during that period, several guilds disappeared completely without a trace. So that means a sect massacred other sects to prove the god they worshipped was the real god, and that crazy cult is the Holy Kingdom that still exists today. So the Holy Kingdom that always upholds justice is the descendant of those who brought massacre to this world. If this truth were exposed, the entire continent would fall into chaos. That's why heaven is trying to hide it. After this, the power of heaven will certainly grow stronger, but I believe that achievement is not worth trampling on the marks of other sects. That's why the gods lost their worshippers and turned into false gods. Even their names became blurred in people's memories. Level 24, Rotten Hands, Skill Rank, Grade C Weapon Forging, Grade D Armor Forging, Grade 2 Mining Skill, Characteristics, Oldest Flame Extinguisher, First User Closed Beta Tester. Perhaps the first person to light up the endless darkness, the father of blacksmithing, creator of Muspelheim, the spear that can burn all demons, Vulcanus. He was the one keeping an eye on that boy. She didn't say, so that's why I had to make that kid my companion, to help him develop and take advantage of it. What am I, a blacksmith trainer? Young, or take my boy to the dwarf. Look at this L, I say because it seems you don't know. Arcadia's explorers have yet to discover another species. How would I take that kid to the dwarfs when I don't even know where they are? Oh, I understand, we don't even know if they live. I know, the King of Chaos suddenly spoke up. I know where the dwarves live, he said and laughed, causing the Archangel to become suspicious. How do you know this? If you lie, I won't give it to you. I won't lie. Dwarves live underground. They dig burrows everywhere, and one of my subordinates came across one there. Really? Where is it? That's quite far, in the desert 5 days south of the Wyvern. That distance, 1 in 5 forbidden areas, where people can die from a harsh environment. Great Desert Rumir Stars. What are you planning to do, Master? If you're planning to go, I'll prepare everything. 3 days, not 1 day is enough. Me too, I also lend a hand. What are we going to do? Of course go. A great determination was made. Great Rumir Desert. On a desolate desert land, a resident spoke up to stop it. Are you planning to go to Rumir? How many lives do you have? Even I, who lives in the middle of the Rumir Desert, don't dare to be near here. In addition to the harsh nature, there are also hideous monsters lurking there. You said going through the desert. In my 60 years of life, I have never seen anyone survive through this desert, so I don't know. So, I guess I'll have to check it out myself. Let's go, my brother. Yes sir. These young people have lost their minds. Boss, I have something to say. Thank you for being generous with me, but I really receive good things like this. They look very precious. Magic Thief Costume, the thief suit that caused chaos in the world, made to be comfortable to wear while still having some defensive power. We're limit 35, resistance 25-25, defense power 80. Explorer's Cape, rare, a cloak made from famous monsters, made from many different monsters. The wearer is considered a worthy adventurer and not a fool. We're limit 30, resistance 17-17, resistance +10, expert luck +1, avoid random attacks. The dark blade stinks and is rare. The sword is used by a monster that lives in the darkness. It radiates the power of the person who used it. Nowadays it is often called the sword. Where limit 30, resistance 1717, attack power 170 to 220, Wrath of Wrath LV1. Every 3 attacks on the same opponent will deal magic damage. Magic damage stacking effect. Damage levels reduced from 80, 60, 45 respectively. Nothing. Don't worry, I bought it at the auction because I thought the clothes I wore before would attract attention. Auction, you really bought it for me. It must have cost hundreds of dong. When I finish using it, I will return it. No need. Why return used items? Just accept it. Think of it as compensation for the incident in the mine. In the beginning, it was partly my fault that the boy got stuck in the mine, so I should treat him well. Wow, to be treated so well without any pressure in a cold place like Arcadia. I will work for you my whole life, big brother. Why do you feel so guilty? Even though those items are cheap, I still say that. The boy's gratitude made Yoon-hae Young not know what to do. In the Great Rumor Desert, the sun is sweltering and blazing. The system continuously displays warning reminders. Due to the extreme heat, physical strength will be consumed quickly. Abnormal states, exhaustion. Recommend resting in a cool place. Young Zeke used a cane and tried to walk step by step. His face was sunken due to dehydration and fatigue, tiredly screaming, water, water, big brother, rest a bit. Dex looked at him helplessly and asked dejectedly, are you exhausted? Why is the time of exhaustion getting shorter and shorter? Young Zeke was dissatisfied and confused and told Dex, of course, this is one of the 5 famous forbidden places, the Rumor Desert. Speaking of which, why is Big Brother still so healthy? Dex was extremely energetic, showing no signs of exhaustion or dehydration. Hearing that, I exclaimed in surprise, brother. Dex thought to himself, obviously it's because I've already prepared a method to fight it. The spiritual energy inside him is being controlled by the Ice Witch Enchantress. Passive skills, Ice Heart have been activated, fire resistance has increased sharply. From his body radiating cool ice air, Dex confidently said, he is fine because he has fire resistance skills. After hearing that, young Zeke helplessly burst into tears, not having the heart to cry out. His skills are so high that come on, since coming here, my fire resistance has increased to rank C and I'm still struggling like this. He worriedly looked up at Dex, hesitantly asked with doubt, boss, we've been wandering in the desert for 3 days, maybe we should give up, even if there are dwarves living here, find them here, in a place this large, if the information is wrong, we're wasting our time. The two of them still walked in the harsh desert. Dex walked ahead, waving to comfort young Zeke. Don't worry, I'm sure that information is correct. Don't waste your breath and worry about walking, kid. Seeing that, young Zeke was startled, confused and asked again, why, how are you so confident? Who told you? At least tell me that person's name. Satan floats in the air, leisurely humming songs, happily exclaiming, the sun is shining brightly, and that person's name is even better. Suddenly, a terrible sound echoed from far away, causing Satan to be surprised and cry out in confusion, Suddenly, 2 giant scorpions, one white and one red, with ferocious looks, rushed forward, continuously screaming and screaming. Satan was so panicked that he was tense and confused, not knowing what to do. Information Display System, Level 160 Rumor Desert Double Scorpions. Dex walked past them, looking calm, speaking thoughtfully, calmly. Immediately the 2 giant scorpions were frozen in place. Dex continued nonchalantly, telling young Zeke to deal with them. He held the axe in his hand and timidly replied, yes. Choi young Zeke's axe struck the scorpion's shell. Immediately the monster broke into hundreds of pieces, slowly disappearing into the air. Your system also informed you that due to your low contribution, you received less experience. Level has increased, stamina and mana have fully recovered. The abnormal state of exhaustion has been eliminated, the title and status have been received and are not free. Young Zeke checked the system, saw the notification, was confused, said in bewilderment, new title, no freeloaders. After hearing this, Dex also found it funny and teased him, it seems like the kid always has some strange titles. Young Zeke remembered his titles, which was the #1 slave in the Fian mine, lying free. He felt momentarily disappointed, cried without making a sound, smiled faintly and then sadly replied, yes. Dex saw that and immediately changed the subject, curiously asking, well, leave it alone, what's your level, have you passed 80 yet? Young Zeke looked at the system screen and thoughtfully said, no, I'm at level 72. Okay, if you go from level 24 to 72 in 3 days, it's not too bad. Even if it's a bug, leveling up won't hurt anything. You know it, right? He was startled when he heard that and nervously replied, yes, that's right. Dex's face darkened. His face was dark and scary. His face was smiling, but it carried a scary feeling of threat. He asked in a cold voice, so can he continue walking without complaining anymore? Upon hearing this, young Zeke was immediately disappointed. His mood also dropped. He had to endure the battle, cried miserably, and resignedly replied, yes, of course, big brother. The two of them, one older and one younger, continued to move under the harsh sun of the harsh desert. Dex was now seriously thinking, after all, it would be better if I found some trace. I was considering the amount of admission to maintain the heaven. Admitted 750,312. Suddenly, Satan on his shoulder felt something and was startled awake. He put it on the branch of his hat and excitedly announced that the owner had good news. Dex looked at him suspiciously and asked curiously, good news, what are you talking about? Satan visualized the teen head stamping machine and excitedly told Dex, you see, in hell, there is a very famous dwarf. His technique is far superior to other people. He created a smithy in hell to create weapons thanks to hellfire. He is the only one who deals with demons. I think he has a reputation among the dwarves as well. Dex asked thoughtfully, so, what did he do? Satan rubbed his chin in thought and then answered his master, well, after lying down, he was always curious about what his descendants did. He said he would tell us about the dwarf headquarters if we called him. In return, he had to lend him his body or something like that. Dex looked at his eyes suspiciously, wondering, and when did you ask that? Satan kicked his eyebrows smugly and proudly said, even if I was with you all the time, I would still be guarding hell. That Birdman over there is probably doing the same thing. Dex gently touched his shoulder, looked inside to see Elle sleeping soundly, and exclaimed, really, it turns out you guys also work hard, right? He held his chin in thought and said seriously, well, anyway, there's no reason not to accept that request, right? Satan immediately became happy and excitedly exclaimed, yes, this is my ability, K-hee-hee. Teen head stamping machine appears. A stream of abundant mana hit directly at the Dex, creating a powerful energy encirclement, a surge of energy accompanied by extremely large wind power. Young Zeke behind him was surprised, panicked and shouted, boss, big brother. Tian's soul laughed out loud excitedly exclaiming, how long has it been since I was able to go out? Even though he was only in soul form, his power was still extremely strong. He felt the surrounding air and happily shouted, I remember this temperature, this sandstorm. It's been a long time, even though it's nothing compared to the temperature in hell. Dex stood there staring blankly, helplessly saying, I've pulled over another noisy guy. When did Elle wake up? Her mind was spinning. She was barking orders. Enough chattering. You should lead the way. It's too noisy. I can't sleep. Tien then remembered and said cheerfully, of course, you are a great angel, a devil and an angel working together. That's a rare sight. Ha ha ha. After speaking, he immediately began to look around, muttering thoughtfully, let's see, the direction of my hometown, Suddenly he looked down, his face panicked and surprised, saying, no, wait. Tien suddenly shouted loudly, it was right under his feet. Dex also looked down at the sandy ground on his feet, confused and said, what, really? Tien pressed his body close to the sand, confidently affirming, surely, the energy is under our feet, the last artifact of the dwarves, what I used to protect my descendants until death, the energy of the smithy sand. Dex immediately felt uncomfortable after hearing this. He sneered and mockingly said, ha ha, it took a lot of effort and even admitted it, who would have thought it would be so close? He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and asked, so, what do we do? Dig the sand until the entrance appears. Tien happily told him, that's what you mean, sand digging. Why use that laborious way? There is an easier way. Dex's eyes widened in surprise. I call young Zeke, kid. The boy was suddenly startled and nervously replied, yes, what do you want? Dex told him, stay away. Don't get hit. Having said that, he took Tien's big hammer in his hand, jumped fiercely into the air, intending to swing the hammer down. Mana also radiated extremely fiercely. Young Zeke was surprised by this power. His mouth opened, his eyes widened in panic and he shouted, the hammer, big brother pulled it from somewhere. Never mind, what are you planning to do? Dex laughed excitedly, his eyes widened, his voice cold, not the effortful way but the easier way. Saying that, he unleashed a holy move, super strength, headbanging. A powerful hammer strike caused the ground to sink deeply, breaking into many pieces. Young Zeke stood right there, caught off guard. He saw the ground cracking at a rapid pace and cried out in panic, the ground is falling, you're falling. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground immediately collapsed. He and Dex fell into the ground, towards a place where a bright light was shining. Dex immediately exclaimed happily, "That is." Teen couldn't help but feel moved and exclaim in admiration, "Being able to see this city again evokes so many memories in me." Dex became more and more excited, with an excited expression, excitedly saying, "This is really a city of dwarves." Sandforge, he spread his arms wide and let himself fall freely below. Before his eyes was a melting furnace with extremely high temperatures, surrounded by a large forge and small dwarven houses. The system continuously notifies you, you have discovered the hidden area, legendary achievement, you have discovered the last dwarven stronghold, the first sand forge. If you report to your current kingdom, you will receive a valuable reward. Title, Receive Persistent Adventurer. Stamina has increased by 10. Dexterity stat received, the efficiency of production skills has increased slightly. A task has been created. Mission, Meet the Dwarves. You have discovered the Dwarven Citadel after hundreds of years, where contact with humans was first cut off. As a representative of the human race, he received the trust of the dwarves and renewed the friendship between the two races. Situations will be established, trade with humans will be established, the Sand Forge will open, establish hatred, all dwarves will be hostile to humans, the Sand Forge will close. At this time, Dex had also successfully landed on the ground, and a group of people aggressively walked over with hammers with angry looks on their faces. They were extremely alert, shouting to announce that there was an intruder. Everyone readied their weapons. Human, is a human, kill him. Dex looked at the group of dwarves in front of him with an apprehensive expression, confused and said, "Isn't that friendly at all?" Right now in the real world, at the Arcadia Korean branch high-rise building. In the scene department office, Kang Tae-hoon and Supervisor Shin were discussing. It's time for the elves and dwarves to appear. He asked his staff, "What do you think?" Supervisor Shin also seriously answered frankly, "According to the prepared scenes, we intend to resolve the conflict between the dwarf and elf races. It seems that the main content will be proxy war. Players choose sides and then fight. Please give me your opinion, boss. I'm worried that it will be difficult to balance." After hearing this, Kang Tae-hoon felt confused and asked again, "Balance, why?" Director Shin remembered the image of the dwarves and the elves facing each other with obvious hostility. He began to analyze. "I don't find the dwarves' trait of contempt for other races very reasonable." In the previous scene, humans and elves finally formed an alliance and defeated the dwarves. Because of this context, players who choose to join the dwarf side must form their own guild. I think the dwarven players will lean more towards the elf players. If that continues, the difficulty will be quite low. After hearing this, Kang Tae-hoon also thoughtfully scratched his head and nodded, thinking and exclaiming, that makes sense, but I think differently. The dwarves have clear motives, right?" After hearing this, the other employees were confused. They didn't understand what he was talking about. They asked in bewilderment about his motive. Kang Tae-hoon leaned against the table, slowly explaining to his subordinates, Supervisor Shin, that no matter how rotten a person's personality is, sometimes he has to suck on soapstone to cooperate with them. The relationship can truly give them the benefits they need, such as between graduate students and instructors. For example, Supervisor Shin thought to himself, "Isn't this the relationship between you and me?" Kang Tae-hoon continued to speak, "A high-level item forged using the dwarf's crafting skills. If these items are released, they will easily transform existing crafted item lines." Speaking of this, he suddenly laughed with pleasure. His tone also became excited. Therefore, despite difficulties, if he succeeded in becoming their friend, he would have the power to transform Arcadia's economy. Who knows, if you miss learning, you can get mythical items that have never appeared at the dwarven base. Returning to the game world, the system is now reporting a mission to the Dex, an encounter with the dwarf tribe. You discover a dwarf city for the first time after hundreds of years of no contact with the human world. As a representative of the human race, gain the trust of this race and establish a harmonious relationship. Create a harmonious relationship. Official trade with humans will be established, and the forging sand will be unlocked. Creating discord. All dwarves will fight humans. Sand forging is locked. As soon as he set foot on this land, the dwarves were already waiting there with heavy weapons in their hands, shouting to each other to rush forward at the same time. A stranger intruded, all holding weapons. "Human, damn human, kill him." Young Zeke worriedly asked Dex, "Boss, did you also receive the mission?" Dex looked back and calmly answered him, "Yes, but I don't think it will be easy." He looked at the surrounding city scene, the giant, meticulously carved statues, the high-rise buildings and the burning heat from the heat of the forge. Dex thoughtfully recounted that in the past, the dwarves looked down on other races such as elves and humans. The result was resentment and war broke out between the clans, and they were defeated. That's probably why they retreated and lived underground until now. After listening to young Zeke, he became even more worried, shyly asking the big brother, if so, those dwarfs must not like humans very much. Dex also helplessly looked at the scene before him, calmly said, "Don't you see?" The fierce dwarves were angrily holding hammers and rushing forward, shouting in anger, "They were humans, the disgusting human has watered it," warned the violent hammer team, "must break their bones, leaving nothing behind." Another person quickly went to ring the warning bell, angrily said loudly, "How dare those bastards invade my fortress?" In just a moment, the other dwarves also ran over with weapons in their hands, with a spirit of determination, fiercely shouting, "I will make you regret it," holding a fierce hammer in their hands and rushing forward. Dex still calmly looked at the dwarf army in front of him, a little surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, this is not even an army, there is a separate emergency response team, why are they so fast?" Teen Soul flying next to him was extremely satisfied, happily laughing and talking, "Ho ho ho," it seemed they were still following the manual he created. Yang Zeke was worried and impatient, confused and scared and asked Dex, "Big brother, what should I do? Isn't this mission something I can't fight?" Dex glanced at him with disdain and said indifferently, "What do you mean? You can't just let these guys cause trouble just for the sake of a mission. Go ahead, dwarfs." Having said that, Dex used the force of command, turning Tien into a giant legendary axe, swinging his hand and radiating intense mana. This oppressive atmosphere and terrifying power made the dwarves present there startled and panicked. They became agitated and began to discuss with each other which weapons and destroyers. "That's it, definitely Master Tien's weapon. Master Tien died in the war with the elves in the past. How could someone like you have that precious tree, that person's name?" Suddenly, Dex smiled excitedly. Tien's soul had entered him, his eyes appeared a glowing cross, his spiritual energy also changed. He shouted arrogantly, "I am Tien, you bastards, then when I die, will you still live well?" The dwarves with eyes there were immediately surprised, shocked and gasped as if they couldn't believe their eyes. They exclaimed in bewilderment, "Wild, but those eyes and words, surely that is it, Master Tien." Suddenly they dropped their weapons to the ground and knelt down simultaneously. He clasped his hands on his left chest, his expression solemn and serious. The fierce dwarves bowed their heads in reverence for the spirit of the Tien in the body of the Dex before them. Elle looked at this scene with surprise, thinking to herself, placing her left fist on her chest, "I've heard of it before, this is an act of supreme reverence for the dwarves." Dex also placed his left fist on his chest at this time, smiling smugly. The system also immediately notified, established a relationship of trust with the dwarf, completed the quest, forging sand has been received, sandsmithing will be unlocked. In the future, official trade between humans and dwarves will take place. Title, received the title of Friend of the Dwarves. Tien's soul was extremely satisfied, excitedly shouting, "Ku ha ha, after all, going home is still the best, nice to meet you again, my descendants." The dwarves there also expressed their gratitude to Dex, and said generously, "Hey human boy, thank you for letting me see Master Tien again, even if just for a moment." "Yes, just now," was his unmistakable laugh. "Ha ha ha, look, even though he was human, that person was an apostle sent here by Master Tien, let us pay our respects." Young Zeke shyly hid behind the big brother's back while Dex was now silently thinking, "I'm more welcome than I imagined." Suddenly, a young-looking blonde dwarf walked towards him, urgently saying, "Master Tien's disciple, can I talk to him? My name is Bale. When I was young, Master Tien saved my life in the final war with the elves." Dex was a bit confused and hesitantly replied, It's a bit difficult, not as easy as you think." Bale replied absent-mindedly, "That's okay." Another red-haired boy walked up to Dex. He excitedly asked him, "Brother, where is Master Tien? He must be in Dorado, the dwarf paradise, right?" Dex was bewildered. With a puzzled look on his face, he asked again, "Where is Dorado?" He glanced at Satan on his shoulder, making him feel guilty and avoid it, awkwardly saying, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think that old pervert who likes to hit other people's heads will go to heaven or hell?" Elle on the side also sighed in boredom and said dejectedly, "The war of the dwarves was a war to protect their clan, but the fact that he was a headbanging machine certainly included his perverted selfish desires. Again, the consequences of being reincarnated as an angel are not few." Tien's soul quietly walked closer to Dex, softly asking him, "Please don't let that kid know where I am." After hearing this, Dex was also surprised, stared at him, and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Facing the expectant and excited expression of the happy child before me. Dex was also a bit reluctant. He shyly smiled and happily replied, "Of course, Master Tien is living very happily in that Dorado." After hearing this, the kid jumped up and down with joy, excitedly asked, "Wow, then I'll send a message to Master Tien to help me." Dex also agreed to help him. He asked curiously, "Just say it, Master Tien can hear everything, what do you want to say?" Suddenly the boy laughed excitedly. His eyes became emotionless and cold, radiating murderous aura. Calmly said, I will become a vase with extraordinary power like Master Teen. So he joined the ferocious hammer team, and bravely crushed and smashed the heads of those elves. So we will see you again in Dorado, right? After Dex listened, he was speechless, not knowing how to answer, sweating slightly, thinking to himself, there is a possibility that you will meet him in hell. Going deep into the stronghold are forges that are steaming with smoke and burning fire. Young Zeke walked and looked around, admiringly exclaiming, wow, this place looks really great anyway. Dex also took the time to look around at the scenery and exclaimed, hearing that the dwarf tribe was destined to hold a hammer from birth. Bale led the way for them. After listening, he happily said that it was a bit early for everyone to be surprised. Everyone who lives in this city is also a skilled blacksmith, engineer, and architect. In other words, our race is all blessed with that talent. Ha ha ha. Having said that, he pointed to a giant forge that was extremely solemn and cozy, and said excitedly, and this is the Helium Forge, also known as the third-ranked master forge in forging sand. The main owner is my father, Byron, a member of the Elder Council, who will participate in discussing the future of our clan. An old dwarf with strong muscles appeared, his whole body drenched in sweat, and asked in a voice, K-Hium, do you want me to teach these people? He is the master blacksmith in Helion, Byron. Dex opened his arms and pointed at young Zeke and introduced, yes, this kid has a dream of becoming a blacksmith, but it's just a toddler, but the boy has strength and perseverance, so I just need you to teach me a little bit. This kid is very helpful. Young Zeke immediately bowed politely to say hello. I hope you'll take care of me. Byron saw that and was somewhat hesitant. He hesitantly said, even if you are Teen's apostle, it would be difficult for me to accept human disciples. Having said that, he pointed at the young dwarf next to him and decided, this guy just joined my smithy, so I will let him compete in his crafting skills with this friend. Inside the smithy was a fire. White smoke was billowing out. The dwarf held the tool in his hand and happily laughed, happily saying, I'll be gentle. The system displayed an image of a crude magical dagger, the blade of which was created by an unknown dwarf to kill time. Although not much effort was put into it, the excellent craftsmanship is outstanding. Damage from 25 to 50, durability 200/200, low chance of dealing critical damage to enemies. After a while of struggling, young Zeke finally finished making it, wiped away the sweat with difficulty, and said dyingly, well done. The system displayed an ordinary crude short sword, made by a blacksmith who only knew basic techniques, 10 to 15 damage, durability 30/30. Byron was somewhat confused, took young Zeke's finished product and commented, what a pity, even though you are just an ordinary person with poor skills, this also exceeded my expectations. Every word he said seemed to sting his pain, making young Zeke helpless and resigned to cry. Byron finally made a decision, I'll give you a try, but don't get your hopes up too much. Dex was happy and firmly said, don't worry, we are satisfied with your teachings. Young Zeke also had a heart attack, feeling grateful, thank you, I will try my best. After a while, Dex finally had to leave. Young Zeke couldn't bear it, so he hesitantly asked, Big brother, I have to go. Dex calmly replied, I'm not doing anything here anymore, you think I'll be with you forever? Young Zeke bowed his head silently, sadly said, no, not, but. I thought we would be together for a while longer. After hearing this, Dex seemed to sympathize with the boy and said, hey kid, give me your hammer. Young Zeke was startled and surprised, confused and asked again, is it your hammer? Information display system, common blacksmith hammer, a hammer for forging metal, still rough but very practical, 5 to 10 damage, hash durability is 100/300, required to use crafting skill equipment. Dex held the hammer in his hand and asked curiously, kid, you only use this to create equipment, right? Young Zeke also honestly replied, yes, there is no reason for me to change the hammer, and I also don't have enough money, what's the problem? Dex uses spiritual energy on the treasure tree. The system immediately notifies that the item contains hidden karma, and can be accepted, admits 35,000 claim. Would you like to provide acknowledgement? After reading it, Dex was startled and shocked, thinking, crazy, that's 55,000, is that too much? He raised his head to look at young Zeke and said, kid, the boy also innocently replied, yes, big brother. From now on, you have to treat me well, brat. After saying that, he immediately deployed his power, bursting with mana flames that burned fiercely. This system shows that the Eternal Flame already has the minimum amount of acknowledgement needed to use its power. The Eternal Flame has left its mark on those who have followed it for a long time. The karma and effort accumulated in the blacksmith's hammer reacts with recognition. The abilities of the blacksmith hammer item have been completely adjusted. After reading it, young Zeke was in awe, secretly amazed. The flame, the Eternal Flame, appearing in front of him was a fire with fierce power burning. A ghostly face slowly revealed, speaking, "You still have a long way to go to become the person who makes my name known. Try to make up for your shortcomings by working hard, going through both hardship and pain, like I am of iron skin, overcome all obstacles and rise above everything, become the greatest blacksmith and proudly say that you are my disciple." Iron and fire, this summoned body was forged by the god, named Vulcanus. Then the fire gradually dissipated, transforming into a shiny hammer with a beautiful blend of red and yellow. Holding it in his hand, young Zeke was bewildered and confused, exclaiming, "What is that?" Vulcanus's hammer, hammer rod evaluation system. Information is still a mystery. In the dim light, Alice floated in the middle of the system. Suddenly the girl slowly opened her eyes. Warning, scene of the 9 elements of the forgotten mythical era. Vulcanus has the minimum conditions to unlock power. Use power, bestowed holy magic, bestowed subject, level 2 surveillance subject rotten ray. Item tuning, blacksmith's hammer, mythical Vulcanus's hammer. The scene conflicts with the third race war scene. Warning, there is a big conflict between the mission and the scene. Perform automatic analysis. 3, 2, 1 completed, scene 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 broken. Warning, 89% panic rate, highest hazard level, operational emergency rating, emergency status rating. Artificial intelligence Alice will make independent decisions due to the emergency. Using special permissions, the administrator's main scene control has been revoked. Mythic achievement, received mythical level item, oldest flame chose player as disciple, quest, created, traces of god erased, item, received hammer of Vulcanus, the title, was accepted, the spirit of the craftsman glowed, rotten hand picked up the hammer, a red light emitted around the hammer, surprising him. Hammer of mythical Vulcanus, requires equipment recognized by Vulcanus, 10 to 15 damage, durability, unlimited, requires crafting skill to use equipment, completely immune to fire attribute, rate the rule when crafting equipment significantly increases the items crafted from the user's effort and heart will help the equipment increase its durability and proficiency requires +2 and cannot be bought, sold, exchanged or destroyed. Thought Hand happily picked up the weapon and smiled, his eyes shining. "Big brother, it was you who did it right. How did you do it so well?" Yoon Jae-young calmly replied, "Yes, but I didn't expect to get the item, this level." He thought with a gloomy face, "Isn't it a special level but a mythical level? Looks like I have a little more clue about the task I need to do." The King of Chaos said with his chin in his hands, "What is this, Vulcanus? How does he have holy magic? Isn't he just a god in name and in reality who has lost all his power?" Elle next to him crossed her arms and replied, "You are so stupid. In fact Vulcanus is still remembered with respect by the dwarves and some other species. He is better than the gods who have been demoted. The gods have been demoted and their names are almost ruined. Delete that." The two of them pressed their faces against each other in boredom. The King of Chaos asked in wonder, "Even so, does he have enough strength to directly watch like this?" Elle replied, "Yes, with someone like Master, the only reason why this might be possible." The two of them thought to themselves, "Do you have so many points left in reserve? If you're going to use them for this, it's better to give them to us." Yoon Jae-young wondered, looking into the eyes of the two people, smiling awkwardly, smiling, "I just thought, haha, this look is a bit disdainful." Han Thoth shouted loudly, You, did you hear me?" Hearing the boy call, I turned around and wondered, "Ah yes, what's wrong?" The boy replied, "This item, I think it might be related to the title, the oldest fire I received in the mine before. I also received a quest related to it. Traces of the buried god." He happily smiled and patted the boy's head. "For now, don't worry too much about your mission. You know this whole continent only believes in one god, right? I don't know what trouble will happen if I anger him. Where is the holy country, if I just try to improve my blacksmithing skills?" The boy obediently asked, "Then, that means I can keep this?" He smiled, "Of course, I can't use it. After you do something you can return it to me later." The boy next to me was so happy that he cried, "Boss." The boy said with a determined face, "I am determined, no matter what happens here, I will definitely strive to become the best artist. If one day I can repay you, I will do my best to help you, no matter what." Hearing the boy say that, he looked at the boy bewilderedly. The system appears and has received the absolute trust of the target in the player. Tae-Toy will take on the position of assistant and complete the mission. The reward is to unlock the assistant system. Having been able to get the confirmation created by his assistant, he smiled, his palm emitting a bright red light. As I guessed, it was that type of system, and just like that, Ye Young had 3 assistants. The Battle Mage, Angelina. Master of all weapons, Cassius. Disciple of Vulcanus and Master Blacksmith. After this event, their fame spread throughout Arcadia, as the worst player. He stood on the cliff looking at the sky, his homework was probably done. He smiled, we should carry out the plan, right? A girl is sitting in her room searching for entertainment content on the internet. She looked at the picture and thought to herself, recently the number of people streaming Arcadia has increased dramatically, it's understandable, there are clearly many views around the world. Suddenly she used it again on a story museum page, on the screen were live shows, seeing that, she suddenly thought, I should also try live streaming, right? Wait, is this streamer crazy? They're in slime territory. In the slime territory, the territory is surrounded by green, interlaced mountain ranges. A beautiful smiling girl. Hello everyone, I'm streamer Tina. Today we will have a cooperative broadcast. Together with the 34th rank warrior, Bruce, we will hunt with a high-level player short. A tall guy, with a big armor behind him, he happily introduced, yes hello, I'm Bruce, nice to meet you, haha. During the live, everyone was commenting and discussing, you said hunting slimes, how is that possible, aren't they completely different from the slimes from before, both of them are over level 100, I guess it's worth a try, isn't that right, the slimes are only around level 80, the problem is their stats, because the slimes are all recognized so as soon as they gather, it's over, that's the problem, if parachutes come to if you meet the slime queen, you're dead, haha, it feels like it was created to be immortal. Tina read the comment and said, sweating, I'm a reputable girl, Bruce here is even more like that, right, the guy next to him scratched his head, yes, with monsters like slime, I can handle it alone, okay, ha ha ha. Comments started to pop up with funny messages, that's right ha ha ha, that place's level is even lower than slime territory, it's really easy to guess that's why it's entertaining. Tina read the comments and frowned angrily, thinking, these bastards are digging again. Hunting high-level monsters with a player she happened to meet is the main content of Tina's channel. The company that supported her in GM created this method. Ironically, despite going through the ordeal of the Duke Bourbon incident, GM Group still invested enthusiastically in Arcadia, perhaps because they had suffered heavy losses and accepted Arcadia as another world, with the hope of they want there to be more changes in the future, so they still invest in it. Along with that, GM Entertainment has determined their main content in advance. The two sides work together to create new trends, so they are building a system that allows content creators to collaborate on creating different content to avoid competition mechanisms. In the waking world, at a company the manager said, it seemed like she had run away, abandoning her teammates. If that was the case, it would be in big trouble. Tina, this type of content is attracting a lot of attention. From the company's perspective, it is difficult for us to continue our contract, unless you rebuild your previous reputation. Tina next to her asked in panic, so what should I do? We have come up with a way. Very simply, a scene is created with a similar situation, everyone is surrounded by monsters and she will enthusiastically and responsibly save the life of a low-level player. She turned around and thought, the company has assigned me a level 34 player, I'm sure I can do okay with this, thinking so, she smiled and said, our beloved viewer Topi, there is another player over there. In front of her was a guy with long hair, she saw that and said, let's try to invite them to come along. She quickly ran towards the boy happily calling, over there, hello, hearing the noise Yoon Jae-young turned around, what is it? She put on a cute and weak expression and said, if you're busy, would you like to go slime hunting with me? Comments continued to pop up. Here she is her deadly cute expression, look at it and you'll see who's going to die today. He asked again in a low voice, wait, slime, seeing his expression she tried to explain, I'm not a strange person, please don't misunderstand, I'm live streaming, today's content is carry that low-level player, do you understand what I mean? He was silent for a while then asked again, it's not difficult for the two of you to hunt slime, right? She happily introduced, don't worry, I'm a level 100 mage, and he's also a level 34 Radker. Come join me. Listening to her suggestion he put his chin in his hands and thought silently. Then he suddenly became happy, sounds good, so I trust you too, Tina happily asked again, really, yeah, thank you. He smiled and thought, broadcasting, just passing by. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting event. The spirit of chaos beside him shouted angrily, "Master, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly wasting your time here?" El beside him also tried to advise him, "This is not a wise decision. As a guardian angel, I advise you to stay away from those people." He happily replied, "I know." El next to him wondered, "So why?" He turned back and replied, "That's cool, I was going to go over there anyway to see what the slimes were like, why don't I try it, and I also wanted to try using the new item I received." Mythical item, Mask of Trickery. Ye Young had overthought the possibilities of its available options. Mythical Mask of Deceit, mask made from the skin of the highest level demons, paper that hides the truth and chit that allows others to see lies, limited wear, none, infinite resistance, technique special ability to deceive, disable identification and clairvoyance skills, no one can see through the truth behind the mask. Tina opened the information panel and asked, "Can you tell me the it and I will send you an invitation to form a team?" "Ah yes." He happily replied, "My nickname is I Like Chocolate Cake." She clicked on the team invitation and immediately a notification appeared on his screen, "Mage Tina has invited you to join the team, do you accept?" He smiled triumphantly, "Just as I thought, it worked." Ye Young guessed right, the trick mask not only changes a person's appearance, this is a great product that can overwrite that person's registered information on the system, allowing them to completely disguise themselves as a person, others. Tina pointed to the shield with the devil's skull on Bruce's back and asked in surprise, "Oh, this shield?" He also excitedly told her, "Do you remember the Argeimer incident that just happened? This fell from the monster I hunted, it's probably the area boss." Tina admired and praised him, "He is really powerful, rankers are different." Bruce shyly scratched his head and humbly replied, No, it's nothing, there are countless other players stronger than me, someone even single-handedly defeated the Black Fire Dragon that destroyed the Maroon Kingdom." Tina said softly, "One day I also want to face such a strong enemy, not to mention I only have 500,000 channel subscribers, it's probably a long time coming." Bruce also skillfully encouraged him, "That's a lot, and with Tina's beautiful appearance, maybe she could be the brand face of Arcadia." Tina shyly replied, "Ang, it's nothing like that." Bruce happily laughed and said, "I'm serious, ha ha ha." Yoon Jae-young stood aside looking at them. Satan looked disdainful, angrily said, "Master, where do these crazy people come from? Let's just kill them, you've been doing that all day, it's just broadcasting, they have to make money too." Suddenly Tina turned around, confused and said, "Oh, sorry, we talk too much in private." Jae-young just calmly replied, "It's okay, you two just keep talking." Tina thought to herself, "Haha, pretending to be cool, you're actually really excited to go hunting with a star." She hummed and sang while happily opening the system to check, excitedly saying, "Oh, have you ever killed a slime? Let's see what level you are." Her system displayed, "Level 52, I like to eat chocolate cake, warrior." Tina said contemptuously, "He was still level 52 so he probably hadn't destroyed any of them yet, because hunting them will be effective until level 80. Jae-young just calmly replied, "Yes, because of your invitation, I participated. I hope I'm not an iguana blocking my nose." Guess Tina said, "There's no need, we already told you, we'll let you go, just relax." In her heart, she was excitedly thinking, "Great, 100% newbie, so it's easier to stage a scene where Tina saves someone from danger, surely this content will be popular." A small slime was screaming, "Kyu Yuong, Kyu, Kyu." Bruce, Tin and Jae-young hid behind a corner of the wall, silently observing the large and small crowd of slimes crowded in front. Bruce turned pale and said fearfully, "Slime, I found them, but it's too crowded." Tina was also afraid of losing her nerve, confused and said, Not sure, we can still handle this, let's start." Bruce sighed softly, thinking nervously, "There's more slime than I thought, is that okay? Phew, this is so annoying." Tina secretly smiled smugly, thinking, if I record this video properly, the views will increase. Yoon Jae-young smiled happily and happily thought, "Haha, slime friends, long time no see, you guys are still as cute as ever." Tina excitedly shouted, Now, let's fight. Go slime hunting with me like Choco Cake level 52, please let me start." The comments section started to get noisy. "Haha, why didn't you mention Bruce number 32? If she runs away again like last time, it will definitely go down in history, haha, but aren't there too many slimes here?" Tina used magic to block a slime, shouting, "Bruce, you should take care of this side." Bruce was also using mana to fight, determinedly saying, "Yes, you just stay back, let's conquer their violence." Yoon Jae-young just stood on the side watching. He thought to himself, come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen someone else fight in Arcadia, because normally I kill or capture everyone I meet, but guys, this slime is stronger than I thought. He observed the crowded flock of cute slimes and silently assessed, each from level 80 to over 90, they not only attacked in groups, but also very unanimously, so unless you kill them all at once, it will be difficult to defeat them. Suddenly at this moment a slime rushed up, followed by many others, calling loudly, "Kyuu." Jae Young suddenly looked up, surprised and unable to react. Tina turned around and thought happily, the opportunity has come. She walked towards him, shouting loudly and carefully, "Firebomb." Tina released magical fire to destroy the slimes that were about to rush in. Notification system, experience has increased, items received, items dropped from slims. Not enough MP, mana shield is disabled. Tina sat on the ground exhausted and tired, saying with difficulty, "I need to rest a bit, my mana still hasn't recovered." Bruce comforted her, "Don't worry, I can handle this." He shouted a loud reminder, "You should also stand behind me, I like chocolate cake, don't wander around." Having finished speaking, he directly launched a shock attack to knock away the slimes. Comments immediately exploded, "Wow, a rancor is still a rancor, right?" His stamina didn't drop much even though he was attacked by 20 slimes at the same time. Both have good equipment, high level, and good control ability. This time Tina didn't even run away, she actively participated in the fight, and even saved the new recruits. Haha, that's right, completely different from last time. Tina read the live stream screen with joy and excitement, thinking, "It's done, the effect is really widespread, it's successful, just like that, it's too perfect, sorry, I like chocolate, maybe we'll do that a few more times." Seeing this, Elle worriedly said, "These people, there's something wrong. It's true that they protect X, but it's just so strange." Satan disdainfully replied, "That's exactly it. They take advantage of a weaker person to prove their superiority and attract attention. They deliberately pushed the slimes to the owner and pretended to protect him." Elle said suspiciously, "Master, what are you thinking? Are you just standing there as a background for that stupid Lukshu?" Dex just quietly smirked and said in a low voice, "Tan, L2, I'll mumble nonsense for a while, just leave me alone." Satan exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, how?" Dex glanced at the two of them and said meaningfully, "Now I want to make a beautiful video myself." After a while of struggling, Bruce was able to clean up the slime. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, I've cleaned this place, let's take a 10-minute break." Tina happily walked over and complimented, "Ah, okay, you've worked hard." The comments section is still very busy, they've been hunting for an hour now, looks like slim hunting with a team of 3 is also feasible. No, actually there are only 2 people, one does nothing, haha what can you do at level 52, just sit cool and eat a golden bowl. Actually, that guy couldn't level up even once, is it because the Vietnamese level is too large? Tina read this and secretly wondered, level, thinking back, it was true that the leveling effect did not appear. She immediately turned to ask Dex, "What percentage is your I like choco cake?" Dex asked in surprise, "Experience, why do you ask that?" Tina calmly said, "Ah, it seems you haven't been promoted even though we've been hunting for a long time." Dex said in a low voice, "Probably because I just leveled up not long ago." Tina also awkwardly said, "Ah, I understand, if possible, but you guys only go slime hunting." Before Tina could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted and exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Dex said confidently, "It's just, well, it looks like you guys are live streaming, wouldn't it be a bit boring, killing these slimes over and over again? Or let's go somewhere else with a higher level." Tina was surprised and confused and asked again, "The level was higher?" Dex suggested excitedly, "I think orcs are suitable for you too, what do you think?" Tina was startled and cried out in surprise, "Orc area." The comments section started off negative, "Orc zone, haha isn't that top content?" Seeing them kill the slime made him lose his mind lol. He is a newbie so he doesn't understand anything about this world, even if it's traveling, there are limits. Bruce waved to the other 2 people and said seriously, "Let me tell you something, I like chocolate cake, looks like you're new so you don't know, but the orc area is completely different from this place. Hundreds of fully equipped rankers combined together would find it difficult to conquer that place, because the slime area is already top-notch, with enough content to exploit, we have to be a little stronger to get to the orc area." Dex smiled evilly and mockingly asked, "What's wrong, are you not confident?" He turned around and left, nonchalantly saying, "That's it, if you 2 don't go, I'll go alone." The system displays, "Player, I like chocolate cake, has left the team." Dex continued calmly to the shock of the other 2, "Alright, if you 2 are interested in orc hunting, please come to my channel, I just turned on the live stream." He smiled and introduced, "My channel name is Diary Destroyer, that's it, goodbye." The comment section immediately exploded. Diary Destroyer, it must be a famous channel, isn't that the legendary channel that only uploaded 2 videos? But they're both influential haha, both the slime case and the mind slavery case lol, VCL. It's true, just leave. Wow, I like Choco Cake as the channel owner, wow, that newbie is level 52. Tina looked at the screen stunned, nervously said, what the hell, what is that? The current number of viewers is 5,348, the number is continuously decreasing, the current number of viewers is 6. Current viewers no. Tina was stunned, trembling and said, it's impossible, it's too unreasonable, he took away all my viewers. Current viewers no. In another desolate place, there was a sound, hello everyone, do you hear me? The comments section popped up again, hee hee, honey, I really like your videos, are you really going to hunt orcs, what are you planning to do at level 52, can you cause damage? Dex calmly replied, level, that's not important, I won't be the one to kill, instead, my friends will clean up the orcs. Someone else commented, friend, do you know anyone, lol don't tell me you're a level black fire dragon. The system displays the title, the slime savior title is equipped, the effect is activated, on Dex's head, a small, sparkling golden crown appeared, he shouted loudly, my friends, come here. From afar, a green figure with long hair rushed forward. 2 glowing eyes climbed down to the Dex behind which was a bunch of slimes, Dex happily said, wow, they're here. The slime queen happily hugged her, making a few cooing and cooing sounds. Dex told her gleefully, long time no see you girls, these orc brats have been acting up a lot lately, and I want to deal with them, please help me, the slime queen enthusiastically agreed, happily squealing, KY-oo. On the other hand, at this time the slimes, Bruce and Tina were startled by the vibration of the surface and the loud sound, Bruce exclaimed in bewilderment, fee that, earthquake. He immediately turned purple and cried out in shock, slime queen. Dex stood on the slime queen's giant shoulder, excitedly shouting, okay, let's go to the orc area. Hetty. The Dex livestream screen showed the image of the slime queen rising, her giant body terrifying. He stood on her shoulders, excitedly shouted and rushed forward. The slime queen fully awakened, screamed, KYUUU, sending a large, ferocious slime forward. Viewers competed to comment excitedly, what's up, what's going on, damn, the savior of slimes, how the hell did he get that title? Wait, am I mistaken or is that guy controlling the slime, did I just hear the slime queen being coy with him, how the hell did this happen, isn't that chocolate guy a warrior, how can he control those slimes? Hey guys, none of that matters as much as what we're about to witness. A battle between slimes and orcs. In the area of the Blue Thunder tribe, orc territory, a group of slimes aggressively rushed to attack. Notification system, orc guards have activated passive skill, menacing roar, effects are significantly enhanced due to their location being buffed, the orcs shouted loudly and menacingly, hiss, get back those slimes quickly, this is orc territory. The slimes continued to rush forward without hesitation. Dex leaned on the slime queen's head and leisurely asked Satan, did you hear what those orcs said, Tan? Satan thoughtfully scratched his chin and replied, I don't know, maybe it's like warning us not to trespass into their territory, who knows, God. Dex said thoughtfully, well, what you say makes sense. At this time, the slimes were competing to attack the orc monsters, causing them to run away in fear. The comments section was also extremely bustling, stir and bean soup, those orcs have no business with slimes, it's no different than a massacre, poor orcs, I was involved in a battle with slime, so watching it now is like having PTSD. An orc with a larger and more muscular appearance, equipped with weapons and armor, aggressively moved forward to wipe out the slimes, howling in anger. Orc Commander level 120, health 15,000, magic power 0, physical defense 400, steel defense 30. Viewers also enthusiastically commented, the final boss has appeared, is the Orc Commander, even high-level players can't beat it, right? This bet doesn't seem easy to win with slime, although this boss's level is higher and his health is higher than the slime queen's, but the boss can still lose, right? The Orc Commander pointed an arrow straight at the slime queen. She also did not hesitate to reach out to shake him. The Orc Commander roared madly then rushed forward, swinging his axe and cutting off the slime queen's hand, making her cry out in surprise. Orc Commander uses savage skills and attacks. Dex smiled slightly, calmly comforting her, don't worry, I'll support you. System notification, 3,000 credits have been spent. The slime queen received a temporary power boost, with all stats increased by 30% for 5 minutes. The Slime Queen let out a scream, directly releasing powerful mana towards the orc commander, startling him in fear. Continuously cried out in panic before being completely engulfed by the Slime Queen's mana. At the end of the attack, the system announced that the orc commander had been destroyed. Dex thought to himself, the battle ended faster than I thought. Well, there's nothing we can do. I guess that's the highlight of the live show. He looked at the live broadcast screen and happily asked, "Come on, did you all like the performance just now?" Viewers also commented curiously, "It's amazing, the orcs have been wiped out already. I want to see what happens next, lol." The system announced that the remaining force in this area was 1.2%. The minimum requirements for defending orc territory have not been met. The slime race ratio in this area is 99%, which meets the requirements for territorial occupation. The slime race has completely occupied the orc territory. The orc territory of the Blue Thunder clan has been destroyed. In the process of rebuilding, Slime's second home. The comments section is also giving mixed reactions. They just wiped out orc territory. No way, really bad. It's a hunting area that can also be destroyed. Lol, this game is crap. Criticized strongly. The Slime Queen turned back into her small form, happily ran to hug Dex, extremely emotional. Dex also understood what she meant, happily saying, "Ha ha ha, I know, now that I have more friends, my old place will be much more cramped, right? Congratulations on your new home," the Slime Queen also exclaimed excitedly and smiled brightly like a flower. The system displays information. The Slime Queen has achieved a great feat that transcends the limits of her race. The slime race, having endured countless repressions and oppressions, bravely achieved victory. They created a brilliant golden renaissance that no race dared to ignore. There will be a readjustment to slime races. The slime's abilities increase significantly. Named slimes with special powers will be added. Slime level 120, Guardian Slime level 150. Dex thought to himself with peace of mind, level 120, it seemed like they gained 40 extra levels in one go. Even if the player is quite strong, it is difficult to defeat even one of them. That's good too, I guess I don't have to worry about them for a while. More important than that, thanks to her incredible feat, the Slime Queen, who brought prosperity to the slime race, has grown significantly. She has evolved into a new form to suit her current state. The leader of the Slime Clan, the Slime Queen, has evolved into the Slime Queen. Slime Queen level 200, health 45,000, magic 84,000, physical defense 1,600, magic defense 3,600. Viewers competed to comment excitedly, "Wow, the level is so low, no other player can catch up with them anymore. Lol, just do your best to avoid that area. Oh, but her neck is small, can she turn back to her original size?" At this moment, the Slime Queen launched an attack. With a fierce expression on her face, she screamed to release her mana. The powerful power affects a large area, reaching all the way to Tina and Bruce's group. The system displayed a warning, fear due to contact with the Slime Queen, chance reduced by 30%. Tina covered her ears in pain and screamed loudly, with tears in her eyes. Next to him, Bruce also exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of amazing skill range is this? Is that still okay? We're standing 2 kilometers away." The system continues to warn of danger. The level is too low to overcome fear. Players are instinctively scared. Movement speed reduced by 50%. Tina held her head in pain and cried. Her face was extremely horrified. She trembled and muttered, she couldn't believe it. This couldn't be true. The savior of slime, I love chocolate cake. The Slime Queen appreciates the player's help. She credits the player who saved and revived the entire race as the savior of the entire slime race. The title of Slime Savior was changed to Slime Knight. The slime race will be absolutely loyal and obey the player's orders. In the comments section, everyone also admired, "Wow, who is this guy really? I don't know. He's the owner of the Diary Destroyer channel. Hearing the fox's name makes me feel cool, lol." Satan curiously asked Dex, "Master, why didn't you invest in these creatures from the beginning? Do you have any special reason?" Dex happily replied, "There's a reason." He smiled happily, in a happy mood, because they were adorable, right? Satan was dumbfounded, couldn't believe his ears, panicked and asked again, "What, is that all?" Immediately afterwards, that day's event was widely spread. The slime's power is beyond reach. What is their purpose? The game got out of control. Secret interview with the CEO of Arcadia LLC. The slime race is incredibly strong, and the media called it an invasion of the slime race into orc territory. Arcadia's Korean headquarters held an emergency meeting to discuss the matter, but they were unable to impose any sanctions on Ye Yong, who used the game system one fair and serious way. Soon, Orc territory, no, I mean Slime's second home, attracting a few daring high-level players to conquer. However, they were completely annihilated by the overwhelming number of Slimes. Now at level 120, the Lime race has become stronger than ever and cannot be destroyed. However, the truly scary thing is not there. It was a huge amount of up to 123,215 Slimes. No matter how many have been hunted, the constant appearance of Slimes is enough to break the player's spirit. The slime race has been the weakest monster in Arcadia since birth. Now it has grown into a force capable of engulfing an entire continent in just a moment. That's why the slime race has attracted all players' attention. And that attention is obviously transferred to its owner, Diary Destroyer. In the comments section, people are discussing enthusiastically, "Lol, this is the slime owner's channel, right? Hey guy, who are you? Why are those slimes following you? You really reached level 52 stars. How the hell did you get the title of Slime Savior? Subscribe to the channel. I like your videos very much. Looking forward to the upcoming videos. I'm from Tina's side. Please live stream more. This stupid name. Because of you, I'm still stuck in these mines. Lol, I can't believe those losers are still alive. When are you guys going to give up? Subscribe to the channel. I'm your die-hard fan." Wow, look, there are only 3 videos and that many people subscribe to the channel. At this rate, I bet he'll make it to the top channels in all of Arcadia. The number of channel subscribers is 36.7 million. Yoon Jae-young was lying on his phone scrolling in surprise, thinking, "Oh, this is more than I thought." Although not much compared to channels with hundreds of millions of subscribers, they are still professional streamers. I cannot compare to them, not to mention the people who stream 24 out of 7. And there were also a bunch of strange messages. "Hello, we are iCrop, a video editing company." "Hello sir, I like Choco Cake. If you are looking for a video editing company, we will provide the best service. Largest company in Korea, official content creator management in partnership with Arcadia, C. Limited." Yoon Jae-young let out a breath, thinking sadly, "They are all video companies. I didn't expect so many businesses to participate in one game. This world has changed. No matter how good I am at playing games, I still only remember the image of my worried parents. With my whole streaming project it doesn't sound too bad. At first I only streamed to support gameplay, but maybe I should continue streaming for a while longer. Furthermore, as long as I wear a mask, my identity will still be kept secret." He scrolled through his phone and randomly clicked on one, thinking, "Let's see." Jae-young politely said, "Hello, yes it's I+, right? I called because of your message." The other end of the line also answered very quickly, "Yes, it's I+. Sorry but we've sent out quite a few messages. Can you tell me your channel name?" Jae-young calmly said, "My channel is the Diary Destroyer." The other end of the line was startled. "Yes, the Destroyer's Diary. Wait, who? Hello, thank you for calling us. I'm Sae-wook Jo, CEO of I+. How can we help you?" Yoon Jae-young seriously replied, "Yes, I contacted him after reading the message. I am interested in discussing the contract with you." Scene changes to the next morning at the I+ Entertainment headquarters building. Yoon Jae-young walked over wearing a mask, glasses and hat, thinking suspiciously, "Smaller than I thought. Is this the right place?" At I+ Entertainment's office, CEO Sae-wook Jo, CEO of I+ Entertainment directly welcomed him. He forced a smile to greet him. "Ha ha ha, I'm really sorry for this small room. We were a bit hasty when choosing an office for the company. I hope you understand, but this is the best place to talk. Ha ha ha." Yoon Jae-young lowered his head and directly suggested, I understand. Frankly, I was a little surprised by this small office, but this was my first time signing with an editing company, so I called the first message on the list. Do you guys sign with any other content creators? I just want to see a few examples to make sure your company is a good fit for me to entrust my videos with." Sae-wook was startled and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, about the fish?" Jae-young asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me I'm the first customer." Sae-wook was confused about calculus, asserting his credibility. "Yes, we are a startup company, but I assure you, we have the best staff in this industry. Please give us a chance. We will definitely not disappoint you. All of our employees have accumulated extensive experience in the marketing and PR team at GM Group. I was very selective in selecting them." Yoon Jae-young was slightly surprised and curiously asked again. He said, "GM Group, can you explain more?" Sae-wook breathed a sigh of relief and happily replied, "Of course." After a while, Jae-young finally came to a conclusion. So, what he meant was that he and his staff were originally members of the marketing and PR department of GM Group, but due to the recent scandal involving Duke von Hern, his entire group was disbanded, and it all starts again from the first video uploaded to my channel. Seowok Jo sadly said, yes, after the video exposing the GM group that he uploaded went viral on the internet. Oh, of course, for that matter, I don't feel sad or anything, but I also felt quite relieved after watching that video. Anyway, we applied to that new department to handle promotions and marketing programs in Arcadia, but before we could do anything, we suddenly had to bear all the responsibility and had to leave the company. Suddenly he was moved and slammed his hands on the table, stood up, determined to confirm, but that's not important, each person only lives once. I decided to take a risk and start this company. I promise to put our hearts and souls into it. I know you're skeptical, but please, put your trust in us. Yeon Jae-young didn't say anything, just rested his chin in thought. Seowok grimaced indifferently, thinking, well, as the company's CEO, right now I have nothing to suggest other than begging for his consent without any guarantees. Success, honestly, if it were me, I wouldn't work with a company like this. Damned, if only we had more experience. Okay, Jae-young's voice surprised Seowok. He asked in surprise, what? He said seriously, but I have one condition. Seowok also freely suggested, just say it. Jae-young said seriously, do not disclose my personal information to anyone under any circumstances. The content of all videos is the same, do you understand? In the middle of endless space, Alice floats high above, surrounded by bright information boards, from large to small. The sound of the notification system ringing caught her attention, detecting a sudden increase in keywords related to dwarves. The table below was red, showing the information analysis percentage was 4 to 2%. The space gradually changed, the information panel appeared, all existing tasks were disabled, an image of a locked chain immediately appeared. But immediately the system changed to real-time task creation mode, selected users who met the task creation criteria, and assigned related tasks. The system board with the quest has appeared, telling about two ancient enemy races, dwarves and elves, asking the player to become a peace envoy for both of them to open a truce. Of course the condition for completion is that a peace agreement between the two races will be established and trade routes will be opened between the two races. The failure condition is that the peace agreement between the two races will be established, the race was broken and the war between the two races resumed. Jae-young looked at the notice board that appeared before his eyes. His face was a bit helpless and confused. The problem was that he had just become close to the dwarf. A new task appeared. Convincing them was even more difficult. However, somehow miraculously, how the hell did he succeed in the negotiation conditions? Basically all that remained was to sweet-talk the goblins. Thinking about them, he felt that now was the real hardship. He needed to think of some strategies before he got there. Jae-young had no information about their temperament, but before that they had formed an alliance with humans, even a truce, so it's not completely hostile. Suddenly Satan nearby sensed something. Why suddenly? Jae-young turned around confused. What's wrong? Tan, is something wrong? Satan scratched his head and grimaced. Sorry master, I need to go back to hell for a while. Realizing the discomfort in his words, Jae-young immediately agreed. Okay, but is it something serious? You don't look okay. He immediately avoided it. It's just a bit complicated. Elle witnessed the conversation. Talking next to him couldn't help but be disdainful. His eyes glanced over and couldn't help but mock him. It quickly turned around to reveal that one of his subordinates had rebelled, and the demon lord's position was being shaken, and this made Satan angry. Can you shut up? I'm angry enough already. Satan immediately yelled at him. No matter what, he couldn't trust that chicken wing. No matter what he said, Jae-young was bewildered and confused. What kind of trick? You know what I mean. It's a trust transaction, he shouted loudly to remind him. He also said he would return, arrange everything and come back soon. The teleportation magic had already activated under his feet. And the guy next to him just sighed. Okay, be careful, Ace is always so greedy. Thinking for a moment, he understood that the 1 million credits he had collected were now only about 300,000 left. Seeing that Satan had left, he turned to Elle and asked her if she wanted to return to heaven. He intended to walk around alone so it was okay, but she replied that she had expected this, and had gone through all the trouble, to have some private time with you. He suddenly frowned. Really, so just do as you want. Wait, what did you say? You see, demons are inherently dark and cunning, not honest at all, not to mention they are loyal to every desire, and that is how stupid creatures are easily manipulated by a little provocation. Add in the fact that Uriel from the heavens and the legions under his command are stirring up everything. That bat must have been a headache. It would have been best to just disappear, but, yeah, that might be a bit difficult, she said in a rapid, robotic manner. Jae-young next to him was a bit surprised. He asked her if it was Elle who instigated the coup and ordered the angels to create chaos in hell. She just smiled happily and agreed with his opinion, thinking that she had made an effort to make the bat drag its butt down. Jae-young was still confused. She covered her mouth in surprise. He really didn't know. He quickly recalled the time he desecrated the holy land of Mount Pian and asked him if he still remembered. Remembering the bad memories, the bewildered golden deer Jae Young suddenly remembered that. She stood next to comfort him. I won't blame you. Anyway, everything is because of that demon. I don't know if he's not guilty. You can only laugh it off, so why thank you? The little head secretly thought to himself. Tan advised against this. His sharp eyes looked at L. So L, what exactly do you want from me? The effort to kick Tan must be important. These words caught her attention and she thought for a moment. I want fairness. He was surprised for the second time. He couldn't help but ask again. Fairness. Your destination is the goblin's hidden heart, right? L asked quite firmly. These words made Jae Young's heart skip a beat. The negotiation with the dwarf was conducted while both Tan and L were distracted. In that place, the king of chaos, the demon king Satan and his minions' favorite Johns are sleeping, she said cautiously. He asked again for an item so meaningful that even Tan treasured it. L just smiled secretly, then he would know it was a valuable item. In any case, she spoke again. The more Elle spoke, the sharper her eyes became. When you get there, destroy that thing, completely destroy it, turn it into ashes. Jae Young's surroundings were filled with confusion. What? The two continued on the dirt road. The sky seemed to be late afternoon. He thinks about the holy place hidden in Mount Pian. There is an item that can bind him and Elle by contract. The image of the necklace appeared. It was definitely a very important place in heaven. He was confused as he walked, but even so, Elle suddenly repeated the incident. Unlike her at all, was that item that important? Looking at her, he became even more confused, not knowing what she was thinking. Elle suddenly turned her head, as if reading her mind, and apologized saying she didn't explain herself enough. As for the specific plans recently, the fate of that object had been on her mind for centuries. He quickly asked him why the angels and demons were trying to sign contracts with humans in Arcadia and increase their influence. This statement surprised him, and he immediately thought about trust. She smiled slightly. Yes. Through the contract with humans, we can gain the ability to exert power in Arcadia, thereby achieving experiments, Elle said as she raised a finger. From that finger a flame rose, small, but there is an even more important reason, she continued. Jae Young widened his eyes in surprise and asked for a more important reason. Elle quickly destroyed that fire. Her mischievous face smirked. Just to provoke the other person, that bat destroyed the holy land of heaven, so he had to pay the price. He quickly added more, and because his destination happened to be the place where he placed something important, it was like fate. Jae Young was helpless. He was wrong to think it was so unlike her. It was so meaningless. The image of an evil Elle appeared. That map sparkled in her eyes. Her obsession with revenge. The roles of both had been changed. Anyone could see it. He sighed, crossed his arms and reminded, but don't forget, you didn't come to the elf kingdom for that reason. He reminded her that the most important thing was still the mission. Elle next to her covered her mouth. He of course, I won't hinder your trip. It was nighttime, in the great jungle of Emil. Jae Young stood on the outside edge, looking in carefully and commented, along with the Great Rumir Desert, the Great Forest of Emil is one of the 5 forbidden areas of Arcadia, according to information from the dwarves. Elves are somewhere inside. Indeed, this place is extremely suitable. He smiled inwardly, praising himself for coming this far, despite a few incidents. Thinking back to the past, he heard that there were no elf souls left in the heavens. Of course they surprised him quite a bit. Elle worriedly affirmed that when elves die, they will not go to heaven or hell, they will go to the spirit land, so Tan, too, cannot summon elf souls. Jae Young had a headache thinking about it. He originally wanted to do it the old way, summoning an elf spirit and instructing him like they did with the dwarves. Elle quickly came up with another way. She gave the information that even though there are no elves in heaven, there are still people with close relationships. He quickly used the skill, summoning an archer, Amelia, an archer with long hair and a dazzling bow. Very quickly she pointed out the direction to go through this ancient forest, and especially because the ancient spirits residing here are very fierce, this gave Jae Young quite a headache. It seems like we no longer have no choice but to go through. Is there no other way? Suddenly, from deep in the forest, an echo rang out, causing everything to stir, a golden gaze, strong breathing filled with anger. But the guy on the other side immediately noticed, his eyes lit up with interest and he lightly complimented him. His ears were sharp. A wooden figure rushed forward, 5 times taller than him, shaking wherever it went. Is the level 140 ancient tree of the Emil forest, which around him quickly activated the magic circle, appearing even as we spoke. Jae Young suddenly exclaimed. The ancient tree leaned forward and reached down with his thin hands. His speed was not normal. The hand's shadow was about to hit him. Jae Young still calmly stood still. The banging was loud, dirt and rocks flew in all directions. He wanted him to be crushed to pieces. The smoke and dust rose up, obscuring the view below. Dispersing far away, the smoke could not cover his aura. Jae Young's eyes lit up, his smile could not hide his exclamation. His eyes were really beautiful. Jae laughed in the old tree's hand. His body was completely flawless. His glowing hands looked at him. Thanks to it he didn't need to run or jump at all. It seemed like it was a physical problem. These words directly shocked the monster. His perception seemed to freeze inexplicably. But the next second, he returned to his hysterical appearance. The tree branches above his head did not wait to gather, killing him in one blow. This time the speed was faster and stronger. Great arrow. Jae Young stretched out his bow, his hand raised without warning. The power radiating from it was like burning the air, lighting up the whole sky. Skills activate very quickly. See clearly, quickly identify opponent's weaknesses and attacks. The one-time attack pierced straight through the monster's side. The scorching light brightened him. His eyes widened at the terrifying power. Jae Young held his posture on the wooden arm, his small body carrying tremendous pressure. His eyes were excited and he was smiling. His hands were still bright and misty. Immediately, the arrow flying past exploded. Each wave of powerful attacks, the light exploded in white. The field of vision became smaller, but the destructive power was absolute. He covered his forehead with his hand, smiling at the burning fire, the ashes flying and scattering brightly. Oh, the damage is no joke. It's amazing but quite difficult to control. The level of credibility is not the least bit, but have fun continuing your trip. Let's go quickly. In the darkness of the forest, two figures were watching him from above. Their eyes were bright, their expressions were unclear but they radiated an unusually calm demeanor. The night was quiet. The forest at night was terrifyingly quiet. Amelia stopped and said, if he had come this far, he would have been able to complete the journey without any difficulty. Monsters did not dare to come around here because this place belonged to goblins, which Jae Young was very fond of. Thank you. Oh really, thank you. I was able to come this far thanks to your help. Amelia immediately wanted to ask him, when she met the goblin, he would help her do one thing. But this request quickly surprised him. Something, what is it? She immediately wanted to find out if the elf named Pale had cheated. The image of a somewhat handsome elf with long blonde hair appeared. She continued, if he was still alive. Amelia suddenly became angry. She shouted, wishing him as much pain as possible, to make his death brutal. Her eyes filled with anger as she said. She recounted that he should have died at the hands of the dwarves, but she saved him, even sacrificing her life, after which they promised each other eternal love. The image of her protecting him in the sea. Fire appeared. She bravely defended the front. But Pale interacted with many other goblins, not just one but many at the same time. Amelia hugged her face and burst into tears. Every time like that, my heart, my love, that bastard, if killing him was too much, she wanted him to be able to beat him until he was dying, like one more punch would kill him, lying down. That's all I begged you for. Jae Young was sweating next to me, then helplessly said, oh tree, I'll think about it. But he immediately thought that all of these crystals seemed to be a bit confused. The system's activation sound rang out, and the mission image showed that the woman's revenge filled with hatred had been initiated. The image of Amelia's past tells that, even in death, she always watched over her lover to make sure he did not cheat, accumulating resentment and hatred, causing Pale to receive her punishment, which this event kills the demon Pale or causes him to experience a near-death experience. Elle next to him sighed helplessly and said, ah, this is the reason I said you shouldn't date outside your race, which immediately made him pay attention to what she was saying. Elle. She quickly explained that elves do not have the concept of love and marriage like humans. They live very long and do not follow the concept that each person should only be loyal to one other person, Elle said while sighing. Elle immediately tells Amelia that she is close enough to the goblins to have the unique title of honorary goblin. She must understand this. Pale is a goblin and she should not use her standards. People to judge or hate actions is a habit of goblins. Amelia walked with her eyes downcast. She seemed to feel helpless. I'm sorry and my request seems a bit excessive, but I'm not enough in the face. Now you can reach the goblin village and don't need my help. Can you send me back to the astral world? She sadly asked Jae Young. The system sound rang out again. The person who made the request changed his mind, and the quest that had begun to erase the women's revenge filled with hatred was erased. Once the system pops up, the recall notice has cancelled the 8,632 admitted points that have been used. Jae Young exclaimed, to be honest, aside from being a bit crazy, she seems like a really good person. Really, it gives me a chill. I don't think I'll summon her. What a pity, because she has such useful abilities. The two of them were still chatting quietly without realizing that they had long been followed by two mysterious shadows above. The arrow suddenly rushed forward, its sharp tip cutting through the wind without a sound. The arrow rushed forward, forcefully piercing the ground right at his feet, immediately startling him. Glancing over, Jae-young realized that thing was an arrow. The voice shouted orders, "Don't move that human." The voice continued, "If you make a move I will turn you into a hedgehog." Jae-young glanced carefully, this feeling of being surrounded, we are surrounded, this must be a goblin. He quickly paid attention, his sharp eye said to Elle, "Hey Elle, isn't the relationship between humans and elves very good? They fought together," she explained hiding in his hat. At that moment next to him, they lacked people, so they interacted with humans. Elves did not like humans very much, like dwarves. He was surprised and confused. What? No, why? Elle glanced at him and explained why. Most humans don't look very attractive, but compared to that goblin, the goblins jump down from above. Behind them are archers. They cautiously approach. "Don't move humans, you are surrounded, already." He was stunned and immediately agreed, "Of course, is this the normal appearance of goblins?" The bright moonlight illuminated the area he passed through. His hands were tied, his eyes were covered, he was quickly escorted away. "Hurry up human, don't resist." Jae-young wanted to take this opportunity to find their lair, but both his eyes and hands were covered, making it difficult for him. Moreover, the direction was constantly changed, causing him to lose all sense of direction. They were indeed extremely cunning. The black patch quickly opened, which surprised him, eyes still closed to adapt to the present. But as soon as he opened it, his eyes were bright. This is, Jae-young and the elves appeared in front of a tall tree, where the tree rests, where the world tree is located. The goblin in front groped around, touching the base of the tree looking for something. Then began to speak another language. Golden light radiated with a bit of dreaminess. And right from the base of that tree, a path opened, lighting up the sky. A small city appears, feeling shrunken. Jae-young laughed excitedly. He thought it was impossible to find this place. The system rang to notify him that he had found the world tree's resting place for the first time. Very quickly, a lot of accompanying stats were added and there were also many accompanying titles. The bright light blinded his face. Jae-young was really happy at this moment. His whole face was full of joy. This was the world tree Yggdrasil, the tree roots supporting the entire Arcadia, symbol of nature, the origin of goblin species. But the next second he turned his attention to something else, however. That black thing, a sword with a glowing purple color, was stuck in the tree trunk, deeply embedded in the body. He was helpless before Tan, not understanding what he did. Elle smiled happily in his pocket. "I understand, you have no other choice but to comply with her request." The elves had lived for a long time. Their eyes were quite surprised to see that he, a human, was actually a human. "Mom, he looks so ugly," a child calmly said, "a disgusting appearance." They directly criticized him, making Jae-young only endure it in silence. It turned out that it was him. Humanity had entered the primeval forest. A white-haired woman came out. Her eyes were a bit wary. She was the elf queen, Melissa. The other elves were confused. They saw the queen come all by herself just for a human. This surprised them and him too. Next to Elle guessed that maybe they had been following him since entering the forest. He could see that thanks to the forest spirit, Jae-young just resigned, reminding her not to tell him too early. Melissa looked at him, wanting to ask him about this. The technique of using a bow to shoot monsters, how did you master it? But this question interested you. You fell into a trap. Immediately mentioning Amelia, this answer startled the queen. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. The goblin subjects gossiped about Amelia. Some said she had been dead for a while. If any humans found this goblin forest and said so. The queen immediately ordered him to be untied. They had something to talk about. This made the archer worried and tried to stop him. She can only comfort her. She understands what they are worried about. On the other hand, tell Jae-young to follow her. The two of them will go to a quiet place. He looked stupid and asked Elle if she knew anything about Amelia. She refused and was not very clear. It was too difficult to see the elf's reaction. He thought for a moment, realizing the queen's look, which was not her favorite. But I was extremely scared when I heard about it. Somewhere inside the palace. Melissa sat opposite him. She did not know that Amelia had human students outside. He immediately replied that she had died decades ago, so she did not study directly, hoping the queen would consider it a palace school, the magic she created. The queen rubbed her chin, which for her was a very long time by human standards. Jae-young leaned forward to ask about Amelia. She was one of humanity's few honorary elves. Melissa kept her face down, having difficulty expressing her opinion. But all in all, she's a crazy woman. You just have to laugh through the story. Haha, you already know that. She flirts with every handsome elf she comes across, and if any female elf competes with her, she will directly show her jealousy, which has caused much discord and misery. There are so many female goblins, it's as if she wants to monopolize all the male goblins for herself, especially her obsession with the male goblin named Pale is much more intense. Every time she gets drunk, she will threaten to shoot him with a bow and arrow if he didn't marry her. I still remember that day clearly, Melissa recounted slowly. She did a lot of crazy things. It took 40 years for her to reunite with Pale. Looking at Jae-young with the same skills as her, she was afraid that he was a human coming to take revenge. As soon as she realized that it was an unfounded suspicion, she felt completely relieved, but these words made him helpless. He could only say that she should relax, but in her head, she thought that the queen was one of those evil goblins, with Pale, Amelia's husband. If he had no connection with Amelia, why did he come here even through the great forest that made the goblin territory inaccessible for hundreds of years? It's hard to believe it was out of curiosity. Melissa hoped Jae-young could believe it was just out of curiosity. The boy sitting opposite smiled and said he had been waiting for this sentence, and conveniently pulled out a roll of paper. The queen was quite surprised. This was a trade agreement about establishing a cultural exchange route. She looked at him. This human is not an archer but a merchant. Melissa read through the paper and realized something was wrong. There was a very strange feeling in her. It seemed like a feeling of excitement that could not be ignored. Her hand suddenly pressed lightly on the paper, and very quickly it was gone. Discovered that this paper material was familiar. She looked down and noticed the signature written at the bottom. Her surprised eyes exclaimed at the dwarf. It seemed like he was just waiting for this moment. He knelt down, raised his hand to his chest, his eyes lit up. Jae-young introduced himself as the human representative of the peace delegation that visited the Sand Forge, named Dex. Jae-young stood before the demon queen Melissa and said, "According to what I learned, the war that happened centuries ago did not end with a truce. The war only temporarily calmed down when both sides did not intervene into each other's territory, which then led to the current situation, right?" Jae-young's voice still resonates. It's been a long time since then. It's time for a new era to begin. Melissa still has a gloomy face and an expressionless expression without responding. She focused on the paper she was holding in her hand and kept thinking, declaring an official end to the war between dwarves and elves, shutting down all offensive words and actions as well as discriminatory treatment between two species. This agreement is aimed at peace between the two races and spares no effort in forming a healthy relationship. In other words, this is not simply a request for trade and exchange. It's also a peace treaty between the two races. After thinking for a long time, Melissa also spoke calmly. "You said your name is Dex, the representative of the Human Peace Delegation, right? It seems what you said is true." Jae-young was serious. Suk looked at it and didn't answer. Melissa continued, "But for extreme racists like the dwarves to propose something like this, what exactly did you do?" He happily replied, "Elves aren't gentle at all, are they? Crazy about appearance or contempt. It sounds even worse than dwarves." Melissa coughed a few times to regain composure, and replied calmly, "According to the request letter, you want to trade goblin fruit wine and branches of the world tree, right?" He happily nodded. If so, they also want to exchange souls and fairy wing powder." Speaking of this, the corners of her eyes drooped somewhat. Her face looked sad. "I understand. I'm sorry but I cannot accept this request." Dex froze in surprise. "It's still too early to make a decision. We can discuss the exchange items at any time." Melissa has a very expressionless expression. "Sorry but that's not the problem. The reason is simple. It's just that we elves are incapable of following through on the agreement." He was slightly surprised. "What is the possibility? Can you talk more about that?" She replied, "That problem, I don't think I can reveal it to humans." Then she waved her hand as if she was dismissive. "If you're done with your work then go. Our cavalry will lead you back to where they met you." The game system gives a red signal. The peace treaty with the goblins fails. The peace delegation failed. Hearing that, he quietly thought seriously, didn't discuss it further. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." His eyes looked cold. "What's wrong? I don't want to retreat like this." While he was still pondering, a voice rang in his ear. "Didn't I say?" Jae-young turned. When he saw Dex, "You have no choice but to comply with my request." He was surprised and wondered, "Did you know things would turn out like this?" Enthusiastically said, "What about my suggestion? Do you want to hear it? Maybe it will help you." The sudden war that took place caused the whole Arcadia to be submerged in a sea of blood, a great holy demon war. During the terrifying war between demons and angels across Arcadia, the world tree saved countless lives from bleeding to death. "Do not be afraid, you will grow up in my land, under my shadow, you will be safe." Territory declaration skills. In this space, no living creature can use attack skills. All combat-related stats are significantly reduced. That is the power of the tree. Gender. Thanks to this skill, war was avoided around the World Tree, and the shadow of the World Tree became a holy place for many weak people, praying for the war to end. However, the Great Holy Demon War did not end that easily. Even the inevitable happens. An artifact of the underworld, one that spreads death, one that can plunge everything into darkness. That horrible item somehow managed to get stuck into the trunk of the World Tree. How could that be possible? El was serious, so since then, the elves' job is to protect the World Tree. This place is where the World Tree exists. This time has been secretly vigilant for a long time. That's why trade letters would reveal the location of the World Tree to the outside world, something the elves would not allow. That's why you were rejected. Yoon Jae-young heard that and laughed uneasily. I see. So you want me to destroy you into a sword and sow death, right? You want that, and if so, then the elves also agreed to the request. El flew away full of curiosity. Exactly. So first of all, Yoon Jae-young was surprised. Huh? You turned around, Your Majesty. Melia looked over in surprise. What's wrong? I have nothing more to say. Yoon Jae-young turned and gave a friendly smile and said, just one last request, can you follow me for a while? If so, I will quietly leave the village. Then, they came to a large tree with luxuriant foliage reaching high above. Following the darkness, this tree also emitted a dim halo. Standing below, the two stopped slightly. This is fine. Melissa didn't quite understand. This place, why? Her expression was quite gloomy. Why did this human bring me to the World Tree? What was he planning to do? He opened his eyes and looked up. Wow, up close you can see how big it is. He gently looked at Elle hiding in his shirt, uncertainly said, Elle, what should I do now? I came here as you said, but that thing in the underworld doesn't seem easy for me to destroy. Can't cancel it. Elle quickly popped her head out, her face happy. I already have a plan for that. Wait a minute. At this moment, the glitter in the air suddenly flew away. A mysterious light appeared in the form of a sword right in front of him. Elle excitedly said, I bet, with this you will be able to destroy it. That sword glowed with fierce power. The alarm system arrived, the mythical eternal twilight, an artifact from heaven containing the power to destroy demons. The details were coded, chemistry. Elle happily replied, an artifact for a recipe artifact is simple. I will give you a discount. This investment is worth it, right? Yoon Jae-young with the nickname Dex is dissatisfied. Hey Elle, you say it as if it's nothing. Really? Elle happily replied, I haven't said it yet. If it's to fight those damn demons, then I don't mind nothing. His hand reached out and seemed to want to touch it. The system announced its arrival. The eternal twilight noticed the signs of evil that needed to be purified. All the conditions for setting up a hidden quest are met. The evil and dirty World Tree has been created. Immediately, Yoon Jae-young picked it up, and his power quickly erupted violently. Melissa observed and was absolutely amazed. It couldn't be that source of energy. The system continuously reports, a new topic has been decided, Act 2, the appearance of an open hybrid race. At this moment, Melissa spoke up and asked, Dex, you're not a normal person, right? Her face showed surprise. Eternal twilight, why is that blue sky on this continent? No, why do you own it? Can you tell me? Yoon Chae-young laughed, clicked her tongue. Well, let's just say I have a relationship with heaven. Melissa doesn't understand anything. This doesn't look like a normal relationship at all. She raised her voice. Is your answer reasonable? That sword is a holy sword that even appears in goblin legends. You are not even a saint level yet you can hold it. How is that possible? Yes, he observed and clicked his tongue. Well, that's it. He turned around and sighed in dissatisfaction. The elf didn't need to worry about that. Melissa was stunned. That's what I said just now. This guy is really a scoundrel. You put the tip of your sword on the ground, but more importantly I want to continue our negotiation just now. How about changing the terms a little? She was bewildered. The terms? Yoon Jae-young is confident. The hesitation when communicating with the dwarves, the reason why you keep the existence of the elves a secret, is because of the World Tree, right? Melissa was excited. What? How did you know? You cunning man, make a peace treaty and start living in harmony with the dwarf, if he promises. With this sword firmly in your hand, I am sure the World Tree will be completely freed from the dark energy that has tainted it. System prompt, negotiation skill has been activated. The target is Queen Melissa of the Goblins, then you have given exactly what Melissa wanted. Additional bonus, target feels he has an advantage in the negotiation. Additional effects are added to increase player confidence. Melissa was completely horrified by this rule. She shouted, if you, a human, can do what you just said and remove the dark energy that is draining the world tree's energy, and if you can free our mother from her oppression, forever and bring you back to us, then I, Melissa de Artemis, queen of the Chlorophyll clan, will accept all your requests. Elle was now excited and exclaimed, Dex, it's over, right, over there, her eyes are glowing. That sword seemed to have magic surrounding it. Suddenly, the corner of Yoon Jae-young's lips curled up into a sinister smile. There are those bastards' weapons there, quickly destroy them. There was a cunning look in his eyes. This interesting scene was rarely seen. The system warned that the creature had completely hidden its true identity. This angle is good, Star Broadcasting live. The comments responded very quickly. Ah, what is this, a surprise live broadcast? I've been tricked. 222 is checking in on Google. I thought I was the first. Chocolate Cake brother, what are you going to do today? For some reason, his hair grew longer, his nickname changed to I Like Chocolate Cake. He happily said, hello everyone, today's content is about saving the world. Comments responded, World Tree, that's something, I've never heard of it before. If it's the World Tree. The sword in your hand has already emitted magic. Okay, let's start, shall we? The comments are still very busy. What is that huge tree? A world tree, a real world tree. What is that? Can anyone explain? The eternal twilight has noticed the giant dark energy. It's time for judgment, gathering cleansing energy. Comments like, what's so crazy? Divine power, I thought he was just a warrior. Yoon Jae-young rushed in very quickly, killing him with one shot because it was a waste of credibility. Standing under the world tree, in Yoon Jae-young's hand was the eternal sunset sword. Above was another sword placed in a magic circle. He raised his eyes and observed for a long time. After that, he directly absorbed the energy from the eternal royal soul sword, gradually preparing to take a stance. Then jumped up at a very fast speed. In front of that huge ball, the tip of the sword quickly stabbed into it. Yoon Jae-young tried his best. Red alert system, death sending sword to sense a dangerous threat, self-defense power has been activated, urgent mission, final counterattack has been created. The sword that spreads death shook violently. Suddenly, it exploded in bursts, causing the space to instantly become bright. After quiet returned, a few drops of magic remained and gently fell below the ground. The eternal sunset sword punched through that iron curtain. Yoon Jae-young just used his magic to disperse that weapon and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was about to die. Elle also flew in at this time. Mr. Dex, are you okay? He gritted his teeth. He just felt quite frustrated and angry. I knew everything was going so smoothly. What kind of thing could he do? Use skills. It's just a bad game. The tip of the death-sending sword pierced the curtain, emitting a gloomy aura. That sword kept floating in the air. Suddenly from the side of the sword were emitting two streams of air. That airflow flew into space as if searching for something. The system reminded, the sword that spread death was looking for a host to enter the body. A giant figure appeared. This was the boss of the area, the giant ogre of the Great Emil Forest with level 130. The airflow from that sword flew away very quickly. Yoon Jae-young squinted his eyes and looked at it full of dissatisfaction. It flew away. What should we do now? Elle next to him is equally unstable. Well, this is more complicated than I thought. Looks like it's quite a headache. The light explodes violently in that area, flying straight up there. The warrior boss monster of the sword fragment has been created. Appearing majestically with a huge body right before the eyes of the elves, the warrior of the demon sword fragment was targeting the elves protecting the world tree. Immediately, the goblins did not hesitate, directly counterattacked. Where did a demon come from? The whole army quickly attacked. We must stop it, inform the queen. Instantly the energy shot towards the boss demon. Hit by the palm of your hand, it quickly explodes. But after the energy dissipated, it was still standing there stunned without any injuries on its body. An elf girl couldn't believe it. Oh my god, it didn't take any damage. The people next to it were terrified. It couldn't be. All the archers had already used their main skills. That boss's eyes glowed with murderous intent. It was time for it to counterattack, let out a ferocious scream, then stretched out its hand, releasing terrifying energy that made them unable to block and get hit. The people who were caught suddenly turned into ashes. Everyone quickly left here, temporarily retreating to the world tree. They ran away in terror. The comments have all been seen. World tree, goblin, what's going on? Electricity, is he playing the same game as us? Where is this? The situation seems serious, but why doesn't my quest window show anything? That's right, this should at least be the main quest, right? I will go complain to customer service. Observing the strange appearance in the distance, Yoon Jae-young said, I didn't expect things to turn into such a mess. Elle next to her also replied, exactly, it's truly an artifact, left by those damn bats, it's playing such a despicable trick. You're quite worried, what should we do now? To be honest, I probably can't handle this situation. Elle rubbed her chin thinking, yeah, even if it's Dex, this is still a bit overwhelming. Hiya, let's let it go, maybe we can calm it down. Elle waved her hand and replied, no way, the reason those hideous bats don't cause trouble is because they lost the artifact, if they find it again, they will become arrogant again. Yoon Jae-young urged, so what, we have no other choice, Elle. She muttered, if we could use more power from the eternal twilight. Suddenly she flashed a plan. Elle turned and whispered in his ear, hey Mr. Dex, why don't you do that instead? After hearing that you immediately panicked, what, are you crazy? Even so it's a bit too much. Elle smiled with satisfaction, it's okay, I'm being serious. At Arcadia main Korean branch. Kwon Myangan stood in front, as if holding a cigarette in his hand, breathing a sigh of relief, breathing so peacefully. At this time a man came over and took the initiative to say hello, CEO, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Kwon Myangan is carefree, oh Chief Kang, it's true, before every hour we were together, we met each other once, but now it's been 3 days. At times like these, I feel lucky that our branch has been stripped of control of the main quest and plot. Yes, I'm very grateful to Elise, but hey, you're not addicted, are you? Come out here to breathe some fresh air. Oh yes, I'm always busy, I didn't expect to have a day like this. Having said that, the two of them looked to the front, then remained silent for a long while. Kwon Myangan put his hands in his pockets. Hey Chief Kang, why do incidents and accidents always only happen on our continent? Chief Kang also tiredly replied, I don't know, the time it was really difficult for both the CEO and us. Cigarettes are thrown away in the trash. Right now it seems like something is happening around the world tree, but we still don't know the situation clearly. The two of you slowly entered the elevator. If we have to deal with this, I can't even imagine it. Haha, the customer support team is probably half dead right now. Oh, I don't need to say anything, their phone rings constantly, I can't joke. By the way, director, what work will our story department take on in the future? I don't know, the story department is very important in game design, so don't worry, too quiet. Going to the office, seeing the staff gathered in one place made the two of them slightly surprised. What's the problem? There were two employees with pale, frightened faces. CEO, the female pointed at the computer screen. I think you should see this. Kwon Myangan was bewildered, but angry. What's going on? If it's about the world tree, I already know, so you guys don't have to be so tense. Suddenly his eyes accidentally touched, his face was full of horror. What was that? On that pure white computer screen, what an angel! A fairy with great wings appeared. It was none other than Elle. Elle quietly said, Mr. Dex, can you lend me your body for a while? I think the most appropriate solution is for me to use some real power to come down here and solve this problem. Yoon Jae-young looks uneasy. Are you planning to intervene yourself? Wouldn't it take a huge amount of recognition? I think calling Tan here to calm the sword that spreads death is the way to go. It's the easiest. I'm sorry, but my acceptance rate isn't as much as before, so it's difficult to follow your request, which makes Elle very surprised. But then she said, Mr. Dex thought I would use your credit. He was surprised. Isn't that the plan? Hey, if I use the recognition you have, how can I come to Earth? Even if I just enter your body, it won't be enough. You should know that I have a very high price. Yoon Jae-young was stunned. Elle happily continued, don't worry, this is my plan, so I will be the one responsible for the consequences. Dex won't have to worry about anything. If you can, just lend me your body, just a little. He was confused. Although he was a bit uncomfortable and unwilling, he still had to follow Elle's wishes. Really? Then just do as you wish. No matter what happens, I won't know, okay? System prompt, Holy Light, Archangel Michelle has descended on the player, switching to observation mode. The strong boss was suddenly surprised by the blinding light in front of him. That sword should have quietly accepted its destruction. How dare it oppose us? Elle proudly flies in the air. You should know yourself, you are just a tool of those bats. The comments were all surprised. Who is that? Where is the choco cake? Are those wings from angels? Are they really angels? No, what kind of angel is talking so vulgarly? Elle grasped the sword of eternal sunset in her hand and raised it forward. Then her eyes opened, sweeping away evil, eternal twilight. The monster looked up. Dying, Elle summoned power. The magic weapon's power spread violently, lighting up the entire area. Yoon Jae-young is now just a soul because he lent his body to L. He was satisfied when he saw that, so this is the true power of eternal twilight, it's too strong. Dead, the image of the power of the weapon exploding violently lit up the entire area. Yoon Jae-young, while observing, was also surprised. Is this the real power of eternal twilight? This power is so great. He couldn't believe his eyes. He just smiled confidently. This is crazy, we even share the same item. That strong boss let out a loud scream, shaking the world, because it was suffering from the scene of the power touching the skin and flesh of its body, causing constant pain. Firm faith has been activated, the definition of celestial justice has been activated. The supreme song of honor has been activated, the painful truth has been activated. The justice of the noble sacrifice has been activated, the eternal holy fire has been activated, the system resounds continuously. Meanwhile, the other boss was silent again, not showing any signs of rebellion. Elle was still flying in the air, light flying around her. Below was that evil beast with the red space. Elle glanced down deeply. The comments immediately responded, it's an angel, look at her appearance, she's definitely an angel, she has to be an angel, I like chocolate cake, what the hell are you doing, so? Yoon Jae-young is unstable, crazy, this should have been the minimum standard, how much chaos they caused during this great war of gods and demons, I can't imagine it. The death-sending sword sensed the mortal danger, the death-sending sword went into defense mode. This mode will absorb the remaining vitality of the player. That sword is being held in that beast's hand. Suddenly, the sword that spread death emitted a terrifying aura, flying around that sword. Seeing that, Elle's lips curled into a teasing smile. Oh really, just one weapon of those bats dares to fight against me, how arrogant. They said there was no demon sword that wouldn't break after 10 attacks. The precious gem rotates very quickly, she gently moves the sword, so wait and see how much this sword can withstand. Then she flew back at breakneck speed carrying a powerful aura. Then, in a flash, the two faces collided, glowing intensely. Boom, a resounding explosion made the earth shake. Yoon Jae-young smiled wryly, so crazy, this is truly an unequal war, a war of divine items, ancient artifacts. The sword that spreads death resisted Elle's attacks time and time again. But the eternal sunset was continuously infused with divine power by Michelle. This battle is only a matter of time. The system quickly announced, the power of destruction has been activated, the absolute magic, the Fama energy, will destroy this sword. The aura with golden energy rushed past very quickly with the sword that sowed death in that sphere. Elle flew in the air, her hands clasped tightly. Thank you, Mr. Dex, thanks to you I have fulfilled my long-standing wish. She looked down with gentle eyes. This time, I will always remember your kindness, in the name of Archangel Michelle. Yoon Jae-young was completely surprised. Elle, you. Glittery colors are gradually appearing in this dark space. And then the sword that spread death and that magic ball quickly broke into pieces. Notification system, demonic artifact mythological achievements, death-sending sword has been destroyed, the power of hell has increased by 4,3%. The balance of good and evil gradually tilts, you receive the title of evil judge. You receive the title of heavenly representative. The Holy Kingdom and its priests will begin to carefully observe your behavior. Melissa and the goblins from below all observed everything. Oh my god, that person actually found a way to destroy the sword that spreads death. The system updated the notification again. The task of plowing the world destroyed by demons has been completed. The support of the goblins has reached the maximum level. You get the title of Hero of the Elves, you get the title of Guardian of the World Tree. And another person has a dark appearance, full of anger. What is that? What is the sword that spreads death? He gritted his teeth in frustration. That. Then he shouted, who the hell are those chicken wings? In this desolate and quiet valley. Yoon Jae-young sat on a tree stump and asked, are you okay, Elle? Even if it was you, this would have consumed a significant amount of support. Elle over here seems to be picking up the remaining pieces of magic, again, picking it up and singing at the same time. It's actually a bit overwhelming. It's been a while since I've interfered with Arcadia's affairs this much. But because I borrowed Dex's body, it helped a bit. This made him confused. Really, that's good, then later. But he thought about another problem. Eller, what do you plan to do with that fragment in the future? Elle turned and eagerly replied, we must prevent others from taking advantage of these fragments. Even though they are already broken, they are still part of the antiques. If they fall into the hands of people with bad intentions, they can be used to do bad things. I already have some plans to take advantage of them. Yoon Jae-young was slightly surprised. Suddenly something flashed by very quickly. Hey Michelle. That's the person who went crazy just now because the sword that spreads death was destroyed. Are you really planning to go to war with me, you crazy person? How dare you destroy the sword that spreads death when I don't? Are you here? He angrily shouted. Can I consider this a declaration of war? Elle smiled. A total war. The artifact has been destroyed. Are you still confident of winning if the second great war of gods and demons broke out? Here, take it, he said, holding out the bag containing the remaining fragments of the antique she had picked up. He was surprised. Hey, what is this? Elle replied enthusiastically. Hey, your artifact is quite powerful, isn't it? Each piece of debris fell in front of his eyes, making him feel numb. He couldn't believe it and shouted, You really dare to do that, you bitch. Customer Care Department, Arcadia Korea Branch, the staff here are busy. Yes, the goblin's location is shown on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very sorry but the disclosure of information about the content in the game is wrong. Are you talking about the male main character scene? It's a pity that there is no official broadcast schedule yet. Isn't this game fair? Oh yes, we will take note, your concerns and send them to the relevant departments for consideration. Kwon Myangan has a headache. It's still a mess as always. I like chocolate cake. I think this was originally Dex's doing but I didn't expect it. Hot hit news is constantly updated. What is the shock of the first reveal of elves in the world tree? Analysis of the 10 main points or the conflict between demons and gods, their true identities and the story behind them. Divine King, I like chocolate cake. Is this warrior really only level 52? Arcadia is in crisis. New races appear, dwarves and elves. What will happen? Many gaming websites are starting to overload because of the massive amount of information related to this accident. Chaotic, but most of these posts are baseless rumors and speculations. The website's comments on this article include, what if you take a hammer and go into a room's bar to see dwarves and related quests, then use the hammer to smash the owner's head and get banned from playing for life? What the hell is this? The shop owner is very self-conscious about his height. Do you really do that? You guys are so easily fooled. It's better than me. Someone tell me if I plant an apple tree first if I meet a certain beggar, I will receive a quest related to goblins. Now I have planted about 100 apple trees around my village. You also planted an apple orchard. There are many funny people in real life. No. People started doing strange things with all kinds of fake information to get information and quests related to elves and dwarves. Naturally, when those people tried to do it but couldn't get it back, otherwise, they will become more and more disappointed. Kwon Myunga said softly. Complaints flocked to the customer service department. Players began to take it seriously. Considering the operating status of the Korean branch, Director, is it really okay for us to continue to keep quiet, silent, not giving any feedback? Hearing that, Lee Myung was also serious. CEO Kwon proposed this plan, the plan of asking the authorities to allow self-regulation in favor of elves and dwarves. Kwon Myangan confusedly replied, yes, with that power we can skip ahead to the race war and peace treaty part of the scenario. We can make these two races take the initiative towards the player. No, be more proactive with people. Lee Myun slightly crossed her legs. That's right, adjust the relationship between elves and dwarves too. That plan will become the most effective plan, but we can't use that method. Do you know why? Why not? Kwon Myun is disappointed. I'm not sure, Director. The corners of her eyes drooped somewhat, because we don't have enough reason to make that change. It's just the settings of a game, but for centuries, constant war between the two, this clan is engraved in their blood. If they suddenly got along without any reason, do you think CEO Kwon would agree with that situation? Infinite freedom and infinite possibilities. This phrase is not just a play on words, you know. Kwon Myangan was stunned when he heard that. And most of all, isn't it interesting, she said while holding her chin, the situation of a player acting according to his own will has changed the conflict that had always existed between the two races, a conflict that even the CEO Kwon couldn't handle it either. Player at level 52 with the nickname I like chocolate cake. Comments responded to, Terminator Diary, brother please tell me the location of the dwarves or elves. Hello, we are the Eagle Guild, the 12th ranked guild in Arcadia. We appreciate your videos very much. Now you are still haven't joined any guild yet, wondering if you want to join our guild. Hello, we are a leading management company in Korea. I am Young Young Jin, MCTV announcer. I would like to interview you. If you agree, please contact this number. Seowok-jo read these comments and was dissatisfied. It's so messy. Well, since he never revealed any personal information, it's understandable why people are so curious. At this time, someone came in from outside the door. Oh, the president, Arcadia's Korean branch has sent us an invitation to cooperate. They want us to share part of the information about me who likes choco cakes. Part of it, even if it's small. Seowok-jo was so angry that he hit the table. Do I still have to ask? Of course not. He criticized and scolded, "Listen, the customer's information must be absolutely confidential. The other person saw such oppression and was also timid. There must be no exceptions, no matter what." He stood straight, smiled and replied, "Understood, yes, yes." Then he turned around and sighed dejectedly, "Sigh, I'm sure Arcadia will have to contact us directly. I knew they would do that anyway, but it seems like we need a solution. Maybe we should try to contact me, and I like chocolate cake." Immediately, the customer number of the Terminator Diary called his phone. This really scared him. On one side Yu Jae-young picked up the phone, on the other side he said, "Yes, hello President, I'm Jo Sae-wook from iPlus." He was confused, "Is the chairman on the phone?" The other party responded quickly, "Oh yes, haha, how can I help you? If it's about your personal information, the information is kept extremely confidential." He replied, "I've only had a few days off." He must have been quite busy, so I called to say hello. "How have people been reacting lately?" Hearing that he tried to act calm, "Extremely cool, your name is growing rapidly, faster than all other channels. If that's the case, then it won't be surprising if you soon become #1 globally." That's it, but you know, looking at the comments section, there are actually a lot of people who want to know the location of the dwarves and elves. Well, isn't that what everyone is looking forward to? Just finding the location is enough, already bringing huge revenue. The romance of the game is widely propagated. Many people would spend millions of won to get that information. Yoon Jae-young calmly, so that's it. Then just follow the location information. He was stunned when he heard that. Why? The other party exclaimed in disbelief, revealing the location to the players, while Yoon Jae-young was still very calm. And Sae-wook Jo is in a state of panic, the location of the village of elves and dwarves. Sitting in front of the computer, and he was extremely shocked. This ill chocolate guy, instead of doing that, why don't we shoot a few more videos about the villages, based on the current viewers' reaction? Even if we give them seeing the items that merchants sell will also create a great response. I don't want to. Why do I have to post something so boring? But. Yoon Jae-young quietly said, "Like you said, I also know that if we arbitrarily shoot a few videos about each village, it will be very beneficial in terms of profits and fame, but everyone does that. Okay, I didn't open my video channel just to do that. Anyway, there are many different ways to make money." Sae-wook Jo laughed, "Yes, of course." He kept saying, and even if everyone knew the location of the village machine, it would be very difficult to get what they wanted. Both of those races were full of people with strong personalities, wanting to gain their trust. It will be very difficult. Haha, when you hear that, you don't understand anything. A little girl with bright and sparkling eyes raised her hand and asked, "Ambassador of Peace, I have a question." The man in the cloak replied, "Well, what do you want to know, Kana?" The girl replied cheerfully, "I learned that if I play with evil creatures, I will become a bad goblin, but if I play with if something has an ugly appearance like a dwarf, will you become a bad elf? Isn't that very bad?" Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young could only smile wryly. "Who taught you these things?" Kana happily replied, "My mother taught me." "You are dissatisfied, I understand, your inner thoughts. Goblins are like that. Such things have been happening since childhood, so no wonder their values are very distorted." He said softly, "Even if you play with dwarves, you won't become a bad elf, so don't worry. You're a cheerful girl." "Really?" He nodded. "Yes, even the queen said that if you treat her well with the dwarves will become a good elf." Hee, I understand." After saying that, the girl ran away and waved hello. He also waved politely. "In the future, please don't teach children such things anymore. Basically, you are teaching them to be arrogant and rude to others. It's a different race." Melissa, standing next to her, nodded. "I will try my best." "You have already signed the peace treaty, so you will continue to meet and communicate with the dwarf tribe. From then on, everyone should live in harmony and not be aggressive with each other." Melissa said shyly. "Shyly, we have this question. Lately there are more and more people hanging around in the male forest. Should we be nice to them too?" Yoon Jae-young was stunned. "Oh, you're wondering if you have to be kind to those ugly people," she replied confusedly. "It's because we've always lived with that way of thinking. You're not bored, it's up to you. I don't care." Melissa is excited. "Really?" Melissa took a breath of relief and said, "Phew, actually just thinking about having to happily welcome that ugly person to sleep makes me feel sad." "Well, of course you're the exception because you saved me, World Tree. Ha ha ha." Yoon Jae-young saw that as if he wanted to judge. "Is this racism? Things won't be easy from now on." At Shoman University. In a virtual reality engineering research room, a voice inside exclaimed, he had worked hard. In that room with the dim curtain, The professor looked at the datasheet and said with satisfaction, 97,28% synchronization rate. This number is still amazing as usual. Thank you for your cooperation. Yoon Jae-young from above the chair sat up and replied, it's okay. The professor personally asked me, how could I refuse? Kim Tae-hoon is quite unstable. Thank you, Jae-young. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly raised his voice. Arcadia Country Branch and Ajin Electronics have made a request for cooperation. They also made a great offer. Please, Jae-young, if you are willing to cooperate then I will give it to you. I got an A+. Yoon Jae-young was very surprised. Well, if you are willing to be so generous then I will consider it. Kim Tae-hoon nodded vigorously. Of course, I promise you, at least in my class. Yoon Jae-young couldn't believe it, but his mind couldn't help but feel unstable. Actually he didn't want to face those people from Arcadia Company, but their conditions were really very attractive. This won't expose me. He quietly responded to a female employee, but this simulation was just simple and repetitive actions, such as dodging a ball. Would this help the research? The employee just observing the data, he replied with satisfaction. Of course, the bullet dodging simulation that he performed in was simple, but the more he continued, the more difficult it would become. He had already reached level 30. We have obtained data that we have never seen before. Thank you very much. Lee Myun looked down and thought, although it didn't last long, Jae-young's synchronization rate increased to 99%. We still don't understand the complete unity between the brain and the body. What does it mean? But one thing can be certain. If Jae-young plays Arcadia then he will become a very famous player. At the World Tree. That kid shouted angrily, tonight's dinner is chicken, that damn bird-wing thing. Elle shook her head in frustration, you're too noisy, you wingless bat. The two of them rushed into a fight, but Yoon Jae-young, nicknamed Dex, looked up in boredom. Have you two been fighting since we left? That bat couldn't help it. Hey master, how could you do that to me? You actually brought these chicken wings back when I was away. Are you worthy of me? Elle is not satisfied. You are not remember the sins you committed. Please explain. Explain who did the destruction of the Pien Sanctuary. The two of you kept talking to each other like that. Are you crazy? How can you compare the destruction of a holy place with the destruction of a holy relic? Is there any difference? Tell me, whatever, no matter what, you're still unspeakably stupid. You're the stupid one. Yoon Jae-young witnessed this scene and breathed a sigh of frustration, absolute helplessness. The system now rings. The World Tree asks to chat with you. If you accept the chat request, 2 buttons no and yes will also appear. When he saw that, he was dumbfounded and thought, the World Tree, it's true that after the incident with the goblins in L, I became suspicious, so it really has its own consciousness, really interesting. Thinking about it, he clicked the yes button. You have accepted the request from the world, the chat channel is active. Suddenly a beam of light burst forth, causing his cloak to flutter with it. He seemed to clearly feel everything. What was going on? His vision was happening. A voice rang out unconsciously, welcome young adventurer, don't be nervous, I just want to chat, but my strength is not enough, so I had to drag you into this dream world, where I can chat more easily. He stood before a person floating with a mysterious dim light, while his body remained in the same position. Yoon Jae-young spoke softly, so she is the World Tree. The spirit of the World Tree replied softly, I am called by many different names, but now, people often call me by that name. First of all, I should say thank you to you. Thank you for helping me escape that magic test. You could be said to be the guardian of the World Tree, Dex. He let out a brief sigh of discontent. Then, what else? Why did you summon me? The World Tree spirit replied, besides thanking you, I'm also quite curious about something else. He was slightly surprised. Curious about what? She suddenly moved closer to him. In my eyes, there was a hint of confusion. Right now, I couldn't see anything about why the 2 guards of heaven and hell were with you. I knew you were not a normal person, but this is truly beyond imagination. What exactly are you? Not an angel or a devil, not a spiritual life form. You are really normal from top to bottom. How do you have such stirring power, such a world? Yoon Jae-young looked at it with such a series of questions, not knowing how to answer. His eyes seemed to droop a bit. Oh, I see. She's talking about fame. She continued, in short, you are often given requests like missions and when you complete them you will receive the power called fame, right? He calmly replied. She understood, it's dead. The soul of the World Tree was slightly sad. Well then, who gave him the task? Yoon Jae-young is confused. It's hard to say for sure about that. She said, at my current level, I have the ability to analyze and explain almost everything, but in your case, well, how should I put it? She hesitated for a moment. You're surprised. What's the problem? If you don't believe me, I can swear that what I said is true. She shook her head. It's not like that. Just because you answered my question, I deserve a new reward. Please keep this rare item. You should only use it when absolutely necessary. Necessity. In his hand, a fruit suddenly appeared. He was slightly surprised. Fruit. She said, Adventurer Dex, your actions and gestures are engraved in my heart. You have truly resolved and helped reconcile my children, the elves and the humans. Short, that's why I feel so bad having to question you like this. But can I add a small request? Yoon Jae-young wants to get angry. No, I refuse. She was surprised. What? You haven't heard what I said yet? He shook his head. I'm not sure what she wanted to say, but I know it's beyond my ability. After all, I'm just a human being. Only weak people. He's still calm on the outside, but inside he's very unstable. His reputation points are depleted, and there will be big problems if things continue to get more complicated. Admitted score 115,468. She was slightly disappointed. Is it so difficult? Why do you think like that? In my opinion, your strength is very great. Novice assassin, destroyer of ruins, noble murderer, evil war spirit master, demon king manipulator, slime savior. His titles speak volumes. Yoon Jae-young was surprised. How do you know? Some of the achievements look a bit strange, but with just that much, I'm confident that you're capable of completing my request. Moreover, if even you can't do it, then I'm sure that you won't be able to do it. Anyone can do that. Noble judge, neutral moderator and a revolution for equality. Friend of the dwarves, hero of the elves, adventurer Dex, I need you again. In the name of the world tree, the soul of the world tree gently closed its eyes. Please listen to what I say. A distributed continental and security system was created. The moment of unification has come. Arcadia is now divided into many continents. Help the world tree that just woke up from its long sleep unify them into one now. Yoon Jae-young was surprised. A dragon heart. The origin of Arcadia. In the beginning there was only one continent, called Pangaea. A continent with many stories about a dragon as white as snow, existing in cold snowy mountains. A continent filled with stories of alchemy, dwarves and underground treasures. A continent with many stories about beautiful and mystical fairies living in harmony with nature. A continent so vast that no one knows its size, all of which are interconnected, because the world tree stands tall and great in the center of the continent. The spirit of the world tree gently said, Arcadia was once a vast continent, however, I fell into a deep sleep after the great war of gods and demons and many things have changed since then. In the end, we were unable to connect everything on the continent together. Over a long period of time, the continent separated and formed its current state. Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young quietly mused, these are stories that are not in books about the history of Arcadia. So what do you want from me? He asked suspiciously. She replied softly, I want to unite the 6 continents again. This makes Yoon Jae-young very surprised. What? Arcadia's second continent, that's the official name of the server I'm playing on. So because the world wants you, just thinking about this, you forced your mouth to blurt out, merge the entire server. The world tree soul was slightly surprised. What fusion? He replied, oh nothing, more important is the continent fusion. Do you have any plans? She replied, uniting the continent is not difficult for me, the only problem is that I haven't recovered enough strength to do it. Yoon Jae-young quietly pondered, isn't it difficult? This is such a large-scale matter, why would she say such a small thing? You're helpless, so what exactly do you want from me? It seems like you very wise and powerful, so how can an ordinary human like me help? She chuckled, I'll take it as a compliment, I'm not forcing you to do anything urgent. If you have the time and feel strong enough to do it, please bring me an item. Yoon Jae-young looked at with suspicion, an item that she needs. Suddenly she exclaimed, Dragon Heart, this made him freeze. What? She was very excited. Oh, if possible, let's find the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon or higher, only maybe everything will be as expected. Yoon Jae-young couldn't believe it and angrily shouted, you crazy person, how can you laugh when you ask me to do something like that? After opening his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye were the goblins looking at him in bewilderment. He's awake. Yoon Jae-young sat up vaguely, rubbing his head. Damn, what just happened? And the goblin raised his voice. My queen, the human is awake. System update notification. Analyzed continent has been created. The continent of Arcadia was once a great continent and is now split into many semi-continents, helping the world tree recover its strength and unify the continent once again. The requested item is the Dragon Heart. Dragon Heart, she wants me to bring a dragon heart that is considered the strongest creature in Arcadia, he thought softly. Out of his mouth he exclaimed in dissatisfaction, why are all high-level creatures crazy, that's all. Melissa ran back and said, "You're awake, Dex." Yoon Jae-young was slightly surprised. "Oh, what happened to the queen?" The two goblins standing next to him quietly explained, "It's not important now. He is currently lying in the queen's room. He should feel aware, please. Human, that's right, human, you're getting special treatment." Suddenly, Melissa grabbed his hand. "Mr. Dex." She looked very touched and happy. The world tree has awakened." At the world tree. "Look there, those are spirits." They appeared without summoning, that is, spirits flying around in the foliage of the world tree. "These elves below are all happy. The connection between the spirit world and our world has been restored." "No, it can't be. This is a miracle." In Yoon Jae-young's hand was the golden fruit he had talked to the world tree spirit about, so it wasn't a dream. Then he turned and raised his voice slightly. "Sir Melissa," she was so happy to hear that she turned around. "What's going on? Does he have a dragon's heart? I don't understand anything when I hear that." "What?" "The fruit of the world tree, legendary. The world tree only blooms once every 1,000 years. The fruit contains strong vitality. It can be used in many different ways. However, this is a disposable item, so consider before using. When consumed, permanently increases vitality by 100% and healing speed increases by 1,000%. The information sheet of the elves and dwarves includes, based on my research, the most suitable place for the elves and dwarves to hide is somewhere within the Empire's territory. I would even dare to say that the Pope trying to hide them, especially the elves, from us. A quest to find a dwarven village. How to accept the quest? First, it is important to prepare a hammer, then we will go to a few fixed taverns. The tavern owner very short, and there are rumors that he is half dwarf, half human. The comments rang out, "Everyone, those lines are a scam, I almost died." Be careful, this is why Arcadia gets so much criticism. People post everything without caring. What is the true confide to earn as many likes as possible? Ha, really, why don't we release official information? Why do they keep letting people be led by this information? Arcadia's top priority is to provide users with a realistic experience with unlimited freedom and possibilities. As for the villages of elves and dwarves, their locations will be found by those who dedicate time out to go find them. Every official announcement states that the developers will not reveal the location. In response to this announcement, the number of user comments increases significantly. Comments like, "Haha, here we go again." They're the ones who nicknamed it the first virtual reality game and now, "Haha, I really appreciate this game." But they ignore it when users encounter trouble. They ignore when slimes destroy an entire village. Do they really treat us players as waste? But I think it's quite fun. If the developers change the settings according to our wishes, then the entire system will be eliminated. Players became frantic in finding traces of the elves and dwarves. A promise of immense wealth and fame if found. Who can keep up the enthusiasm? Don't miss even the smallest clue. In this game, the biggest quest can start from the most ordinary item, so look carefully. Everyone here is in a hurry. I heard that the guilds have started searching for high-level beings. Should we take action? It doesn't matter how much money the search costs, just go find them. Melissa stood in front of the goblin and raised her voice. "Everyone, we should prepare." She said seriously, "Humanity will soon come to our village that has lived apart from ugly humans for too long." However, our mother's benefactor, the world tree, is none other than the human Dex, which makes everyone extremely surprised. Melissa's thoughts were very worried, because to repay the favor, we, the elves, promised to open the door to the human world. One person immediately gave his opinion. "Sorry, Queen, should we block those guys who are too bad?" Melissa blushed slightly and shyly replied, That's obvious, right?" At the GM Merchant Guild, "Young Master, I know someone who knows the exact location of the dwarf village." Choi Jae-gyu put his chin on his hand, looking annoyed. "Oh really, isn't this the 5th time you've said that?" He was upset. "Are you sure that person knows the location?" The other person bowed his head. "Yes, I guarantee. He is an adventurer about exploration and adventure. Here, look at your profile, let's go." Choi was annoyed. You're the one who discovered the ancient dungeon recently." The other person nodded. "Yes sir, his job includes researching the history and geography of Arcadia." He said that he had found the location most similar to the dwarven village, and his hypothesis was confirmed by relevant documents. He quietly pondered, "Really, but the amount of gold he requested was quite large." Choi frowned thoughtfully. Grasping information led to money and power, especially in this damn game. Even if he asked for a ridiculous amount of money, it was still worth the investment. Besides, his mouth reluctantly asked, "How much did he ask for?" "He wants 100 million. What, 100 million? He was gentle, and that was the money he wanted after the deal. At first he wanted 500 million. Choi was upset. Look at the way he asked for a lot of money. Those bastards selling information. Okay, I understand. If we can guarantee that the information is correct, then I will invest 1 million, he said coldly. I understand. I will add a clause to the contract that if the information is proven wrong, there will be a fine. Choi banged on the table, looking unsightly. And those reports, I'm playing a game. I really have to work with those documents. Do I have time to read these? Just say I did, it's over. Is that enough? I see, young master. On the table is a stack of newspapers with information about the exterminator's daily diary, allowing for investigation. I like chocolate cake. This is a report on our financial condition. I looked up and laughed. I started with 500,000 gold and look where we are now. It's time to harvest, so we can win this race and secure all the treasures and positions, the location of the key to every transaction. The GM Merchant Federation will be the first to find out what the dwarves have lost. On the internet, a new video was posted, the daily diary of the exterminator. On YouTube, the locations of the elf and dwarf villages were announced. Careers in Arcadia are very diverse. Is a world where the player's profession is divided into those who wear combat gear with strength and those who wear blacksmithing clothes without strength. They are called combat groups and non-combat groups. Each group has its own characteristics and advantages, symbolized by the colors blue and red. The abilities of these two groups are balanced, no group is superior to the other. However, like other games, there will be limitations in the ability to become a famous player between these two job groups. Choi Jae-gyu said with a disdainful expression, "Adventurer, isn't that a worthless profession? You can only do a bit of discovering ruins and breaking traps." He continued, "This profession is only for people with extremely good luck. If you want to receive generous rewards, you must find large ruins or valuable artifacts, but it's not like that every day. It's a completely useless job and a waste of time." Choi Jae-gyu and a man talked to each other. They continued to say, "If you want to make money, just become a merchant. Everyone says that as long as you know how to invest a few billion won, money will continuously make money." The other man laughed and continued, Choi Jae-gyu, "Haha, you're just playing to make money, and what you said is right, haha. Well, if we calculate, each of these capsules costs about 10 million won, not to mention the huge monthly fee we receive from it." The boy wearing a backpack passed by and heard the story from Choi Jae-gyu and his friends. With sweat on his face, the boy frowned and thought, "Those rotten people, they said those things just for me to hear. This guy is an explosive level 72 adventurer." He continued thinking, not that he didn't know, many people look down on their profession as adventurers. "But I guess this prejudice is inborn, even my friends don't understand me," he thought as he walked on the sunny sand dunes. The figures of the crowd appeared strangely with the words, "If you want to make money, choose another profession in the group besides fighting, or just enjoy hunting with the combat group classes like everyone else." Your figure appeared and so did your thoughts. I've heard all kinds of advice, however. His expression was full of determination. Weren't there many different ways to enjoy this game? The truth is, I'm the one who doesn't understand them. I've already played the game, but why do I care about the results? He clenched his fist. He thought, just wait and see, with a sweaty face full of determination. In the middle of the sun, the boy's voice rang out, "I found it." He knelt down at the giant door on the ground and said, "I know for sure, this is the last entrance to the dwarf city, the sand of the forge." His voice echoed. The boy smiled happily, once he solved the puzzles here. He opened the door wide. An entrance appeared. He thought, "Here it is, I've finally found it." He ran quickly down and happily thought, "City of Dwarves, Sand Forge." Suddenly a net was spread out, making him panic. The sound of strings being stretched. A voice rang out, "You have been captured in a special net. You do not have the basic ability to escape this net, an abnormal state. You have been captured." The boy struggled in the net and said angrily, "Damn, what the hell is this?" The young man's face, the three big guys said, "That insolent guy, how dare you try to break into our mysterious city? Why did you come here? Are you planning to steal some of our things?" The boy said in fear, "Let me go first. I don't have any bad intentions. I'm just a normal adventurer." The three big men angrily said one after another, "If we let him go, he will tell his commander the location of our village, lock him in the deepest dungeon, make sure he doesn't see the sunlight again." The boy was extremely scared and thought, "Wait, how long are they going to lock me in the dungeon? Fuck, am I going to be locked here for the rest of my life?" The big bald guy pondered. The guy with the red beard next to him said, What's wrong, Kane?" The bald guy said in panic, "Wait, this is it." The crowd looked towards the boy. They whispered to each other. Then they all turned to look. A voice rang out, the abnormal status had been removed. The big guy said, "Ahem, sorry about just now, the emergency happened so suddenly, so we couldn't think about anything." The young man was bewildered and did not understand what happened. He thought, what are they suddenly saying? The guy with the brown beard patted the guy and said, "I'm sorry, we always welcome half-breed children of dwarves to find their way back home. Now let's go inside, let me make it up to you with a few cold beers." There's no way a pure-blooded human could be this short. He was definitely a hybrid of a dwarf and a human. The confused boy asked, "What?" Your voice continued to echo, "You are qualified to enter the city of dwarves, the city of Sandforge. You can now freely enter and exit the city." After hearing this, the boy looked confused. "An I Plus Entertainment Company." A fat guy propped his chin up and stared at the other person. Lim Young-ho nervously said, "Come on, Team Leader Joe, don't sit so quietly, what do you say?" The fat guy crossed his arms and said, "Stop calling me Team Leader Joe. Do you still see me as an employee of GM Corporation, General Manager? I used to be your subordinate, but now I'm not, so just use honorifics as usual. Now, I sit here as the director of I Plus Entertainment Company, Joe Sayawuk." Outside the door, Kang Tisu and Yamashita Yozuku were afraid to hear the conversation inside. The voice in the room continued to echo, Are you behaving like that because of what happened before? What do you mean by that? You're talking about the time when you gave us countless tasks but nothing worked, then you put all the responsibility on us and only saved yourself. Or are you talking about how you ignore all of our suggestions and insist on doing everything your way?" Lim Young-ho pushed his glasses shyly and said, "Ahem, I'm very sorry about those things. They wanted someone to take responsibility, so me. So I had to make that choice for the future of the company." Sayawuk Joe frowned and said, "If you don't feel like you're at fault, there's no need to apologize, you just need to tell me why you came here." He looked at the documents on the table and asked, "What is this?" Lim Young-ho said, "GM Group wants to officially buy your company. This is a merger agreement." Sayawuk Joe took the paper and read it, transferring jobs to all employees at I Plus Entertainment Company. All I Plus Entertainment Company employees will receive promotions and special bonuses. Joe Sayawuk will receive remuneration for the position of executive director. Lim Young-ho held out his hand and said, "I think these things are what people want. Oh, and also, you and your workers will be able to continue working the way everyone has done so far. The corporation doesn't want to change the way people work here. I'm sure no one will interfere with everyone's workflow." Joe Sayawuk glanced back and replied, "This is because I like chocolate cake, right?" Lim Young-ho was startled when he heard it. As expected, we received countless phone calls asking countless things about him. Of course, there is no way that GM Corporation can sit still, Joe Sayawuk said as he stood up. Lim Young-ho held on. "Wait, Team Leader Joe." Joe Sayawuk tore up the agreement and angrily cursed, "Go away, I will never reveal our user information to you." The two young men looked outside in surprise. "Oh my god." Lim Young-ho held the agreement and stood up and shouted, "You are making a serious mistake. Many of our groups are trying to find his information and address. How long do you think you can keep a whole village hidden? The attention surrounding this won't last long." A sinister smile appeared on the face of Fat Man Joe Sayawuk. Next came a delighted laugh from him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lim Young-ho was startled and turned his head. Joe Sayawuk crossed his arms and continued, "Looks like you haven't checked the video carefully yet. What have you done?" The scene moves to the search and notification screen, coordinates of the village of the elves and dwarves. Dwarves and elves. As soon as the location of their village was revealed, the elf girl and the dwarf appeared. The voice continued. The players began to visit their villages one after another. This caused a lot of controversy. Comments appear one after another. "Damn it, the fairies told us to leave, because they thought we were ugly or something, so we're so ugly, let's go to the dwarf village. Actually, dwarves like short and ugly players, haha, who said appearance isn't important, looking good is now the entrance ticket. The dwarf told me to leave my mother if I didn't want to die, it would be too difficult to die there, boasting, you're very tall, aren't you? I will use my height of 1.85 m to interact with the fairies, but really, isn't this very unfair? How can they judge others based on their appearance and height? Well, since I was a child, I've wanted to become a death spirit master. How adorable is this soul? I'm so jealous of those death spirit masters, it's crazy. I used to be a jeweler, now I can easily inlay gems into equipment. Sounds crazy, right? We provide users tools and equipment at very affordable prices, with a 10% commission fee. For more details, please take a look at our catalog. Two villages with two contrasting scenes appear before the player's eyes. These two species have extremely different characteristics, but both villages have entry restrictions. Regarding those harsh entry conditions, players cannot do anything. The comments continued to appear. Damn, I was rejected by the fairies. My mother said I don't look that bad. Don't ever believe my mother's compliments again, everyone. Oh my god, did you even ask your mother before you left? Just ask your friends. Friends will be more objective and honest about these things. Ha ha, what are the specific entry conditions? I see someone much uglier than me but can still get in. I don't know why I believe all problems will be solved when I see myself looking beautiful in the mirror. Haha. What were those developers thinking when they made this game? Why did they make a game like this? Surprisingly, the changes don't just affect players. As more and more information spread among players, a new wind began to change every corner of Arcadia. In an old room, the voice of a tall guy wearing a hat rang out. Hey, have you heard the news? It seems that mythical creatures in the forest and dwarves are real. People have just found my village. This recent family. Many people paid adventurers to show them around. They also said that those villages were full of rare mythological items. The bald man opposite replied, of course I heard it. Imagine the value of the items forged by the dwarves. I heard people say that even the royal family is interested in those villages. On the chair, a powerful woman sat there telling her to send a delegation there immediately. Tell them that we want to establish friendly relations and conduct trade with them. The man replied, obey, queen, I will do as you wish. The girl held her chin and sighed, thinking, I want to go there too, the fairies and dwarves, if I didn't have to perform these royal duties. Sometimes I really regret becoming this. In the TV news, the female host said with a smile, next, we will report on Arcadia LLC, a company that provides virtual reality game services. A game setting that differentiates players based on appearance and height is sparking controversy. The game development company has made an official announcement, but the number of complaints from players is still increasing. It is thought that the company needs to take some response measures to ease the current situation. Choi Hyang-tak watched TV as a snack and thought, game news is now shown on the big screen. This world has changed quite a bit. But, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Is this because of me? He thought. The computer screen is bright in the dark. Dex sat and stared at the screen. On the screen was Arcadia, the accident and event message board. The chat box was exploding with messages. No matter what I thought, I didn't understand why the slimes were used to destroy the beginner village. Ripping off players is even more ridiculous. Is the victim still mining the quarry with a pickaxe? Lamau the witch hunt is classy. That game company is crazy, dividing the group of players into factions then instigating war and a bunch of other things. They're evil to the core. Oh, that spear, that spear, that spear. Whoa. His hand holding the mouse trembled, thinking, wait, now that I remember. I'm the culprit behind most of Arcadia's events, he thought worriedly, suddenly realizing the impact of his actions. Honestly, I thought it was just one of countless events. TSK, I feel so guilty, I just did what the mission required. He angrily thought, who created this anarchist poet job? I really want to see the faces of these guys. He put his hand on his chin and thought, whatever, why should I bother? I'm just making a living. Thinking so, he immediately entered the gaming world. A message appears that you have logged into Arcadia. The task is completed. The world tree awakens and begins to oversee the entire continent. Bonding with the spirit world has been restored, enhancing the appearance of spirits and the generation of spirit power. The agreement to promote friendship between elves and dwarves has been successfully signed. The appearance of species that disappeared hundreds of years ago shook the entire continent. Start calculating rewards for player influence. Received 623,123 reputation points. Received items. Received the fruit of the world tree. 738,591 reputation points. He smiled looking at the system panel, thinking, now this really makes me feel better, but how should I use this item? The information panel of the mythical level world tree fruit appears. The world tree produces fruit once every 1,000 years. It contains intense vitality, can be used in many ways. However, this is a one-time use item. Recommended careful consideration. Once used, vitality permanently increases by 100% and health recovery rate increases by 100%. Ingredient for sage stone. Looking at the sparkling gold, he thought it was a legendary level consumable item. Well, it had amazingly enhanced stats, so it was understandable that people whose job was to tank would go crazy fighting over this item. I don't know much about the sage stone, but considering Arcadia recently, it's definitely a very important item, actually having an alchemy job in this game. He looked around wondering, where are Tan and Elle? Every time I log in, they are chatting non-stop. Suddenly there was a scream. Quickly let go, let me go. He looked suspiciously at the source of the scream. The scream rang out again to catch him. How dare you sneak into the sacred land of the world tree? In front was Parcel pressing a blonde guy on the ground. He shouted, why? I'm handsome enough, why can't I come in? Parcel immediately shouted, shut up, ugly human, how dare you speak with that disgusting face? Then only his screams remained, no. In a certain corner, L asked Tan what he thought of this human. Tan touched his chin and thought, objectively speaking, ugly, or 4 points. L immediately replied that I think it should only be 2 points, he is ugly. Tan laughed and said that in my opinion, your chicken wings scoring was too harsh. 2 points, really? L smiled shyly and said that like bats, you guys are all weird and ugly, maybe that's the reason why they were eliminated. Are your standards that low? Tan laughed, ha ha ha, that's true, after all, there isn't a demon in the world whose face doesn't fall off, ha ha ha. L said that his stomach was really strong, he could lead a group of people without feeling nauseous. He rushed away from Dex who was standing there watching the group and L talking on the tree. He secretly thought that these people were mocking each other, looking at each other, they are much closer than before. In the distance is the world tree, shimmering under the bright moonlight. Tan poured a bag out and inside were magical fragments. Tan angrily looked at the pile of debris and said, well, just as I thought, this is going to be difficult to fix. Well, if things have come to this, I can't do anything anymore. Now try taking it to the demon world to see if there's a way, any repair. Dex's voice was heard from behind. Tan, do you know about the dragon heart? Tan wondered and asked the dragon heart, what do you want to do with the heart of a reptile? L next to him also wondered why he was suddenly looking for that thing. He immediately replied, because the world tree said it needed that thing and asked me to bring it. I didn't know I could buy it with fame points, or not if there is such a thing in the divine or demon world. Tan laughed and said, ha, the owner still doesn't know much about this world. On holiday the heart of a mythical lizard, is this trait easy to get? L next to him continued, yes, even it's very hard to get. Tan with sharp eyes seriously said that the remaining parts were easy to talk about, but the heart is another story. The heart is the organ that generates magic for dragons. Not only does it have the effect of creating a huge amount of magic, but what is even more unbelievable is that it can cure and store infinite magic. L immediately answered correctly. Moreover, when a dragon senses death is near, they will return the magic stored in their heart to Mother Nature. In other words, the heart of a dragon that dies naturally will disappear into nature, making it even more difficult to obtain. Dex then says, wait, that means, to earn the dragon heart. Tan immediately replied that he would have to rush into their lair, cut off their heads and directly pull out their hearts. L also said yes, that was the only way. Dex put his hand on his forehead and sighed, that's crazy. Tan, let me make it clear, even if it's the master, capturing a dragon is very difficult even if you can summon powerful creatures. L smiled accurately, even with newly hatched chicks, once they used up all their power, even a high-ranking angel wouldn't be sure of victory. Dex then asked if it was possible to capture an old dragon. Tan heard that surprised and said something, an old dragon, it's not completely impossible, but wait, to estimate the possibility of finishing watching and then pulling out a computer from somewhere. Tan carefully calculated and said that if it was an old dragon, it would have to be at least 8,000 years old. If I entered your body myself, and if we brought more aura, assuming there were no dragons or things nothing else distracts, and we defeat it with minimal combat time. Tan held up the computer and smiled and said, it's possible. Will work if we have at least 123,114,444 reputation points. Dex asked in bewilderment, thinking that it feels like I just saw something that doesn't belong to this world. Tan sighed and said, do you realize the impact of killing a dragon on the entire Arcadia continent? No, especially a great dragon lord. L worriedly said correctly, even if I did it, I would need at least 150,000 reputation points. Of course the divine world would never participate in killing a dragon. Hearing that, he immediately touched his chin and thought, yes, they weren't completely wrong about this. The strongest monster in Arcadia, numbering only a few dozen across the continent, the image of a powerful dragon appeared in his mind, also hunting a lord-level dragon. Thinking of that, he sighed and said, anyway, this is not urgent, we will worry about it later. Tan was startled and said that, what you mean is that we will still kill one in the end, even though we just explained it to you. L immediately asked, so what do we do now, master? Looking at the sparkling lake he replied, now we are planning to return to a village near the Rumir Desert. Disappointed, Rumir said, that's dwarf territory, so why did you choose that place? He replied, it's because I promised to meet a friend there. Remember when Yaegyun laughed hee and said Yaeyoung you were playing in some area? Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret from everyone. After that, he leaned closer to Yaeyoung's ear and said, Yaeyoung, are you busy? Have you completed the last mission you mentioned? On the way back Ye-gyun continued to nag Ye-young. This time I received a rare item, but it doesn't suit me, so if you need it, it's okay, you probably have a mountain of good stuff, right? Hee. I said unnecessary things again. After all you are the infamous Dex. Ye-young, can I ask you a favor? Let's go. For the sake of my family's honor, you can't stand it anymore. Then he turned to cover Ye-gyun's mouth and said loudly, I understand, stop begging. Ye-gyun happily asked again, you promise, don't go back on your word. He then smiled cunningly and said, you're not a dwarf yet, right? I'll take you there, so don't talk anymore. Ye-gyun wondered and asked the dwarf village. He immediately said, what's the problem? Ye-gyun shyly said no, it's just that I want to meet the goblins. I heard that they are very beautiful so I want to see them with my own eyes. Ye-jung immediately said sorry, but he probably wouldn't be able to step one foot in and was kicked out. Ye-gyun wondered why. He just smiled and patted my shoulder and said just trust me, you should go to the dwarves first. Ye-gyun was skeptical, why? Ye-young continued, just know that, we will meet in the village near the Rumir Desert, is that clear? Ye-gyun heard him say that, his mind was full of question marks. Return to reality and look at the shimmering world tree in front of you. Tan asked him if he had friends. L immediately said he had close relationships with other humans, which was unusual. He immediately said I'm not a hermit, of course I have friends. Tan asked doubtfully, is it true? Hey, people are really difficult to understand. I didn't expect someone to be so strange as to maintain a close relationship with someone like you. He glanced at him and said what he was saying. Tan angrily crossed his arms and said, are you really asking, Master? There's a whole city full of people who blame you for causing trouble. Tan laughed inhumanely and continued to tell the truth. I think you always wear a mask and hide your identity, because you are afraid that people will catch you and take you to death. His expression did not change and he replied, stop talking nonsense, worry, but keep going. L asked, Dex, when we get to Rumir, will we be able to see that child again? Tan wondered, who? L replied to the child who followed the wishes of the volcano. He immediately said Young-sik, no, you mean black as soot. L said yeah, I don't know what they are like. He smiled and said yes, we should come and check the situation. I'm also curious about their current life. At this time, Dex has arrived at the Great Rumir Desert. In a corner of the market, a voice rang out as the caravan to the dwarf village was about to depart. Someone was selling ice claw crystals, very suitable to prevent heatstroke. The tour guide to the dwarf village was about to depart. I'm a level 9 danger perception adventurer, no need to worry about scorpion bites. The trip will be extremely smooth. Quickly see the items made by dwarves. They are very cheap, extremely cheap. Dex stood in the middle of the market suspiciously and told Rumir he knew. As he walked through the crowd, he thought that this place used to only have gravel and sand. It seemed like the players had gathered, finding the right strategy to bring life to this city. The collective intelligence, it's really scary. Well, now the road is easier to walk than before. Tan excitedly asked, interrupting his thoughts, Master, the friend you are about to meet, is that person special like you? L happily said yes. Does he possess fame points or something like that? So, he replied that you guys are really crazy about fame points. He looked ahead in surprise. Oh. There he is, and in front of him is Ye-gyun walking on the street. He immediately walked up to Ye-gyun. You are Ye-gyun, right? He immediately replied yes. Who is that? How do you know my name? Do you know? Dex, Ye-young, you're really coming. I'm so touched. After speaking, he wanted to rush to hug me, but he stopped me and signaled, should be quiet. His voice was too loud, his mouth was small. Ye-gyun scratched his head shyly and said sorry, I was so surprised. He got angry and said remember not to call my name, promise. He smiled cunningly, no other choice, I will use this method. Ye-gyun looked at him curiously. The system panel appeared with a mask equipped with a divine item. The mask of deception was activated. The power of deception in disguise covered the player's body. The false identity was completely hidden, your true destiny. Then he smiled and said from now on, call me Lesjadora, I will also appear like this in the eyes of others, understand? Ye-gyun's eyes glowed happily and said wow, so cool, so this is one of his abilities. Hey your face, all of a sudden, wait even the account name has changed, how did you do that? Your disguise skills. Ye-gyun was excited, kept asking him. Jae-young was helpless, his face was lazy don't want to explain. Ye-gyun rushed over and wanted to hug him. That's not right, even his camouflage skills can't be that perfect. Jae-young used his hand to push Ye-gyun away. It's the function of an item, and you're a little too close to me, there. He tilted his face and wanted the two of them to leave quickly. Let's depart, the road to the dwarf village will take quite a while. Yes, I was originally waiting for you and found the way to the dwarf village, Ye-gyun said happily. He was surprised and asked how to get there. Ye-gyun happily said that among the convoy going to the dwarf village, there is a convoy called GM Convoy, we can follow them. Since the departure was also good, I booked seats for both of us. Look, there are bus tickets too. He thought for a while. Wait, if it was a GM convoy, could it be? He helplessly sighed. This guy, many convoys did not choose but chose right, but Ye-gyun in front of him was somewhat surprised to see him sigh. The GM convoy was Buren's place, a bad relationship back then. This reminded him of the image of the conversation between the two. He hoped that he wouldn't have to get more involved, especially because they also hold a certain amount of influence in real life. Jae-young thought carefully, not knowing what to do now. Ye-gyun didn't know what he was thinking, worriedly asked again, "What's wrong with you? Is there a problem?" Ignoring it, he asked again, "Is that the only convoy preparing to depart?" Ye-gyun replied that there was still another group. Why? He looked a bit embarrassed and replied because that group was too small and not very prestigious. He sighed and said he had some old conflicts with the GM and asked to change to the other group, but in his small head he thought the worst thing was to take the money and run away from the other group. Ye-gyun's eyes lit up, enjoying the old quarrel. Right, as expected of Dex, wrong less Chidora, he said helplessly, keeping his voice down, afraid to let it go. Ye-gyun sped away. He would negotiate with them because the small group's price was only 20 silver and the other side's price was 1 gold coin. Tan next to him couldn't help but disdainfully say, "Master, what's wrong with that mortal? I thought how useful your friend was, and was planning to let the devil cling to this guy's body to capture and use him." L was next to him. The assessment sounded rather timid. "I hope he can be a talented person who can spread celestial justice on this continent as your department," to which Jae-young said helplessly, "Hey, you guys consider my friends just tools." The scene changed when the two people in front of him introduced themselves. The white-haired man happily said he was the leader of the pie convoy, his name was Apple, and I was Deputy Lemon. He happily greeted back, "I'm Leschadora, nice to meet you." Apple said in a cheerful tone, "Thank you for trusting our convoy. We are actually having a hard time finding people because our convoy is too small. Food and drinks are already fully prepared, that's enough, so if you're tired or sick, just tell us." He continued, "We've prepared to deal with almost everything. We should come as dwarves within 3 days." Before this enthusiasm, he was a bit surprised. Putting it aside, he asked the two of them a question. He wanted to ask if the two of them were friends. Their names were quite related. The two of them quickly shyly said that they had just gotten married and were trying not to reveal it, but it was probably too obvious. Ye-gyun shook his frozen body. It sounded so cheesy, oh so jealous. A couple of gamers, they also want to do that with their girlfriends in the future. To enter the dwarven village in Sand Forge, one must go through the Rumir Desert, one of the 5 forbidden areas of Arcadia. The temperature during the day is extremely high, but at night it is bone-chilling, a place that many adventurers choose as their resting place. But what's more worrisome is the existence of a monster that's 160 strong, the giant desert scorpion, with a red armor and sharp protruding horns. Normally convoys passing through the Rumir Desert would often choose to avoid it. They will search and find a safe way to go. The witch next to you will use specialized ice magic to slow down movement if encountered. Of course, as a warrior, they will be the one to hold the group from escaping. And all of the above combinations become the minimum that every group must have. In the hot Rumir Desert with the sun scorching life, the warriors with hard armor were immediately startled. 3 red scorpions were approaching. They were huge with powerful pincers. "There's one over there, damn it again, for the 3rd time." Apple shouted loudly, "Prepare to use ice magic, prepare to leave this place." The ice mage on the other side shouted that the mana hasn't recovered. What? Apple panicked. Ye-gyun bowed to him. What should he do? If the two of them died here, they would be punished very severely, but he just remained silent and did nothing. He hadn't been wiped out yet, just sit back and see what would happen. His eyes looked elsewhere. As expected, the vast majority of people in the convoy, except for the other couple, the rest were Pi 11 women. At this rate they would be given beetle to their grandparents. A scorpion swung its tail, sending a knight flying away, causing people nearby to panic. Another one rushed forward, and Apple shouted for everyone to run behind the dune. One guy shouted, if he brought this bulky item, he wouldn't be able to lose it in time, he would have to give up his possessions and run for himself. Apple turned around, her face shocked. What? His eyes became confused. How could this be possible, so contrary? He held his sword tightly, his whole body was steady, he couldn't just watch his luggage being destroyed. If he could get a small portion of the things he had entrusted, it wouldn't be bad. Jae-young on the other side opened his eyes wide. Huh. He saw Apple blocking the monster and thought about the punishment if he was wrong. Lemon shouted loudly, "Don't be too dangerous, Apple." The scorpion raised one claw and roared in anger. Suddenly a wave of ice appeared, covering it thickly. Lemon was bewildered, her eyes opened wide. There it was. Leschadora single-handedly blocked the monster, and a blue magic ice ring appeared at her feet, glowing brightly. He glanced back at Apple. From the beginning he didn't expect anything, but isn't this too cruel? Apple's face was still confused and panicked. He was. The ice on one side of the scorpion's claws turns to ice. It angrily raised its tail, wanting to kill him with a blow. Heavenly Strike, a move that allows Jae-young to summon an ice witch and chant a spell. His eyes glowed blue. He was an Iceman. All over the scorpions turned to ice, which startled Apple behind him and fell backwards. Jae-young turned back. He happily told the team leader he still looked cool when he lasted until the end, and said he would transfer more money for helping. Apple in front of him was still bewildered. His whole face looked stupid, of course. He quickly said that there were many other groups of bugs. At this comment, he turned around and 2 or 3 other bugs emerged from the hot sand. He carefully assessed the scorpion as a creature with high mobility but normal attack power. Although it was designed for players to avoid when encountered, he smiled. Now is the time to run and call more accomplices. So I just had to send them off in one step. The snow immediately fell more and more. His hand had since been supplemented with an ice spear, and the bracelet on his leg radiated a large amount of pressure, exploding around him. Very quickly, he launched an ice attack at the scorpions. The powerful force destroyed and penetrated their hard outer shells. The people outside looked in and couldn't help but be surprised and scared. Green light shined brightly in an area, the warriors exclaimed. Unexpectedly one day they saw an ice spear in the heart of the Rumir wilderness. Another guy said that he had heard of a person easily taking care of 2 invaders, this area. Then the person in the rumor must have been the one. The green energy gradually dissipated and revealed itself. An ice warrior, Jack Frost. He looks cool with a spear in his hand, his whole body covered with a layer of cold ice. The system rang. The celestial fall had ended, and there were 28,352,000 points left over. He frowned a bit and said 28,000 points. After all, this yield. Tan appeared angrily and said that the new summon was cheap. After all, when dealing with desert scorpions, you cannot use fake things. El next to her said contemptuously, "You are like this because the sword that spread fear was destroyed," trying to plead with him to accept it to fix it. Tan next to him was so angry that he screamed, wanting her to shut up. El disdainfully said that she should have turned it into scrap from the beginning. What a bad thing. Tan shouted again, causing him to only helplessly say that posting it online must have seen a lot of people. The war of words between Satan and the Archangel. Leschadora's facial expression at this time looked extremely indifferent. It did not seem like he was concentrating on listening at all. He just stood quietly looking into the distance, with the voice of the Pineapple convoy leader still ringing in his ears. Otherwise, without Leschio, the whole convoy would have met with disaster. The leader of the Pineapple convoy was extremely grateful for Leschadora's help and respectfully bowed his head to thank him sincerely. "Thank you, I am really grateful to you. I will refund all the money you paid." Leschadora quietly listened to what the convoy leader said. He also gently commented, "I know I don't have the right to say this, but the convoy is too lacking in strength and ability to fight back." The leader of the Pineapple convoy knew that he was negligent, too subjectively believed in his own decisions without carefully reviewing them, creating this unforeseeable disaster. That's why the convoy leader continued to bow down and be honest. "I admit my mistake. Due to financial reasons we were forced to replace the members of the NPC guild. I know we need to hire soldiers if we want to develop further." The leader of the Pineapple bus group continued to explain, "But due to lack of funds, I couldn't pay the minimum price anymore. I was hoping to make a lot of money on this trip, but now it's difficult." This was in the mind of the tour leader. The car suddenly showed an image of him holding a statistical paper, examining it carefully and then announcing that he had collected all the remaining items. The loss rate was 54% but the remainder was unharmed. "Chief." The leader of the Pineapple convoy was now at a dead end and earnestly begged Leschadora, "I understand that perhaps your trust in the convoy has been damaged, but can you continue to travel with us? It's coming soon, already there, so if we go back it will cost more. I promise I will compensate you properly for escorting us." Seeing that he was still silent after all his pleading, the leader of the Pineapple convoy could no longer keep calm and shouted loudly, "This is a request from the convoy leader, Leschio. The convoy must reach the Sand Forge at any cost." Leschadora's heart was filled with thoughts at the moment. He put his hand on his chin and seriously thought, Actually, the Sand Forge is not far from here, and they don't seem like bad people, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea to help." "Who died?" While thinking idly, a thought suddenly popped into Leschadora's head, but for an escort mission in this situation, he thought he would accept this offer even if he didn't get any benefits, or was he too broke, should take the risk. Thinking of this, Leschadoura suddenly smiled crookedly and wondered, if so, wouldn't this be interesting? Leschadoura put on a friendly face, put his hand forward and suddenly said, "Okay, let's do it, I accept." Hearing his words, the leader of the pineapple convoy was as happy as finding gold, so happy that he couldn't utter a word. It took a while for the convoy leader to regain his composure. He smiled and happily said, "Thank you." Naturally, the two of them shook hands as a gesture of consensus. Some time later, a notification suddenly appeared on the system panel. Rumir Desert, Sandforge Gnome City's front door. The scene suddenly changed. People crowded together in front of the city gate. Convoy leader Pineapple's convoy has arrived at its destination. One member of the convoy was so exhausted that he coughed to announce, "We've arrived safely." Convoy leader Pineapple and deputy convoy Pie Lemon heaved a sigh of relief because he had crossed the finish line and expressed that he was afraid of encountering a scorpion just now. But he was so relieved, it was all thanks to Leschio, and Leschadoura also smiled with satisfaction because he had achieved his goal, destination. The leader of the pineapple convoy carried a pile of belongings on his back and walked up to Leschadoura and admired him. "Who would have thought that you knew how to travel in this desert? I was quite surprised because I had never heard your name before." Leschadoura, embarrassed by the convoy leader's praise, laughed shyly and replied, "Ha ha, you're exaggerating." While entering the sand forge, suddenly in the ears of the leader of the pineapple convoy, loud, urgent voices rang out, "Look, it's the GM business group. Their members are still great as usual." Those words successfully attracted the convoy leader's attention, causing him to look back with a puzzled expression. At this time, the white-haired man shouted loudly, "Everyone get out of the way of the GM group passing here. Clear the way for the mercenary group to take control of this road." The leader leading the GM group walked leisurely in a state of calm, extremely confident. The people living in the Rumir Desert were gossiping about this incident. One of them gently advised them to stay quiet and let them go. It was said that if there was a conflict with them, they would not until near Rumir. The red-haired commoner groaned in fear. "Oh, how unfair." But there was nothing they could do. The people's discussion successfully attracted Leschadoura's attention. He quietly stood still and observed, then sighed deeply and thought, "Wherever he goes, he will be hated." Suddenly, the man with his hair sticking up behind him as he was walking turned around and said, It turned out that the pile of belongings that convoy leader Pineapple and deputy convoy Pie Lemon were struggling to carry had attracted his attention. That vile, despicable man laughed with glee and then mockingly mocked them. He look at those lowly merchants who have the nerve to trade with gnomes. Keck, but it looks like they were attacked by a scorpion. That man with spiky hair didn't stop there. He looked at them with contemptuous eyes and used the most harsh words to mock him. And he only hired NPCs. Surely that was a choice. The cheapest guy. The white-haired man next to him also doesn't fit. He also adds, "And there are a few players there." Yegyun nervously walked up to Leschadoura and asked softly, "Leschio, are they talking about us, right?" Leschadoura just remained silent and did not respond but quietly continued to observe the group of people. That group of evil people continued to sneer and criticize. "The people over there must not be very peaceful. Our group must be paradise compared to them." The white-haired man and the guy with spiky hair said to each other, "Keck, if they had to follow that group, they probably wouldn't have had a single gold coin. Even after entering the game, they still haven't escaped poverty. It seems like they were too noisy," making the leader of the GM group get angry and yell at them to remind them, "Hey, enough of the small talk." They stopped joking at this point. Yes, the captain was being too serious. Demon King Satan was so angry that his face wrinkled when he heard that taunt and shouted loudly, "They said something, Master." Archangel Michael crossed his arms over his chest and gritted his teeth. "A bunch of childish children. If you like to promote yourself, have arrogance written all over the other side or give them a little warning." Leschadoura is not the type of person who likes to fight. He still maintains his composure and advises everyone to be quiet. Demon King Satan could not control the emotions in his heart and shouted angrily, "What is your master planning to do? Surely you will not leave them alone, right? Those people deserve to die." Leschadoura's heart is unchanging in the midst of thousands of lives. Changed, he still spoke calmly as if nothing, slowly to think. Leschadoura is a person who likes to calculate long-term not only for immediate benefits but also for future losses. At this moment, he spoke up and said, "What fun would it be to kick everyone out?" Demon King Satan stood still at his words and was surprised, exclaimed, "Ha!" With his quick mind, Leschadoura quickly thought of some plan to punish those arrogant people. The expression on his face gradually became more scary. Leschadoura vaguely realized that he should show it to others. "It's fun. It's been a long time since I found such a good toy." In his mind, he still silently thought to himself, after all, it is attractive. The desert citadel of Rumir appeared so massive, as bright as the morning light. The thoughts in Leschadora's head kept pouring out, knowing that all the merchants were flocking here because of the items the gnomes crafted. Yegyun glanced furtively at the group of civilians chatting with each other. One of them affirmed, "I'm sure, but there are only businessmen here." Then, a notice appeared on the information board. There was a reason why the guild in the Rumir desert was formed in a convoy. While the number of people coming to the gnome city and sand smithy was increasing, as you go up, you have more and more conditions to enter. The system continues to be popular. If you follow or join a convoy, you will be let in without being considered for height or beauty, but you will still not be treated well, not just let in. The soldier guarding the city gate looked serious and reasoned, guessing who it was because he was carrying a lot of beer. Before he could finish his sentence, the guard lost his patience and shouted loudly, "Okay, don't cause trouble." The group led by Leschadora was able to proceed smoothly. The group entered the city in utter amazement. It seemed like everyone was surprised by the development of this place. They competed with each other to admire this wonderful place. OJ was wrong. Leschio looked up at the ceiling. The way they built an entire underground city is amazing. I've seen it in the video, but in real life it looks even better. It's true. Now I understand why everyone is so confused about the gnomes. I'm so tired. Well worth it. At this moment, Leschadora stepped forward in front of everyone, then turned around and softly announced, "Good job everyone, now we have entered the city. It's time for me to say goodbye. I hope your convoy you will develop further." When the leader of the Pineapple convoy heard that sentence, it was like lightning struck his ears. He frantically hesitated and said, "Wait, Leschio." Right after that, the convoy leader quickly ran towards Leschadora and hastily expressed, "I still haven't completed my part of the agreement. If you give me time to change the things I brought, then don't let him talk." After finishing his sentence, Leschadora immediately interrupted, "It's okay, I don't need any compensation." After that, he turned around and gently walked away, leaving behind the words that he would come back to ask for something else later. Yegyun was amused by his friend's behavior and smiled happily. Right after that, Leschadora sincerely said, "Then let's go." The leader of the Pineapple convoy and the deputy convoy Pie Lemon looked at each other worriedly and said in unison, asking for something else, "Who really is this person?" But now Leschadora and Yegyun have disappeared from here and turned to another direction of this city. While traveling, Leschadora idly thought, what she said did not come from any kindness. Looking at the condition of the convoy, the compensation would be a few dozen gold at most. Thinking of this, he suddenly pondered, "I already have enough gold," and as soon as I said this, the system account showed up the gold balance that Leschadora received. The plans that Leschadora had worked hard to build suddenly appeared in his mind. What he needed now was not a few gold coins, but a relationship with someone who would work hard. At the headquarters of the entire city, at this time Dwarf King Alter excitedly greeted everyone, shook his face, and welcomed everyone. Immediately, Leschadora took the opportunity to greet the king of this gnome city. He freely expressed his feelings. "It's been a long time." The Altar King also enthusiastically stepped forward and replied, "Probably so, but everyone, he came back earlier than I expected." Although Leschadora seemed so friendly on the outside, in his heart he was constantly thinking, "Is this NPC the Gnome King? I thought he was just a high-level player, tall but has a lot of connections." After an enthusiastic greeting, King Alter immediately got to the main issue. He curiously asked Leschadora, "So tell me what happened." It was not easy for the goblins to sign a peace treaty right away. Leschadora received the question and immediately pulled out the treaty from her body and gently explained. The elf said she would accept his conditions. Queen Melissa had personally signed it so they would keep their promise. The neatly rolled treaty in the middle was also marked with a red seal, which made King Alter extremely happy and exclaimed, "Really?" Receiving the treaty from Leschadora, the Altar King carefully examined it and said solemnly, "Oh, this is truly the royal seal of the elves. Never thought this day would come." King Alter did not hide his proud emotions and confessed sincerely, "I never thought that those arrogant and stupid goblins who abused their power would sign the treaty." Leschadora still maintained his calm state, gently reminded, "Because the treaty has reached you, it will take effect immediately. From now on you will often have to send envoys to discuss trade issues with the goblins, and both sides must actively work together. King Alter of the Gnome City listened attentively to all of Leschadora's instructions. He nodded in agreement and immediately said, "I understand. I will inform my subordinates and make appropriate preparations." Suddenly, Leschadora announced in his voice, "Oh, and I have revised the list of items to be exchanged. You can check them in the agreement." Hearing his reminder, King Alter quickly opened the agreement and considered carefully and then asked yourself, His eyes flashed abnormally. It seemed that the proposals in the treaty were so unbelievable that even the noble Altar King of the Gnome City had to swear, "What the hell?" He was as happy as a child, happily exclaiming, not only the branches from the world tree, but also the leaves, roots and sap, and also a high-grade spirit stone, precious items one after another, appeared in his mind. It seemed that this treaty was too unbelievable. The Altar King could not keep calm and leaned forward to hastily ask Leschadora, "How did you convince the goblins? They see the world tree as the great-grandmother." Before she could finish her sentence, Leschadora calmly interrupted the king and gently advised him that he should try to maintain a friendly relationship with them, not to impulsively quarrel over small matters and to pay attention to what he said. "Yours." King Altar did not receive a satisfactory answer and immediately ordered, "Answer me," but at this time a series of messages appeared on the system board. "You have successfully helped the elves and gnomes sign the agreement. You brought peace to 2 different races. Your negotiation skills have climbed 5 levels. All species will now listen to you. The power of items created by gnomes will be significantly improved. The friendship between elves and gnomes has become closer. You have acquired the negotiation instinct." Somehow, Leschadora lectured, having conquered the difficult King Altar, the two of them were still intimately shaking hands with each other. After saying goodbye to King Altar, Leschadora and Yegun walked out of the headquarters. With curiosity and questions in their hearts, Yegun asked, "Ye Young, what's with all that stuff about elves just now?" Leschadora nonchalantly answered sincerely, "What do you mean? I'm just negotiating an agreement between elves and gnomes, but don't tell anyone. Many people know it will be very troublesome." Yegun received a satisfactory answer. He immediately affirmed firmly, "Of course I'm not prying, but where do we go now?" Leschadora turned back to Yegun with a mysterious look and said, "Nowhere special, just I want to meet someone. I actually came here to meet this person." Yegun was shocked by Leschadora's words. He was sweating profusely and asked in surprise, "Who is that person he wants to meet right after meeting the king?" Leschadora didn't say it directly, but kept it vague. "Just wait and you'll know. This guy is so cute." Having said that, the image of a small boy holding an axe appeared in Leschadora's mind. Scene changes to the Hellion Smithy, the apprentice training center. It is said that this is as massive and magnificent as the city center. The hammer made clicking noises when hitting the piece of steel. The blacksmiths in the Hellion Forge were arguing and scuffling. One blacksmith said sarcastically, "Can't you do it properly? Do you think the steel will bend under that gentle hammer blow?" The other person didn't object. "Besides, you useless person who controls fire and temperature properly, how can you call yourself a gnome with such incompetence?" The master blacksmith at Hellion Byron stepped forward and shouted, "I won't let you off today. I haven't done anything yet, so I won't eat anything." Byron walked to check the progress of work around him and then scoffed grumpily, "Hey man, is this a dagger? How long will it take for me to understand the basics?" A few blacksmiths huddled nearby. "Edge also adds fuel to the fire." "Really? They only use it to dig mines. Any normal person would do better like that." Young Zeke was oppressed by the excessive words of the blacksmiths around him. He had no choice but to bow his head and sincerely say, "I'm sorry, I'll do it again." Then he tried his best to forge the weapon again. "Pleases Byron." Blacksmith Byron received a satisfactory apology. He listened and walked away, but did not forget to scoff, "If it wasn't for Dex, I would have kicked you out of here a long time ago." After saying that, he threw the dagger that young Zeke put all the work into the ground like a piece of junk. Young Zeke works in an unfriendly environment. He is discriminated against just because he is a poor, useless boy. Young Zeke only knows how to cry silently without making a sound, remaining silent in thought and reproach. I'm so tired. Dex, is this suitable for me?" At this moment, a series of notifications appeared on the system board. "You have forged a dagger for beginners. A finely crafted item reward for this achievement has skyrocketed. A non-ordinary item. The item's level has been raised. The weapon crafting skill has gone up a level. The weapon crafting efficiency has increased a bit." It seemed that after the criticism of the veteran blacksmiths around him, young Zeke was frantically working on creating a more advanced weapon, but he still sighed and lamented, "Oh, this is not enough. I have to do better." Furthermore, while concentrating on thinking about a plan to make a weapon, young Zeke suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ear. "How do you forge?" Young Zeke was so surprised by this sudden event. In his mind he thought, "This voice belongs to..." Thinking for a long time, young Zeke also had his own answer. Big brothers Dex and Leschadora leisurely walked over from outside the door with eager and excited faces. Leschadora gave a friendly smile and asked young Zeke, "How are you doing? Have you gotten any better at crafting?" The dagger that young Zeke crafted was equipped with data by the system, a rare beginner's dagger, a masterpiece crafted by a skilled blacksmith. Beginners can easily use it. Its strength attack 80 approximately 100, endurance 500 over 500, detect weak points on monsters of the same level. The system continued to analyze data about the dagger that young Zeke crafted, hearing Leschadora's question. Young Zeke lowered his head in concern but still honestly confided. While dagger forging was the most basic training for apprentices, his dwarven colleagues had gone to the next level, but he's not sure when it will continue to be developed, although I can see that this dagger is a disaster. Not having heard all of young Zeke's words, Lesjadora curiously picked up the dagger she made to look at it and thought idly, could a beginner item with no level limit be capable of this level? Moreover, it is also a rare quality. Rare items are sold for millions at the auction room. The more he concentrated on thinking, the more surprisingly reasonable ideas appeared in Lesjadora's head, and finally he came to a conclusion. So this kid had the ability to shake Arcadia's economy. It seems that right now Lesjadora is too focused on thinking, causing young Zeke to also have a question mark in his mind, wondering what this brother is planning. Lesjadora stared at young Zeke with eyes of evaluation and comment, then silently assured herself that her assessment was indeed correct. Yegyun did not know when he walked up to Lesjadora. Seeing him holding a dagger of a rare item in his hand, Yegyun could not hide his surprise and suddenly exclaimed, "This item is okay, right? Hey, that's almost equal to a level 20 magic item. It seems that this dagger has an unusual charm." Yegyun praises it all the way, not to mention that it can also see weaknesses, which is unique to an archer called sharp. Compliments and flattery. Picking up the finished product that young Zeke crafted made him a bit confused. Then, as if he wasn't really confident in his own abilities, young Zeke immediately denied it. Not only was the master still not satisfied with this thing, they tell it to at least reach a unique quality so you can move forward. After hearing young Zeke's confession, Lesjadora couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What unique quality? Such poor conditions." Young Zeke lowered his head and hesitantly expressed, "No matter how many daggers he forged, it wouldn't work. Is there anything above the rare quality? The other dwarves just say to follow your feelings." Boss Dex, is it wrong for a person like me to dream of becoming a blacksmith? Seeing his younger brother young Zeke self-deprecatingly denying the fruits of his labor like that, the demon king Satan next to him jumped in to encourage him, shouting that humans are good at doing something like this, and the angel Michael also happily and admiringly praised him. Yes, although it's still a bit lacking, this dagger has an obsession. Demon king Satan wondered, could it be because the forging time was too fast? To completely put the obsession in, it would take after a long time. The angel Michael immediately agreed with this hypothesis and said, yes, there is something wrong. Even when using Vulcanus's artifact, the quality of this thing is too low. Lesjadora just quietly listened to the conversation taking place before his eyes. Suddenly the details in the conversation made him think, what? An artifact? I remember there was a caption attached. Thinking of this, Lesjadora immediately ordered, Zhongxi, can you give me that hammer from before? Young Zeke took the old hammer in his hand and asked doubtfully, this one? Lesjadora was as happy as if he had caught gold. I said, just a little bit. The system board again displays information analyzing the data of Yunsik's hammer. This hammer is the hammer of the mythical Vulcanus. The equipment conditions are recognized by Vulcanus. Damage is 10, approximately 15. Infinite durability. Requires production skill when used to have complete fire resistance. Stamina consumed when producing is reduced by 99%. Effort and thought are put into production. Increasing proficiency requires 2 more purchases. Exchange and destruction are impossible. After carefully examining the information board, Lesjadora thought, yes, the highlight of the story between Tan and L that I heard was this. That thing is the requirement for weapon users. This Lesjadora observed in the information panel. Suddenly, Lesjadora pointed the dagger at young Zeke and gently asked, what was young Zeke thinking about when making this dagger? Young Zeke suddenly received an awkward question, faltering in response, what were you thinking? Well, I'll just try it. Lesjadora's eyes gradually became more determined. He stared at young Zeke and then softly advised, think about it, whether you really put your mind into the dagger. Lesjadora's instructions and inquiries still echo in young Zeke's ears. Or do you just consider it a training process? Taking the dagger from Lesjadora's hand, young Zeke touched it carefully observing it, fall into a state of quiet contemplation. Lesjadora still enthusiastically told the teacher to teach young Zeke about the dangers of life. Listen kid, you must have realized, Arcadia is not a simple game. Try again, but this time don't be distracted. Just think about making the best work with your whole mind. The power of Lesjadora's words awakened the heart of this boy young Zeke. In fact, he is a person with ability, but he has not truly awakened it. Young Zeke seems to be given more fire, as if he is living with himself. His dream. He steadfastly looked at the talented hands that had created countless items and exclaimed, with all his mind. He tried to remember the process of forging weapons in the sand forge, the flickering flames burning brightly in the dark basement. There is a young boy named young Zeke who is passionate and enthusiastic about his profession and is working hard to make weapons like crazy. Ye-gyun, frightened by this scene, approached Leschadora and hesitantly expressed, Ye-young. When I looked into the kid's eyes, he looked like this wouldn't be done in a day or two. Maybe we should leave, go. But Leschadora ignored his friend's advice. He still placed great trust in young Zeke and gently refused, sorry Ye-gyun, go first. Ye-gyun stood stiffly after receiving Leschadora's refusal. Young Zeke was still very focused on doing his job. In this boy's innocent eyes, there was a strong determination that no one could overthrow. Leschadora calmly confided, he listened to me and had quietly followed the blacksmith path until now. Even now he trusted me and picked up the hammer again. Leaning against the wall quietly observing young Zeke, Leschadora could not hide her emotions and made the final decision, I want to stay by the boy's side, at least until he finishes forging. On the other hand, the fire was still burning brightly, illuminating the entire basement as if showing young Zeke's determination. While concentrating on making weapons, young Zeke was idly thinking, I don't have technical talent, craftsmanship or artistic talent, that's right, I don't have anything, in fact, in this world. He lived adrift with everything around him. Two versions of young Zeke appeared in his mind. One was a blacksmith with a tired body but had an ideal purpose in life. The other was an ordinary young Zeke, often confused, uncertain, unable to find a purpose in life. We humans all have the right to choose our own lives, and so does young Zeke. He has chosen his own lifestyle. His eyes shine brighter than ever because he has found the answer to life, me. But this time it will be different because someone believes in me, even when I know what kind of person I am. Thinking of this, in young Zeke's mind suddenly appeared the image of Leschadora kindly taking care of himself when he was in trouble. The thoughts in young Zeke's head became more and more intense. Big brother Dex trusted me until the end. I needed to repay that trust. Young Zeke was wholeheartedly determined not to disappoint Dex's trust, so he wholeheartedly put all his effort into this finished product he was creating as a gift to repay Dex's gratitude. Young Zeke worked frantically, causing the system to continuously issue notifications. Item makes you resistant to heat. Stamina is lost when crafting decreases. Vulcaniz's hammer reacts to the user's determination. Crafting completed. Elle was completely overwhelmed by this scene. She stood still as if unable to move, her mouth open in surprise. Her eyes widened. It seemed like the event happening before her eyes was too unbelievable. A series of system panel notifications appeared. An item that could shake the entire continent had been crafted. The quality of the crafted item far exceeded expectations. The quality of the item had been adjusted. Again. A unique crafted item. Weapon crafting proficiency has increased dramatically. Weapon crafting skill has increased to level 8. The title of Soul Forging Artist has been obtained. The elders smiled at your achievements. Young Zeke stood frozen before the series of information announced to him. It seems that after so much effort and so many days of living oppressed by other veteran blacksmiths, right now young Zeke has reaped the rewards, successfully proving his abilities. Everything, it came so suddenly that it took young Zeke a long time to regain his composure. He happily shouted, I can do it. Demon King Satan was startled by the loud sound of young Zeke shouting in frustration. Something almost exploded, not to say Dex has never been as bright and smiling as he is right now. He felt that the trust he placed in young Zeke was truly not wasted. Dex excitedly walked over and patted young Zeke's head and praised him. He did it, young Zeke. Needless to say, young Zeke was so happy that he burst into tears. In another space, suddenly a man's voice rang out, something. That man's name is Jack, the creator of the virtual world Arcadia. He looked at the statistical data analysis table and exclaimed in shock, there is already a player who has forged a unique item. It's strange. According to the plan, one more year. Alice stood neatly next to Jack and gently announced, the quality is set according to the criteria met, check the data. Hearing that, Jack immediately opened the information panel to check the data. He was surprised by the player's statistics and exclaimed in horror, what takes a month to create a dagger? Alice immediately replied, yes. Putting his hand on his chin and seriously thinking, Jack silently admired, well, with such determination it is understandable. With Vulcanus's hammer being used, it doesn't look like he did anything wrong for no reason. There's no reason to impose a penalty, but it seems like he learned how to use the hammer too quickly. Alice seemed to know everything in advance. She spoke up to answer Jack's question. A variable known as cacophony was believed to be the cause of the incident. Jack was enlightened after learning that important information. He thought for a long time looking at the statistical data table and then sighed and admitted, let's see Dex. I hate to say this, but he knows how to play video games. There. Then, with Jack's rich imagination, the image of a heroic and majestic Dex appeared, walking leisurely towards the rarest and most precious weapon that was glowing. Jack continued to wander in his endless thoughts. The job has found the right owner. I was prepared for this, but I went against the system to this extent. The line of thought was interrupted there. Jack silently came up with upcoming plans. He smiled cunningly and firmly affirmed that this could also lead to the world tree being restored. It seemed that Jack had his own thoughts. At this moment he suddenly asked, "Alice, what is the possibility of this guy activating the Pangea plot?" Alice quickly answered, "Stage 25 of the Pangea plot, the possibility 94% activation, estimated time 1 year." Sitting at his desk, Jack seriously made a comment, saying that we need to apply a real-time translation system as soon as possible. The system board once again displays a notification. The bat-armed assistant has achieved a heroic achievement. You have received 150,000 recognition points. Dex now stepped forward to praise young Zeke for the extraordinary thing he had just done, congratulating him. It seemed like he understood the core of blacksmithing. Young Zeke was extremely happy and sincerely expressed, "Yes, he still has a way to go. There's a long way to go, but I feel like I've found a clue, boss." After expressing all his feelings, young Zeke suddenly asked, "Big brother, please take this dagger." Dex was completely stunned by young Zeke's request. His face turned pale like a new child. At the age of 3, Dex couldn't believe that things would turn out like this and tried to ask again, "What are you serious about? This item must be worth as much as an apartment, and besides, he didn't think he could completely take advantage of it, utilize its capabilities." This is something Dex is concerned about because in order to use this item, experience is required and the proficiency achieved increases by 100%. Young Zeke ignored Dex's refusal. He tried his best to persuade and plan for Dex, hoping that he would accept this gift. He could sell it or give it to the person he wanted. "I just wanted to give him the item." At first it was just gratitude. Dex took the item from young Zeke's hand and thought thoughtfully. It seemed rude to refuse, right? On the surface, Dex seemed to refuse, but in fact, inside he was extremely excited. Dex then shyly and reluctantly agreed. Well, if the kid insisted like that, then he would accept it. Young Zeke was as innocent as a kid. The child happily responded, "Hee, thank you, boss." After that, Dex spent the remaining time chatting with young Zeke. He gently asked, "Why are you here?" Young Zeke honestly answered, "Of course, I still want to practice a lot." This forge has been attached to young Zeke for many years with a burning passion flowing in his blood. More than ever, young Zeke cannot bear to leave. Although the landscape here seems primitive and desolate, this is a place of smelting. Young Zeke's dream of becoming a professional blacksmith has made young Zeke's love for this place closer than ever. As if predicting the future, young Zeke asked, "Big brother, are you going to leave?" Dex turned and walked away and gently affirmed that he would come back to visit you from time to time. "If you miss him too much, just text him and he will come visit you." Young Zeke watched his back as he left and said goodbye. "See you again one day." "Yes, boss, thank you again, I will work hard." Young Zeke's voice still echoes in my ears, "Until you become someone useful to me." But now Dex has gone far away. I don't know if he heard young Zeke's promise or not. Demon King Satan, after witnessing the separation of Dex and young Zeke, couldn't help but feel shocked and exclaim, Master, I'm surprised." Dex didn't seem to understand what was going on and casually asked again, "What's the surprise?" Demon King Satan expressed his inner thoughts. "Well, seeing you being so kind to the kid, it seems like it's a bit human, especially when you often do things that hurt people and cause harm. You look even more like a devil than me." Hearing Demon King Satan's comment, Dex was still puzzled and blurted out, "What do you think of me?" Demon King Satan didn't know if Dex was pretending to be stupid or if he really didn't understand anything, so he went up, voice explaining, "Do you really need to ask that? Do we need to go point by point?" Immediately, the Demon King Satan took the opportunity to explain. After all, it was quite surprising to see him occasionally being kind to other humans without expecting any benefit. Like his idiot friend though, I forgot what his face looked like. "With your personality I thought you wouldn't care about humanity unless it was of some use to you." Dex, after understanding Satan's feelings and questions, spoke up to explain, "Those guys are our friends. When there is something good we want to share it. To be honest, we didn't even know we were there." Once again, Dex fell deep into deep thoughts. He was silent and thoughtful. "Well, the more I understand about Arcadia, the more I understand about myself." The flashback stopped here. Dex suddenly lowered his voice and announced, I think it's time to put the previous plan into practice." Satan sat up and heard this in shock, exclaiming, Plan?" And Ella was awakened by Satan's startling noise. At this time, she was still sleepily rubbing her eyes, looking extremely adorable. Dex placed his hand on his chest in a solemn and bold gesture that declared loudly that as humans, I am extremely kind to those I think deserve it. Dex's firm affirmation still echoed in the air, "But those who upset me will have to be punished appropriately to satisfy my anger." Dex, Satan and Elle walked forward without knowing it. Behind him, there are two masked men following his every step and conversation. The close bond between the ELF clan and the dwarves has changed Arcadia players a lot. Melissa and Dwarf King Alter are maintaining a peaceful and cooperative relationship between the two clans, causing both to develop more and more. And another important announcement appeared. Interestingly, those changes don't just apply to players. The people of both families flocked to the information board to receive the good news. They were chatting loudly. The adventurers had done something. They had successfully traded with the dwarves. It was truly shocking. Continent. Everyone jostled forward to carefully examine the information board as if everything happened incredibly quickly. Dwarf King Alter eloquently declared, "At all costs I will consolidate my forces before other kingdoms." The brown-haired lady was only interested in gemstone jewelry, so she gave an order. "I heard that gems made by dwarves are very popular these days. Can you buy it for me? The price doesn't matter." As for the white-bearded man, he was only interested in research items. He insisted that we cannot go backwards. To continue our research, we need tools made by dwarves. A gold coin printed with the image of a respected king appears. They sparkle like a halo of light illuminating an entire space. Explanations are constantly mentioned for the problem mentioned at the beginning of the text. Specifically the aristocracy, because the aristocracy is rich. The economic system in Arcadia has changed, previously operating only on the small amount of gold players earn through quests and hunting. In other words, the gold rush has begun. At this moment, the system board updates the hottest news and events that have just happened. Businesses have entered the virtual market, GM Group has risen strongly, and people are flocking to Arcadia with a new gold fever. The price of money in the game skyrocketed in the impact. Monthly revenue reached tens of billions, caused the virtual reality economy to explode. Choi Jae-gyu, neatly dressed, sat neatly at his desk and loudly declared in front of all the press that we at GM Group not only consider Arcadia as a game but also as another reality that we value. Although we cannot compare with other activities of the group, learning from previous mistakes, we want to recruit outstanding talents to build a healthy market system. Saying that, the first GM Group recruitment information appeared, with full requirements: trader 0, regardless of gender, height under 165 centimeters, magician 0, priority given to ice magic experts, detectives, adventurer 0, detect danger and analyze terrain level 9 or higher. The scene changes to the great desert of Rumir, at the entrance to the last city of the dwarves, the smithy. Everyone outside the city is busy preparing things to trade. Dex quietly observed everyone around him and silently made his own judgment. The atmosphere had changed. It seemed like a system of trading convoys had been established. The reasoning suddenly stopped there. Dex silently thought, other than that, it's time to have some fun. Suddenly, the leader of the GM convoy came from somewhere to greet him cordially. "Hey, it seems you're finally planning to leave here. Do you have your bus ticket yet?" Slowly taking off the bulky hat on his head, the leader of the GM convoy revealed his sharp face, looked at Dex and gently advised, "If you plan to buy GM tickets, hurry up, they won't be accepting bookings anymore." Dex was bewildered by the GM delegation leader's offer to buy tickets. Recalling the scene of the first time he set foot in this strange place, Dex's mind flashed the scene of the GM convoy with the girl at the head as the leader leisurely walking away. He rummaged through that old memory and silently thought, I mean, she's in charge of the GM convoy, isn't she? It seems like she's the real leader. After a moment of careful thinking, Dex suddenly politely refused. "Sorry, but I was planning to use another car that wasn't GM's." The leader of the GM convoy now knew he had been wrong, so he pretended to reply, "Is that so?" After that, she happily started talking to Dex. With the amount of money he spends a month here, he must be financially well off. The leader of the GM convoy looked around for a while and then determined that it was a Pi, a smaller car than he used before. Dex was stunned, not knowing how she could understand the situation so clearly. In his mind, he secretly felt, wow, does she know all about this? Dex remembered the day he said goodbye to young Zeke. Two masked men followed his every step. It wasn't that Dex couldn't feel it, it was that he couldn't show it because he wasn't sure. Now Dex has found the answer, answered for himself, then silently realized that the presence he felt at that time was that of the GM convoy. The leader of the GM fleet gave a sinister smile and said, "After all the trouble, it seems like you still haven't learned anything, huh?" After that, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a warning, "Just do what you want, I hope you're lucky enough to keep Lestio alive." The leader of the GM convoy walked up to his ally. The white-haired man quickly spoke up, "Not at all like you, why would you want to cause trouble with that kid? I'm a bit surprised, Kaha." Leader the GM fleet happily responded, "There was a reason, I learned some interesting news." Right after that, she remembered what she heard and reported, "That guy, I don't know how he did it, but he came out from the dwarf smithy where players are forbidden to enter. If we successfully make some kind of contract with them, it will definitely completely change our monopoly." The white-haired man and the man with spiky back hair listened attentively to the GM convoy leader's explanation. Because there were no other clues, it was just speculation, not very important. At the end of the conversation, she said something cold. She only needed to cut open his stomach to know the truth. Dex was still standing still, looking far into the distance. Demon King Satan was the first to react after a series of mockery from the GM group. He could not keep calm. His eyes turned red and he announced, "Her owner was the one from earlier. Well, shouldn't I kill her so arrogantly?" El next to him also happily and honestly supported him. As long as it's right, the power of heaven is always ready to protect him. But Dex didn't care too much about those taunts. He still maintained his composure and calmly spoke, "Leave her alone. Actually, I should be grateful to her for causing trouble earlier." After that, Dex changed the subject again and cheerfully announced, "Tan and El, you both know that running a caravan is a trend these days." Satan and El couldn't help but hear this message from Easy's mouth, surprised and start to doubt life. Dex laughed because the two of them looked as bewildered as children. At this point, he announced, "I plan to start a business. Do you want to hear my plan?" At this time, the leader of the Pineapple Convoy was trying his best to invite and sell bus tickets at super preferential prices. Next to him, the deputy convoy Pie Lemon also enthusiastically welcomed, "Hello, we are the Pie Convoy. We will escort you safely to the next village." While attentively greeting, the leader of the Pineapple Convoy straightened up when he recognized the person in front of him and hesitantly said, "Oh, you are." As if he couldn't hide his emotions after so long apart, the leader of the Pineapple bus shouted happily. Lestio and Dex smiled warmly and greeted him. "It's great to see you here again. We're still selling tickets, car." The leader of the convoy, Pineapple, immediately affirmed firmly, of course, his private Lestio was free. In contrast to the warm welcome of the convoy leader, the deputy convoy, Pie Lemon, raised his voice in question, but he asked himself, "If you can walk, why do you have to drive?" Lestio, faced with this sudden question, Dex's mind quickly responded, "Traveling alone is a bit boring. I think it's good to have someone go with me." Hearing Dex's wishes, Apple and Lemon stood on the spot, each with a big question mark in their minds. The sun gradually sets to give way to the dark night. The Pie Convoy is moving forward together. The leader of the Pineapple Convoy confided, "The road to the Sand Forge is now called the Golden Road, meaning the items created by the dwarves are as precious as gold." Dex walked beside him, nodding in agreement and then idly asked, "I have read the news. The Pie Fleet's business must be quite good." The leader of the Pineapple Convoy laughed out loud and then shyly replied, "Well, with a small car like ours, we can't earn that much. Even with this shipment, the profit is only a little." Right after that, as if to make Dex better understand what he was saying, the Pie Car leader showed vivid images as examples and explained, to make big profits in this industry, he must have the right line. The more customers there are, the more goods there are to transport, so large commercial vehicles can carry more. Dex fell into deep contemplation, thinking about the answers that Apple mentioned. Arrive. It seemed that in order for Dex to understand the situation clearly, the Pineapple Convoy leader enthusiastically answered, "Let's say it was a GM convoy." Mentioning the GM convoy, the leader of the Pie Convoy felt a sense of anxiety in his heart. He lowered his head and expressed in a low voice, "Yes, recently the GM car convoy's exclusive trade with the dwarves was being sought. Human resources are even more difficult than trade." Caravan leader Pineapple continued to present the information and data he had collected to Dex. They began open recruitment to recruit all the top adventurers and ice mages. Moreover, they even pay twice as much as usual. I heard that most of the manpower does not participate in trading but just goes there. The leader of the Pineapple Convoy sadly lowered his head and said in exasperation, "They had monopolized human resources to eliminate competition. Unexpectedly, a large corporation would choose that trick." Demon King Satan, hearing the story and understanding the whole story, just laughed out loud and said, "What a pity for humans. They defeated their competitors in a really unique way." At this time, Dex was still absorbed in deep thoughts. Man, his facial expression became serious, his eyes had depth, and he secretly affirmed in his heart, "That's why they were so arrogant." Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind. The owner was not done. Both the Pineapple and Dex convoy leaders were startled and turned their heads back in bewilderment. A teammate in the convoy pointed to the bottom and urgently reported, "The rear of our convoy was attacked." Convoy leader Pineapple shouted in surprise, "What a monster!" That teammate continued to explain clearly that it was not a group of people, but in the distance there appeared a group of people who looked very brave and were approaching to attack Pie's convoy. The leader of the Pineapple Convoy once again fell into an unexpected situation. He tightly held the man's hand, trembling with anger and whining, "Oh my God, what were they thinking, daring to use sand lizards here?" Dex still didn't seem to know. Knowing what was going on, he turned around bewildered and asked, "What's wrong?" The leader of the convoy thought of the ferocious scorpion in the legend, so he planned carefully to avoid that sudden situation, but now the group behind him powerfully rushed forward, creating resounding sounds, shocking the whole land. Apple expressed his feelings. "We are not allowed to run fast here because it will provoke the scorpion. I don't know what they think." It seemed everything was so obvious. Dex looked into the distance with wary eyes and spoke, "But those people." Looking at the group of people in the distance rushing towards us, Dex shyly exclaimed, seemingly aiming at us. It turned out that it was a group of people from the GM convoy. The leader of the convoy rushed forward and announced in his voice that he had seen them. Dex's bloodshot eyes glowed. He lowered his voice and asked the leader of the pineapple convoy, "Had there been bandits in the desert before?" The convoy leader hesitantly replied, "No, we have never heard of such a thing. Stealing without cause will make the GM fleet angry." Dex's mood gradually became more excited. His clear eyes seemed to be unable to hide his excitement. He gently reassured the spirit of the Pi convoy leader, "Don't be afraid. Listen, they are from that GM convoy. It seems they wants to attack us." The leader of the pineapple convoy stood still at that announcement. He seemed unable to control his emotions and exclaimed in horror, "What did you say?" The wandering thoughts pulled the pineapple convoy leader into a pile of chaotic reasoning. He frowned, his mind confused, wondering why the GM convoy was faster than us. "No, the problem now is that we could potentially die in this dangerous place. All items will be stolen. If they don't survive, the convoy will go bankrupt. All that awaits is death and casualties." But the GM convoy still leisurely rushes towards destruction, making Apple's head feel like it's about to explode. Because he was so dissatisfied with the rich people's lifestyle of the strong oppressing the weak, big fish swallowing small fish, the leader of the pineapple convoy mustered all the courage to step forward and boldly declare, "These bastards are just because of GM, just because they're a big corporation, doesn't mean they can trample on the weak. Aren't they afraid of retribution?" The white-haired man whose face was covered, revealing only his indifferent eyes, laughed and firmly affirmed, "GM convoy, what are you talking about? We are just thieves." The leader of the Pi convoy could not keep calm in front of this guy's nonsense and immediately argued back, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think we don't know if it's not the GM convoy? Then who is it? There's no such large group. This is in the desert." The leader of the GM convoy jumped out of the car and raised his voice to warn, "Hey, saying that is a bit dangerous." Leader of the small convoy, suspecting a large corporation like GM without evidence, "If you get sued, your life will die in real life. Yours is in danger." After speaking sarcastically, the GM group burst into laughter. The leader of the pineapple car group was speechless and could only grit his teeth to show his hatred. The man with his hair sticking up showed no signs of stopping. He spoke with a mocking tone, "It turns out there are also those guys who like to use garbage trucks. Sorry, but it feels like stepping on poop. You should have gone back and forth with the large convoy instead." Dex still had a cold expressionless face and stared at the GM convoy. At this time, he turned to ask the convoy leader, "Our current force is not enough to defeat them, right?" Apple immediately replied firmly, "Maybe we can't resist for long." After receiving a clear answer, Dex suddenly spoke. That sentence made the leader of the Pi convoy cower and look at him with suspicious eyes, still asking questions in his heart. DM smiled mysteriously and suddenly asked, "Do you want to take this opportunity to receive investment?" The leader of the pineapple convoy was stunned by Dex's sudden proposal. With sweat flowing down his cheeks, he seemed so surprised that he stammered and trembled and said, "What do you mean by investment?" Before he could finish his sentence, Dex smiled happily and shouted, summoning the Golden Knight Farhan. Then a blinding light appeared in the vast space of the desert. This extremely horrifying event caused everyone around to gather and stare in surprise. The man with his hair standing on end suddenly exclaimed in fear, "What is that guy? Is he a holy knight?" Contrary to the fear of his teammates, the leader of the GM convoy was now extremely excited and silently commented that he was indeed a dangerous person. "Let's show his true face." That magical stream of light continuously radiated radiance to the ground. At this moment, Dex's voice rang out. He said he was tired of being oppressed by the GM convoy, right? The leader of the pineapple convoy had not yet had time to accept this surprise, but now he had to receive another surprise that made him stand still, his mood burning like fire and his eyes widening in surprise. Dex mysteriously made a proposal. "So if I invest, do you want to develop this convoy to become the largest and most powerful convoy in Arcadia?" Dex then took out his mask and put it directly in his face. At this moment, the system board displayed a notification that the mask of deceit had changed the world. The convoy leader opened his eyes wide in surprise as he looked at Dex glowing in his combat uniform, his hand holding a dazzling long sword, Apple's mouth moving a few times. He was Dex turned his fiery eyes to the group of people in the GM convoy in front of him. Why would they do that? Then, Dex smiled at them and said, I told them so they did it. The system announced the sound of a barracks on the outskirts of the great desert Rumir at night. The moonlight shines down on the vast desert, and the tents set up in the wilderness suddenly become tall. Dex sat across from the Pi convoy. The game system will notify you if you want to accept the contract. A notice board will appear. Once you accept the contract can only be cancelled if both parties agree. Please choose carefully. Apple is still thinking carefully whether to accept or not, giving 50% of the Pi fleet's profits to Dex players. Apple thought hesitantly, it sounds a bit unfair, but it's not really. From the beginning, if it weren't for him, this business would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. So now all we can do is trust him. Apple turned to look at his teammate and they both nodded in understanding. They firmly agreed to the notification game system. The Pi convoy has accepted the investment covenant. The investment covenant has been established with the Pi convoy. You have purchased 50% of the shares of the convoy. Dex smiled with satisfaction and expressed favor with the two of you. You made a wise decision. I will definitely not let you regret it. Dex threw a small bag of gold coins on the ground and fell out. Here, take Apple. Apple picked up the bag and looked at it in surprise. Dex, is this money? Dex smiled and said, you need to have a solid foundation in the future. Let's just say this is a down payment. Dex stepped out of the tent and turned around to look back. By the way, this time to the dwarf village. Please bring my friend to swing with me. I want to introduce you to a player named I'm Very Clumsy. I'll meet you when I meet you. I understand, so please keep this money. Apple looked at him curiously and asked, Dex, aren't you coming with us? Do you trust me with this pile of gold? Dex grinned, I'm a bit busy. I have to deal with someone. His voice and face seemed to go to another extreme, completely different from the handsome, smiling face from before. Apple and Lemon unconsciously held hands and watched Dex get angry. Both of them gasped. You sit in the room and answer the phone? Okay, I'll approve the video. The person on the other end of the line quickly responded, we worked hard to produce it, it will definitely be hot. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to take revenge on GM. Thank you Ye Young, you had fun. I just asked to edit the video. Director Joe worked hard. Well then, he looked at the computer screen opposite and smiled, yes, I'm very satisfied with this video, so just post it. In the large building of GM Corporation headquarters. The president of GM Corporation sat in a large chair and rubbed his forehead. These bastards, they said that Q3 revenue not only won't increase but will also decrease deeply. Why are you telling me now? Wireless electronics, which is our main business, also reduced revenue by 80% compared to last year. I let you guys sit in the director's chair not because you are my sons, but what do you do? Is that so? My son shouted at me. Wait, Dad, no president, we tried our best to increase sales but... The chairman shouted angrily and shut up. He pointed his finger at his son and his employees and vented his anger. Still don't know how serious the situation is. It's 1 billion won, 1 billion immediately. The game you guys disregard and throw away, aside, now aiming for a profit of 1 billion won, and in the future it will increase to 700 billion won. The blonde employee still leisurely recited the little song despite the president's anger. The old chairman was extremely angry and shouted louder and louder, but he still didn't know that wasting money on building a factory instead of developing the industry was a bad decision. Listen carefully, I won't let you do this, director, whether this task is easy, difficult or impossible, I will not sit and listen to nonsense. The chairman stood up from his chair and pointed 5 fingers at the staff. I let you guys work to make GM Corporation become the #1 corporation in Korea at all costs. If it's impossible, then make it possible. Learn from the youngest Jegu, I told you, you useless brats. The blonde teenager who was walking down the hallway a moment ago smiled and thought, haha you stupid bastards, I knew it would be like this. He grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. Those guys treated me like trash, now they will have to bow their heads. In the end, I am the one leading this era. Suddenly 2 male employees called back from behind, hey Choi Yegyu. The black-haired person spoke up in front of you and said dirtily, you better be a little more humble. The other person followed behind and both gritted their teeth. Don't think you'll do well forever, trouble will come. Choi Yegyu laughed out loud with extreme sarcasm. Haha you guys followed me all the way here to vent your anger, aren't you embarrassed? Both of you were infuriated by this statement but no words came to your mouth. What is the new word? What is this brat? Choi Yegyu sneered, if you're angry, prove it with your strength. Guys, this is the law of GM Group, you know it. He tilted his head back to repeat the president's words, if it's impossible, it must be made possible, by all means. Choi Yegyu returned to his room, put his feet on the chair and hugged his stomach, laughing loudly, ha ha ha. He exclaimed, "Ah, that's great," looking at the seniors and the boss frowning so happily, "Ha." The old butler standing next to him bowed his head. "You're in a really good mood," Choi Ye-gye replied. "Of course, that's great." The face suddenly changed into a different expression, like the face of a villain when he saw his opponent die. There was some madness in it, and even more madness. If the next quarter's revenue reaches 1 billion won, becoming president of GM Corporation will no longer be a dream. My time has finally come. The butler suddenly started sweating because of this expression. "Sorry to bother you when you're having fun, but the Destroyer's Daily Vlog channel just posted a new video." Choi Ye-gye suddenly asked again, "What?" He turned on his phone and angrily looked at the screen. "What is this? Is it a video related to us again? Does that bastard want to scandalize us or something?" The old butler replied, "You have to see for yourself." Choi Ye-gye's face was full of anger mixed with a bit of excitement. What did he want this time? He looked at the phone screen for a long time before uttering two words. "What is it?" A comment appeared in there. "Haha, I watched it over and over again, haha." Noise emitting scream from inside. GM Corporation. The shapes of the two people immediately appeared. Their eyes were blurred. One of them said despicably, "They must have been very desperate because they had to use that logo that was not worth a penny." The other raised his hand to rub his chin, revealing a smile. "Contempt, living on a pile of trash like that must be playing games in misery." The other person crossed his arms, clearly showing his intention. "Hey guys, lately your business deals are related to our GM Group's products. If you do any more, then come and do business with me." The other person holding the handle, "The officer is one step closer to order. Transfer all your orders to our GM Group. With that pathetic scale, you can't do it." Two other people stood on the edge of the cliff holding the reins and looked down. Another white-haired man standing outside also spoke up. They were monopolizing human resources to eliminate competition. They didn't expect a large corporation to choose such a cheap method. "They are from the GM convoy. It seems they are coming to attack us." The young girl was wrapped in a red cloak, her chest was wrapped in bandages, her face was hidden behind the cloth. If it weren't for the two things protruding from the front, she would have been afraid of being male or female. She spoke up, "The leader of this small convoy, suspecting a large corporation, like GM, if you get sued, your life and real life will be in danger." The screen is noisy again, but the voice still rings out. "It seems like there are still some gullible players, so don't be so careless, just cooperate with a decent merchant guild." Appearing in the distance was the silhouette of a black cloak with a golden magical energy surrounding him. He approached, his shield and sword appeared in his hand. "Sigh, it's time to teach them a lesson." As soon as this statement ran out of comments, there was an explosion of endless cursing at GM. Without saying a word, it immediately rose to the top of the hot list. The phone vibrates with 47 missed calls from missed calls. Choi Ye-gye held his head in despair. What the hell? The phone continued to ring, startling him. "Vice President Choi, what was that video?" The vice president replied, "They said they wouldn't remove the video. If we want, they are ready to stand before the law." He spoke up, basting every word. "Those I+ bastards, they live on the salary I pay, and yet now after leaving the company, why are you playing tricks on me like this?" Choi Ye-gye collapsed on his elbows on the table. "I won't let this go, damn it," Vice President Choi behind him reminded. "First you have to decide how to handle this video, because the situation is still it's not clear, the evidence is still unclear. We should pretend that this was just an accident and we were not involved." He suddenly remembered as if enlightened and replied, "That's right, blame those stupid employees for talking nonsense and fire them. Why did I hire them?" Vice President Choi was speechless and only replied briefly, "One word, yes." He raised his hand to adjust his tie and said bitterly, "And those useless bastards, I will definitely deal with them personally." Choi Ye-gye advanced soft game system announcement, GM Group Rumir Branch. Ahead was a scene of disaster where a huge fire broke out and burned everything. The other players spoke up and blasphemed, shocked, "I will collect some scorpions, the evil corporation must be taught a lesson. Haha, let's go, I know the way out, everyone follow me." Ye-gye seemed to want to collapse at this scene and said tremblingly, "What happened?" The companion who came along checked the information and reported back, "Players with grudges against the GM group have joined forces to attack. Currently 60% of our group can no longer operate." Ye-gye lost patience and said, "Just look and you already know." The other teammate added, "The attack is still continuing on the trade route. We are trying to minimize damage to goods, but because of the destructive power of the desert scorpions, we have lost about 2 million gold." Ye-gye was really shocked when he heard the number mumbled. 2 million means 20 billion won has evaporated. He waved his hand, spread out his 5 fingers and commanded, "Prophet, temporarily withdraw the entire contract with the dwarves, take away all the last, we must prevent other corporations from multiplying and using as many resources as they want, that's okay." The teammate turned his head to look at the woman behind him. "I understand, but..." Yegya was furious. Why did the dwarf refuse? It was so unreasonable. The woman spoke up and affirmed that it was true that all the dwarves had refused to trade with our GM group. "Negotiation doesn't work, maybe we've already offended them." Yegya raised his voice in disbelief, upset. "It can't be that they're just NPCs, what are emotions?" The woman affirmed, but it was true that there was a problem due to their actions, and on the inside, she was a bit sadder. "In fact, the NPC had the same thoughts as you, but no, the GM group was wrong, it was a pathetic game." The fire still flared up, only more intense, and did not subside. "Dex, the shadowy figure slowly appearing in my mind wearing a black robe, is this how you play Arcadia?" On the news broadcast, "This is the 9 o'clock news. GM Group invests a large sum in the virtual reality game Arcadia and confirms that this money is used to collect assets in the game. The National Bureau believes that there is a high possibility that those assets have been converted into $1 or dollars and could be used to commit crimes related to illegal fund creation, so the National Tax Bureau has initiated an investigation, urgent tax investigation against the corporation. The stance of the National Tax Department is to carefully investigate and verify illegal activities and tax evasion." Yegya was lying on the chair with listless eyes. Crazy, it was over. On the other side, when the sunlight shines down on the car, Dex rested his head on the straw and yawned, feeling bored. Golden sunlight penetrated through the afternoon foliage into a certain forest. There, Dex was leisurely lying on a horse-drawn carriage that resembled another convertible, each one being two-wheeled and running on grass. Tan spoke up, "Hey master, it seems like things are starting to get noisy." After listening, Dex wondered and asked again, "What?" Tan quickly answered, "The things that made him uncomfortable because he didn't have the potential." He continued asking, "Well, the GM Merchant Guild, I don't know much, but it seems like something happened because the leader of that guild's little demons are making a lot of noise. This time you caused something." Tan continued, then Dex asked again, "You're always on my side, this time you don't know what the little demons are talking about." He was a bit confused, but how did the little monsters know about that? Tan calmly replied, "Oh, I haven't told the master yet. Recently, I have been using your daily stories as training material for my minions. There are many demons who have become fans because they like your unimaginably cruel ways. If you knew how much these little demons admire you, you would be shocked. They only admire you. After me." Tan finished speaking and smiled happily. "Have you ever thought about preaching in hell? It would be very famous," he said helplessly. "No way. Tan, everyone keeps saying I'm cruel, but I live a pretty honest life. What can I preach to demons? But out of all the people I've ever met, you're probably the cruelest person," Tan hastily explained. Elle crawled out and hit Tan on the head. "Why do you keep teasing Mr. Dex, you dirty bat? Ouch ouch ouch." Tan groaned in pain. Elle continued to speak loudly, "You must have forgotten that I am his guardian angel. My mission is to prevent depraved bats like you from leading Mr. Dex down the wrong path. If you ever try to make a show of inviting him to hell in front of me again, I will personally destroy your lair in Muspelheim." Tan turned around and replied, "TSK, you call yourself angels are the ones who resemble devils the most." The two of them started arguing loudly again. "What did you just say? Did I say it wrong?" "I said it so right that you were shocked." "Shut up you stupid bat." Dex takes it as a daily thing. Lie still in a corner and enjoy and think to yourself, how peaceful it is. Suddenly the carriage driver announced, "Hey, we've arrived at your destination, I can only take you here." Dex jumped out of the car and gave the old man the money. "Here's his pay." The old man tremblingly reached out his hand to spread it. "Oh man, I appreciate it, but young man, be careful. I don't know why you came to that city, but it is the most dangerous and cruel place on this continent, the 5th forbidden ground of Arcadia in the Caribbean." "Shall we get there?" Dex said. The Caribbean, the city of criminals in the ocean of pirates. Unlike the remaining areas, this place was chosen solely because of humanity's cruelty, because it was voted as one of the 5 forbidden areas of Arcadia, so there is no need to discuss the danger of this place. However, to reach my goal, I have to get through this place, Dex thought to himself. The system's notification panel rings. "You have arrived in the crime city, the Caribbean. Be alert for the dangers lurking in the city." Mission 5. The World Tree requires you to bring back the dragon heart. However, targeting Goldrian, the guardian of Arcadia as well as the mighty leader of the dragons, seems a bit difficult. Don't worry, there are rumors that there are dragons living somewhere on another continent. The World Tree doesn't care about the origin of the dragon heart, so why not go find it? Explore other continents. Arcadia. Quest details can change based on player actions. Dex finished listening to the mission and thought to himself, suddenly he wants me to move to another continent, while I haven't even gone through this yet. The request is ridiculous as hell. Tan, I trusted your information to come here, the information about being able to leave the continent from the Caribbean. Is it believable? Dex asked. How do I know? The demon told me this, said that it was heard in a story decades before it was summoned, but it was worth a try. Tan replied, Footsteps. Dex heard the sound and turned to look. Suddenly a rock flew out of nowhere and landed next to Dex. A green-haired boy appeared behind him and called out, Sir, walking here is very dangerous, hurry up and hide. Suddenly 3 young men appeared, the white-shirted guy with slicked-back hair, the blue-shirted guy with a handkerchief on his head carrying a knife, the last guy was a tall, muscular guy with a big scar on his head carrying a wooden barrel. Dex and the other boy looked out from behind the wall. Phew, what luck, the boy said. Dex spoke up. So according to the boy, there was a gang war going on in the city, and anyone with even the slightest suspicion will be mistaken for a member of another gang and killed. The boy replied loudly, with his hands on his hips, Yes, if you cause trouble here, not only you but everyone living here in this alley will be hit by stray bullets. Boy, the kid looked at the outfit Dex was wearing and wondered why he was so hot. The boy's name is Hans, a resident of the Caribbean, 10 years old. How, you don't even know such basic things, you must be an outsider. Dex pulled down his hood and politely replied, Sorry, I just arrived in the city. After hearing this, Hans was surprised. Wait a minute, are you really an outsider? Are you serious? That means you intend to go to the Caribbean to go to another continent. I think it's impossible. Even if you avoid the attention of pirates and set sail, no one facing the deep-sea monster can survive, can return. Why don't you give up? There's only one person in the Caribbean who can cross the sea of death and come back alive. Dex heard that and turned around, wondering, what, who? Hans quickly replied. Who, don't you know, that pirate King Carlos, that day founded the Black Pirates and is the legendary character who completely conquered the Caribbean Sea. Pirate King, huh? Dex said and thought to himself, that sounds like someone who would give out a bunch of quest chains. Dex continued talking, so where do we go to meet this guy named Carlos? Meet him. He is probably being held in a dungeon. Hans continued, a few years ago, several gangs combined and trapped Mr. Carlos. And even if you get to the place where Mr. Carlos is imprisoned, he won't talk to anyone who isn't on his level. I don't think he'll get any information. What do you mean? Dex asked. To be honest, you look like you've never killed anyone. Hans continued, you need to play with at least 100 lives to be considered equal to him. Dex looked down, thinking, I see, that's it, there are conditions to launch the mission. Scandal, just found out I have something like that. The system sound rang again, changing the title, a new assassin was equipped. Dex continued, I never thought I would have to use this title. So, what now, kid, newbie killer? Dex, you have a sinister smile as if you've achieved your goal, enough to meet that guy Carlos. Hans' face turned pale, his voice trembled, how are you so fast? Then thought to himself, this murderous intent. It was so powerful that counting the number of people he killed became meaningless. The fallen pirate King Carlos, once the supreme ruler of the Caribbean and a notorious criminal who brought terror to the continent. Standing before his powerful pirate crew and his supreme authority, it seems that no one is strong enough to resist. That's right, well until that day. Let me help you become the leader of the Black Pirates. Those are the words of female Captain Abel of the Redbeard Pirates. The condition is that you must give me half of the control in the Caribbean. What will you do, Mr. Sparrow? A burly man with a red scarf on his head and a blindfold over his right eye. Sparrow slammed his hand down on the table to decide. And this Sparrow turned around and betrayed Carlos, the image of Carlos screaming angrily, Sparrow, how dare you? And then the era of Sparrow, the new leader of the Black Pirates, and Captain Abel of the Redbeard Pirates began. Hans folded his arms seriously and said, since that rebellion, the balance of power in the Caribbean had been divided into two. Because of this, the streets in this region were always stained with blood. Sigh, how good those old days were. Everyone knew they were criminals and they did illegal things to make a living, but there was a sense of loyalty and brotherhood. Tan now suddenly showed up and spoke up. Master, this kid is not only 10 years old, why does he talk like an old man while his mouth still smells of milk? Dex smiled and said, "So, is there any problem if we meet Carlos?" "Of course not. With your level, you must be equal to Mr. Abel." "No, you must be equal to Mr. Carlos. You look just as scary," Hans replied excitedly. "That's it, but there's one more thing. Also, no one knows where Carlos is locked up," Dex asked. "Yes, even if you knew where it was, getting close would be almost impossible. The elite guards of the Black Pirate and Redbeard are on watch 24/7. Is that so?" Dex nodded. "Master, what are you thinking about? Just take them all out." Dismissed, Elle also joined in. "This city is filled with people who need to be judged. Let's bring justice to this land." Dex replied calmly, "Are you guys trying to cause trouble to make money?" As if the words had hit her in the heart, Elle and Tam both turned away and smiled awkwardly. Dex thought helplessly. At these times, they cooperated so well, leaving Hans standing aside wondering what was going on. "Well anyway. My ultimate goal is to cross the ocean. That's not something I can do myself. I need manpower." Dex started calculating. "That's right, if I deal with the faction leaders, those henchmen will be useful," thinking while smiling a sinister smile. Hans standing next to him trembled. Excuse me sir, what's wrong? You're smiling like that, you're scaring me." Emitting a powerful, possessive murderous aura, the leader of the Shadow Assassin Gang, the Dark Shadow, an existence from the demon world temporarily takes over the new player's body. You can use the power of the temporary possessor, time. Wearing a scary look, Dex revealed a terrible murderous intent. "There is some information, let's move quickly." When an existence from the demon world temporarily takes over the player's body, Dex can use the power of the temporary possessor, he said with a sinister smile. "Since we have found the information, let's go quickly." Little Hans fell to the ground in surprise. What's going on? This person's aura changed as if he had become a different person. This time, he made himself feel like he was emitting his own aura. Such endless darkness. Dex's body was almost immersed in darkness. Dex smiled and said, "Just as I expected, being able to hide and move in the dark is truly an amazing skill." Dex was surprised because Hans suddenly knelt down and worshipped, trembling in fear, asking for his life. At the same time, the system gives notifications, passive skills, activates endless fear of death and activates the darkness of madness. Little Hans couldn't control his rising fear. He panicked and said, "I'm sorry for not recognizing you, please spare my life." Seeing that, Dex thought to himself, "Oh, is it because of the passive skill I activated? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Then he said to Hans, "Well, thank you anyway, I'll come to you later if everything goes well, so take care." After that, Dex gradually disappeared, in front of Hans's surprised face, leaving him a gold coin as a thank you. In another space, at the control center, Alice looked at the screen and announced one after another, "The Caribbean, the fallen pirate King Carlos discovered special information, related objects, Dex players, analyzed level 1 priority level. In-depth analysis of the relationship between the plot for the Pirate King and the players. The related missions are Caribbean Crime City, Criminal Conspiracy in Dark Alleys, The Glorious Period of Carlos, The Fallen Pirate King, The Burning Desire for Freedom, Hope for Humanity, Low Neck Baby Throat is Oppressed." Alice pressed the delete button on all of them. Continuing on the screen, the main scenario, Episode 19, The Rekindling Fires of Revolution, Episode 20, The Era of Exploitation, Episode 25, Pangea and many other scenarios were all deleted. Alice asks, "Install the main script." A moment later, the system announced that a new main scenario had been created, Chapter 3, New World, New Continent. At Arcadia, Korea Branch. In a meeting room, the script team leader, Director Kang Tae-hoon stood up to speak. "I would like to send a message to the Korean branch staff. Thank you for working hard even though it is nighttime, late." Everyone below couldn't stand it, whispering and complaining, "What's going on right now? I thought things had calmed down since the World Tree incident. Today is my birthday, so I'm still hoping to return soon." Director Kang Tae-hoon quickly explained that the reason I gathered you all here today is because Level 1 security information that the company's operating policy prohibits from accessing has leaked out. Hearing that, everyone was startled and shocked. Without waiting for everyone to calm down, Director Kang Tae-hoon continued, "As you all know, Arcadia is divided into 8 continents. The area supervised by the Korean branch corresponds to the second continent. Continents, in other words, are the servers of each country, so people on each continent cannot contact each other because the servers are separate from each other." Director Kang Tae-hoon emphasized, "But now it has been revealed that it is possible, in the City of Crime, the Caribbean, a mission that allows you to travel between continents has appeared. Of course, it's extremely difficult and requires you to satisfy special conditions." A man couldn't believe his ears. Moving between continents, a woman with a ponytail sitting next to him couldn't help but wonder, what should we do now at the Korean branch? Kang Tae-hoon replied, the NPC who gives the quest related to transcontinental travel is the pirate King Carlos. As a result, you must help and convince him to make that transcontinental voyage. The woman with her ponytail expressed, I heard that the pirate King Carlos wouldn't even bother to talk to you. If your reputation wasn't enough to make the whole continent tremble, even on an intercontinental mission, even if land appears, no one can meet that condition, right? The person standing behind director Kang Tae-hoon couldn't help but say, yes, logically that's true. He continued with a distant look, but, don't you know that, in our second continent, the Korean server, there is someone who can meet that requirement, Dex. Sitting at the other end of the table, Lee Myun held her chin in her hand and spoke slowly. Alice had already changed that script. Affirms that, soon the servers of each country will connect to each other, each player of the servers of those countries will connect to each other. In the game, it is night time, the full moon shines down on the Caribbean. In the Caribbean danger zone. This is the base of the Shadow Pirate Gang. From the far mountain, Dex probed, there were 4 level 200 guards, all of their ranks were top-notch, right, then he firmly affirmed, it was almost certain that Carlos was here. Demon King Satan stood on his shoulder and said, they say the darkest place where light does not reach, could it be that they are hiding the pirate King Carlos in the basement? I almost wasted my time, so what's the plan, Master? Dex smirked and replied, what's the plan? We'll convince him to join us, that's the only way to do this. In the dungeon, in a corner cell, Carlos bowed his head and closed his eyes, sitting against the wall, not making a sound. A prison guard came and threw a bowl of food inside, saying, hey, here's your food. As if a bolt had been opened, Carlos opened his sharp eyes. Even though his body was immersed in prison and living in exile, he still maintained the charisma of a man who had once been a pirate king. Carlos scolded in his heart, damn, this place is so disgusting, do you think I would eat this? Looking at the bowl of food, he despised it, it was no different from food for rats. But circumstances don't allow Carlos to be picky, he needs to eat. While eating, Carlos silently told himself that I cannot die miserably in this place, not as a former pirate king. One day, I will get out of here and take revenge, even if I have to give my soul no matter what. Suddenly, a voice rang out, it was Dex, his soul, are you serious? Carlos stepped back in fear, his eyes frantically looked around and said, who is there? In the darkness, Dex smiled and replied, over here. Carlos was surprised, his eyes widened, he was sweating, what was that thing, a shadow? Dex gradually appeared from the black shadow on the ground, but was still mostly in darkness. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, he was slowly becoming crazy. Carlos looked up at Dex and asked, who are you? Dex smirked and replied, me, who knows, that's right, I'm a demon, he growled, the one who will make your wish come true. The system immediately announced one after another that the person's impurity level had exceeded the required level, and had neutralized Carlos's absolute supreme power passive skill. Carlos' criminal pride passive skill is disappearing, neutralizing Carlos' contempt for the weak passive skill. Under pressure from Dex, Carlos thought to himself, what is this terrible pressure? My senses that have confronted countless devil-like evil people are telling me, this is a real demon. The system continues to announce that the fallen pirate King Carlos acknowledges that the player has met the conditions required to create a new scenario and has reached a new turning point. Updating tasks. Dex demanded, getting straight to the point, Pirate King Carlos, what do you wish for? At the same time, 2 passive skills are activated, activating Endless Fear of Death and activating Darkness of Madness. Hearing that, Carlos trembled and replied, I wish I could take revenge on those who betrayed me, I must make them shed their blood. Dex smiled sinisterly, bloody revenge, what a normal wish. Seeing that, Carlos couldn't help but shout, hey, can you really grant my wish? Dex confidently replied, of course I did, with a wave of my hand, that wish would come true. Carlos wondered, then what is the price to pay, then clutched his chest and said confidently, my soul. At this moment in Dex's mind, Satan quickly said, oh okay, can Master give me his soul? Dex angrily whispered in his head, shut up, you're distracting me too much. Returning to reality, Dex sarcastically said, read less fairy tales, Carlos, I don't want your soul. Then he extended his hand towards Carlos, smiled and continued, I only want one thing, can you take me out to the endless sea? Carlos said in surprise, the ocean is endless, could it possibly be? Then he smirked and silently calculated, a new continent. Carlos couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two pirates guarding the prison were startled. One angrily said, "What the hell?" The other looked at it and replied, "It's Carlos, is he crazy?" In prison, Carlos affirmed that he was not a devil. Dex clicked his tongue. "Well, I'm a bit close to the devil." Hearing that, Carlos grinned, full of pride and said, "Even me, a survivor of the endless sea, something that only exists in legends." Then as if he didn't quite believe it, he asked again, "You are entrusting your life for someone like me?" Dex complimented Carlos and said, "I believe there is no one more suitable to be a companion in challenging the legendary than you. I am not wrong, Pirate King Carlos." He heard that and silently calculated in his head, "A new continent, that sounds interesting. If it really exists, it means there are still many people out there who have to kneel and obey me." After thinking about it, Carlos agreed, "I accepted your deal," and secretly added, "An unknown person is more sinister than the devil." He was full of excitement, his face widened, promising, "I will take you to a new continent." A moment later, an explosion rang out from underground. The pirates were startled and wondered, "What the hell? What was going on?" A pirate ran to report, "It's urgent, Carlos has escaped from prison. Hurry up, tell your superiors." Standing on the city wall, Carlos looked down. The pirates held their weapons ready to fight, screaming loudly, "Surrender, Carlos, you can't run in the Caribbean." Hearing that, Carlos couldn't help but laugh scornfully. "Ha ha, surrender, you dare challenge me." At this moment, the clouds dissipated, the moonlight shining down, making Carlos' murderous face even more clear. He held the bone sword and said contemptuously, "Let me tell you, even a dozen people were like this. If you crawl on me, you won't be able to defeat me." Back in the past, when the deal was over, Carlos asked Dex, "Did you say your name was Dex? Suppose, if you and I confront the entire Caribbean force, how many of you can send us?" Dex closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Everything." This made Carlos terrified. Having said that, Dex lamented, "But, that's so boring, isn't it?" Then he slyly expressed, "I have a better idea." Then the system notification sounds, "You have given Carlos a weapon, consuming 85,000 reputation points. Carlos's liking for you has increased. Carlos considers you a close friend. The title, you have received the Pirate King's best friend. Your reputation in the Caribbean has increased significantly. A new rumor is spreading in the Caribbean city. Carlos's sword is called the Horror of the Black Sea, legendary rank. This is a sword made from the bones of giant sea creatures that live in the Black Sea. It contains the eternal darkness and terror of hell. Limit of 300 times. Pressure reaches 130,000. Rank 1 sea crossing. Rank 3 deprivation or higher. No limit. Infinite durability. Approximate power from 3,000 to 3,300. Increased strength. The combat ability of subordinates increases by 30%. Increases the speed of crossing the sea by 30% when traveling by boat. Increases the combat power of warships by 2 times, locates the nearest enemy ship and skills especially pirates, absolute imperative. Carlos shouted happily, "Look closely, witness the reappearance of the Pirate King Carlos." Having said that, he quickly rushed down, swinging his sword wherever he went. The pirates fell down. Dex stood on the wall looking down at Carlos and happily said, "It suits him." He knew giving him that sword was a good idea. Demon King Satan stood next to his head full of question marks, unable to help but wonder, "Hey, Master, why did you use your reputation points to give that person the sword? Couldn't you just do it yourself?" Dex turned around and smiled and replied, "Well, this way, we can save reputation points, right?" Facing Satan's surprised eyes, Dex turned his head to look down and continued, "Learn from this, Tan. Sometimes standing and observing is a good thing, and gaining benefits quietly is better than taking action yourself. Sometimes it's better not to take action." At this time, a fearless pirate rushed towards Carlos and shouted, "Carlos, you are crazy. Do you want to die? How dare you escape from prison?" Carlos looked back, smiled fiercely and said, "Ha ha, who is this? It's been a while since I last saw you. It's been a long time, Sparrow." Sparrow shouted angrily, "Carlos, what can you do now? Your subordinates are all dead. Do you think you can defeat us all? Even Redbeard's forces are coming here. Once the army Abel's coming, he will die." Facing Carlos, his face filled with murderous intent, he calmly said, "I told you, Sparrow." He would lie on the ground in an unsightly state. Having said that, Carlos used his power, the deep-sea curse, and the energy turned into giant tentacles. Sparrow's terrifying moment officially began. He could only tremble in extreme fear. "No, don't come here." The huge explosion caused rock and soil to fly around, smoke flying everywhere. Looking in from the outside of the city, the Red-Beard pirates who had just arrived were immediately startled and frightened, not knowing what had happened inside. Captain Abel thought in fear. What is that? Is that Carlos's power? It's absurd. Humans can't have that kind of power. Seeing silhouettes of people on the city walls. When I looked into Dex's eyes, Abel couldn't help but be frightened. Looking at Carlos floating in the sky, she shouted, "Carlos, don't tell me, have you made a contract with the devil?" Carlos looked down, smiled and said, "Who is this? Is it Abel from the Caribbean, that guy who likes to suck other people's blood?" At this moment, Carlos took action. The energy turned into tentacles that wrapped around Abel's body. At the same time, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "So, are you ready to pay the price?" Then Abel's scream rang out. The scene was filled with blood. From afar, Dex received a notification from the system. The captain of the Black Pirates, Sparrow, had died. The captain of the Red-Beard Pirates, Abel, had died. Achieve impressive achievements. You have destroyed 2 captains who dominated the criminal gangs in the Caribbean. Achieve titles. Punish criminals. After killing Abel, Carlos looked at the remaining pirates, licked his lips, and smiled evilly. Who would be next? Elle stood there and expressed her admiration. Even though it was a massacre, justice still needs to be served, right? Dex did not answer the question but smiled and said, "Wait, Elle, the fun is just starting." Below, Carlos' face darkened, coldly said, "What are you doing?" Shouting loudly, "Why are you backing away?" The pirates trembled in fear and replied, I'm afraid, I don't want to die." Carlos scowled. "What is this? Loud, useless people." To the surprise of the pirates, he angrily shouted, "How dare you consider yourself a member of the Black Pirate crew when you don't dare to fight? When I was secretly attacked and imprisoned by a traitor, what did you guys do? You knelt down and bowed your heads, begging for your life just like now. This is how you think about the Black Pirates? The Black Pirates' ego has sunk into the sea." Hearing that, the pirates quickly put down their weapons. "Kneel down, bow your head and beg. We are sorry, Pirate King Carlos, we have tainted the Black Pirates, please, kill us." Seeing that, Elle's eyes widened in surprise. Carlos calmly said, "I should have killed you all, but I will give you one last chance," then raised his sword and shouted, "Swear." Once again, under the flag of the Black Pirates, we will spread our faith and ambition throughout the world. From this moment on, the Caribbean was once again united. The pirates seemed to be empowered, raising their fists high and cheering. A new belief begins to be built. The screams and cheers are filled with joy. The belief is spread, the emotions are burning fiercely, the chest is heating up as if something wants to burst out and satisfy. Happiness, spread the news across the continent, burn down this unjust world, and create a world of equality and freedom. Spread the word across the continent, burn this unjust world, and create a world of equality and freedom. Nomads, beggars, criminals or deserters, we don't care who you are, go to the Caribbean, take roll call. Here and now, the first step towards freedom has been taken. And with my close friend, Dex, Carlos happily said, holding Dex's shoulder. Dex's expression changed. Wait, something is wrong here. The announcement from the system just arrived, like a prediction for the future under the witness of the full moon. Pirate King Carlos announced a new step forward for the Caribbean. Those who crave freedom are flocking to the Caribbean. When the time is right, a new nation is born. Pirate King Carlos announced a new step forward for the Caribbean. Those who crave freedom are flocking to the Caribbean. When the time is right, a new nation is born. The Demon King's eyes lit up in praise. Wow, Master is so cool. He took all that other person's reputation and made it his own. That's why he's so generous. He danced wildly and talked non-stop. When talking to individuals with potential, the owner spared no resources to invest in them, making them strong enough to turn the world upside down. Phew, this wasn't just an idea. Good, this is super lucky, isn't it? As expected, the owner's thoughts are so deep that I can't grasp them. Yoon Jae-young just silently thinks. I have to admit, even I did not expect this result. He called out to Carlos, "Hey, Carlos." He immediately turned and replied, "Yes, what is it, my friend?" He said, "Everything is fine, but the promise between us comes first." He burst out laughing. "Of course, don't worry, these are just the beginning. Ha ha ha." He stood proudly with his arms crossed and said loudly, "Everyone, raise your heads, I'm about to assign the first task." He loudly declared, "From now on, we Black Pirates, no, we Caribbean Pirates, we will explore the new continent and its key sea routes." Carlos shouted loudly, reporting every clue you guys had, even the smallest. The decision would be on me and my friends, not you guys. All necessary conditions for activating the main screen are met. Main stage, Part 2, the new continent has begun. Link Quest, a story from a forgotten legend has been created. You are chosen as the key player in the main stage. The main stage's progress will change based on your actions, be careful. Yoon Jae-young silently observed and thought, I didn't think things would be this chaotic. Well, that's not too bad. A video was posted on MooTube. The figure of a young man appeared boldly walking forward. People started talking about it in the comments. Dex was there. In a luxurious building, Joe and his subordinates exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Joe angrily gritted his teeth. Who would do something like this? It was a pile of colorful pants with a piece of paper that said, Dex's fan. The video of a guy appearing to boldly walk forward is very hot on the internet. The number of comments has reached more than 32,000. This looks like a company called I+. Does Dex have any contract with them? If so, does anyone know Dex's identity? But it seems like the comments were deleted. Lol, are they trying to cause outrage? Don't they know about freedom of speech? Looks like we must have them see the power of Dex's fans. Explain. Yoon Jae-young received a phone call. He was a bit hesitant. So, you're saying you have to spend all day deleting comments and blocking users? The person on the other end replied, I'm sorry, but, is there any way to contact Dex directly? All my staff are trying to control the comments, but it's overloaded. Yoon Jae-young is worriedly thinking, hey, it's finally happening. Plus, Dex's fans have to find out that. He was trying to reassure himself, well, we don't get to choose. Joe is a trustworthy person. Yoon Jae-young picked up the phone and made another call. Mr. Joe, this is Dex. When I heard Joe's name, I was startled. What? Yoon Jae-young said, I like chocolate as my character's name, but my nickname is Dex. I don't want to reveal it because I'm worried about situations like this. Joe hesitantly replied, so, Yoon Jae-young told him, I just want you to know this, Mr. Joe, just tell the staff that Dex and I are friends. He nodded and replied, oh, okay, I understand. Yoon Jae-young also said, and, I will make a video myself, post it to calm the situation. A new video has been posted from the Destroyer's Daily Diary channel. Dex appeared in the video with a headscarf covering his head, testing the mic. He started talking, everyone listen. From the video, he said, I'm talking about those bastards of Dex's fans who are causing chaos on this channel. Everyone watching his video on the screen was stunned. Dex, oh my god, it's really Dex. He coldly said, I have a close relationship with the owner of this channel, and I agreed to post my videos here, and no one knows my identity. You guys should know my identity. A lot of people are watching the video of him speaking, so stop bothering others and stop. I know you don't listen to reasons or threats when someone commits a crime or stalks you. But if you don't listen to me, I will quit this game. So behave properly. If your friend keeps forcing me, I'll really quit. Everyone will be shocked because he's too tough. He added, oh, and, he put his middle finger in their faces, my briefs are black, you bastards, are you satisfied? The video flickers and ends. Count Case asked the girl, did she hear anything? She replied, yes. Dex's briefs are black. Immediately the discussion started again, black, finally we know, black, moreover, it's a classic color. From today I will be black, should we change the name of the clan to Black Dex fans? Case shouted loudly, everyone heard you. From now on, if you guys make uncultured comments on the Destroyer's Daily Diary channel again, we will execute you immediately. They all replied in unison, yes, I understand. He also bluntly declared, not only that, from now on, every negative comment will be considered an act of opposition to our guild, no matter who it is, a GM or someone else, we will not ignore it, go through and deal with it. He was full of enthusiasm and shouted, brothers, let's move forward, for our bright future. Below shouted in unison, wah! In the luxury row of houses, there was an announcement in the morning, delivery here. The delivery person who brought them embarrassedly said, this is a bit embarrassing. Inside is a pair of black briefs like Dex said, but this is a gift from a fan, so I have to hand it over, right? Autonomous Region of the Caribbean. First stop. Carlos went around supervising, hey, bring more wood here. After fixing this area, we'll proceed to part B. He's extremely fussy, screaming everywhere. Ugh, the smell. Hey, you haven't fixed the drainage pipe yet. Which group is in charge of this? He stood on the ship and said loudly, okay, don't forget, the criteria of this organization is that everyone must cooperate. We must restore the golden age of the Caribbean port city. He replied, yes, Mr. Carlos. Recovery is underway in the Caribbean crime city. 36% of the city's functions have been restored. The gang wars ended. The city's stability increased by 89%. Dex stood silently watching the city gradually recover. The city's atmosphere had changed significantly. Moreover, Pirate King Carlos, when a good person came to power, efficiency was greatly increased. Carlos said to Dex, "Oh, where have you been all this time, my friend? I sent you a lot of messages." Dex walked over and waved to him and replied, "Sorry, I'm busy working with some businessmen." He pointed to the chest in front of him and said, "Here, look, I'm confused, what are those things?" He laughed and replied, "Hee, those are the items I found after searching every corner of the Caribbean according to you." In there was an old compass, a magic item. I began to doubt whether it worked or not. The location it was headed to kept changing. Next is the Faded Sea Map, also a magic item, only the faded parts remain, making it difficult to identify. The next item, Broken Binoculars, is a magic item again, a binocular with broken glass. No matter how many times you use it, you can't see anything. The last item, someone's old maritime diary, was also magic. It had been stored in a warehouse for a long time, and the paper had become shredded. The ink had faded from water, makes it very difficult to read. Carlos smiled proudly and said, "They look like antiques on the ground, but they are definitely related to the legend of the Endless Sea, the King of Sea Feasts, I guarantee." However, they were left in such a dilapidated state for such a long time that they no longer functioned. Dex surprisingly picked up the items and asked him, "Oh, are these items so important?" He replied solemnly, "Of course, based on this diary, if it wasn't for those two items, they couldn't survive in the Endless Sea. If they want to reach the new continent, we have to fix them." Dex naively asked, "Correction, is there another way?" He thought about it and said, "I've thought about it, but with these types of antiques, especially those that are enchanted with magic, we have no other choice but to ask for help from Lamb Top." Carlos asked for help from Dex. "I'm sorry, but most people in the Caribbean are wanted criminals, so, can you come to the temple for us?" Dex has received a new notification. You have received an important clue about the main screen. The quest to recover an ancient magical artifact was created. Warning about the second continent, the prospect of continent-wide migration. Time remaining until start. 1 day, 2 hours, 39 minutes, 24 seconds. Determine after the second continent, the continent with the highest risk of players migrating to. Third continent, the player's country, Japan. Fourth continent, the player's country, China. Jenica stood looking at the continents spread out before her eyes. She is Jenica, the leader of the silico biological industry. She gritted her teeth and said to herself, "At this point, even the second continent will cause trouble." She shouted loudly, "Enough is enough, we have to intervene." Announcement from the second continent, continental migration scene. Jenica stood silently watching what was happening before her eyes. Jenica was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes anymore. The continental migration scene hadn't been properly prepared yet. If this continued, we wouldn't know what problems would happen. On the map is an image of the second continent surrounded by dirt, the scene of infection due to dirt on the second continent. It is impossible to solve this problem spreading to other continents. It's time for Jenica to act. She gives the order. "Alice, I, as a level 1 administrator, order you, increase the sea level in Arcadia. The deep sea monsters also increase their attack by 100, and the difficulty increases to 1000%. Alice quickly received the order, successfully identified the level 1 administrator, and adjusted the difficulty of the Arcadia sign, but the answer Jenica received was that it could not be adjusted. Jenica was extremely panicked. What, why not? I'm a level 1 administrator. This statement is considered unfair, targeting a certain user. The player in question has achieved absolute protection by accepting a contract over a problem caused by the company. Jenica didn't understand anything. She asked again, "What does it mean, absolute guardianship? I've never heard of that." Alice, still operating on the virtual screen, replied, "I've emailed you the relevant data, please check your inbox." Looking at the email Alice sent, Jenica was surprised. The event was in Arcadia, Korea, a talent competition. She angrily shouted, "This is crazy, what the hell did the Korean branch do?" At the Pirate King Carlos and Yoon Jae-young's place, Carlos asked him, "I'm sorry, but most of the people here are wanted criminals, so can you come to the temple instead of us?" Yoon Jae-young received a notification. "You have received an important lead for the main stage, an urgent mission, a mission to restore ancient artifacts has been created." This is an opportunity for Yoon Jae-young, he told himself. The Blue Tower is the only citadel for magicians, I have to go there. He thought thoughtfully, but it was too far. Lamb Top was on the other side of the continent from here. If we went quickly, it would take at least 2 to 3 weeks, too long. His eyes were full of thought. Otherwise, dwarfs? No, even Rumura was quite far away, not an optimal choice. There must be another way, Saturn once told him, the power to break the rules of this world, to dismantle and intervene in cause and effect. He asked me, you have that power, right? Yoon Jae-young controls the energy source in her hand. Michael also told me, Mr. Dex, what you need is will. He stood tall and strong in the sky, feeling his own strength. Powerful energy ran through Yoon Jae-young's body. One broken artifact from the past that reacts to the player. You can consume fame points to restore broken artifacts. Do you want to restore it? To recover requires 200,000 reputation points. Yoon Jae-young immediately agreed. Begin to recover. Carlos stood outside not understanding what he was doing. He widened his eyes in surprise. No way, those artifacts reacted to Dex. Even he was surprised by his results. Wow, was it effective? The diary was the object that reacted most strongly. A marine log, left behind by someone in this world, reacts to the power of fame points enchanted on it. That book said that I faced deadly dangers in the endless sea, a sea so vast that it was impossible to find direction. Monsters appeared everywhere, storms suddenly appeared. If I didn't have these 2 mystical artifacts, I wouldn't have been able to get out of there alive. Those 2 artifacts are the ancient compass and the binoculars. Thank you to my ancestors for passing those things down to me. Dex received a series of notifications. The item was completely restored, consuming 200,000 reputation points. Item, broken antique compass transformed into dreamer's destination. Item, broken binoculars transformed into surveillance eyes. The mission, restoring the ancient artifact, has been completed. Link quest, forgotten legend completed. Title, you have received the title of precocious child. Yoon Jae-young said with satisfaction, okay, with this, everything is resolved. Satan angrily shouted, what the hell, are you saying you reverse time just to restore some ancient artifacts? Michael also angrily said, how funny, using time reversal to repair things. Yoon Jae-young calmly asked, so what, is there a problem? Satan is angry to death with you. Problem, don't you know what you just did? Reversing time is not something you use to fix things where, he still stupidly asked, reversing time, is that a big deal? Satan looked at him suspiciously or asked, honestly, I'm curious, Master, what are you? I knew there was something from the moment you made a contract with the Demon King to turn him into a subordinate. Michael asked in surprise, did you make a contract with a superior being? If not, then this is absurd. He thought about it slowly and replied, well, maybe it's just a job skill or something. Satan angrily shouted, do you really see that as an excuse? Michael was speechless and just smiled stupidly. The profession is called anarchist poet. Yoon Jae-young was satisfied. The more she played, the more fascinated she became. Why did she get this job? Well, whatever. He smiled meaningfully. It looked very scary. After all, since we created the main stage, we have to make full use of it. Look closely, I'm about to cause a lot of chaos. Yoon Jae-young asked, hey, Carlos, are the items working now? He took them and examined them and replied, yes, more than that, it seems like they have become something completely new. He looked at him and asked, so, is it now possible to go to another continent? Carlos replied, of course, although I didn't think things would turn out like this. Everything in the diary is ready, now just need a boat and team members. He also said, I have a warship for you tomorrow. Don't worry, I will choose the best crew in the Caribbean for you. Yoon Jae-young smirked and asked, what's going on? He did not hesitate to ask directly, don't you also have to go to the new continent? Carlos, his eyes suddenly became scary. He gritted his teeth and replied, the Caribbean is still unstable, I understand what you are saying. But, Yoon Jae-young interrupted him again, you're talking too much, Pirate King, are you afraid of the sea or something? Carlos seemed to reach the point of extreme anger. He turned his back to him, hey, Dex. And turned back to look at him with a gloomy face like he was about to kill someone, are you teasing me? Yoon Jae-young received a notification again. You have reached an important point of the main stage. Depending on the player's actions, the orientation of the main stage may change. Please be careful. Yoon Jae-young looks extremely pleased. The important point of the main act. It seems like we are on the right track. Yoon Jae-young frankly told him, I'm sorry, but my goal is not to go to the new continent. My real goal is to hunt dragons that exist in the new continent. Imagine the arduous dragon hunting scene. He said, I can't fight alone, I need as many troops as possible. Standing strongly in front of Carlos, he said, "It's risky, but filled with romantic pleasures and exciting journeys, a chance to sail to a new continent." Carlos calmly said, "If the ruler of the Caribbean dies during the trip, we will lose everything. We have a reason to protect this place." Yoon Hae-young interrupted him again. "It's easy, Carlos." He said, "It's as simple as a game, just don't die." He listened silently to what Yoon Hae-young said, stunned, conquered the sea and returned, and that was how he filled his name in history. He smiled and said, "As the Pirate King Carlos, the pioneer of the New World. There's a new notification, the negotiation skill has been activated, the target, Pirate King Carlos." You saw Carlos's true intentions. Cumulatively, the target had doubts about his decision. Accumulating skills, the player's chance of choosing the offer increases. Carlos looked at Yoon Hae-young and hesitantly asked, "So, what do you need from me?" He smiled evilly and replied, "You will go with me to another continent, not only a ship to explore, but also, we will take all the black pirate ships in the Caribbean, and conquer the endless sea of death, damn it, with the pirate flag flying high." Imagine that scene, and when we reach the new continent, where no one has ever been, we will plant the black pirate flag will fly over the new land. Yoon Hae-young said, "I want to witness that moment with you, Carlos, the moment when criminals and pirates who were treated like trash, achieved something that no other kingdom or empire could." "Mister, how are you feeling, Carlos?" I raised one hand towards him. "Will you go?" He rolled his eyes and stood frozen in place. "Me." At the Korean branch of Arcadia, panicked voices rang out from the building. "What, Director, what did you say?" After listening, his mind was dizzy and he asked again, "Was the scene of migration to another continent inevitable?" The manager crossed his arms and replied, "Yes, I just received permission from the president to connect relevant information and confirm it yourself." The manager said, "There is a player, through Carlos, the ruler of the Caribbean, who is preparing to move to another continent." He kept shouting in surprise, "Wait, Director, so you mean, a person, the only player, is moving to another continent, so fast?" His eyes were extremely frightened. Suddenly he realized something strange. "Wait, Director, so what happened to that player's management system?" The manager also looked up. What do you mean?" He started to explain, "If a player from the Korean continent moved to another continent, and caused a lot of chaos, I mean, a lot of strange things." He smiled evilly and said, "Normally, that's not our responsibility, that's the responsibility of the department, or even, of the country where they stop, right?" After listening, the manager seemed to be enlightened about many new things. "Don't know which country it is, they received my sympathy." Carlos enthusiastically ordered, "All teams, prepare to depart. From now on, the entire force of the Caribbean will head towards the new continent across the endless sea." He gave the order, "Raise the flag," and immediately the flag was raised high to the roof. Yoon Jae-young smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, it's time to depart. Prepare to go, Dragon Heart." He stood on the boat and watched it gradually move away from shore. The Caribbean fleet had set sail in search of a new continent. A week had passed since they set sail. They entered the endless sea, the image of a majestic fleet of ships entering the sea. Carlos looked at the sea and couldn't help but exclaim, it was truly terrifying. The sea was called Endless Sea not because it was so wide that it reached the horizon, but because it was so deep that one could not see the bottom of the sea. The system has a new notification. Warning, when entering the Endless Sea, if you are offline for more than 3 weeks, your character will die and the system will teleport your character to a nearby deserted island. Please be careful when playing. Yoon Hae-young stood on the side of the boat thinking about the warning. So does that mean having to be online when the ship passes through the Endless Sea? The punishment is heavier than I thought. It seems like they encouraged the trick from the beginning. Is conquered. I have a strategy that the system doesn't agree with. Yoon Hae-young excitedly looked at the sea, her heart was beating wildly with excitement. It had been 10 days since they entered the Endless Sea. Due to the influence of the abundant mana in the air, the weather was different all the time, and the ocean currents were constantly changing, taking a toll on the rich fleet. Carlos's experience. The ship encountered many difficulties in the face of strong seas and strong winds. In that fierce sea, it seems that no matter how hard people use their strength, they cannot hunt any creature. As a result, the food reserves were depleted faster than planned. Everyone on Carlos's ship was starving to death. He could only stand with his arms crossed and quietly watch because there was no way to solve the problem. The 2 items restored by Dex were their only source of support. Dex only gave them back 2 items. The first item is the Dreamer's Compass, a unique item. This compass belongs to a legend in fairy tales who has traveled across continents, a mysterious power that can shape the world. Having restored it, the owner must follow the direction the compass points. The second item is the Eye of the Observer, also a unique item. This binocular was given to a human by a transcendent entity, a power that can shape the restored world. It is said that using it you can observe objects 1,000 miles away. Visibility is 50 kilometers, can hear sounds coming from the direction you are observing. From the ship, sharks were observed attacking below the sea surface and disaster was avoided. Carlos held the binoculars, feeling extremely lucky to have recovered this item. It's good that we have these binoculars, at least we can avoid those deep-sea monsters. If we have to fight them all one by one now, our fleet will suffer serious damage, especially when we are floating on the endless sea like this. Yoon Hae-young asked the soldiers on the ship, "How is the current situation?" He replied, "So far, we have lost 33 medium-sized attack ships, 15 supply ships and 8 large-sized ships, due to monster attacks, and the waves hit." The ship's soldiers also reported that the number of casualties was about 1,200. The remaining ships were becoming overcrowded and did not have enough food and space. Carlso was extremely worried. If that was the case, we can continue to be out at sea for just another week. It would be nice if we could call on all the ships in the Caribbean. If we were to go to sea with a smaller force then we have failed miserably. Seeing Yoon Hae-young still calmly standing on the side of the ship, he really wanted to ask, Dex, did he foresee all of this? There is another notification from the system. Carlos's loyalty score has increased sharply. Carlos will believe anything the player says, even if the player says the sun rises in the west. Dex was stunned. What was that announcement about? There was heavy rain and strong winds and the sea was rough. Suddenly the ship shook so strongly that Carlos and Dex were unable to stand and were about to fall. Carlso panicked and asked the driver, what was going on? He replied, I don't know, I didn't see anything. The wind strength and wind direction didn't change, so what is making the ship shake? So, Dex people looking down at the ship. He called out, it's dangerous, Carlos, come here and look. He's rushing over. Why? What's going on, Dex? When he saw underneath the ship, he was also shocked. Carlos stammered, below his ship was a large army of ships of another gang. He lost his composure when looking at the horrifying scene before his eyes. There weren't just one or two giant monsters, there were so many of them. Did our fleet anger them or something? Dex replied, no, it's not. He calmly observed their movements. All the monsters were moving in the same direction, and they weren't attacking us. That's right, it was like they are running for their lives, and a new character has appeared, the legend of the endless sea, Kraken. It was huge and blocked the sea, which was what made the other boats flee. Carlos yelled, Kraken. Dex had noticed, so he was running from that thing. Carlos was really panicking in his heart. Oh my god, that legendary monster really exists. Damn, we can't fight a monster like that. He immediately shouted, go up, order the entire fleet to retreat, but Dex stops him. No, it's too late. If we do that, that monster will wipe us out. Dex immediately told him, ordering the entire fleet to move forward at full speed. He calmly placed his hand on his heart with great enthusiasm. I will solve it for you. He began to exert his own power, the spirit. Marksman, Amelia. The small Dex standing in front of the giant animal began to concentrate all his strength. Passive skill, activates eyes that see through everything. Prepared, Dex ordered, attacking his opponent's weak point. Ignoring his opponent's defense, Dex delivered the decisive blow, a giant arrow. An arrow rushed towards the monster attacking it, causing it to scream, ah! Yoon Hae-young received a new notification, having destroyed one of Kraken's 3 hearts. Currently, Kraken is in a state of exhaustion. Completing Stage 1, you will suffer the fury of the deep sea. Prepare for the next battle. Everyone on Carlos's ship was horrified. They couldn't believe he had defeated the Kraken in just one blow, but they were still very worried. But the magical mist brought by the Kraken calmed the winds. If anything, if we continue like this, our ship will stand still. Yoon Hae-young smirked, so just make the wind blow again, right? He continues to perform new actions, passive skills, activating eyes that see through everything. You can read the flow of magical energy in the air. Dex had succeeded. He was extremely pleased. He had found it, the eye of the storm of magical energy. Immediately, Dex made his next move, a violent storm, a strong ray of light streaking across the surface of the violent sea. The magic was broken in half. Yoon Hae-young was satisfied and looked at the results without satisfaction. The soldiers on the ship were blown by the wind and couldn't stand. Wow, the wind is really strong. With this wind, we can control the ship several times faster than normal. Carlos shouted, now is the time, move forward at full speed, let the train pass at maximum speed, move forward. He is trying to control the ship. Good, just maintain this speed. Check for any damage. The soldiers on the ship reported, some important equipment has been destroyed. It can be repaired. Go somewhere or go there. Carlos gritted his teeth and silently prayed, hold on, just a little longer. Maybe we won't get another chance like this again. We're almost there. The ancient compass is pointing the arrow forward. The ship's soldier stood high above, observing the front of the ship. Suddenly he was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. The front was deserted and the sunlight was bright after the wind just now. He cried out, land, I see land. Mainland. Yoon Jae-young has received many new announcements, legendary achievements. You are the first player to discover a new continent. If you report this truth to the main continent, you will earn a huge fortune and your reputation will spread far and wide. Title: You have achieved the title of Great Navigator. Title: You have earned the title of Discoverer of an unknown land. You have entered a continent that speaks a different language. An on-the-spot interpretation system has been applied. Japan, Korea. The main scenario has reached an important branching point. Related tasks created the mission to capture the base. Yoon Hae-young's eyes lit up and she smiled proudly. Haha, Japan. He stood looking at the island ahead. Going abroad for the first time made me so excited. Yoon Jae-young, with sharp eyes, looked at the faraway island and smiled calculatingly. Going abroad for the first time made me so excited. He realized that, Japan, the continent actually refers to each country's server. That means Arcadia Online consists of only one server, one huge world that connects all players from all over the world simultaneously. He was excited to think about everyone's reaction when his video was released. He said to Carlos, I'm so curious to see everyone's reaction when I post this video. Carlos stood dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Suddenly Yoon Jae-young asked Carlos about hanging the flag. Hey Carlos, you hung the flag properly, right? Carlos stood with his arms crossed, smirking with a confident expression, firmly confirming, oh of course I prepared it just like you told me. I've hung our pirate flag where everyone can see it clearly. Having said that, the two looked towards the flag hanging on a tall tree pole of the battleship, the flag fluttering in the wind very majestically. Yoon Jae-young smiled cunningly and said with a dangerous expression, so now we just have to wait for them to take the bait. Elsewhere, the seaside port city of Izumi-kale is a magnificent and important place. Some people were surprised to see ships that had never appeared before and were carrying pirate flags, exclaiming in surprise, what are those ships? I have never seen them before. Pirate flag. It seems like a useful event quest has finally appeared, the commander of the Maritime Security Force at Kaleport LV-85 Minato said with a smirk with an excited and challenging expression on his face. She shouted loudly to order the soldiers to prepare. The No. 2 fleet was preparing to depart. Surely these were the pirates who had previously plundered the Izumi Sea area, preparing to fight. Her spirit was excited and excited, not hiding it was clearly revealed through the shouts ordering everyone to get ready to fight. A man was worried by her aura, sweating profusely and trembling as he said, but Commander, we should report to the Lord first, right? She angrily frowned and shouted, shut up, you're just fighting pirates, but you're also trying to bother the Lord. The old man trembled even more and stammered in response, that's not what I meant. Although the old man thought he should report to the Lord first, Minato decided to handle the situation herself, not wanting to waste time arguing with NPCs. She smiled sinisterly, her face smugly thinking, this incident suddenly appeared after we were stationed here. We can't waste time arguing with stupid NPCs. I will handle this myself. Thinking about this makes you even more proud, whistled with satisfaction. When the boats of the two sides approached each other, Minato crossed his arms across his chest, looking confident and disdainful of his opponent, smiling and saying, oh, they're players, not NPCs. Dex on this side also saw the situation on the other side through his binoculars. His expression was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was very excited and smiled dangerously, excitedly saying, this steering is harsh. Carlos standing behind also saw the situation, a bit worried and said, look Dex, the enemy fleet is advancing. If we keep doing nothing like this they will attack us before then. Prepare for battle, let's fight. In contrast to Carlos, Dex now turned half of his face and said to Carlos with a very expectant expression, wait a moment Carlos, in situations like this, doing it step by step is very important. Let's try talking to each other first. Carlos was startled, not believing what he just heard. What was Dex thinking? That's all he thought, but Carlos was very confident and followed Dex's words. He raised his voice so everyone in the team could hear. Dex decided, everyone should go in except for the flagship. Stay in place, the flagship will try to contact the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, Carlos fell into confusion again, pondering over his shortcomings. He was too careless just now. That's right, we didn't cross the sea just to simply rob, but to achieve achievements. Great. Rushing into fighting without even talking to the people of this new and magical continent, we discovered something very stupid. If it weren't for Dex, I would have gone down the wrong path again. Dex, with sharp eyes clearly showing his intention, spoke up. Carlos, I'll tell you an interesting truth. No matter what the situation is, justice is very important, especially in this situation when we are trying to achieve great achievements. If you do this, you will be sure to get everything. Carlos's face turned black and he didn't understand, not daring to believe his ears. Confused and asked Dex again, wait a minute, what do you mean? Dex curled his lips and smiled devilishly, his voice low and dangerous, saying, Carlos drew his sword and was ready. On the other side, Minato was determined to shout orders, shoot. Cannonballs continuously flew out from Minato's direction. The explosion lit up the sky and shrapnel flew everywhere, causing the ocean waves to become more violent. Carlos was suddenly attacked and stood staggering on the boat, cursing angrily, those bastards dare to attack us. Dex still kept his calm expression as if he had predicted the outcome. His cunning eyes smiled contemptuously as he spoke to Carlos, who was standing angrily. It seemed like they still had no intention of making peace after all. Okay Carlos, if this is the case then they will attack us first, so we will be the victims and they will become the aggressors. His expression now became more determined. On the other side, Minato suddenly became angry and shouted, what is it, an octopus? Is it a boss? I have never seen anything like that. Dex's face was filled with ambition and a calculating smile said to Carlos, from now on you know what to do, right, Pirate King? Carlos's eyes also became sinister, smiling mischievously and calling out, Dex, you are truly the most cunning person I have ever met. Having said that, Carlos turned his back and walked forward facing Minato's fleet and spoke loudly, the Caribou fleet seems like they like to talk with cannons. If that's the case then we should also answer them, with cannons, right? The excited crew members held their swords ready to fight, smiling triumphantly and answering, yes, Captain, just give the order. Carlos shouted loudly, pulling up the ship's iron grill, making them fear the pirates of the Caribbean to the core. The fighting broke out, the sailors on both sides rushed at each other like wild animals, swords and swords clashed together, artillery shells roared across the sky, drawing brilliant curves of fire on the sky, gray, debris scattered, screams mixed together to form a deadly symphony. A ferocious crew member came to report, Dex, we have released a ship according to your orders. From what I see, it seems to have retreated safely to the mainland. Dex calmly replied, yes, good job. After the crew member left, his face became even more determined and he thought to himself, what an overwhelming victory without even needing to use cannons. So this is the power of one of the 5 prohibitions, mighty Caribbean region. Looking at the battle still going on fiercely, burning brightly across the sea, smoke and debris flying into the gray sky, at this moment he made a decision, then it was the time to talk that we were waiting for. He stood on the deck of the boat staring at Commander Minato, who was blindfolded and tied to the boat's mast. Raised his voice to say hello, nice to meet you. Saying that, he took off her blindfold. She trembled and begged, hic, please spare my life, but if I die at sea, I will really die. He seemed not to hear her plea, but still happily asked, do you understand what I said? Only then did she slowly realize, wait a minute, you're a player. She became angry and shouted at him, you bastard, you know who I am and yet you dare to do this. I have the Lord of Izumi backing me. If you don't untie me immediately then I will issue an arrest warrant for you. Dex was happy as if he had just discovered something. A Western-style Japanese server turned to continue talking to her. Yes, you understand what I'm saying. This translation system is really great real. At that moment, the crew member ran to ask for advice. Hey Dex, what should I do with that noisy guy? He calmly said, it's good that you caught that noisy guy. Now you can kill him. Immediately, a few men aggressively rushed in and wanted to kill Minato, who was trembling and tied up. She screamed in a shrill voice, hee. There was a little elf holding a book with something written on it, smiling excitedly and saying, he is truly a devil. Carlos now went to tell Dex, hey Dex, we have arranged a number of ships according to the strategy you told us. Our squad is strong enough to penetrate this sea. Dex said firmly, good job Carlos, then all the preparations are done. Okay then now it's time for us to plant our flag on the new continent. His expression became sinister and unpredictable. At the seaport city of Izumi Kale, the Dex pirate ship is entering. The people inside were confused and didn't know what was going on, chatting and asking each other, "What the heck are these guys? Where did they come from?" A person hurriedly ran in panic to report that, according to survivors' reports, Minato had declared war without your permission. Lord Kaleport, Lukaido frowned and shouted angrily, "How dare he? This is so annoying." Pondering for a moment, the Lord hastily made a decision. "We have no choice, Fleet Number 1 is about to depart, ready to fight." Coming in from outside, Carlos smiled contemptuously and said, "Look closely, my friend. Let's see how the residents of the crime city, the pirates of the Caribbean, have survived and prospered so far. I will show you that strength." The entire pirate crew excitedly raised their mirrors and swords and shouted in unison, "Everyone prepare to fight, we will take over this coast in one go, whoa." The pirate battle continued to rage. A green message pops up: "You have sunk a ship in the first flotilla of the Shun Imperial Navy. You have sunk a ship in the first flotilla of the Shun Imperial Navy. You have sunk one ship in the first flotilla of the Shun Imperial Navy. You have sunk one ship in the first flotilla of the Shun Imperial Navy. You have sunk one ship in the first flotilla of the Navy Shun Empire. You have sunk a ship in the first fleet of the Shun Imperial Navy." The notification sounds kept popping up. Carlos proudly ordered, "Ha ha ha, shoot wherever you like and sink the last ship." The little bat goblin, who needed a book, excitedly wrote something down and said, "Ha, that's it, destruction, chaos, conquest, exactly what I raised him for." Not when raising a bad person, should consider the possibility that it will be a waste of effort. In this matter, the main thing is to patiently nurture them as much as possible until their cunningness blooms, not until darkness comes. The holy light Archangel Michael sighed in admiration, "What a pathetic bat." A red message flashed: the port city of Kale had been completely destroyed, and Izumi was invaded by pirates. The green-related task appears: the base has been captured. Red alert announcement: Shun Empire's territory has decreased by 1.9%. With the green notice now appearing, rumors of shadow pirates have begun to spread throughout the continent. Continuing the red notice, the ability of the Empire to mobilize detectives and conquest forces increased sharply. The final green message appears, ending the battle and capturing the base. After the battle, the ship burned bright red. The fire smoke combined with bullet smoke flying in the sky created a black area, debris scattered everywhere. Dex, the wandering hero who leads a force of Caribbean pirates under the Pirate King, Carlos, through many hardships, successfully entered the first gate to the New World, the port of Kale. He happily asked, "The air is very fresh, right?" He also answered himself, "Yes, although it smells a bit smoky." A man suddenly appeared. He frowned in confusion, his red eyes wondering, "What's going on, this unusual magic aura?" At Arcadia Japan branch, the tactical meeting room was held in a tense atmosphere. Everyone turned their eyes towards the projector and the girl standing. The pretty, short-haired girl who's talking is Nishikawa Shoto, the director of the supplement. She opens, "Let's start the meeting about the Shun Empire defense plan." The Shun Empire owns a large sea area, so according to the information Nishikawa Shoto has exploited, the strength of the Shun Empire lies in the navy. "We will plan to control the coastal city, Pasea." She continued, "As a result, we have convinced 90% of the NPCs around the Izumi Sea." Nishikawa Shoto continued slowly, "We have adjusted the settings to allow some units to be commanded by players of the specified level. While the results of this change have not been calculated, we believe this is a positive step towards the branch's purpose." After a while, she announced, ending the report. The silhouette of an elegant middle-aged man wearing a black suit, sitting in contemplation in the room. He is Nakajima Nazuki, the president of Arcadia's Japanese branch. He said in a low voice, "Well done, everyone." In Nakajima Nazuki's head, thoughts always appeared: the attractive game of the Arcadia world. "I thought I was lucky to manage the Japanese server, but in reality, it was extremely difficult." With a great flow of power, a modern machine is moving in the air, carrying out tasks. The operations of this machine can be understood as follows: player management, game balance, management events, the rate of content consumption. There are countless obstacles, but the biggest problem is this game is created by artificial intelligence, not humans. Streamer Tina looked at the artificial satellite with a confused expression. "The obstacles are getting more and more, meaning we can't control it all." Game rhythm. "Our Japan branch has started a top-secret project," a group of anonymous people said. "The name of the project is Top Secret, Shun Empire Defense Plan." The idea of the project was to convert most of the affiliates' investment into in-game currency and bribe key NPCs in the game. Luckily this tactic worked, allowing us to control 320% of the Shun Empire is based on branch plans. Nakazima Nezuki drummed his hand on his chin with a sinister expression. Mr. Nakazima Nezuki thought, it is true that a large amount of money has been poured in, but if we can destroy the rhythm of the game, we will gain profit. Profit, that's right, just a little bit, that's right, just a little bit. The Shun Empire has been completely controlled by our Japanese branch. In a bustling port city of Kale, it was as if some very exciting festival was taking place. The captain told his servants, hey, take the water and food first, don't touch the commoners' things, we only take the nobles' and tourists' things, remember. A large iron stake stabbed straight into the deep sea, I don't know what it means. Everyone gathered under a citadel, above was the pirate King Carlos, he loudly ordered, listen up, warriors of the New World. Pirate King Carlos's command was always strong and courageous, then he continued, we have crossed the endless sea, we are pirates of the Caribbean. The words that came out made everyone standing below turn pale. They silently listened to the pirate King Carlos. We will sink people like lords or kings to the bottom of the sea. What is your status or background? What is your past, that we don't care about? Finally, he concluded with a straightforward sentence, those who want to break the chains of repression and live a free life should raise their swords. When the crowd heard this, they all exclaimed, wow, and cheered for pirate King Carlos like a god bestowing blessings. The flag rising seems to open a new era. No one will differentiate, scold or blame you. Under the black pirate flag, we are brothers and sisters. And then the main screen was created. Part 1. In the peaceful port city of the Shun Empire, suddenly, a mysterious ship appeared, ravaging, destroying, plundering everything, protecting the Empire's territory from attacks and raising highly proud of the Shun Empire. The victory condition here is the death of Carlos, captain of the Black Pirates, destroying 80% of the Black Pirates to win, and the losing condition, destroying 30 cities coastal port, destroy the coastal port base of the Shun Empire. If the mission fails, it will lead to the loss of sovereignty of the Shun Empire. Scene changed to Arcadia, one of Japan's famous branches. Nakazima Nezuki sat in the tense room and said, what, the main act has already started. After that, he loudly ordered Nishikawa Shoto, the director of the supplement, that something happened. Isn't the first stage the secret of the ancient temple? We are preparing to proceed with the main mission, right? No, Nishikawa Shoto replied, yes, there was no special announcement from headquarters until 2 days ago. But Nakazima Nezuki always wondered and continued asking, so why did you determine a silly scene as the main scene? There is no information about this. Nishikawa Shoto said, well, I also wonder, but the headquarters the government replied that they could not provide information about the mission. Hearing this, Nakazima Nezuki suddenly stood up, not believing in reality. What? But Nishikawa Shoto, on the contrary, she said calmly, I have never encountered a situation like this before, so I was a little confused. I kept asking, but it seemed information related to this matter was banned. He frowned and thought, banning access to information, this is the first time. At this moment, Yamashita Yozuku, the head of the media team from the beginning, appeared and rushed in and said, I think I know where the main scene takes place. On the desk in the office there is a poster with someone's voice. What do you mean, Yamashita? That's a video recently posted to Arcadia. Look, what channel is this? A YouTube channel appeared with posted content, The Daily Life of the Exterminator. A scene in the video recorded the pirate King Carlos. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, wait, the person in the video, Carlos, isn't he the target character of the main stage activated from the outside, our side? The three people Nakazima Nezuki, Nishikawa Shoto and Yamashita Yozuku were surprised. Nakazima Nezuki asked, where did this video come from? The other person replied, yes, well it is the channel of a specially monitored person. Everything was so scary. What, a player from the Korean mainland? There was indeed a player from the Korean mainland who crossed the border, and was playing in the Japanese mainland. They planted a flag and started invading. Yamashita Yozuku said that it is possible for a player to cross the border. On the contrary, Nishikawa Shoto gave the opinion, moreover, a player affects the main stage. Is that possible? Isn't that a mistake? Then, Nakazima Nezuki thought in fear, oh my god, our plan is about to succeed. Why did this happen to our continent? Could it be that the Korean branch discovered our plan? We don't. If so, the phone remained there without a call or notification. In a high-rise building located in a bustling urban area, this is the Korean branch of Arcadia. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. It turned out to be an incoming call from Nakajima Nezuki, president of Arcadia Japan branch. A man with brown hair and elegant clothes held a phone in his hand with a scary look on his face. He said, "Hey, finally called." In a certain hallway, a voice rang out, "I have received a gift from Korea, Director Kwon Myung-in." The brown-haired man picked up the phone to talk. The other end said, "You created an interesting event in our territory that we didn't even know about." The brown-haired man said, "Call me by my correct title, Kazukiya Branch Manager." The other end of the line said, "It seems you forgot, even though I am the executive director, I have your authority and position." The man shouted loudly, "Hey, you know I called you, not just kidding, right?" The other end of the line continued to say, "What is the purpose of the Korean branch doing that? A player causing such a big problem must be handled properly before it gets worse. I believe that is the rule, standard procedure." The man replied, "Standard procedure, I don't know what you're talking about." The other end of the line only said one sentence, "This guy." The man shouted loudly, "With an unstable server, we should have done everything to stop the intercontinental missions. At least there has to be some balance, otherwise, the moderator has to directly intervene. If you just let those players act as they please, what is your plan?" The man kept shouting loudly, "Do you know how this will affect the Japanese server?" The man stood up and sat down restlessly and then spoke loudly, "Just because of the player." The man laughed kek. The other end of the line rang out with a scary laugh, kek ka ha ha. The man immediately asked again, "What are you doing now, Director Kwon?" The other end of the line replied, "Infinite freedom and infinite possibilities." The toy on the other side continued to answer, "Those are the issues that our president always emphasizes. Keep in mind, Branch Manager Kazuki." The man immediately replied, "What the heck?" On the other end of the line, the other replied, "Nothing." The man answered on the other end of the line, with a scary sentence, "From now on, you will understand quickly, that's what I want to say." The words kept appearing, "The port city of Lucentia has fallen, the port city of Nita has fallen. The port city of Heis has fallen, the port city of Guyun has fallen. In front is a very large pirate ship." The lines appeared one after another. Part 1, Continental Ginseng. In the peaceful port city of the Shun Empire, suddenly, a mysterious ship appeared, ravaging, destroying, plundering everything, protecting defend the Empire's territory from attacks and raise the pride of the Shun Empire. Victory conditions: Carlos dies. The captain of the Black Pirates destroys 80% of the Black Pirates to win. Conditions: losing the lawsuit, destroying 30 coastal port cities, 5/3 destroying the coastal base of the Shun Empire, not more than 1. Failure of the mission will lead to the loss of sovereignty of the Shun Empire. Here is the great coastal base of the Shun Empire, Posia. With this scene opening up before Yoon Tae-young's eyes like a great cover covering the entire port city. And Yoon Tae-young wore a red glove with a mysterious smile on his face, silently saying, "Good, if we destroy this place, the rest will be easier, right?" Everyone above read the notification and discussed it enthusiastically with each other. Everyone received the notification. Finally, the first main stage of Arcadia has started on our Japanese server. Quite a surprise, because our server only focuses on production and manufacturing skills. I thought the main stage would take place later. I'm so excited. If we complete it, what rewards will we receive? Poister put his hands on his hips and said, "Okay, everyone, let's do our best." He stood on high cheering them on. "Until the day we defeated the pirate king Carlos," everyone below was shouting. After a while, Carlos sat and picked his nose, looking uninterested. He looked down at the group of people who had just fallen to the ground. So boring. The World Channel expressed frustration with Carlos. Complaining messages were sent. "Crazy. Is level 240 reasonable? Is it a mistake? No player has reached level 200 yet. This is an impossible event. Okay, what kind of main stage is this?" In another place, Young was standing looking at the bulletin board, his face thoughtful, unable to complete. "Not wrong, so why do I feel like I've done something terrible?" He slowly remembered the previous things. All 5 forbidden areas he visited were designed to be invincible to normal players. The first area was the Great Desert of Ramir. He thought further, they were designed to be inaccessible to normal players. The next area was the Great Forest Emil. And the Black Pirates with unusually high levels were literally Caribbean pirates. Confronting their captain, Carlos, was impossible. The image of the pirates appeared. Carlos sat with his hands clasped together, glanced up at Young and said, "Humph, those explorers are so weak. Even the fishermen in the Caribbean are stronger than you think so, my friend." Young replied back, "How much do you have? Now I think I'm too strong compared to other adventurers." Your words made him feel strange. Can't you defeat me?" Around Young, there was a dark and terrifying murderous aura. Carlos added, "Perhaps not in terms of strength. The huge murderous aura I felt from him was too terrible for me." The Demon King then appeared and laughed proudly. As expected, only bad people can recognize bad people. There are still humans who can see the cruelty and evil of their master. The Demon King continued to ramble. See, I always say that, my master is. Before finishing his sentence, L appeared and closed his beak. Young did not pay attention to the two of them, turned to ask him again, so Carlos, about your strategy from before, was that enough to end this chaos? Carlos also replied, of course, my friend. He explained further, up until now, we were sticking to the pirates' hit-and-run tactics, but the Shun Empire had discovered and moved their artillery, so our supplies were very low. Carlos smiled full of confidence, so an idea came up. Attacking their main base, a moment later, they also reached the Empire's base. Carlos stood on the boat and clasped his hands together, speaking, the largest coastal base of the Shun Empire. I heard it is a natural fortress with large military reserves. If we can capture it, including the force, the Shun Empire's infantry force cannot reach us either. Suddenly he lowered his voice. However, there was a problem. Young turned around wonderingly. A problem? In front of them was a fortress surrounded by a barrier. Carlos replied, Pasea was surrounded by a magical barrier called the Eternal Blessing. I heard that the magical barrier was created by a great artillery master of the past. It can withstand attacks from ordinary artillery. He excitedly covered his hand and looked at it appraisingly. It sure looked like it was difficult to attack, so if we can disable that barrier, then there won't be anything stopping us from taking over Pasea, right? Carlos replied, well, without magical barriers, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Young stood in front of the boat and confidently promised, don't worry, he did very well. He added, I will disable it. Young's words made Carlos extremely confused. He glanced up and smiled. For those who relied on barriers for defense, absolute strength was the answer. Inside the fortress, the soldiers looked out to sea and saw hundreds of ships coming. They warned that the admiral and enemy ships were approaching. The leader, whose face had scars, gritted his teeth and thought, black pirates, where do they come from? Rumor has it that they cannot cross the endless sea. He is the tactician of the Pasea coastal base, Admiral Caravel. Caravel turned around and asked the soldier behind him, was there any problem with the magic barrier? The red-clothed soldier raised his hand politely and replied, no, sir, defensive magic is still activated throughout Pasea, still maintaining enough magic stones. The magicians guarding the school are also there to maintain. After hearing that, he felt relieved. Well, Caravel spoke up, as long as they don't have any high-level magicians, we'll be safe. He thought about the safety of this surrounding, eternally blessed barrier, which was a seventh magic circle barrier created by a magician through a contract with a dragon. Caravel believes completely in the defenseless barrier. With common pirates to attack the Empire's key bases, they will pay the price for their arrogance. From Young's side he spoke up and said they were ready. Everyone prepare for the attack and wait for my command. As soon as the barrier is disabled, we will counterattack. Prepare L. The attack is not strong enough, it doesn't matter. Just use someone who is good at using magic to neutralize it. L stared ahead with some hesitation. Young saw her strange actions and suddenly asked, L, what's wrong? She hesitantly replied, nothing. He asked L's opinion. What's wrong? You don't like what I'm doing? L replied to him, it's true that I don't like it, but it has nothing to do with this. The Demon King standing next to him asked clearly, annoyed. He thought to himself, maybe because I committed many crimes on the way to this continent, this time, I should minimize the damage, even if it's troublesome. Young glanced over, what's going on? No, if I can help, I will. L looked down and awkwardly answered, so if possible, the fortress we are preparing to attack. Her face changed in an instant, her hands clapped together, she smiled and said the scary words, destroy it, make sure it cannot be restored again. L's words made both the Demon King and Young freeze in disbelief. The Demon King's face was confused. What the hell? I've never heard a request like that before. Young was equally confused. Wait a minute, not gentle, but destructive. L with a face like an angel clasped her hands and replied, yes. He still couldn't believe it, but why? She raised her face to look ahead, her eyes sparkling with love, but contrary to what she said, because it was the right thing. I cannot explain, but I can see. To prevent chaos and loss, cool, we have to burn everything in that fortress. The Demon King confusedly justified, even chicken wings, sometimes cruel, as expected. Master, bring out the devil inside everyone. Young looked up at the small thing flying in front of him and asked firmly, are you serious, L? She answered with certainty, because they rejected him. War is inevitable, we cannot stop it, things are predetermined, but in that scenario we have to do our best. He was a bit thoughtful but still agreed, okay, if that's what you want, I'll do it. Young cried, let's destroy that city. The boats approached the branches closer and closer. Seeing that he was close enough, Carlos held his hat and shouted, "Hey, Dex, we're close, what are you going to do with that magic barrier?" Young smiled and read the name of the technique used and possessed. A large mage appeared, surrounded by sparkling golden lights, the great mage of truth, Merlin. Below the sea suddenly formed a vortex of water swirling together. Young wore a magician's outfit and flew up into the sky. Thunderstorms hit the water, changing the water's trajectory and causing rolling waves to hit the water. Carlos stood on the boat, clutching his lips and laughing loudly. "Ha ha, he is indeed my friend, a guy without moderation." His eyes glowed with golden light. Thunderstorms also surrounded Young. He recited the move, Tsunami. Several system messages appear. Cast 8th circle magic, Tsunami, start a minigame to cast. If you lose, the magic will be cancelled. The screen changes instead of the normal game. After winning the game, the notification continues. Perfect magic control, increased magic effectiveness, powerful magic casting time is reduced. The power of the combination, perfect magic, is slightly increased. The wave rolled over the magic barrier, covering the entire fortress. Caravel stood inside, thinking uneasily, this doesn't make sense, this magic was cast by humans. He suddenly remembered something on the cover of an ancient text. Another world existed on the endless sea. One day a disaster would cross continents. He couldn't believe it, that legend was true. Young stood in the sky with his arms outstretched. He suddenly smiled with excited eyes. I was worried, I hope Elle is satisfied. The tornadoes at sea became even more violent, sending the fort ships flying. Red notices appear continuously. The second warship of the Shun Empire has been destroyed. The third warship of the Shun Empire has been destroyed. The fourth warship of the Shun Empire has been destroyed. The fifth warship of the Shun Empire has been destroyed. Ends with the announcement that all coastal forces of the Shun Empire have been destroyed. The coastal fortress of Pasea has been completely destroyed. Young flew above and looked down below. The huge cannons that had stood before were now all submerged in water. Congratulatory notification system. Title: Achieve Terrible Calamity Bringer. Title: Get Magic Master. Get 370,000 reputation points. The streaks of golden light made him sparkle even more with the aura of a winner. Suddenly Tan's voice rang out. "Wow, Master, what is your true identity?" Jay Young heard it and turned around to look. Tan crossed his arms and said with a surprised look, "Casting such advanced spells is not even a witch, and at such a level of perfection." Elle continued next to him. "I had felt it before but, sir, not really civilians." He replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it would be very troublesome to do. Completing the minigame is a condition for successful spell casting." "I almost failed," Dex said, recalling the memory of jumping to his death to win that minigame. Tan's sweat dropped and said to him with wide eyes, "Don't you know what the 8th circle magic is, Master? Do you think it's something that can only be cast after going through trouble?" Elle covered her mouth and laughed. "I mean, if it's that easy to chant, then wouldn't the 9th circle magic have become common knowledge among humanity a long time ago?" He calmly replied, "Is that so? Don't underestimate it like that." He spoke up, cancelled the Tiangyang spell. The system board jumped up again to announce that the Tiangyang spell had ended, calculating the duration and the player's actions. Consume 689,751 points admitted. He looked at the system board and painfully asked, "Elle, why does it cost so many points to admit?" "Mr. Dex, let me tell you that I have taken the minimum, you understand, because you use 8th circle magic," Elle explained confusedly. Tan, who was next to him, also said, "Well, this winged chicken said that's right, we have changed the cause and effect a bit drastically with this use of Tiangyang." He was a bit surprised by this situation. He rubbed his chin and thought, "I was mentally prepared, but I didn't expect to spend so much more than I thought. I spent more than I earned." But then he looked at the ruins ahead, quickly seemed satisfied and said, "Well, at least the video views are guaranteed to be good. Notice now, a new video has been updated. On the MooTube platform, the Terminator Diary channel video has reached 18,931 posts. Only scene in the video is the scene of him wearing a wizard costume with a cool, flawlessly handsome face. Viewers' comments were posted one after another. 8-round magic, is this real? As expected of Dex, causing chaos in a new way. LOL. Dex fan meeting, Dex fan meeting Dex. It seems that viewers are very interested in this new video. A series of comments are posted again. Moreover, the new content is on the Japanese server. Crazy, right? So it turns out the global servers are connected. Is it time to go abroad? Lol, I'm going to find my way. From the video, it seems like it's possible to reach the Caribbean. People are talking about it. Isn't the Caribbean one of the 5 forbidden zones? Again, one of the 5 forbidden zones. It seems like each zone has one Easter egg. Seems impossible for normal players to find. Standing in front of the screen, old Kazuki angrily shouted, "What is this? What the hell happened? A giant monster invaded." Shun's fleet was destroyed, as was Pasea. Part of the kingdom's territory was occupied by the Black Pirates. Yamashita Yozuku responded enthusiastically. Mr. Kazuki was confused and wondered, "What do you mean? Pasea has 7 rounds of defense magic." He stammered and said, "I checked the battle history, it was broken by 8-round magic." As soon as he heard Mr. Kazuki, he couldn't hold back his anger and surprise and said loudly, 8 rounds, do you think it's possible? Isn't that only used by dragon-level characters according to the plot? Hearing that, Yozuku panicked and stammered, "Sorry, let me check again." What the hell happened? Mr. Kazuki didn't expect this and thought in worry, how could one player cause so much chaos? Unbelievable. Mr. Kazuki remembered the conversation the day before. Now he would understand what those words meant. He would clearly understand what those words meant. He used his hand to support his forehead, frowning and thinking, infinite possibilities, infinite freedom, green beans with pennywort, is that so? The messages and comments keep popping up. Has anyone tried the original copy? The difficulty is crazy. I tried it too. The average level of the enemy NPC is 180, not the average level of the player, which is 70. Okay. Some pirates or something. I heard they came from Korea. They went to another country's server and destroyed a city. That's a bit too much. It sounds fun to conquer, but this is a bit too much. Have you heard about the Japanese server on the Terminator Diary channel? The community reaction is not good. They say Korean server players are a real danger. Why blame us? We suffered all the time while playing. Lol, now they also have to experience this. Great. A series of loud comments everywhere. A story about Arcadia's event has made waves on the internet. Everywhere is full of gossip about this incident. An unbelievable incident happened. A player on the Japanese server destroyed a city in the blink of an eye, and that player came from another continent, calling out the Korean server by name. Naturally, player conflicts between countries have broken out, and in this direction strange user behavior has been detected in the 2nd and 3rd locations. In another space, in the control room, Alice repeatedly warned. Most plausible plot 18,232. Code 002 No 18,232. A white-haired girl appeared activating Code 002. The emergency patch had begun. Code 283 is applying adjustments. Alice raised her hand and released purple rays, and a key appeared. The system notification sounded. The main plot with Part 1, the invasion of Hell, has ended. The mission failed. The northern seas of the Shun Empire were handed over to the Black Pirates. A peace treaty between the Shun Empire and the Black Pirates was signed in 5 years. Caribbean territory was expanded. Sea routes for transcontinental transportation have been updated. Regular travel between continents will begin. Scene change. A large ship arrives at a beautiful city. Captain Carlos crossed his arms, smiled and said with satisfaction, "The Shun Empire has agreed to avoid military conflict in the next 5 years, including recognizing our territory in neighboring sea areas." He continued, "In addition, those who have hatred towards the Shun Empire or have similar thoughts to us will be comrades. Fortunately, the cooperation is very favorable." Dex happily continued, "Well, that's good. Congratulations, Carlos. It looks like you're close to your goal." Carlos looked thoughtful. He seemed hesitant and said, "Dex." He heard his voice calling and turned his head with a question mark. He pulled down his hat and said seriously, "From the moment we first met, I was unable to grasp your identity, but thanks to you, I regained my freedom and became the ruler of the Caribbean. I think you have guided me on the path I should take from now on." He placed his hand on his chest and respectfully told him, "Carlos, this is me, the Pirate King. I swear to be my eternal ally." After hearing it, he was stunned. Then he smiled softly. Jokingly asked, "It's free?" Carlos laughed when he heard it. "Ha ha ha, it's true that you're still the same in the end." Then they both laughed loudly. Carlos continued to speak, "Of course it can't be given for free after causing such a big incident. What do you need? If you need my soul, I will gladly give it to you." Hearing that, Tang quickly said, "Oh, it's that easy, Master, please accept it, please accept it." Making Elle have to run out and hug her and run away. Elle was like, "What a loss of face." Dex tells Carlos, "I told you from the beginning that I don't need a soul. If I need help in the future, I will ask for your help later, and don't say things like that so lightly, especially in front of me." Carlos smiled and said calmly, "Haha, you're not a devil, to me you're like an angel." He gently replied, "Well, I already have all the rewards I want." "Enough rewards, what do you mean?" Carlos wondered after listening. The system message board rang. Pirate King Carlos had assumed eternal loyalty, and was calculating the NPC's influence in the world. Received 953,212 points admitted. He thought to himself, "Thanks Carlos, I'll use this carefully." Scene change. Two people, a man and a woman, looked mysterious. The man said, "Hey, are you sure about this plan, Salson?" She replied, "Trust me, based on Dex's video analysis, this is it. The road to hell is right here, in this Caribbean extra-legal city, one of the 5 forbidden zones of Arcadia, the Caribbean region." Looking at the now bustling Caribbean city, he said, "Oh, so this is the Caribbean." The girl's expression felt a bit strange. The reason it was considered a forbidden area was because of its illegality and order had improved so much. The young man replied, "Anyway, quickly, find a way to cross this continent." Suddenly, a green-haired boy named Hans appeared out of nowhere. He excitedly said, "Hey, you two, this is your first time here?" Salson gently replied, "Yes, it's the first time. Why do you ask that?" The boy quickly replied, "Clearly when you guys kept looking around like that." With the momentum, the boy began to talk continuously. "This Caribbean area is different from before. Under the protection of the Black Pirate and Pirate King Carlos, everyone enjoys freedom and safety, and the great figure has helped this came true." The young man replied annoyed, "Then kid, I know the Caribbean teacher has changed a lot but we are a bit busy." After speaking, the two of them walked away together. Salson politely turned around and said sorry, then left the kid standing there, visibly upset. "TSK, that's too bad, I still have a lot to say." The tall, muscular man called out and patted the boy's head, saying, "Hans, are you lazy again?" Hans replied angrily, "Lazy, I'm in the middle of selling tickets." The uncle heard that and asked, "How much did he sell?" The boy replied, "Well, he didn't get anything," leaving the uncle speechless. "Are you kidding me?" After hearing that, little Hans shouted loudly, "How could anyone sell tickets? This ticket contains the miracle that Carlos and Dex created. I will only sell tickets to adventurers who understand their great vision." Well, after listening, the man both agreed and refuted, which is not wrong, but listening to the kid's explanation took all day. The man thought to himself, "I don't mean to complain because Dex himself trusted me with this job, but what is he thinking? That only people like that can buy tickets to the new continent," he thought as he looked at the boy who kept going around asking, "Hey, are you guys here for the first time?" A moment later, someone shouted loudly, "Let's go to the new continent, the ship has anchored, the sails are ready to depart." Some people secretly think, what makes people curious right now is that when he touches the hearts of countless people, is the existence of Dex, the one who shakes the world, good or evil. The scene changes, only to see Dex smiling triumphantly, saying, "Let's start hunting dragons, right?" After destroying the Shun Empire and helping Pirate Carlos dominate the Caribbean, Dex decided to go to the new continent to hunt dragons. To help Dex, Mr. Carlos asked his allies to collect information about dragons, on a day with blue sky, white clouds, golden sunshine, in a spacious and wealthy house. Carlos spoke up and said, "Hey, Dex, just as you requested, those are items with information about dragons." He continued excitedly, "The allies of the Shun Empire helped collect them, so these should be things that can be found in this area." Dex happily replied, "Thank you, Carlos, it saves me a lot of effort." He turned around and said, "Okay," with a satisfied face, but because he didn't want anyone to see him, he told him more, making sure no one came near this place. Carlos was a bit confused with Dex's advice but still agreed to the suggestion. Okay, seeing his satisfied facial expression, but inside that smile was no less mysterious, he started to feel it again. "I started asking a lot of questions. Oh my god, this guy, he just turned the new continent into a mess." He continued, "I wonder what he plans to do next." At night, under the yellow light, he flipped through the pages of the book looking for information about dragons. Perhaps because he was obsessed with killing dragons, he kept repeating during the night, "Dragon, dragon, dragon, dragon." Finally he turned to a page of the book and smiled as if he had found something, still muttering, "Dragon." In the human worldview, dragons are very selfish and hide rare treasures in their caves. It's no surprise to say that 80% of the gold mines in Arcadia are owned by them. The curiosity and ambition for the item is unquantifiable. The ambition is so great that humans and other races will occasionally steal such treasures. With very few empires and kingdoms able to restrain that greed, they had to give something up to avoid getting caught in a battle. He silently calculated, most of them were compliments or threats about dragons. This seemed to be quite useful information. Then he had to say, haha, isn't that interesting? Over here, Tan was sleepy because he had been reading for too long. He yawned and called out to his owner. He has read a lot. Contrary to Tan, Elle seemed enthusiastic, said to Dex, why don't you ask us to? I can get better information from the ceramic library. What an angel. Elle always has good thoughts for the sake of others. In response to her kindness, he flatly refused. No, if I did that, who knows how many reputation points I would have to lose. Besides, learning about history would be good. Yes, perhaps for him, reputation points are the most important thing. Seeing him say that, Tan raised his voice and asked with a lazy expression, so, what do you think, Master, have you found anything? Dex remained silent and did not answer, just focused on his thoughts as if he knew something. I determined two things. Dragons in the Third Era are fire dragons. Unlike other dragons, they are more closely associated with Western dragons than Eastern dragons. His eyes became sharp, and at this moment, he seemed sure of his thoughts, so he said that dragons often interfere in people's lives. These words made Tan suddenly wake up from a sleepy state and say, what do you mean? What is it? How do you know that? This is probably because you have the main character aura, Tan. Dex casually speculated that, as if someone had spread the word about their danger to everyone. These documents, they provided detailed descriptions of dragons. He rubbed his chin with his hand and smiled happily, looking sinister and saying, haha, I would do that too, it would help avoid trouble. Another starry night illuminated the corner of the yard, where there was an old tree with beautiful pink leaves glowing in the sky. Perhaps because he was too focused on dragon hunting, Dex spent many nights researching, which made Tan feel very uncomfortable. Tan grumbled to Elle, oh God, how many nights has he been like that? Elle sitting next to her had to exclaim, even I, who likes peace, felt a bit bored. If I failed at this level of research, I would give up on him. Even though he felt a bit bored, Tan still decided to trust his master. Well, it made sense anyway because that's what his master was doing. I could feel it increasing. Elle wondered, asked, what increased? Tan smirked, flicked his magic and replied, hee hee, what do you think it is? Reputation points. Hearing that, Angel Elle said arrogantly, humph, I was wondering what you were talking about. The world has changed this much, of course reputation points will increase. It's not new, is it? His statement was rejected. Tan screamed, haha, this damn wing thing. Didn't I tell you, our master is a supervillain, right? The more master does that, reputation points evil will increase. Elle's tone was joking, you don't know anything, do you think you're the only one who increased your reputation? As if she had just been slapped in the face with a painful slap, the demon's tone became faltering. What? Don't tell me you're the same way. Our angel makes arguments again. The invasion of the continent caused serious damage to the Shun Empire. Many people lost their homes, and people died due to that terrible magic. The bottom is it's undeniable. But, were Dex's actions really that cruel? She continued calmly, criminals, slaves, nomads, beggars, revolutionaries, a group of people who had been persecuted for many reasons, had found a new continent that no one had discovered yet. They built their own country by invading the territory of a huge empire. Is that an evil act? Elle lowered her voice to the little devil. Small spots of light appeared on her hand, maybe not as many as yours, but even when I was in heaven I received a lot of fame points. She continued to analyze before Tan's surprised eyes. Looking at this situation, Dex was neither an angel nor a devil. Perhaps he was enjoying causing chaos. The two of them just thought of the image of Dex, continuing, well, in other words, you can call him arbitrary. The next morning, it was still in that garden. Dex came to see Tan, smiled and said, hey Tan, can I borrow something from you? The little devil was confused. What do you need? He quickly replied, the Deathbringer fragment. Do you still have it? He continued, let me borrow it. Confused, the corner of his mouth twitched with a premonition of something bad. His hand clutching the bag of fragments, he said, just asking, but what do you plan to do with it? Dex smiled brightly and said 3 words, sell it. With just one sentence, Tan was startled, his eyes widened, his tone distorted. Sell it, you mean? He shouted loudly, you devil. A moment later, the bag containing the fragments he needed was placed in front of him. The system displays a legend of the legendary Deathbringer fragment, a weapon of the demon world. Most of its power has been lost due to holy magic, but there are still traces of its power remaining. Dex smiled and commented, this is an expensive item, suitable for my situation. The little devil spoke up, hey, master, what did you say? Dex denied, it's nothing. He picked up a glowing fragment and analyzed it. Isn't this material quite special? Tan, what is this metal made of? Tan replied angrily, "Oh, what do you know? Are you making fun of me?" He said softly, "No, but if you want to sell something, you have to know about it. If the customer asks and the seller doesn't know, it's a shame." Devil Tan sighed, "Master, just asking, but you don't really intend to sell, right?" Dex forced a forced smile and said, He threw the broken piece back into his pocket, smiled like a high-ranking man herding chickens, said, "Of course not, don't worry." Even though he received the answer, in his heart Tan still thought, "It's suspicious." To reassure the little devil, he spoke up, "If you don't believe me then let me explain. Searching all over the continent to find fire dragons is very difficult, right? The best way is to make them come find us. The trade city of Buren, where we can freely trade anything, I will lure them there." He continued, "It was in the center of the continent in the intermediate area where other forces could not easily interfere." He continued under the assessing eyes of the two people, "Moreover, it was the place where dragons fell in love. Treasure will come." He smirked and continued, "The stage had already been set up, they just needed to fall into the trap. Something a dragon would love, a rare item." Hearing that, a flower bloomed in my heart. It's true that Deathbringer really fits, even though it's just a fragment, it still has value. Elle cursed in her heart, "You idiot, so narrow-minded." Dex lowered his voice, "I need your help. If it works, I will help you fix Deathbringer." Tan half believed and half doubted and asked, "Really, do you have a way?" Dex repeats, "Have you forgotten how the ancient artifacts were restored?" Tan looks surprised and replies, "Oh, that's right, time reversal, that way." He reached out to examine the broken pieces. System text appears. It analyzes that the Deathbringer fragment reacts to fame points. Fame points need 20 million. Dex looked at Tan. "See, it's quite expensive, but it's possible." Tan shed tears of joy, rushed to hug Dex's face. "Master, you're so cool." Dex took the opportunity to ask, "So what is Deeger made of?" Demon Tan quickly replied, "Well, this sword is made of hellish metal, a very rare thing in the demon world. It was left in the deepest hell for 4,000 years. At this point Elle spoke up, "Hey Dex, I have a question." She continued with sharp eyes, "I heard about your plan, and felt something was missing." He intended to use that bat's broken weapon as bait to lure the dragon, but how did he intend to confront the dragon? While thinking of the image of him standing in front of a giant dragon, she said, "Confronting an ancient dragon with an almost limitless amount of magic power is impossible, even with everyone on this continent combined. It's just like a candle in the wind." Tan said with concern, "The problem is with you, Master. You are a real threat to the dragons. If that lizard goes crazy and uses the 9-circle magic." Elle ponders, "Oh, yes, that's the biggest problem." Hearing that, he wondered why and what would happen. Tan and Elle answer, "What will happen? Well, maybe the whole continent will be wiped out," they said while thinking about the image of the whole continent disappearing on the map. Dex joked, "Oh, isn't that a good thing? If that happened, how many reputation points would they earn?" Hearing him say that, Tan and Elle were startled and opened their eyes in surprise. The three of them discussed, "Haha, as expected of the master, his thinking is on another level, isn't it?" Really, still a bit embarrassed, he pretended to be innocent and shouted loudly, "Yes, with that, can't we earn enough reputation points to restore Deathbringer and more? Haha, how can I not look forward to it?" Elle yells, "Hey, don't joke, we need a plan." "Just kidding, I'm not stupid." Dex smiled lightly and patted Elle's head. "Haha, just kidding, I have a plan." He looked for something on the system board and said, "Something very reliable." Elle was confused. "Wait, Dex, you mean?" Dex held the bamboo stick with a bright, cheerful face. "One shot for her, one shot for me." His face looked so innocent, he excitedly said, "One shot for the dragon." In the fifth great forbidden place of Arcadia, the great forest of Emil, is the resting place of the fairies, as well as the resting place of the world's ancient trees. Melissa is under the tree. She spoke to the old tree, her face flashing with joy. "Great Mother, it seems that humans have discovered a new continent." She continued, "Thanks to that, humans have come to their village less, but I think this normality is overlooked." As she spoke, Melissa held the butterfly's wings and slowly expressed, "According to the wind spirit, everything is pinched Dex." She put her hand on her chest and smiled and said, "I have never stopped being impressed by his achievements. I don't know what he is thinking or how far he intends to go." Her eyes lowered, looking happy. "I'm looking forward to the day he and I meet again. Mom, will you forgive me when I have these feelings?" The space suddenly turned dark around the two of them. Elf Queen Melissa immediately sensed that her mother was talking. "Melissa, I also have the same feelings as you, my dear." A figure with green hair and vines tied around it closed its eyes and smiled, telling her that having these feelings for someone special was never wrong. As she spoke, the girl opened her red eyes. "By the way, Dex, I was still not sure when I asked, but are you really looking for Long Tam?" The ancient tree laughed loudly. It was time for the long-cherished wish to come true. In front of a small bamboo stem. The special system announced that the bamboo spear was specially limited and could only be used once. It was created from sharp bamboo trees that were infused with concentrated energy to give to all sentient beings equally. One hit would make them ecstatic, completely abandoning physical and magical defenses. Tan and Elle felt quite surprised. Wow, they could even kill an ancient dragon with just one hit. Elle was surprised. It was a great item. Jae Young felt quite happy. Everyone thought my plan was quite feasible, and it was a pity that it could only be used once. Elle quickly activated her eyes. She used her angelic power. The past life karma was activated to look at the future fragments linked to this item. Important changes bend the flow of the cause and effect story of past lives, making it impossible to see the future. There was no predictable future. The system continued to sound leisurely. The two of them under the blooming tree. "Oh my god, you can't even peek into the future. Just the bamboo tree is probably enough," Elle said, which Jae Young immediately ignored. "From now on, let's create a plot preliminary first." He laughed loudly, his eyes feeling a bit excited. The plot was to lure that old lizard out on its own. Alice was floating when suddenly the notification system detected an important change, cutting off the information panel around her, instantly displaying a dangerous red patch. The system once again issued a notification, comprehensively analyzed the target's behavior pattern. The number of detected errors reached the maximum. Warning: a large number of contaminated plots have been detected. It is impossible to measure the number of missions that have been contaminated. Hearing these announcements, Alice's eyes suddenly turned red. Turn on emergency measurement code 000, code 000, 003, 008, 940. At the headquarters, the display screen suddenly turned red and then changed to a very dangerous scene, causing the employees to immediately panic and wonder what was going on. The office staff immediately stood up, all panicked. "Hey manager, the network connection was disconnected, what happened?" Myangan immediately informed his superior Lee Myun. He said that all necessary means for Arcadia's operations are currently limited, and it seems that other branches are also in the same situation. She seemed to have guessed this. Her eyes also became serious. This was finally coming. The inevitable had finally happened. Insufficient computer resources go into emergency mode, minimizing Arcadia's real-time monitoring system, disabling all operational systems to focus on predictable storylines. Jack stands alone in the virtual world, surrounded by red system screens warning of danger. There are notifications everywhere. Jack said with a serious face that times are difficult. "Elise, we need to expand the processing servers." Who would have thought that just one player could mess things up to this extent? "From now on we need to evaluate the plot on a worldwide scale, not a continental scale anymore." Jack sometimes thought helplessly. "I had already somewhat predicted when the Chaos Brother contacted the World Tree, but I thought it would take at least a year for the relevant situation to happen." The scene appeared when he was standing facing the World Tree. If that player achieved the Dragon Heart, then the World Tree's wish to merge the continents together could come true. If this storyline occurs, Arcadia will undergo enormous changes and chaos will continue. His eyes now became sharp, smiling and thinking, haha, but this will probably be very interesting. Let's wait and see what happens next. A meeting immediately appeared. An illusion stood right in the middle of the table and said, "Welcome to the managing directors of all Arcadia branches, thanking everyone for taking the time to attend this meeting." She also said, "This situation is too urgent, we have no other choice." The photo suddenly turned to the 02 side. Yim Yantaro, director of Arcadia's second branch, she smiled and said, "I believe everyone understands." The image changes to the third side. "That's all for formality. Now can you explain the current specific situation? Our third branch is being interrupted significantly because of the main plot." Kazuki Nakajima said, "Restricting all rights to operate the headquarters. What are you thinking?" The 0-year branch also spoke up. "According to headquarters, the current solution is Al's decision." I didn't immediately get angry. I knew there would be problems with that Al system. The branch did not hesitate to ask about what she said. Elise was overloaded and what caused it. The branch did not think quietly. They all thought that Elise was still unable to continue, and wanted to stop using the Al system. Yantaro directly interrupted everyone. He was wrong. She continued, this meeting was not to discuss overcrowding or Elise's safety, but to inform everyone what would happen in Arcadia, not to warn everyone about herself. Maps of 8 continents. The image behind showed the map, she continued, and Arcadia's continent map will change to look like this, saying the screen will display a new map. Everyone was surprised, shouting loudly. All 8 continents had merged into one. Yantaro just calmly said, she understood everyone's confusion. Branch 2 spoke up saying that it was too early for this to happen, and that more harm would happen, but there was no other way. Maino laughed loudly, limitless freedom, limitless possibilities. As long as the players are the driving force behind them, they must accept and prepare countermeasures. Nakajima on the one hand panicked, the players are the driving force. After these results, he immediately thought of someone. It couldn't be him. At the Demon King's castle inside the demon world, a monster with long horns and red eyes, the Demon Lord of Desire Asmodeus, the 6th Demon Lord. I came here under the Demon King's summons. Satan with an annoyed face pointed a finger down. Oh, you're here. Did you bring the broken pieces of the sword that spread bad luck that I told you to collect? Polish them and then bring them to me tomorrow. We need to use them to go to the human world. Mentioning the shards of the sword that spread bad luck, he immediately thought, didn't he tell me to bury them in deep darkness for 1,000 years to restore its magic? He continued, you already have a few pieces but that's not enough. Satan immediately frowned, his face became stubborn. I don't need to know, just bring it to me. You're talking a lot, do you understand? What do I say? That face became grimaced. Damn, my life is a mess. What is Master thinking? I, the ruler of the demon world, have to obey the orders of a human. The demon continued, you seem tired lately, you seem to be away more often. He continued, there were rumors that you had established a servant agreement with humans, which immediately caught Satan's attention. The demon said with an angry tone, surely it is impossible for you to be the master in all kinds of agreements. You cannot be that demon king, the demon king who signs the agreement with his servant. Humans can. As soon as these words were said, Satan sitting on the throne became angry. His eyes turned red. Hey Asmodeus, you have too much control. His eyes became extremely angry and red. Should I remind you who is sitting on this throne? The voice and pressure radiated immediately startled the demon. The next second he disappeared from Satan's sight, obeying the Demon King's command. I will restore the fragment of the sword that spreads death. As soon as the demon left, a small explosion appeared. Satan immediately turned into a cute and petite appearance, spoke loudly to those who did not dare to fight him. He said viciously. Immediately I put my hands on my cheeks and thought, thinking about it, what he said was right. I felt like I was falling into my master's orders more than I expected. He thought of the image of the owner and Elle having fun up there. He didn't intend to give the owner that much power, as long as that winged girl didn't appear. Immediately became angry again. If it wasn't for that girl, the number of things I could take from the master would have changed immediately. Satan once again thought, if I do as the demon lord said, no one knows, maybe I can restore the fragments of the sword that spread death back to the way it was before. This thought has indeed been on his mind for a long time. As soon as I thought about it, I became extremely frustrated. Damn it, okay, there's no other way but to obey my master's orders. Somewhere in the trading city of Valen. Hurry up and buy items everyone, cheap items here, everyone come buy quickly before they run out. Level 3 magic books suitable for combat mages, buy new materials, gold, silk at high prices here in the market. The whole market resounded with bustling noises. The 3 of them, J. Young Tan and L, wandered around, observing every corner. It's true that I haven't been to a bustling place like this for a long time. You walk and bite a piece of apple. The atmosphere here makes me quite happy. It's completely different from the one in the Maroon Kingdom. However, coming here, there were many surprises that he had not anticipated, so he carefully looked around. Hey, where is he? Why can't I find that person? The shaggy purple-haired mage turned around and searched. Hey, are you looking for something? A nearby merchant came over and wanted to help. I came here to do business with Midas Company, but right now I don't see anyone coming here to pick me up. Hearing this, the merchant with a happy face said, oh so, right now they don't, not here anymore. They are planning to find something, moving to a tall, ancient building, which is the Midas Company. An old man was surprised to see these items displayed. What the hell is that? Fragments carrying evil spirits appeared on the trading desk. A piece of stone glowed purple on the table, carefully wrapped in a piece of paper. Goldberg smiled happily and held the stone in his hand. These broken pieces of stone are full of pure energy. From the looks of it, there are quite a few here. These items will belong to me. He turned around and asked his subordinate, "Where did you find these things?" "Yes, I was lucky enough to have them," the subordinate bowed and said. An old man appeared and wanted to trade me that thing. He didn't seem to know the exact value of these items. He described the strange old man and thrust the shard into his hand. "I only paid a small amount of money and was able to own those stones." The subordinate smiled sinisterly, his eyes even showing his contempt for him. "It's true that luck for you is bad luck for that guy. If this trading city doesn't know how to price an item, it can be said to be stupid." Goldberg looked at the stone and smiled excitedly. He said that that's right too. "If my hunch is correct, this thing will not only stir up the market in this city, but also cause panic on the continent." As he thought, he opened his eyes wide, a smile he couldn't hide but showed outside. The purple fragments gradually covered a strand of black gas, blending into one. "Welcome to Seagriel Hotel. Do you need any help?" An Orion appeared and respectfully asked. "What's wrong?" She glanced at him. Looking at this guy who is quite deceitful and dressed like he has no money, she made a superficial assessment of Jae Young. "And do you have enough money to stay at this first-class hotel?" His eyes were filled with disdain. He quickly pulled out his bag of money. "Gold, so much." She looked at it in panic, her eyes could not hide her surprise, sparkling with gold. "Okay, give me the best room here," he said happily. "The items in this city are mainly of a level close to 60, the bright moonlight shines on the tiled rooms. It seems like the average items on this continent are better than I thought." Jae Young, soaking in the hot water pool, commented disappointedly, "Although there are a lot of good businesses here for me to learn about things, there are also a lot of trouble because the level difference is a bit large." "That's true, but whatever you say, it's because initially the difference on the other continent was a bit high compared to here." Elle next to her seemed to really want to get off. "So what?" "Of course it's true, everything is because of you." "Why is it because of me?" "You are confused and confused. You really don't know the reason why the original continent has such a big difference." Elle shouted loudly. "I really don't know," he said back a little confused. So when he summoned Lich to attack the Duke's mansion and challenge that temple, Jae Young was still confused and confused. Of course, at that time the adventurers there thought that if they weren't strong enough they would lose their lives, so they tried to train harder than many other places. She straightened up to explain, adding that is about the impact with the dwarves with the peace treaty with the elves. They helped that continent thrive in those items. That was when they realized their true strength, so with both effort and help with items, they leveled up a lot more than other places. She kept explaining, "Let you understand," but Jae Young next to him still looked dumbfounded. "It was true that I did it. However, right now it also helps you a lot. Most likely you will get something new here." Her eyes frowned, and she sighed. Jae Young next to him was completely gloomy. He glanced away, "So I asked you when I wanted to let the demon king Satan do something. I thought you would stop me. Why didn't I see you say anything?" Elle lay down and relaxed in the water. "I also did that." "Okay, I think you just have your own plans. Thinking that you can earn up to 20 million experience points, I think what you are planning and doing will not be simple." Jae Young looked up to the sky in approval, realizing that she is also extremely smart. "What I just said is purely conjecture, but it seems that I have understood a lot about you and since then I respect you even more," Elle bowed and expressed. The guy next to me was confused for the second time. "Oh, so that's it. Up until now, it can be said that you were the first person to make me curious." Her eyes focused on you. And that smile sent chills down your spine. "If you continue to oppress and take advantage of that bastard Satan, I'll be even happier. I won't have to fight with that nasty guy anymore. That's what I want. I wish for you." Jae Young, it's true that she also has many plans of her own. Suddenly out of nowhere, Tan suddenly appeared. "I'm back." He happily jumped out from the entrance. He stood up. "How's it going? That job?" "Don't worry master, I've assigned it to a trusted subordinate." Tan laughed happily without realizing that Elle behind him was watching the scene in disgust. Now that the news about that thing has spread everywhere, Satan stroked his chin in thought and smiled happily. The humans who were greedy for that item would have to pay, he thought excitedly. On the other side, a person is carefully looking at the item with a glass. "Sir, the expert on the best item has arrived," the subordinate behind Goldberg announced. "Okay, did you find any leads?" he asked the investigator. "These things are quite strange, I've never seen them before," he said with a grimace, his face covered in tears. "It could be a divine object level item according to my guess, as for anything else, I can't accurately assess." Hearing the two words God level, he was startled. He quickly gave instructions, "So we need to find out more about the origin of this item. Hurry up, we need to know more about it," the appraiser said again. "But it's really difficult for me. I can't see through these items. I think it's difficult for anyone on our continent to accurately evaluate them," he said carefully. However, here I can see a few things I don't understand, but these characters are very strange. The appraiser looked at the patterns engraved on the sword, they glowed strangely. Maybe it's in some ancient ruins. Those ruins, even more so, are a bit restrained. That ruin is the highest level evil dungeon on this continent, right? The scene of the ruins appeared, burning red, the atmosphere was gloomy and full of danger. Do you mean that stone is related to the demon race? Gilbert asked doubtfully. That's probably it. The other guy immediately held his hand almost firmly. This is the remaining item from the War of Demons. Evil energy erupts, enveloping the item in a magical way. Okay, I understand you're leaving, Gilbert ordered the appraiser, but the subordinates behind him were surprised. So is it left over from the ancient demon war, a demonic item? You heard it, yes, the subordinate who misheard immediately felt startled. People are traders and everything that is value can be traded, no matter what power it belongs to. This statement made the other guy extremely confused. However, this thing cannot be traded as usual. His face smiled evilly. The eyes become evil, the smile cannot be hidden. We need to give it an important position in this trading city. Let as many people know as possible, then the item will have a higher value. Thinking that he would stop at letting everyone admire this sacred object that not many people know about, he would put it up for auction to get the highest price. The sacred object is displayed at the auction house. Rumors about it have spread everywhere, images of humanity reaching out to covet it. Although other players cannot see through the stats and uses of this sacred item, everyone can only see the rank. The system that determines the indexes has been hidden. However, just appearing was enough of a buzz, which made everyone extremely curious. This divine item has appeared. Did you know? It's a fragment with divine power. I only see question marks. It's truly a mythical item. This is the first time I've seen it on this continent. Everyone competes with each other. Gossip everywhere. Comments quickly exploded about that. With little information, they are extremely curious. For players, anything related to gods attracts their attention, even dragons. Divine objects. I thought these items no longer existed, but now they have appeared again. The message boards are everywhere with broken images of items. This made the boy with orange hair excited. The old war of demons had recurred again. Under my feet is teleportation magic. Okay, I need to check it out. As the protector of this continent, I cannot ignore it. He glanced, his eyes slightly sharper, that's all. Satan stood and looked at the display of broken stone slabs believed to be mysterious sacred objects. He expressed disapproval and said, "This is no different from entertainment in the market." Then bitterly scolded me. The magical weapon of the demon world is being looked down upon by low-class people like this, and I can only stand and watch. Damn it, if it wasn't for the master's sake. In the end, he still doubted and wondered, oh well, this way of luring those lazy dragons, is it because they are stupid fish to get hooked? The next day, also at the place where Satan had just come to see yesterday, people were crowded like ants, curiously looking. One of them asked, was that the legendary item in the rumor? Just a fragment? Well, it doesn't look like anything special, but it must be very expensive. Satan was also there at this time. He was invisible, flying in the air, angrily cursing at those people, saying, these damn people don't know their status and dare to touch my things. However, he couldn't do anything right now. He could only get angry and declare to himself, just wait, I remember all the faces of those bastards who dared to drool on my treasure. Wait until I open it. If I get the teleportation gate and come here personally, I'll let you all know. Suddenly, from that sea of people, a source of fire-colored energy appeared. Satan also paid attention to it, looking intently to see what it was. On the other side, Baron Carvin raised one of his lips in amusement and muttered, no way, this aura, is it Deathbringer? I'm so lucky, I didn't expect to meet a treasure this way. Seeing Baron Carvin, Satan was also equally interested. Did he really not think that there was really a lizard stupid enough to fall into a trap? Baron Carvin had now approached the pillar of light containing the broken stones. After getting closer, he confirmed that for sure, even though it was just a fragment, it was Deathbringer. It's unbelievable, Carvin exclaimed. He then started to reach out, intending to examine them, thinking at the same time, why is the demonic divine sword displayed in this dirty market, and in a broken state, like this? As soon as he reached out, Carvin immediately felt that the remaining strength was too weak. Only then did he realize that the fragments at this level were almost just traces, completely gone. Afterwards, he felt confused and wondered what had happened. Carvin stood there, starting to doubt, could it be that a holy war broke out again? Otherwise a mystical record of a world cannot be destroyed, exists. With this level of divine weaponry, you should have immediately reported it to the Dragon King as soon as you saw it. That's our clan's rule. Carvin thought so, but then just ignored it. He felt that, anyway, this item had lost all its power, and those hateful demons didn't have any special movements. Seeing that the situation was not dangerous, he decided that adding it to my demon collection wouldn't be bad. Then Carvin remembered, apparently the auction will take place in 3 weeks, right? It's easy. I have plenty of money. Carvin smiled, then turned and left. On the other side, Satan, after discovering that a dragon had actually arrived, immediately returned to the hotel where Yoon Jae-young was staying, hastily announced. He called, "Owner, appeared, okay, I heard that there is a young dragon who has just upgraded to the ancient dragon level and is salivating with envy." Yoon Jae-young was currently sitting in the room drinking tea with Michael. After listening, he still calmly said, appeared earlier than expected. It seems that girl is well informed. Well, that's right, the ancient dragon level is still very young, definitely still interested in worldly things. Satan agreed. After observing the other two for a while he asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why do you look so tired, so tired?" Michael replied, "Well, a little problem has arisen. We are having a headache and don't know how to handle it." As soon as Satan heard that, he curiously approached and asked, "What is the problem?" Michael then turned around with a sad expression and said, "Well, after all, you are my familiar place, it's okay to tell you, keep it simple for an idiot like you to understand." Then she started talking. First was the spear that Dex gave her. Sure enough, this was the only key for Dex to be able to kill the dragon. Although it can only be used once, it can kill any dragon with just one blow because this item contains an extremely powerful power. The problem is how to deliver that fatal blow and how to buy time until then. Yoon Jae-young now tiredly put his hand on his chin and simply said, "Whenever he has an opening, he can sneak a stab in the back, right? I think just using the lower level will be enough to do it." After hearing Jae-young's words, Michael boredly called out, "Dex, your goal in killing the dragon is to get the dragon's heart, right?" That's right," Yoon Jae-young replied calmly. Michael continued, "Then let me ask if human hearts and dragon hearts are the same size." When Yoon Jae-young heard that, he was startled and wondered, what does size have to do with it? Seeing him react like that, Michael sighed and replied, "Of course it's related, with the same power, whichever side has the greater mass will possess the greater power." She also added that if the dragon died in human form, the huge magic and life force accumulated in the heart would lose control and disappear immediately. As a result, we can only get a human heart with a little more magic power from that corpse. Michael suddenly emphasized, in other words, to get a complete dragon heart, we must pressure that dragon, force it to show its true form and then use the spear to finish it off. After listening to Yoon Jae-young, he finally understood the problem. He hummed, raised his hand to rub his chin and said, "I see, we have to push that dragon to the end without using the spear," then suddenly find this difficult. Satan had been sitting next to them listening to their discussion but was still indifferent, not understanding. After a while, he asked, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Then he said, "Well, indeed if the master doesn't care about the logical storyline, fighting a dragon in a duel is not without a chance of winning, but if the prerequisite is to force it to show its original form, it might be a bit difficult." Yoon Jae-young heard that and turned to ask, "How difficult is it? Tell me clearly." Satan replied, "Well, first of all magic, specifically 9th level magic." As soon as Yoon Jae-young heard these words, he suddenly remembered something. Satan continued, "The only reason those lizards would give up their boring human doll game to return to their original form was when they were really angry to the point of losing their reason or when they felt bad. Network is threatened. And once it returns to its original form, the dragon will definitely cast 9th level magic." Then he seriously looked at Yoon Jae-young. "Tell me, Master, do you remember the 8th level magic you once used? The 9th level magic is even more terrifying than that. If it casts level 9 magic, the map of this continent might have to be redrawn." Hearing this issue, people will probably feel a bit scared, but Yoon Jae-young is different. He also showed a serious expression but in his mind he was just thinking, if so, the camera angle will definitely be very scary, pretty. At this moment, Michael spoke up. She said, "I thought differently, maybe if it used level 9 magic, it would use magic that only worked on Dex." This made Satan sitting over there surprised. Fen. Michael continued, "For example, transcendent magic can kill lower-level creatures absolutely, the command to kill. If it was other magic, it would be okay, but if it was a human..." At this point she suddenly hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Maybe Dex wouldn't be able to handle it either." After a while of sitting and talking, Satan put his chin in his hands and groaned, "Damn, this move is too risky. What if something happens? If I let that damn lizard steal my divine sword, I might lose it, it's white." Then he started to worry more, suggesting to Yoon Jae-young, "Hey, master, stop it, leave it, dragon heart or something, no need anymore." After a moment of stopping to think, Yoon Jae-young said, "Yeah, it seems like I've relied too much on that spear." After hearing this, Michael and Satan were both surprised. He curled his lips and smiled, thinking it was too easy. After that, Yoon Jae-young suddenly burst out. No matter how he looked, he saw a fiery spirit, aggressively declaring, "At this level, it's no longer interesting. I've decided, I have to kill that dragon." Satan and Michael on the other side saw his reaction and both understood and said helplessly, "Damn, the master in this state cannot stop him no matter what happens." Meanwhile, on the forum suddenly appeared a popular post with the content, "I heard mythical level items are hot on the Japanese server. Looks like it's the sword that the vandal used to break the box, another epic incident haha." Below are countless comments leaving people curious and discussing, that sword is a mythical level item, how can it be broken like that? So it was originally an item from our server, this is a cultural theft scandal, no, mythical level item theft, but why is it displayed at the market like that, sold to traders? It's definitely a main quest, there's no way it could go wrong. According to my hunch, Chococake and Dex are definitely plotting something in mainland Japan. Dex fanatic, Dex fanatic. Hey, you must be a big fan of Dex's sword, don't you see it's black? Cassius picked up his three-eyed phone and scrolled through those comments, then frowned and thought, what a stir that Dex has caused again. At this time, the Pi Caravan group was stopping for a campfire in the Lumer Desert. After hearing the news, one of them shouted, "What, Chococake and Dex are the same person?" Apple jumped up and said, thinking about it, it was true, the first time he met us, he also used the nickname Leschadora to hide his identity. Lemon sitting next to him heard this and excitedly spoke loudly, so everything that happened on the Japanese server was all personally arranged by Dex. What was his purpose? The guy who came to the Pi trade group thought about it and said, it seems like he wanted to bring back the dragon's heart. As soon as they heard about dragons, the other two were startled and surprised. Then, the guy continued, anyway, the reason I suddenly said this is because Dex has a favor to ask of everyone in the company. He wants us to use the entire intelligence system of the merchant company to gather information, he announced. Apple and Lemon, after hearing that, smiled and took charge. They talked together about the participants in the upcoming auction of the Midas Merchant Guild. Just leave it to us, thanks to Dex's investment capital, we have today. A few days later, on a full moon night, standing in front of hundreds of people gathered at the Midas Company, Goldberg opened, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the auction today. And congratulations everyone, the opportunity to own mythical level items has never been seen before in history. Has arrived in your collection." Baron Carvin stood in the crowd, looking longingly at the box containing the magical fragments. And Yoon Jae-young on this side was staring at him with similar eyes, excitedly grinning. "Finally, found it, dragon." Goldberg loudly announced, "Everyone please pay attention, the auction organized by the Midas Merchant Guild will begin immediately." After arriving, the people below began to talk. Some exclaimed, "Wow, it seems there are more NPCs than expected." Others heard that and replied, "Sure, mythical level items are priceless treasures even for NPCs. Look, those NPCs are all members of the royal family or high-ranking nobles of the empires," one person said. Seeing that, someone immediately looked bored, took a breath and said, "With this, there is no hope of auctioning. Even if we collect all the gold from players on this server, it may not be enough." On the other side, where the nobles were gathering, Marquis Mile of the Shun Empire laughed and said, "What a surprise, the Parash Empire also participated in this auction. I heard that you guys have been having a drought recently, heavy, no strength left, maybe I came here just to watch for fun." Earl Case from the Parash Empire heard his sarcastic words and just laughed in response. "Don't worry, that problem has been solved, thanks to the Shun Empire refusing to sell us food." At that time, the Empire put all its efforts into being self-sufficient in food, while also developing new farming techniques, helping output skyrocket. Then he also turned sarcastically. Earl Case said, "Moreover, you are indeed very talented, Marquis. I heard that the Shun Empire is having a headache because of pirates from other continents flooding into America, but with such an unstable domestic situation, you can still freely pay attention to this auction. It's okay to tease others, but it makes you angry if someone teases you back." Marquis Mile, after hearing Count Case's words, his face became uncomfortable. He frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" leisurely. Then he angrily said, "Are you crazy? Surely you know that insulting me means insulting the entire Shun Empire." On the other side, Earl Case was very pleased. He smiled and asked, "If I'm right, what are you going to do? You brat who hasn't even had enough blood yet, is you trying to get on my face because of your country?" Suddenly, a red-haired young man intervened. He spoke up to stop. "You two, please calm down, the auction is about to start." This person is Baron Carvin that Yoon Jae-young wanted to lure. He then threw Count Case a cold look as if threatening and said, "Continuing to act like this will affect his honor, of both empires." As soon as that gaze hit him, Count Case shivered. In his mind he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? This guy, his eyes are really sharp." Marquis Mile on the other side was pushed. According to his character, he immediately felt humiliated. He pointed his finger at Baron Carvin and scolded loudly, "You, who are you?" Carvin here introduces himself. "I am Baron Carvin of the Bale Kingdom. Is there a problem?" After Marquis Mile heard this, he gained even more momentum. He continued to shout, "Ha, Baron, you're just a baron of the weak kingdom of Bale who dares to give me meaningless orders." Carvin didn't even bother to say much anymore. He directly glanced at the insolent Marquis Mile with murderous eyes, coldly said, "Look, be quiet when others are talking." Marquis Mile was scared out of cold sweat by that look. He immediately fell silent and could only mumble a few mumbled responses. Earl Case on the other side, even though he was not the one being glared at, could still feel the terrifying hidden aura around him, trembling and saying sorry. Satan and Michael stood in the air and said to each other, "Yes, that lizard, it was just a small thing that used magic words. It seems this dragon is really hot-tempered." Satan then said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, is he allowed to blatantly use such power? Looking at how unfair those lizards are behaving, they are truly the true thugs of the Arcadia continent." Michael heard that and replied, "They are residents of this continent so they are allowed to do that. Aren't you also free to use your power in the demon world?" Hearing this, Satan felt it was quite reasonable. He snorted and admitted that it was true. Below, Yoon Jae-young mingled in the crowd, standing from behind and watching the conversation just now. He immediately recognized who was the dragon. After identifying the target, he laughed and wondered, so when he disrupts it, he will get mad. After a while, someone on the merchant side spoke up. "Now, we will start the antique auction organized by the Midas Merchant Guild. The chest containing the divine fragments has now also been opened." Right after the announcement ended, some of the people below raised their hands to bid, 100 gold, 500 gold, 2,000 gold. Seeing that they were so quick to spend money like that, outside players immediately left comments to discuss. 1 gold can be exchanged for 100 million won. Huh, NPCs play too big, it's really a completely different class. Absolutely, haven't normal players been eliminated from the game forever? Look at the gap between rich and poor in the virtual world. The auction has not stopped. The number continues to increase to 3,000 gold, 5,000 gold, 8,000 gold. Then 10,000 gold. The one who bid was Marquis Mile. Seeing someone playing to this number, outside players couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, 10 billion won. That's a terrible price, but is that item that valuable? It must be there. Okay, didn't you know that's the only mythical grade item in the world?" Baron Carvin, after a moment of silence, announced a number 15 times larger, 150,000 gold. Marquis Mile was a bit startled when he saw him playing so big, but then continued to offer a higher price, 200,000 gold. On the other hand, Earl Case did not ignore it either. He spoke up, 400,000 gold. The others then followed suit, 1 million gold, 1,200,000 gold. Baron Carvin on this side felt impatient. He directly gave the huge number, 10 million gold. When the people around heard this number, everyone was extremely surprised by that high level of play. No one bid any higher, just turned to each other and asked, 10 million, who is it? Carvin on the other side replied, "I don't want to waste any more time on this auction. Surely no one will object, let's end it quickly." Right at this moment, Yoon Jae-young appeared from the crowd. He walked out and loudly announced the price, 20 million gold, making everyone who heard it stop in surprise. Baron Carvin saw this and said contemptuously, 20 million gold, you are just a lowly adventurer, I don't think you can afford that amount of money. Is that so? Yoon Jae-young grinned and at the same time raised his hand to pull down his hood. He turned, raised his eyebrows and said to Carvin, but the system still accepted my auction request, so that means I have 20 million gold. Carvin on the other side frowned angrily and boldly offered 300 million gold. Hearing this huge number, Goldern, the owner of the Midas Trading Company, immediately became excited. He exclaimed, 300 million gold, if no one else has any comments, I will declare the end of the auction. But at this time, the system suddenly popped up a message with the content that ownership of the item has been transferred to Karma. After finishing the auction, Carvin loudly asked, who are you? Yoon Jae-young on this side calmly replied, me. If you know then what are you going to do? After that, the system continued to synthesize a sample of data for Yoon Jae-young, of the logical storyline being 1,812,331. In addition, there is information about the logical storylines of the assistants, including those of Angelina, Cassius, I'm as black as soot, and Apple. After reading the data, Yoon Jae-young smiled and said to the Demon King, Tan, this is enough. Satan on the other side also smiled in response. He said, well, it was very close, probably about 30 minutes. Hearing this, Yoon Jae-young immediately entrusted it, so it's all up to you. Satan smiled and replied, I trust my master absolutely. Remember to gut that guy and return Deathbringer to me. Okay, Yoon Jae-young said excitedly. Immediately after that, he immediately switched to another state. The system also displays information about this entity with the content that the Dragon Slayer, Cain, the player's body is controlled by an existence from the demon world, can temporarily use the power of the existence, somehow. The dragon-slaying sword, the blade that desires the dragon's heart. Passive skills, Dragon Hunter are activated, Absolute Acceleration is activated, Indomitable Will is activated. After Yoon Jae-young switched to dragon-slaying mode, he immediately grabbed his sword and rushed forward, aiming at Carvin below and slashing. But he was lucky enough to catch it. Only then did he realize what was unusual, gritting his teeth and asking, that sword, who are you, you bastard, do you know what you are doing? What are you doing? Yoon Jae-young asked again. He was in an extremely excited mood right now, grinned and said, let's hunt dragons, then continued to strike one more time. That attack of his instantly created a terrifying explosion. The crowd of people who had gathered for the auction earlier were now like ants breaking out of a nest, running in chaos, shouting and screaming as they ran. Ah, what the hell, the damage is so terrible, run quickly, just a slight touch will do the trick, enough to lose my life, please help me. Yoon Jae-young from the side continuously rushed forward, constantly holding his sword and striking, sending Carvin flying from one side to the other. He can still only use magic for defense right now. He looked at the amount of magic Carvin used and scoffed, 5th level magic that human magicians can hardly perform, probably because he wanted to hide his identity. But if you use it so carelessly, how can you cover it with paper? Yoon Jae-young rushed forward, leaned close to Carvin and laughed. He then swung his fist and punched him, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, hitting the wall behind him, creating a huge explosion. But after that attack, Yoon Jae-young showed a bored expression. He clicked and muttered, I thought I could do some damage, your species really is so cheating. Carvin on the other side, after being beaten, stood up and scolded him, dare you, that low-class person. Yoon Jae-young's move made this guy a little angrier. He glared at him, activating dragon pressure to suppress the player. On Yoon Jae-young's side, the passive skill Unyielding Will was activated, thus causing the dragon pressure effect to be disabled. He laughed sarcastically at Carvin, so the one being crushed by this lowly person's fist was an ant, a bug or something similar. He saw that this trick didn't work on Yoon Jae-young, frowned and said, you, whoever you are, I will shut your mouth. Then he shouted, a firestorm. Immediately afterwards, Carvin flew into the air, summoning a giant burning fireball, shining brightly in the night sky. On the other hand, those who were still curious stood back and watched. Witnessing the scene, they exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is that? It feels like witnessing the wrath of the sun, a level 7 magic firestorm, a realm that humans cannot reach. Oh my god. Returning to Carvin, he waved his hand after saying a sentence and disappearing. The fireball from there aimed straight at Yoon Jae-young and rushed towards him. But he couldn't just stay there and let the giant fireball fall and kill him. Yoon Jae-young suddenly disappeared from his previous position. Rushed forward, swung his sword to split the ball into 2 parts, and at the same time took the opportunity to slash Carvin. Yoon Jae-young's movements were so fast that Carvin couldn't react in time. Only after being slashed did he realize that he couldn't believe it. It was blocked by level 7 magic. Yoon Jae-young then gently landed on the ground. He mockingly said, what an idiot, this is a dragon-slaying sword. If it can't block the dragon's magic power, is it still called a dragon-slaying sword? Then he glanced at Carvin, curled his mouth sarcastically, low-class human, 2 points. After being split in half by Yoon Jae-young, the fireball bounced back and fell at Carvin's position. This time, he was definitely angered, gritting his teeth and scolding him, that bastard. Carvin has now begun to partially manifest, sprouting huge fire dragon wings, covering part of the sky. Yoon Jae-young on this side happily thought, here it is, phase 2, then smiled and said, nice to meet you. Kerbinian Fire Dragon. Satan and Michael sat leisurely to the side as if they were watching a movie. One person laughed loudly and said, "This is the crazy owner, expert provocateur." One person shouted encouragement, "Come on, Dex, this is the way to go, you can even lure it into its original form." Returning to the other side, Carvin heard Yoon Jae-young's greeting and was somewhat surprised and asked, "Human, how did you know my identity?" Yoon Jae-young raised his eyebrows and replied, "What do you know? You obviously came here on your own." Right, Tan. Right after these words, two bolts of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Seeing that, Carvin was startled and realized that he was being lured. He got angry and shouted, "Everyone! Long time no see, damn lizard." Satan smirked in greeting. Michael was no different. His smile was friendly but his words were sarcastic. She said, "The pain of the fire dragon tribe." He was indeed as hot-tempered as rumored. Carvin saw the two of them, jumped up and shouted, How can you be here? What? It's because of a contract." Satan calmly replied, "It's a contract with Dex, the person you're confronting." When Carvin heard this, he was surprised and asked again, "What, a deal? Are you saying that a high-ranking angel and the king of the demon world would make a deal with a low-class human?" Yoon Jae-young looked at his reaction and couldn't help but burst out laughing and then confirmed that it was exactly like that. Carvin was still surprised at this moment. He pointed at the three of them and said, "They have really gone crazy. Do you think the Dragon King will stand by and watch the intervention of you trash?" Then emphasized, "Another stupid mistake of the sheep. Do you want to start a bloody jihad again?" Satan standing below listened to him babble, then sighed and said disparagingly, "What are you talking about? This damn lizard, his paranoia is very serious." Michael standing next to him also intervened to explain, "Kerbinian, it seems you have misunderstood. We have no intention of starting a jihad again, but only want to restore the losses we have suffered in the past." Then still the same, she smiled brightly but her words were extremely scary. Michael said to Kerbinian, "Through your heart." These words made him startled and stiff. Satan standing next to her was also a bit embarrassed. He told her, "You're an angel and you're going. No, you dare come out and ask for a dragon's heart." But Michael didn't feel anything strange. She asked in bewilderment, "If you need your heart, just say it directly." Kerbinian over there looked at her reaction and said, "Among those chickens, you are indeed the craziest." After letting them greet each other for a while, Yoon Jae-young continued to speak. He interjected and said, "Dragon, now you understand what's going on. If you defeat me, the Deathbringer fragment will be yours, and if I win, I will take back both the fragment and your heart. Simple." Without letting him answer, Yoon Jae-young immediately activated the Sweet Revenge item effect. Applied to the dragon, the damage was amplified by 1000%, magic resistance increased sharply. The Decisive Moment effect is also activated, used to help reduce the opponent's stamina and energy consumption. He then raised his sword and challenged, "Come here, or let me come." After using the attributes, Kerbinian was frozen in one place, unable to move. He frowned and asked Yoon Jae-young, "Are you really just a lowly human? Don't ask any more, check it out for yourself. What kind of existence do I have?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, jumped up and slashed Kerbinian's body horizontally before landing again. Kerbinian now continued to get angry. He summoned countless giant magic circles in the air, all targeting Yoon Jae-young to attack. Having to constantly dodge attacks with such large numbers and damage from Kerbinian, Yoon Jae-young immediately felt that the situation at this time was a bit unfavorable. He thought to himself, at least level 5 magic, and also using all the attributes at the same time, how great is his magic power? Yoon Jae-young thought to himself, don't say it's a victory at this rate. Even approaching him is impossible. Even though it's just a provocation, the current situation is really not good at all. After observing for a while, Satan seriously urged, "Hey, Master, there are only 17 minutes left, it must end within 17 minutes. Yoon Jae-young heard that and asked again, "Don't you have more time? I've already spent 1,800,000 points, at least give me a little more." Satan next to me reminded me, "I tried to delay as much time as possible, don't talk like I'm going to the market to buy vegetables." Yoon Jae-young is now starting to feel that this is getting more and more difficult. He thinks to himself, 17 minutes, within the limited time to deliver a fatal blow, this is the problem. At this moment, he suddenly stopped, as if he suddenly remembered something. Then Yoon Jae-young raised his hand to support his forehead, laughed and said, "I knew that from the beginning." Satan standing to the side saw his reaction and nervously shouted, "Hey, what's wrong, Master? Are you crazy?" He said, "I made a mistake, wasting time talking to him was a mistake. The opponent is not a human but a dragon." This is not PvP but rather raid boss. Having finished speaking, Yoon Jae-young's state also changed, seemingly more excited than before. Kerbinian above probably also noticed. He wondered in his mind, the situation had changed. Who exactly was that human? He looked at Yoon Jae-young's agile body, skillfully dodging all of his attacks and thought, the wall that separates species is absolutely unbreakable, even when faced with it. With the dragon's pressure, he did not flinch but burned with a stronger will. I see. Kerbinian curled his lips and smiled happily, then muttered, is this an adventurer? Although I only heard rumors, I didn't expect there to be such a strong person. It's really interesting. He then continued to summon another ball, but this time there seemed to be a much greater difference in power, because around that red ball were curling golden dragon patterns. Adding those are spell chains surrounding Kerbinian's body. He said, let's see how long you can endure my magic. Satan on the other side also noticed this change, hastily informed Yoon Jae-young that, Master, dodge, that guy, 6, no, level 7 magic, he is about to cast level 7 magic. He heard that, didn't seem scared, just asked again, really, are you sure? Satan next to him shouted, what, it's so obvious. I believe you, Tan. Finishing the sentence, Yoon Jae-young without hesitation rushed straight to Kerbinian. Seeing him act like that, Satan exclaimed in panic, is he crazy, rushing straight into the heart of magic? Does he want to die that much? Of course not. Yoon Jae-young already had his own intentions, it was just a bait. He said, to use stronger magic, the chanting time must also be longer. Seeing that, Kerbinian immediately said, it's late, human. At that moment, several bright purple lights suddenly appeared in the sky. It turned out to be Yoon Jae-young. He used his sword to cut off Kerbinian's tail and drag him wings in a few strokes, so fast that he couldn't move. At that moment, Yoon Jae-young activated his burning will for revenge, activated his will to slay the dragon. Activate the ultimate one-hit kill technique, activating fragile life. After a few slashes, he turned back to look at him, smirked and said, I caught him. In less than 5 seconds, being attacked so suddenly, Kerbinian was extremely surprised. He fell to the ground, stood facing Yoon Jae-young and asked, do you think you can dodge? He calmly replied, of course, if you're not confident then why play games, right? Kerbinian heard his words and was even more surprised. Yoon Jae-young continued, he emphasized, this is not a life and death battle but just a game, just fun. Kerbinian was indeed impressed by Yoon Jae-young's words. He curled his lips and said, that's interesting, I admit, man. You are very strong. Then declared, I will also give my all for this fun, so you will have to wait a long time. On the other hand, the crowd of people who came to the auction had not yet run far away from there, but now when they saw the red dragon flame rising, they began to run away in fear, shouting to each other, what is that? The fire, there, it's too dangerous, we have to run further, run somewhere else, this is already outside the village. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of them from the system saying that the mission had been created. That mission is called Legendary Terror, with the content, the Kerbinian Fire Dragon, a creature that only exists in legends, yet there is a human who dares to ruin the fun and even get him killed. If you still want to live, run away immediately, otherwise, you will experience the ultimate terror from the ultimate creature, the dragon. There is an option to escape the Bylon area, and if you fail, all items in your possession will be confiscated. In addition, those people are suffering from many unfavorable attributes, are directly affected by the dragon's pressure, and are hostile to transcendent existences. Affected by the fear effect, all stats decrease by 90%. The logout function is temporarily disabled. After reading the announcement once, everyone screamed, ran quickly, there's a dragon, then turned around and ran away. Kerbinian had now completely revealed his true form as a fire dragon. He spoke, fear me you bastards, all your existence is meaningless. Offer all you have. Michael and Satan hiding behind also saw this. Ah, isn't that hellfire? Level 8 magic burns everything with hellfire. Yoon Jae-young on this side finally turned Kerbinian into a fire dragon state. Seeing him like that made him extremely excited. He grinned and said, final stage, success, wait for me, that heart. On the forum, players started talking again. What is this? What is this live streaming? Damn, is it the Japanese server? Why? It's a sea of fire again. Only then did someone realize that the fire dragon had appeared. Yoon Jae-young and Kerbinian each summoned a giant magic ball. On one side is a fire dragon with a burning fireball. On one side is the male protagonist with a dazzlingly glowing energy ball. Michael and Satan also saw the move just now. Ah, that is hellfire, level 8 magic that burns everything with hellfire. Kerbinian on the other side laughed and said, "You understand now, you human, you have angered me, and to atone for that sin, you have gone too far." Finishing the sentence, the dragon opened its mouth, spread its wings and rushed towards Yoon Jae-young. He quickly used the move, shouted, "Sword to kill the dragon bane," transformed. Dragon shield. Immediately after that, the sword that Yoon Jae-young used to attack Kerbinian turned into a shield state, shielding him from the fire dragon's attack. He rushed forward and crashed directly into the ground below, creating an extremely large explosion, filled with smoke and fire. After the smoke cleared, Yoon Jae-young stood unharmed in the center, looked at the surrounding scenery and exclaimed, "Wow, even the rocks are on fire. Hellfire is really terrible." Of course, hellfire burns the very essence of the target, even water can burn it to ashes. Kerbinian saw Yoon Jae-young's calm attitude when talking and immediately felt uncomfortable and scolded, "You bastard, can you still be arrogant in this situation?" Then he started to threaten you. "Revenge this time will not stop at killing you." Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young felt quite excited. Seeing his silence, Kerbinian continued. He smiled widely and said, "I will teach the entire human nation on this continent a lesson to remember for a lifetime. Just wait and see, human." Yoon Jae-young, after hearing all of Kerbinian's words, couldn't help but burst out laughing. He said disparagingly, "Still the same, arrogant, beaten to death but still not learned any lesson." Then he raised his eyebrows and asked contemptuously, "On what basis do you lizards think that you will always win over humans, the lords of all creatures?" Kerbinian heard Yoon Jae-young say that and asked again, "What did you say?" Michael on the other side exclaimed, "Ah, the classic saying has appeared." Satan was also extremely excited. He opened his mouth and smiled and said, "As expected, he is the master, always knows how to provoke his opponents with words that go to the ground." Regarding Yoon Jae-young, he was currently calculating the current situation, thinking to himself, transforming the sword had already consumed quite a few points, maybe it was time to use it. That thing. On the forum, people who were watching the live stream immediately saw the green light and were all excited, leaving comments saying, "Damn, that's it, that's it." Some people even chanted, "Dex, Dex, Dex." Yoon Jae-young curled his lips, then spoke, "One shot for you, one shot for me." Then he brandished a spear shaped like a bamboo stem, smiling and said, "Before this spear, all are equal." The comments on the forum now show more and more excitement from the viewers. They say, "Wow, that's crazy, that spear can defeat a fire dragon with just one blow. Spear, is that spear, black black black. Come on, glory to the spear cult, long live Dex." After Yoon Jae-young pulled out that bamboo-shaped spear, Kerbinian excitedly shouted when he saw it, "What the hell is that weapon? What the hell is that, you adventurers?" He then aimed at Yoon Jae-young, preparing to unleash another move. He stood below, feeling the energy through the air, telling himself, "Be careful, this magic is even stronger than the last time." Indeed, as Yoon Jae-young predicted, Kerbalane's move this time had much more destructive power. He opened his mouth, spitting out a giant fire, so large that it could almost swallow everything. But thanks to his sharp reaction, Yoon Jae-young once again changed the shape of his sword, summoned a pair of wings for it and flew up, escaping the terrible attack just now. He exclaimed, "It was terrible." Luckily he used his transformation to block it, otherwise the cannon would have been destroyed. Satan standing on the other side also exclaimed, combining both level 7 and level 8 magic, wanting to destroy everything. Michael, who was next to him, also intervened. It seemed like the other side had no way to retreat anymore. Then the Demon King began to remember what happened before. He said, "Hey, when we invaded Arcadia it wasn't like this. We just kidnapped a few stubborn guys and destroyed things to scare them." Hearing that, Michael sarcastically asked, "Are you proud of that, loser?" When Satan heard her say that to him, he got angry and shouted, "What are you talking about, you roast chicken?" Michael also refused to let it go, scolding back, "Cockroaches are better than you, shut up." The two of them were arguing so loudly that Yoon Jae-young on this side felt noisy, so he immediately spoke up to stop talking nonsense, then asked, "Tan, how much time is left?" About 5 more minutes." Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young was startled, not expecting to say, "What, is that all there is left, so there's no time to wait until he's exhausted?" The effective provocations must have been used up. How can that guy create an opening? Right when Yoon Jae-young was still in a deadlock, Satan seemed to suddenly remember something. He grinned and spoke. "Hey master, I know what those lizards hate, do you want to try it?" Yoon Jae-young heard that and wondered, What? Satan then stopped and whispered to him. Michael stood next to him and sighed. She didn't need to listen to know what he was going to say, she said in boredom. Did she have to resort to that method in the end? Yoon Jae-young sighed. After hearing Satan's suggestion, his face changed. It seemed like he didn't really want to do it. He asked again, "Are you serious?" But Satan is clearly very confident. He guarantees, "Believe me, master, this method will definitely work." Young Jae-yoon, after a moment of hesitation, finally dissatisfiedly accepted. Then he made up his mind, telling himself that there was still water left to fight. Then he climbed onto a burning roof and called out, "Hey, Kerbinian." Waiting for him to notice, Yoon Jae-young said, "So what if your father is the Lizard King?" When Kerbinian suddenly saw him say that, he immediately felt anger in his heart, mixed with a bit of surprise. To anger him, Yoon Jae-young continued to shout, "Your aunt is also the Lizard King." Not only Kerbinian looked at Yoon Jae-young like a crazy person, but even those watching the live stream felt that he was really strange. Some even said, "Cursing parents in the version reserved for fire dragons." Kerbinian was really angry at this point. He declared to Yoon Jae-young, "After killing you, I will summon all of my kind. All the fire dragons on the Arcadia continent will know the truth that humanity has colluded with the demon world and the heaven world, plotting to harm me, the protector and regulator of this world. And our wrath, as well as the punishment for your sins, will fall on everyone on this continent." The fire dragon then flew high. The night sky was no longer dark but turned red like blood. A new, bigger, stronger formation was summoned. As soon as the dragon passed in the sky, at Yoon Jae-young's position, Michael above saw the opportunity and immediately shouted. It was at this moment, "Dex." "Great," Yoon Jae-young exclaimed. Michael then helped Jae-young, summoning him as close to the dragon as possible. When Kerbinian saw their actions, he burst out laughing and said, "Foolish, in a situation like this, you still dare to rush to your death. Do you think those tricks can fool me? Die, human." After that, he started using the killing magic on Yoon Jae-young. As soon as he appeared, the Reaper's net was right at Yoon Jae-young's neck. When the death side swung, Kerbinian thought that Yoon Jae-young was truly finished. But unexpectedly, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw that he was not dead. Yoon Jae-young smirked and said, "It's simple, level 9 magic. The command to kill is a magic that can give a living creature absolute death, so as long as it's not a living creature, it's okay." What? It turns out, Michael didn't teleport Yoon Jae-young just now, but summoned him in the form of an iron-fighting robot. Even Satan was surprised by this. He turned to ask Michael why this clumsy iron robot was on the summoning list of heaven. She then replied, "Oh, that was due to the earnest request of the person who created this robot." Satan heard the words of the earnest plea and wondered again. Michael saw this and explained to him. He wished that even though his soul could not go to heaven, the iron robot, his brainchild, could go to heaven and exist forever. In the end, heaven accepted this noble request. She then smiled and said, "Humans are truly lovely and noble creatures. They dedicate their souls to creating works of art and then that work shines brightly." In the sky, Yoon Jae-young completed his mission, which was to use that bamboo spear, a strike that pierced the heart of the Kerbinian fire dragon. Only after he was attacked did he realize that there was no more chance. He could only resentfully ask, "You, what have you done to me?" Yoon Jae-young calmly replied, "I told you, one shot for you, one shot for me. Before this spear, all are equal." Fire Dragon Kerbinian still cannot accept the fact that he was killed by a human, whom he always considered inferior. After saying those last words, Kerbinian completely lost all his strength and fell straight to the ground. After using the bamboo spear to kill the fire dragon, the tree soul inside it was also freed. At the same time, Yoon Jae-young also received a legendary achievement, single-handedly destroying an ancient dragon-level fire dragon. All the people in Arcadia were amazed by this feat. In addition, the system also announced that Yoon Jae-young received 1,429 billion reputation points. Your name will be recorded in Arcadia's history books. Everyone's opinion of the adventurer will be completely changed. He received the title of Dragon Slayer, the title of Apostle of the Spear God, the title of Chaos Creator, the title of Monster Strategist and another 14,290,000 points. Standing before the corpse of the Kerbinian dragon, Yoon Jae-young smirked, wiped away a few drops of sweat and said, "Successfully destroyed the fire dragon. Now it's time to dissect the fire dragon." 47 minutes after the fire dragon raid incident, Kwon Myangan entered the office, reported to Lee Myun about it. He said that the culprit this time was still Dex. Kwon Myangan is probably having a lot of headaches about this, he said boredly. It's not clear why that player caused such a stir, but it's certain that from now on, competition and rivalry will continue to grow. Conflict between players will become more extreme than ever. After listening to Lee Myun, she very calmly said, "What event? Calling it an event seems more reasonable than an incident, right?" Looking at Myun's indifferent attitude, Kwon Myungan excitedly said loudly, "Boss, don't you realize how serious the upheavals that are about to happen in Arcadia are?" He continued, "The largest-scale update of the Pangea continent was forced to be done early while only less than 20% of the area and tasks of each continent had been explored, yet something happened. Hey, surely the life of this game will be shortened by at least 10 years. Contrary to Kwon Myungan's extreme worry, Lee Myun did not seem to consider this a serious problem. She calmly said, "That's okay." This made Kwon Myungan feel even more confused. Lee Myun then looked up and seriously said to Kwon Myungan, "That's what the major shareholders are thinking." Hearing her say that, he was a bit startled. Lee Myun continued, "Even though I'm the director, I can't ignore the opinions of those who hold voting rights, right? Everyone has to work for their bread and butter." Kwon Myungan is now thinking about Ajin Electronics Group, Argos Group, Silicof the Bio-Industry Corporation. These three corporations are holding 99% of the shares of Arcadia Company. In other words, they want this to happen. Even though Kwon Myungan still knows that's the case, he can't understand how director Lee Myun, who also holds the remaining 1% of shares, could say those words. After finishing speaking, Lee Myun smiled at Kwon Myungan and asked if there was anything else to report. "Oh, nothing more," he replied, thinking in his mind that it was pitiful for the other branch managers who had to stay silent in the previous meeting, not knowing what would happen next. Inside the game server, the items that Yoon Jae-young received have not yet been listed, including 2,724 Fire Dragon Scales, 152 Fire Dragon Tooth Pieces, 935 Fire Dragon Bones, and the most important thing, the Fire Dragon Heart. The system then announced the completion of the Shattered Continent quest, telling him to go to the World Tree to receive the quest completion reward. Holding your own spoils. Yoon Jae-young smiled proudly, "Finally got it, the Fire Dragon Heart." Satan and Michael then also approached, looked at the giant heart with interest and said, "Great, Master, I always trusted you, but I didn't expect it to be so successful. Dex, you always amaze me." Surprised. At this moment, another chat frame suddenly appeared on the side. It says, "Kerbinian Fire Dragon has lost ownership of the lair. You receive ownership of Kerbinian Fire Dragon's lair. Kerbinian Fire Dragon's lair has been registered as a player's hideout." The system then provided Yoon Jae-young with a golden key. He took it, feeling excited and said, "Ownership of the lair, what an unexpected reward. So let's go in and try it out." Said yes, Yoon Jae-young immediately raised the key, summoned a magic array, and opened a large door. The system now continues to pop up, saying, "Entering the lair of the Kerbinian Fire Dragon, can move to the lair once per day." Yoon Jae-young stepped into the door. Right after entering, in front of his eyes there was nothing else besides gold, meaning, this entire gold vault would be his. Looking at the pile of assets sparkling in gold before his eyes, Yoon Jae-young muttered, "Ha ha, actually, I used to think this game was trash, but now maybe I should change my mind." Satan and Michael then also entered this Kerbinian lair. As soon as Satan arrived, he jumped up, lay on a pile of gold coins, and happily laughed. As expected, that lizard was truly insatiable, accumulating such a huge treasure. "That's all, anyway, nor can it be taken with you to the grave." Michael on the side was equally amused. She added, "It must be said that with this scale, even an ancient dragon-level fire dragon would not be able to store this much, unless it was very diligent in robbing it. Peel, it's truly worth it." After receiving this huge fortune, Yoon Jae-young's current balance is 1,352,232,120 gold. While attentively reading this data on the system, he said, "It's such an odd number, it must have taken quite a bit of effort to exchange all this gold. Why do I have a hunch that a new mission is coming soon?" At this time, Satan on the other side called out, "Master, there are many rare things here. This lizard also has eyes to see." Michael also interjected, "Look, magic books, even 9th level magic books are also there." The system then listed to Yoon Jae-young the magic books that Kerbinian had collected, including a manual to increase the efficiency of using magic power. Human version of magic, age-changing magic. Cast 4th level magic. 6th level magic book, Great Fireball. 6th level magic book, Fire Strike. 7th level magic book, Hurricane Fire. 7th level magic book, Recovery. 8th level magic book, Tsunami. 8th level magic book, Great Collapse. 8th level magic book, Blizzard. Level 9 magic book, Meteorite Javelin. 9th level magic book, Command to Kill. After reading it, Yoon Jae-young felt a bit small, thinking, are there only these level 8 and 9 magic books? Yoon Jae-young then turned to look at the pile of gold piled up in front of him, groaning, damn, this is a real headache. Satan over there was happily hugging a pile of gold. Hearing him say that, he asked, what's bothering me, master? Yoon Jae-young sighed and said, there are too many things, it will probably take quite a while to arrange this place, at least a few months. As soon as he heard this, Satan's eyes lit up and excitedly suggested, then master, let me introduce you to someone wonderful. After a while of explaining, Yoon Jae-young summed up, do you mean you will use the points to exchange for a demon as a housekeeper instead? To put it bluntly, after all, this time we have made a lot of money, work like buffaloes, eat like nobles, people often say that. Satan chuckled and replied, as for Michael, hearing that, he let out a sigh and mumbled in boredom, you're always good at bragging. At this time, the system also popped up a notification. It provided Yoon Jae-young with his reputation points and suggests that there isn't a butler for the hideout yet, hire one to look after the hideout while you're out adventuring. After thinking for a while, Yoon Jae-young felt that it was indeed not a bad idea. Hearing that, Satan eagerly said, yes, just say it, I will find you the best candidate. Then he turned to whisper to Yoon Jae-young, by the way, I will charge a monthly service fee with reputation points. This part is a mandatory agreement, you understand what I mean, don't worry too much. Yoon Jae-young replied, okay, just like that, just consider it as if you lent me a good thing, consider this a gift in return. Hearing this answer from him, Satan immediately happily exclaimed, wonderful, indeed the master, very reasonable. Michael standing on the other side also heard that answer, but it was more like a lightning strike. She asked in dismay, what did you say? What about me? Then, approaching Yoon Jae-young, he said, besides lending Deathbringer, that damn bat couldn't do anything. Well, I had to rack my brains to think of a plan, give advice, and even borrow the precious orca. It's not over yet, it's not over yet. Yoon Jae-young saw her react like that and quickly reassured her, hey, calm down. Satan next to him saw Michael's action and sarcastically interjected, what a fool, if you keep nagging you'll get fame points, you have to use your brain like me to get a share. Hearing that, Michael got angry and scolded, you evil bat, you want to cause trouble, don't you? Come here, today I will show you what politeness is. Having to listen to Satan and Michael bickering with each other day after day made Yoon Jae-young feel tired. He sighed and complained, don't they know what it is to be tired? Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Korean branch of Arcadia Company building, Lee Myun was apologizing to the other members with a forced smile. She said, I didn't expect the consequences to be so great. I'm really sorry to Director Kwon and everyone. We should have found a way to recover that spear. At this moment, she suddenly thought, thinking back, everything that happened like this was probably all part of that person's plan. That person that Lee Myun mentioned here is Yoon Jae-young. It's Dex that everyone calls him. She looked at the file in front of her, smiled and said, Yoon Jae-young, maybe it's time to meet. Then, in the synchronization development room, a voice rang out, hard work, Jae-young, collected enough synchronization data today. I'll rest a bit, Yoon Jae-young replied, yes, thank you, then relaxed his body a bit. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, it's also because of Jae Gi-yoon that I have to do this part-time job, but he didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. After that, Yoon Jae-young suddenly remembered the problems in the game. He thought, but he also has to deal with the Fire Dragon's items, maybe he should quit his job soon. At this moment, a voice called out, Yoon Jae-young, are you free? He heard someone asking him a question and turned around to see who it was. It turned out that Lee Myun came to see me. She smiled and introduced herself, I am Lee Myun, director of Arcadia Korea branch. A moment later, the two of them sat in a living room. Lee Myun asked, can you drink milk coffee? Oh yes, thank you. Yoon Jae-young took the cup of coffee, then asked, why do you make the coffee yourself? Don't you have a secretary? Lee Myun sat down next to Yoon Jae-young and replied with a smile, a secretary is not a barista, and I also have hands and feet, it's not like I can't do anything. And most importantly, this floor is currently closed to anyone. Except me and you. I want to see you, Jae-young, no, Dex. Hearing this name, Yoon Jae-young was naturally a little interested, but he still didn't show any special expressions. He then helplessly asked, do you know my identity? Lee Myun saw him react like that and smiled and said, don't worry, no one will know except me. Yoon Jae-young thought about it for a moment and had to admit it. He smiled faintly and said, it's true, I've been causing a lot of noise lately. And it's not as serious as the spear incident last time, Lee Myun said, then began to ask how he felt, becoming the richest person in Arcadia. When Yoon Jae-young heard that, he only answered vaguely, actually, I don't know anymore, I just found it more annoying. Silence for a moment, Lee Myun continued, she said, world traveler, a hidden job, not only does not get extra points when leveling up, but is also limited in terms of favorability with the familiar, the number of reputation points earned, property. It's a profession with countless limitations, but he was still able to achieve this degree, which is truly remarkable. After a while of expressing herself, Lee Myun suddenly realized that she was rambling a bit, then got straight to the point. She said, the reason I came to see Dex was to propose a trade with the most influential player in Arcadia. When Yoon Jae-young heard that, he immediately became wary and asked again, what does the Arcadia Korea branch manager like you want from me? In his mind, he was thinking, if it's a troublesome matter, I'll leave, I won't want to influence your gaming experience. Lee Myun smiled and said, it's no big deal. First, quickly bring the Fire Dragon Heart to the World Tree to speed up the process of uniting the continent. After all, it's your plan, it's not an unreasonable request, right? Hearing these words from Lee Myun, Yoon Jae-young could not help but feel suspicious. He wondered, what, does this woman have mental problems? She then continued, other than that, she probably keeps in touch regularly. Ha ha. Seeing that, Yoon Jae-young immediately stood up and said, wait, I haven't agreed yet. Seeing Yoon Jae-young's reaction, Lee Myun immediately smiled and offered him a contract. If you agree to this offer, I will become your strong support in real life. As expected, this statement made Yoon Jae-young shake. After returning to the game, the system notified that Yoon Jae-young had received 32 new messages. First came from assistant Angelina. She seriously shouted in the text message, Dex, what the hell are you doing? Some fire dragon, don't be reckless, if you have any difficulties, contact me, immediately for me. Next was Cassia's. She lamented with a regretful voice, you obnoxious brat, I thought I was strong enough to confront you, turns out I'm still very young, just keep practicing, come see me later. Then there was a message from Tae-toy. The boy was extremely excited and boasted that, brother, I watched your live stream, it's so cool. Finally, it was from the Pie Caravan. Apple excitedly asked, Dex, is that you? I didn't expect you to use that spear to kill the dragonflower. When did you plan that? Then Lemon, she took the opportunity to remind you, hey, if you intend to sell items related to fire dragons, please contact us, you will definitely not be disappointed. After reading all the messages sent, Yoon Jae-young smiled, thinking, my assistants are all equally noisy, I should arrange a time to meet them. Satan stood next to him, saw him smiling and asked, hey, master, why are you suddenly smiling like that? Is something funny? Yoon Jae-young turned to answer, it was funny. Well, you could say that, it attracted quite a bit of attention, he was in a good mood. The video of him and the fire dragon fighting also achieved nearly 1.5 billion views. A moment later, Yoon Jae-young took out the Fire Dragon Heart he had received and asked, by the way, is this the Fire Dragon Heart? The system immediately provided him with information about the ancient Dragon Heart item. The Fire Dragon's Heart, which completely retains the magic power accumulated over thousands of years, contains an endless source of magic power. This is the raw material and also the opportunity that anyone desires. However, it will not easily succumb to the weak. Used directly to permanently increase magic power, used directly to learn Tian Long Body, magical power, and transcendent wisdom, can be used as a crafting material. After reading all the information the system provided, Yoon Jae-young turned his eyes to stare at the heart in front of him, muttering, what is this? Is this an item that can be used directly? It looks like not very appetizing. Hearing his words, two people nearby immediately intervened to stop him. Satan rushed forward, shouting loudly, hey master, are you planning to eat that important thing? Michael also worriedly said, even if it's Dex, I have to advise him to think again. Yoon Jae-young saw them like that and asked why everyone was overreacting like that. Satan then started to suggest, that lizard's heart is very rare, you must use it to make equipment. Do you know that using Fire Dragon's heart as a material will make the equipment's index terrible? To what extent? Michael agreed and said, I agree, for a person like you, even if you eat a Fire Dragon heart to increase your strength, it will only be a short moment in your life for 100 years, but once you have created worthy equipment, then that power will last forever, even comparable to the spirit that our heavenly world possesses. Satan continued to intervene. This time it was because of the magic medicine of the world tree that we didn't say anything, otherwise we would have wanted to negotiate right away. Hearing what they said, Yoon Jae-young sighed helplessly and replied, okay, I know, say whatever you want, eating is just a joke, I don't like eating intestines either. Then he changed the subject, turning to ask Satan, by the way, how was the deal with the devil earlier? Ah, that enemy, it's already working, Satan replied. At that moment, a magic formation immediately appeared, followed by a small devil dressed in a polite suit. It bowed, said hello, he, the great ruler of the demon world, the Krebenian demon race de Gluttony Barsomenia Perdoskin would like to meet. I'm just checking the assets in this treasure trove. I hope you'll forgive me, forgive this delay. Yoon Jae-young replied, forgive me, say hello properly, from now on, you are mine. The demon still bowed his head and respectfully said, indeed, you are the cruel person who taught all of us demons a lesson to remember. Every time I hear the Demon King tell your story, I cry. The more I understand what a true devil is. Later on, I, Krebenian de Gluttony. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yoon Jae-young tiredly interrupted. He turned to ask Satan, okay, hey, Tan, his name is too long, is it necessary? Satan next to him replied, who knows, maybe it's his hobby, even I can't remember that name. Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young ignored it. He turned back to ask the demon in front of him, anyway, you will listen to all my orders, right? He replied, of course, master, please order me. Really? Then, Yoon Jae-young smiled and said, from now on, your name is Yellow Goblin. Hearing that, the demon looked up with a confused expression. Yoon Jae-young repeated it again. He said, you said you would obey all my orders, your name is Yellow Goblin. The other demon wanted to refuse. He told Yoon Jae-young, goblins are a lowly species, far different from our noble gluttony lineage. Seeing that he was talking too much, Yoon Jae-young didn't want to listen anymore, glared at him directly and asked, what's up, do you have any opinions? The other demon saw that and immediately did not dare anymore. Although he was dissatisfied, he still had to accept and replied, no, please go ahead, master. A moment later, a notification appeared on the system. A butler was assigned to the hideout. The current butler, high-level demon, Yellow Goblin. Yoon Jae-young then turned to Michael and asked, you also brought someone here, let me introduce you. Michael heard that and replied, yes, Dex, please wait a moment. Immediately after that, another formation was also opened. This formation was larger than before, radiating a powerful source of energy, directly hitting the little demon, causing it to neigh and scream. The divine power of a great angel. Even Satan felt uncomfortable. He angrily shouted, cough, that chicken, do you know where it is? Take that disgusting aura away immediately. Then an angel stepped out. The system immediately announced, registered guardian for the hideout, current guardian, high-ranking warrior, Cardell. After appearing, she immediately knelt before Michael and respectfully asked, is this here, Michael, the place I have to protect? Good job, Cardell, Michael replied. The other angel Cardell then stood up, looked around and said, first we have to clean up a bit. She said sorry for being rude, then immediately disappeared. When Yoon Jae-young saw that, he exclaimed, his strength was truly terrifying. Cardell was now deep inside some part of this hideout, standing alone in front of several club-wielding trolls. Then let's start cleaning up. A moment later, the entire cave shook violently. Yoon Jae-young saw this and quickly asked, what is that? What is she doing? Michael replied, near this hideout there is an area inhabited by giant fire. Maybe she is cleaning that place. If they loiter here it will be very troublesome. Hearing that, Yoon Jae-young laughed and said, is this a unilateral massacre? A moment later, the system displayed a notification, massive genocide, 0 survivors, not meeting the conditions for maintaining the living environment. The area inhabited by the giant fire was destroyed. Seeing that, Yoon Jae-young sighed and said, hey, it's okay to just let those giants live, why do that, just deal with those who dare to come here. After Darvel returned, she answered firmly, she could not leave behind any hidden dangers, the best defense was to attack, destroying the roots would be better than sitting still and waiting for the enemy to come. Michael, who was next to him, happily listened and came up to say, you're so thoughtful, Cardell, I'm very proud of you. Darvel was complimented, his cheeks seemed to be a little red, but his expression was still emotionless. She replied, you are too complimented, Michael. Yoon Jae-young stood next to him and thought to himself, talking to these guys like this is a waste of time. He then sighed helplessly, ignoring it and reminding them, okay, anyway, just do your job well, you two cannot act arbitrarily and turn this place into a battlefield, do you know? Darvel and the Yellow Goblin seriously bowed their heads to receive orders and replied, I understand, I will try. Immediately after that, the system continued to pop up, announcing that the contract between the heavenly world and the demon world had been established, 2 million points had been consumed, and the contract period was 1 year. After completing the hiding place, Yoon Jae-young, Michael and Satan opened the formation to prepare to depart. Now then, the World Tree must be looking forward to it. Let's quickly return to the main continent. Leave the Kerbinian Fire Dragon's lair, return to the location before entering the lair, return location, Bylon Commercial City. At the place where Yoon Jae-young and the other two appeared, there was a group of people waiting. They just waited to see the three people, then shouted to each other, "That guy is Dex, Dex has appeared, he is the cause of everything, kill him, dare to show your face and come back here." Those people said in unison, "Kill him." Yoon Jae-young saw this chaotic scene and smiled interestingly and said, "What is this?